Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 308, Chapter 307, Your Perfect World. Chapter Start. Shambles. Horizon swaps places with President Skyline, surprising Sentinel, and Mind Hacker. The men immediately notices Horizon's gloves showing slightly larger grooves between the armor plating than at the UA Sports Festival. Now the grooves were rivers of softly glowing blue energy. Sentinel takes a careful step back, glancing at the new blade behind Horizon, an Odachi that matches Horizon's height of 194 centimeters 6 feet 4 But he sets aside the troubling thought of the sheathed weapon hovering just behind Horizon. You aren't allowed to be here, at least not here and using your quirk, Sentinel says. You've broken countless crimes by simply warping, much less into the White House. Getting involved any further could cause Japan to look bad. Horizon raises a hand and opens it, then Sentinel has to fight his instinct to flinch as a small card is warped above his palm, hovering in place. With his enhanced vision he easily scans it, and the sweat on his forehead worsens. With the existence of a simple metal card, his entire dream fell apart. Why did they give you a 50-state license? Sentinel swallows nervously. Behind him, Mind Hacker is already leaning against the far wall, rigid with fear as he hyperventilates. To the surprise of no one, Horizon speaks in perfect English. Well, I had nothing to do in Japan, so why not? Horizon warps the card back into his wallet. Besides, Chris told me you were planning something but all your plans for getting Star and Stripe out of the way failed, so he figured he'd remove her for you. Sentinel glares at Horizon. He knew about our plan, and created an opening by sending her out of the country for the first time ever, after you'd already agreed to help out. Personally, I think you should have attacked when she was here, Horizon admits. This is effective one big hostage situation, which is much more my style. Would it have mattered? Sentinel asks bitterly. No, but honestly, I figured you'd be happy about this, Horizon says. Happy, about what? Well, this is what you wanted, right? A world where the powerful rule, where the weak don't get to decide their fate. Horizon leans forward slightly, looking into Sentinel's confused eyes. You just didn't count on ever being the weak, right? Sentinel's eyes glow brighter and brighter as his rage builds, a sight that would make most people cower in fear. But Horizon simply hums curiously, looking directly into the glowing laser cannons. I've always been so fascinated by those I-beams, they always look cool, Horizon says before he leans to the side slightly, looking past Sentinel, looking at Mind Hacker. So you're the telepath, and that's the device, right? Mind Hacker just silently cries, not feeling the tears flowing down his face as his vision blurs in and out, so overwhelmed by the situation. Horizon steps to the side, leaving his sword floating in place as he walks around Sentinel. Sorry, but I'll need to cut this short, Horizon says as he walks toward the telepath, ready to prepare him for an interrogation later. After all, Sentinel would never tell them anything, but this terrified person certainly would. And considering how integral he was to their plan, the chances were high that he knew important information. Sentinel also came to this conclusion, and turned around so fast that a gust of wind ripped through the office. His eyes locked onto the back of Horizon's head as he swung with a right hook, aiming at the back of his visor. His fist shattered the air as he pushed himself to his limits, and with his enhanced vision he could see it. Horizon was frozen in place compared to Sentinel's speed, yet, when the fist was less than an inch away from contact. Shambles, flicker. Horizon's form flickered for barely a moment, and while his body couldn't move to match the speed of that attack, to Sentinel's eyes his entire being flickered in place once, as if he glitched in real life. Then when he reappeared, his new blade was drawn and blocked the fist with its flat. The hilt and grip were the exact same as his previous, smaller swords. But where Scalpel had a standard blade with only the edge being blue, Sunder had an entirely blue blade with a white edge, an unintentional side effect of the alloy mixing with Horizon's DNA. Yet Sentinel saw the moment before his fist connected, the entire blade began glowing a matte blue, as if it drank Horizon's energy. The entire White House shook as the collision occurred, yet neither gave an inch. Sentinel kept adding more and more strength to his effort, yet even as he began to struggle Horizon didn't tremble in the slightest. This isn't just his physical strength, his body isn't feeling the recoil, Sentinel noticed. Must be using telekinesis on the blade. Realizing this, Sentinel withdrew to the air, hovering above the floor as he moved backward. He immediately locked his eyes on Horizon, intending to blast the men with his I-beams. But before the beams could form he realized the error in his plan. If this comes down to a battle of attrition, my beams against his energy, no way do I ever come close to winning that. I should keep feeling him out until I find the flaw I need. With his mind made up, Sentinel rushed toward Horizon with another powerful punch. However, this time Horizon had enough time to swing his blade in response. The glowing blue blade collided with the fist in the exact same way, and a loud crack echoed through the room as Sentinel was knocked back to where the desk was. The pain racks his right arm for just a moment before it disappears completely. He opens his eyes in a panic, looking down at his arm, surprised to see that it was still there, then taking a second to realize what just happened. He sees some of the fingers on his right hand completely shattered in multiple places. He doesn't feel anything from the entire arm, yet he finds no blood there. He didn't cut my arm off, he used the flat of the blade again. He's playing nice for the cameras outside, Sentinel realizes. Hey, to think he's such a softie. Sentinel's thoughts are cut off when he looks up to see Horizon standing there looking at him, sword in hand. And behind Horizon is Mind Hacker, cut into dozens of little pieces, perfectly alive and well, but scattered across the floor. What the hell is under that mask? You can't be human, right? Sentinel asks. Well, you could, and should, surrender, Horizon says. Or you could come try to take it off. You ruined everything. Sentinel rushes forward and swings wildly, but Horizon simply warps a few feet away to avoid it. You shouldn't be here. Horizon uses his blade to parry the attack. You shouldn't exist. Sentinel fires his eye beams, and the flash of light blinds him for just a moment. He suddenly feels the cold and wet sensation of water on his body, flowing into his nose and mouth. He instantly stops his attack, then exhales and holds his breath before looking around. He couldn't see anything, it was all absolute darkness. This taste, fresh water, he warped me into the river maybe, Sentinel thinks as he flies directly upward. Gah, he takes a deep breath as he rockets out of the river. I was right, good, I'm still close by. He sees the White House in the distance. He flies right back to the Oval Office while raising a finger to his ear. Horizon is in the White House, I need backup. As he finishes giving the command, he's only a few kilometers away, close enough to see Horizon through the windows. To see him inspecting this phone nuclear football device. The briefcase-like device was floating off the flood for Horizon to inspect, then Sentinel saw him warp the sword into his hand, and without looking away from the device he raised the blade. He aimed it through the window, directly at Sentinel. A ranged attack, I just need to. Sentinel sees the glass between them suddenly break, a perfect hole with the thickness of a finger was punched through it, and before he could react, faster than any projectile could move. There was an immense pain in his collarbone on his right side, as if a piece of it had just been ground into dust while still inside his body, without breaking the skin. Arg. Sentinel loses concentration for just a moment and stops in the air, looking at his collar in shock. So it really isn't just a fancy invisible air bullet, the air didn't even distort between the blade and me, he just makes holes appear in things. He thinks about it for a few more seconds. No, that would mean, no, he tenses, then takes a deep breath. Sentinel looks at all his true believers around Washington, D.C.'s mall, then resigns himself to what he's about to do, even as he sees them disappear one after another. All flyers, look up, and come to me, he commands through his earpiece, before turning around. He sees Horizon there, standing in the air just a few hundred meters above the ground, above the White House lawn, sword in hand. I'm surprised you let me give that order, Sentinel says as he gets ready for the real fight. Call all the pro heroes you want, unless she is with them, it won't matter. Horizon raises his sword to Sentinel. Because, I am here. End chapter. Chapter 309, Chapter 308, Your Perfect World PT2. Chapter start. Will you be alright fighting up here with those who can fly? Sentinel asks, looking at Horizon. We aren't some weak and inexperienced villains that you're used to, that little trick won't make me believe you can fly like us. Horizon is still standing in the air across from Sentinel and aiming sunder, his new sword dash, at the men. But he relaxes and lowers his blade to the side. As expected from a fossil like you, Horizon says. But I never claimed I could fly, social media just assumed that. All this is standing in the air. It's an advanced form of skimming, right? Sentinel asks, trying to buy time. Instead of controlling an object or device like a hoverboard you once used, your new suit probably has some more dense plating for you to control, moving yourself like a puppet on strings, right? TCH, those eyes of yours are kind of annoying, don't you know it's a bit rude to reveal things like that? I like to learn things about the people I face, never expected to lock horns with you, so I'm learning as we go, Sentinel shrugs, but halfway through the motion he winces in pain as the hole in his collarbone crashes through him, but he quickly sets it aside. Likewise, but most people are so boring, Horizon says. Tell me, what else have you learned about me? More than enough, Sentinel asks. You're just like her, but also completely different. She's analytical too, but hides it behind that annoying smile, and her range is much more limited than yours, but her mystery class quirk is much more adaptable than yours, right? So even the overall #1 pro hero from her own country didn't know of her quirk, your government keeps it that well hidden. Well, considering today's events, I wouldn't say they were wrong for keeping it a secret. True, you did turn out to be a traitor. Revolutionary, Sentinel interrupts him. And what about your hand of God? What about it? Warping, healing, perfect spatial awareness, damn near omnipresence within what, 50 kilometers? Sentinel asks. That's the basic stuff, yeah, pretty scary, huh? Horizon chuckles. Scary and full of lies, Sentinel says. Yeah, you're definitely smarter than most about this kind of stuff, but only a mystery class QUIRK user can understand how the mystery class QUIRK can work. Sentinel raises a brow at that. What an odd way of phrasing it. He must have said that on purpose. Horizon turns to the side slightly and touches the side of his visor, and although the conversation occurs within the soundproof visor, Sentinel can hear it clearly. Yes, Mr. President, I've already warped the others into the assigned cells. Some are trying to get away, but I'll deal with them in a minute when I'm done with Sentinel. As Horizon continues speaking, Sentinel looks down, looks around the Washington Mall, and sees that most of the forces following him have disappeared. Flyers, where are you? Sentinel asks, only to get no response. Damn it, you were stalling too, he glares at Horizon, who was still casually talking to the president. Sentinel glares at Horizon's back as the man turns away, aiming his blade at the combatants below and picking them off one at a time. The perfect technique for sniping and assassination, injection shot leaves no trace and hits instantly, Sentinel thinks. It acts under the same principles as a bullet, but there isn't a projectile. Everything between the blade and whatever range he decides is simply obliterated. Then there is his warping, also seemingly perfected. Yet when he's unfamiliar with a place, like a few months ago during the Gigantomachi, he was forced to swap with things constantly, but in Tokyo where he's always stationed he can move about freely. Divide is also a monstrous ability. From what we see in his last battle, I don't doubt its destructive capabilities can almost match Endeavor, almost, but that was months ago. And I'm facing an entirely different Horizon now. And then there's tact, his telekinesis that only works on non-sentient things. No, that's not correct. From what I understand, anything with a will of its own cannot be controlled by it. All of Sentinel's intel on Horizon collides within his mind in barely 0.1 seconds. The man who assembled multiple, perfect, pro-hero teams for the government across his career is nearly peerless in terms of pro-hero combat strategy. He has vastly more experience than All Might, and has always scoured all information sources to collect a database of QUIRK data that surpasses most pro-hero agencies combined. This is why thus far, only he could come to the true conclusion of Hand of God. The realization almost broke the man, his shoulders slumped as every thought process came to the same result. Hand of God, is that much stronger than New Order? Sweat ran down Sentinel's forehead. He enacts change on the world, just like her, but unlike her, he has a route to true permanence. Hey, Horizon snapped Sentinel out of his daze. I finished with all the losers you gathered, time for you to surrender. Sentinel's only response to that was to blast two powerful laser beams from his eyes directly at Horizon. Shambles. Horizon appears behind him and easily pierces his highly durable body with sunder. ACH. Countershock. Bright sparks stand out under the blue sky as cameras and news crews all across the Washington Mall record the short-lived struggle. With the spark stopped, they see Sentinel with burns all over his body, exhaling black smoke as he plummets to the grassy lawn below. He collides with the earth, knocking up a dust cloud as police officers move forward to arrest him. But by the time they arrive, he's already back on his feet, fully awake. He sees them aiming at him with the futile guns, and in a fit of rage, he lashes out, firing another I-beam at them. Shambles. Horizon appears in front of the men with a hand raised, palm facing Sentinel. Antibacterial curtain. The I-beam harmlessly collides with the blue shield before sputtering out, showing a small stream of blood flowing from the man's eyes. Horizon, what are you doing here? One of the officers asks as Horizon drops the shield, seeing Sentinel down on one knee. You may not believe this, but I'm actually on a little vacation, Horizon says before walking over to Sentinel. So, do you like it, the world you wanted? Horizon asks, looking down at the man as he reaches out to touch his forehead with one finger. I believe in the natural order of things, Sentinel says. You are not part of that order, you shouldn't exist. Horizon chuckles as he gently touches the man's forehead. You wouldn't believe how many times I've heard that, but no matter what, you villains prefer to learn the hard way. I'm a hero, the real hero here, Sentinel says. And now you're just annoying, Horizon says. Mess, breakdown. Sentinel shatters into hundreds of pieces, each perfectly alive and well but broken like a jigsaw puzzle. One of the officers immediately throws up as the former pro-hero is scattered across the floor as individual body parts. I'm done here, Mr. President, did you get all the data you needed? Horizon asks as he reaches into the pile of parts. The operation was a complete success, but I'll have to send France a small apology. Sentinel went a bit overboard with his distraction in Paris, but Star is almost done there. Well, I'm sure you can handle it. Horizon picks up Sentinel's eyeballs from the pile. I'll drop Sentinel off in his cell, minus his eyes, I'd like to research them. That's fine, just be sure to return them soon, I'd rather not have the public think we torture criminals. Right, I'm sure they don't think that already, Horizon's words were dripping in sarcasm. I'll show up at the press conference, but until then, I've got research to do. Horizon looks at the eyeballs in his hands, which glow a dull green even now, and smiles. Beneath his visor for the first time in months, there was excitement in his eyes. The most powerful optical blasts of any pro hero, what a perfect test subject for me. This was enough to get you into the top 200 in America, and that was when you were optics, before you discovered that you could fly. Now I'll see exactly how efficient these are. Horizon, a swarm of reporters rush over to him as he's still observing the eyes, which he quickly pockets when he sees them. He turns to them and sheathes his new sword. Sorry, but I can't answer any questions right now. Official statements will be released soon enough, he says with a casual wave. Shambles. Both he and Sentinel disappear. End chapter. Chapter 310, Chapter 309, Moving Assets. Chapter start. Less than 1 day after the battle at the White House, Law-Matani is in one of his best business suits sitting in a conference room. Across the large table are empty seats, and behind them is a perfect view of Central Park, showing the Manhattan skyline under the midday sun. While he relaxes in his seat, his phone is on the table, playing a live press conference being held at the White House, in which President Skyline addresses the nation, or more accurately, the world. While this isn't the first time an attack on the White House has happened, the involvement of Horizon makes this a matter of global political concern. His presence suddenly shifting overseas has raised brows all around the globe as many countries fear that their bid for his services was beaten, or that he possibly lied about not leaving Japan until he finished his time at UA. President Skyline first revealed that President Harrison's death was, in fact, not a simple heart attack, but the first attack by the evolutionaries to succeed. But instead of publicly crediting the villains, the government kept things quiet to force their hand again, this time with more leads to track them. This eventually led to them getting spies into former pro-hero optics organization, now publicly known as the Villain Sentinel. Using this information, they engineered the perfect situation, one in which the villain would have no choice but to strike. By sending Star and Stripe out of the country, they forced Sentinel to act, all while they'd already had Horizon on standby as a trump card. We are still compiling data on who and where the remaining members of the evolutionaries are, but I'm glad to report that over 3,000 members have already either been arrested or surrendered themselves to us, the president said, causing an uproar in from the press. Dozens of questions were hurled at him, including the major concern that pro-heroes turned against the people they were meant to protect, and how that would make the civilian population feel toward their guardians moving forward. This is not a situation that can be dealt with easily or quickly, it will take much effort and teamwork. But together, as a nation, we can recover and become even stronger than before. The ideology of might makes right is more apparent in the world now than at any other point in history. This is a natural consequence of a superhuman society. But being part of a society means helping your fellow men, especially those who aren't as capable. Those who believe in that barbaric ideology are vastly outnumbered, and as we saw in Washington, D.C., they are also hopelessly outgunned. I still believe in the system we have, and in the good people who are a part of it, so I ask you to simply watch us closely as we earn your trust once more, was the president's official stance on that matter. Another uproar occurred in the crowd before they settled down, and someone finally asked what most of the world was wondering. Does his involvement in this incident indicate that Horizon will be moving to the United States for the foreseeable future, a woman asks, and the world waits with held breaths for the answer. No, the world breathes a sigh of relief, especially those in Japan. The stars simply aligned for him to help us for a short time, at least until his suspension in Japan is lifted. Although, I have convinced him to stay until the end of summer possibly. Due to his suspension from pro-hero work in Japan, Horizon's presence there is not fully utilized. In exchange for helping us with this small matter, he has been granted a coveted 50-state license to continue growing as a pro-hero within our borders. He can act within the capacity of a pro-hero at his leisure wherever he desires within our borders, and has already made it clear that he will be moving around to help the most unfortunate medical cases whenever he can. As Horizon is the miracle ward, that is simply another benefit of allowing him to perform his natural functions instead of being under house arrest. Are you at all concerned about the possibility that he still cannot control his quirk? A reporter asks. A gigantomachy within our country could be catastrophic, especially now that he's allegedly much stronger. Oh please, I'd make that look like a joke with my current power, Law says, rolling his eyes. Many people have raised such concerns, but I assure you, Horizon is in perfect control of his power, he hears the president say. And if he's not, well, we have someone who can handle such a situation. Law can't help but smile at that. Well, it makes sense he'd have to say his pro-hero is stronger, but now I'm even more excited to meet her. Mr. Matani, an older Caucasian man with small purple flames on his bald head enters the room. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. It's not your fault in the least, Law responds, also speaking perfect English as he gets up and shakes the man's hand. I got a bit excited and arrived early. Your secretary told me you were in another meeting. Yes, well, we've been working on something big recently, the man says as he sits opposite Law. Something that I'll be happy to pitch to you once things are a bit more concrete. It's a phenomenal investment opportunity. If it's anything like the last few, I'm sure I'll be interested, Law chuckles as they both relax. So, are you here to buy another skyscraper around Central Park? The man asks. Maybe you could buy one closer this time, we could be neighbors. How about that one? The man points to the building just beside theirs. Law chuckles, no, the building I have is plenty for now. I'm actually here to discuss my overseas investments. The man frowns for a moment before schooling his expression, and what direction are you looking to take with those? How many of your clients are taking money out of the Japanese markets right now? Law asks. The man tenses for a moment, more than I'd like, but I can't say any more until the official quarterly report. People are scared because Horizon moved for a while, and they're taking their money out, right? Right, we told them it's only temporary, but certain markets are so volatile that our assets and holdings can fluctuate within minutes. They aren't exactly wrong, Law says. Japan's crime rate is about to spike, villains will run wild, the League of Villains and their freaky monsters will rampage and cause billions if not trillions of dollars in damages, it will be chaos. But it will recover, the man says. But that will take years, and people will lose money in the process. The man winces, now sitting across from one of their largest single clients who could see through all the tricks. And how exactly would you like to proceed? Law thinks for a moment, then simply nods, send my people a list of everything that's being dumped, they'll sort through the wreckage of this and we'll buy up whatever we're interested in for the same price it was dumped for, that way you'll actually make some profit. Of course that offer only stands if we get first preference to everything that was dumped in the chaos. The man looks confused for a moment, you're willing to lose money, to buy assets, which will lose value for the foreseeable months or maybe years, why? They will regain them eventually, I'm sure. I'm young, I've got time, Law says. Besides, I've told you many times before, this isn't about the money. I'm here for legacy, and it's nice having Japan in my pocket. The man shakes his head, you know, this country has very detailed and complex laws to prevent situations such as this, and so does Japan, but the way you have things set up so expertly dances around them. It may be the most impressive thing I've seen in quite some time. Coming from you, that means a lot, Law says. Oh, and, does your company hold any assets in Italy at the moment? Sicily, Rome, Milan, Venice, or Bari, the man asks. We have both money-making assets and properties there, but I warn you, these are beloved by the executives. Sicily and Milan, I'm thinking of taking a trip there sometime this summer. End chapter. Chapter 311, Chapter 310, Mystery Class Clash. Chapter start. Just below the clouds, Horizon stands in the air, casually scrolling through his social media feed on his phone as Sunder hovers beside him. The Pentagon is below him, basking in the morning sun, the seat of the United States of America Defense Council. The council which was reformed after the advent of QUIRKs to regulate QUIRK use and integrate them into the military complex. Unlike many smaller countries, America does not separate between its military systems and pro-hero system, they simply use the military they'd spent all their time as a nation perfecting to fold pro-heroes into the operating system. This allowed them to get ahead of the rest of the world in organizing the pro-hero system, making them the capital for pro-heroes the world over. In fact, until Principal Nizu reorganized UA, the United States was head and shoulders ahead of any nation in regards to training pro-heroes, and even now it's argued that they are simply better at it. However, the difference in national culture causes the world to lean more toward Japan's UA because of its softer approach. America is much more aligned with Horizon's methods since they classify villains differently. Enjoying the view, a voice asks behind Horizon, a confident and playful feminine voice. I was wondering how long I'd have to wait to meet you, Horizon says as he puts his phone away and turns around to see her, Star and Stripe. The #1 overall pro-hero, the only other mystery class QUIRK user in history. Wearing her full hero costume as always with her hair blowing in the wind, looking at him with an amused smile. Sorry if I've kept you waiting, Star says as she hovers closer, staying just out of arm's reach while eyeing him curiously, and the sword beside him. And here I thought I'd be late for the meeting, but when I saw you hovering out here I decided to come say hello. We've got some time, the president is still on the way to the Pentagon, Horizon says. It's a pleasure to meet you, but it's a bit unsettling. Star chuckles. At least that's how I feel, finally having to share the sky with someone who can really challenge me. But it is also a bit exciting. I couldn't have said it better myself, Horizon admits. It's also rare for me to be able to observe a fellow mystery class QUIRK. I figured as much, Star sighs. You are the top QUIRK researcher, after all, follow me. After saying that, she slowly flies through the clouds above, disappearing in them. Below his visor Horizon raises a brow, sensing her reach out from above the cloud and touch it, then she suddenly drops to stand on it. That's new, he thinks before warping just above her, seeing her standing on the cloud which was now acting as if it were a giant pillow under her weight. It's one of the first tricks I learned, to get away from all the cameras and eyes, Star says. Quite incredible, Horizon drops onto the cloud, and feels as if he were walking on a trampoline. The cloud sinks slightly under his weight, but he never falls through. Your English is perfect, which is a real relief, because I can't speak Japanese at all, Star admits. Thank you, it comes with the job. I have patients fly from all around the world to see me after all, Horizon says while looking at her, making it quite obvious that he was checking her out. See something you like, she barely suppresses her laugh. It's just, you remind me of All Might. Thank you. Star smiles brighter at that. He was a big inspiration for me, I'm hoping that I can meet him someday, but the damn council doesn't want me leaving our borders to visit. Well, maybe I can convince him to come to see you, not that I can recommend he travels, speaking as his doctor of course. That causes Star to frown, right, he's not well right now. If things ever start looking bad, just let me know, and I'll fly over there with or without council approval. I have to thank him personally for saving me. He saved you. When I was a child, and he was still here studying, but that was ages ago. Well, I believe he'd be happy to know he inspired someone like you to rise up, that was his goal after all, Horizon says. Hearing that means a lot to me, Star says. So, mind if I ask how exactly this deal between you and President Skyline came about? It wasn't even between us originally, Horizon says. Before President Harrison died we were acquainted with each other, he'd already convinced me to come to America after my time in Japan was over. So those rumors were true. Yeah, but when he died so suddenly a few weeks ago, your government was concerned that I changed my mind, so they reached out. President Skyline had just been sworn into office at the time, so he made the call personally. Then we got to talking about what I could do to help find the people that killed the former president, and he came up with this plan, simple really. I see, that's about as much as I expected, Star says. Are you concerned about having to share your country with me? I'm not the one I'm concerned for, she says, getting a more serious look on her face. My concern is for the people of Japan. You and I are capable of suppressing entire nations by simply being present within them. Granted, due to the surface area of my nation I'm not as all-encompassing as you are for Japan, but now that you're public abroad, what happens to Japan? A massive crime wave, obviously, Horizon says. And you're so casual about such a thing happening. I wasn't allowed to do any pro-hero work either way, and the government wouldn't undo that sentence to look weak on the world stage. The crime wave was inevitable, and while this way it will be a bit more intense, the villains won't do anything large enough to have the government call me back to Japan. So you believe they will put a cap on how evil they can act, lest the Japanese government call you back? Essentially, yes, Horizon says. And honestly, I needed the vacation. I've been working non-stop since before entering UA, this suspension they gave me is such a relief. That I can understand, Star admits. Back when I first became the #1 overall pro-hero and the concept of mystery class quirks was introduced, nobody believed it, which meant I constantly had to be taking down villains that wanted to see how powerful I was. I could barely get any sleep back then. And now? Well, now they know Star and Stripe is too much for them to handle, so there are only a few incidents that demand my attention each year. I figured as much. Well, I hope we can work together while I'm here, it'll be nice to study your quirk. Oh, being so open about your intentions, Star smiles. Shouldn't you at least try to be sneaky when studying my super secret quirk? Why bother? Your people are viewing this as a chance for them to learn about Hand of God. Obviously I'd do the same, Horizon sighs. They really don't get us, do they? Star shakes her head. No, they still don't, and they never will, but that's the burden of being us, which is why I'm glad you're here. Now hopefully we will each have someone who can understand us. She extends her hand for him to shake. He shakes her hand, and Star's eyes widen in surprise, feeling a powerful tingling sensation flow through her body. As if ants were crawling under her skin. That's very rude, she says as they finish the handshake. Well, I like to get an early start on my projects, Horizon says as he turns away from her. Besides, it's not like anyone would believe me if I told them what I just learned, but I am curious, what does the real you look like? Star scoffs, painfully ordinary, but remember this goes both ways. They wouldn't believe what you just learned about me, just like they wouldn't believe that Shambles isn't actually warping at all. Warping is the easiest way for them to understand it, Horizon shrugs. At least I didn't lie about tact. True, and you never tried to hide the limits of it either. Granted, I doubt the public put that much thought into what you can and can't manipulate. Yeah, but you and I share that weakness, at least in regards to tact. So much for trying to hide all traces of my quirk activation from the media, Star says. How did you figure it out? The only person you ever manipulate is yourself. It's pretty obvious, at least to someone with Hand of God to compare. Our quirks are all about will. Sentient beings have a will of their own that can instinctively resist us, although we've both found ways around that. That's why injection shot exists, Horizon says. I'm honestly surprised you're so open about this. Figured you'd want to keep all your secrets to yourself, Star admits. Why bother? These things aren't worth hiding. What's the point of hiding a hydrogen bomb from an ant? Nothing they do can change what's going to happen. And we would have figured it out eventually, so now you get a bit more freedom earlier on, Star says. That's certainly a factor, plus both sides know the risk of revealing too much to the public, pissing off the woman who can touch the air and make the atmosphere cease to exist, or the guy who can swing his sword and cut a city into shreds, isn't a good idea. Star slightly narrows her eyes at him. At this point, only we can defeat each other, at least in a fair fight, but that does make me curious. She clenches her fist, which he notices. Horizon reaches out, still facing away from her, and warps Sunder into his hand, casually swinging it down at the cloud, leaving a large slash in it without making contact. Seeing this, Star and Stripe flies a bit higher, farther away from the city below, and Horizon follows her. And when they got to a high enough altitude, above the clouds, they both stopped and looked out over the river. From here, they could see the Pentagon, the White House, and the Washington Mall where the main battle was. Where will you be based while staying here? Star asks. New York. I figured with how my quirk works it can be most efficient there, since I'm basically one giant security camera. I see, then they'll want me on the West Coast. She frowns at that, which he notices. Don't like Cali. I grew up there, and some memories are painful, Star says. But this is for the best, the past is dead, and it's time I move on with the future. Yes, well. Horizon raises Sunder, holding it with both hands, and the blade glows bright blue, releasing a thick blue mist before he focuses his energy even more, and the mist clings to the blade like a liquid. Still needs a bit of work, he thinks, feeling his control slipping by the second. Seeing this, Star smiles, and readies a strong right. She punches with everything she has, aiming for the blade, otherwise he wouldn't be able to react to her. And even then, he flickers in place, reappearing with his blade on a collision course with her fist. His physical reactions are really that slow. Well, he is more of a mage, I suppose, she thinks. As her fist slams into his sword, all the clouds around them are obliterated as a shockwave blasts outward. Incision plus booster shot plus divide plus antibacterial curtain plus TAKT. His entire being is coated in the blue vapor to protect and empower him. And yet, when they stop their attacks, Star looks at her fist, not even noticing a scratch, yet feeling her stamina noticeably diminished, more so than any time in the last decade. And Horizon, who couldn't feel his arms and was almost sweating below his visor, quickly and quietly healed his arms while sheathing Sunder. Well, I guess that settles it, at all least for now, Horizon says, as they both now understood the truth. You've taught me a lot today, about myself, about how our quirks collide and interact, so much to learn and improve upon. Star and Stripe laughs excitedly. You really are incredible, to think someone so young could be this powerful. I'll be 40 soon, you know. Competing with a high schooler is a bad look for me, but it seems like that's what I'll have to do. And you really are just like All Might, so impossibly polite, Horizon says. What's the name of your quirk anyway? Oh, right, it's called New Order, she says. Not as flashy as yours, but it fits. New Order. Horizon looks down at his sword. I wonder how long it'll take before I reach your level. You grow faster than me, and your ceiling is beyond even my comprehension, Star admits. If we had a serious fight right now, you wouldn't stand much of a chance, but at the rate you grow, it won't be like that for long. Yeah, that's true, but we can spar some other time. Right now we have a meeting to get to, Horizon says as he disappears, leaving her alone in the sky, as she's always been. Star takes a moment to collect her thoughts, combing over everything that just happened, and comes to one conclusion. I moved us away from the cloud so he wouldn't notice that I removed the order holding the cloud we were standing on together, then I placed an order on my body to make it impossible for his quirk, Hand of God, to manipulate my body, but even then I could feel our quirks clashing with each other for control. If I hadn't applied that order, he would have cut me in half, even if I'm as durable as All Might was back in the day. Such a scary power. If he knew the truth of my quirk, that I can only have 2 orders active at a time, I'd definitely lose. Star takes a deep breath to steady her mind, then looks down at the Pentagon, ready to fly to the meeting, but stops herself. She looks around at the empty sky around her, but even now, a much lighter tingling sensation floods her body. That must mean I'm within his range. How troublesome. End chapter. Chapter 312, Chapter 311, State of America. Chapter start. So, how fucked are we? President Skyline asks as he steps into the secure conference room, leaving his security detail outside. They'd usually insist on remaining with him, regardless of his personal power, especially now that Legion wasn't present. But they understood that they were not necessary, nor would they be useful if anyone in the room tried to attack him. Sitting at the head of the table was President Skyline, but at the sides were Star and Stripe, Horizon, and the Secretary of Defense. They decided to keep this meeting as private as possible until a proper assessment of the national state could be made. Only then would information be slowly released to the public. 23,000 pro-heroes turned on us, the Secretary of Defense says. Damn, Horizon says. So much for a vacation. Yes, that is a bit more than we anticipated, President Skyline says. The borders. Locked down tight, they won't be able to get through, at least most of them, the Secretary says. Some of the traders have quirks that make capture, tracking, or containment difficult. Those we'll need to assign teams for. Hound will be perfect for that, Star says. He's a friend, I can call him up after this meeting. I already contacted him, the secretary says. Luckily he wasn't one of the traders, so that makes this a bit easier. What about the trackers, the president asks. All worked as expected, the trackers in every Pro Hero license tagged the people we needed them to. Lots of people ditched their cards, but we already know who the traders are. Which means they can't hide forever, Star says. Just need a camera to spot them once and I can fly to wherever they are. Assuming they stay in the country, which they won't, Horizon says. I appreciate you all letting me be part of this meeting, but it will take more than 2 miracles to secure all the borders of this nation from that many former pro heroes. Agreed, the president says. You and Star will only be called upon for the higher-level fugitives. The Canadian and Mexican governments have already agreed to allow us some very limited operating room in their countries, so long as after we capture the traitors hiding there and bring them back here for punishment. Star raises a brow at that. I figured they'd want to corner them themselves to cut a deal. What caused this? There was a prison break during the failed uprising, the secretary says, causing Horizon and Star to look at each other, confused. Why is this the first we're hearing of this? Star asks. If such a thing happened and more seasoned villains were on the streets, you should have told us. Because this facility isn't one the public knows about, the president says. They broke out Kelvin. Crap, Star frowns bitterly. That explains why Mexico and Canada are so willing for us to cause some collateral damage instead of dealing with the villains themselves. Yeah, containing him now that he's no longer sedated is all but impossible for their pro heroes, Horizon says, causing the 3 other people to give him strange looks. What? How do you know about Kelvin? The president asks. That's a very high-level secret. I read a lot, Horizon says. Are there any other people they broke out that we should know about? We're still compiling a full list, the secretary says. But it's obvious you two will have a lot of work to do, even if you are technically on a vacation of some sort. I won't go chasing every traitor that pops up, but if any of them are near New York, you can count on me to deal with them. That's for the best, the president says. Star can deal with any of them regardless. It's more important that you continue your research, and if you complete it before you return to Japan, we get a discount on the first contract. I remember the deal, but I'm still waiting for access to your national QUIRK medical database. You'll get it soon, the president says. We couldn't hand it over before you went public, otherwise people would have known you were working with us. If you can truly make what you promised, some sort of panacea, Star thinks for a moment. Then you can leave hunting down every traitor to me and spend all your time in the lab. Sadly, lab time and progress speed aren't 1:1 on this, Horizon says. While the supercomputers are running the simulations, I'll have days at a time to get some pro hero work in. New York is perfect for you, the secretary says. Your QUIRK is good at playing the role of a security camera for dense places like that. We'll have to send Star to the West Coast to keep things balanced. Which means Crustacean should be in the middle, Texas, to prevent them from using the border there, the president says. That's a damn shame. I was hoping to meet him, Horizon says. Oh, and about my license. Is there a problem with it? Star asks. No, but I took out the tracker, Horizon says. I appreciate being one of a handful of people with a 50-state license so I can operate anywhere in the mainland United States, but I don't like being watched that closely. That's fine. Any other concerns? The president asks. Just one, that nuclear football they got. How the hell is that possible? We haven't been able to figure that out either. The technology is beyond us, at least until David Shield gets his hands on it, the president says. Our mental interrogation shows that some mysterious person calling himself Tech contacted Sentinel when he learned of his plan and offered it to him. That person also tried to get his hands on some dangerous technology back in Japan, and on Island. Did he try to steal weaponry there too? Star asks. No, just some unique technology, but I was able to stop him so nothing happened. This is a very concerning trend, the secretary says. I'll make some more calls, spread the information around so other nations are ready. With any luck, it'll make this tech person nervous, and nervous people make sloppy mistakes. Smart move, Horizon says. After a few more hours discussing the finer points of their strategy and exactly what the larger local, regional, and global effect shall be, they get toward the end of this meeting. All right, now the last thing is public perception, the president says. Tomorrow you and Star should make some public appearances, just show the people that you're working together on this. That will certainly lower the chances of any more protests happening, Star says. And legally someone has to explain how pro-hero work is conducted here in America. And I couldn't imagine anyone better for that job than you, the president says. Where would you like to meet? Star asks. I can arrive in New York in the morning, then how about I meet you at your assigned residence? Sounds great, Horizon says before turning to the president. And I really do appreciate you getting a penthouse for me to use while I'm here. It's really nothing in the grand scheme of things, the president says. Well now, we need to make a few public statements while you two mystery class pro heroes go show the people that we're stronger than ever. I'll go get started in New York, Horizon says. But after today crime rates there should plummet just as fast as they're climbing in Japan right now. Luckily you're on vacation over here. Now, will that be all? The president asks, and sees nobody moving to interrupt him. Then this meeting is over, you all know your roles, let's get to work. With that the President and Secretary of Defense get up and begin to leave the room. Star gets out of her seat out of respect, but Horizon just stays seated and takes out his phone. So you're taking me to lunch tomorrow? Horizon asks. Not much of a gentleman are you? Star asks. Only when it's convenient, besides, this is your house. All of America isn't my house. Maybe don't wear the American flag as a cape next time you say that, Horizon says before warping away. Well, it's not like this hero costume was my choice, Star mutters as she leaves the room. End chapter. Chapter 313, Chapter 312, Classic American Lunch. Chapter start. This really isn't what I expected, Star says as she scrolls through her phone. She was sitting in a small New York diner, and across the table from her, sitting on the other side of the booth, was Horizon. They were the only people in this diner, aside from the staff, all three of which were anxiously preparing their meals. What else could be the outcome? Horizon looks out the window to see swarms of people with their cameras aiming at them. Some even had banners, posters, and of course some merchandise for bother heroes to sign. I've just never seen the projected crime rate get this low before, Star says. People knowing you'll be setting up your temporary base in New York was enough to change everything. I wish I could cause a change like this. It's nothing to feel bad about, Horizon says. My quirk gives me the ability to constantly monitor everything and everyone within the city, which makes people a lot more scared, since unlike everyone else, I can be everywhere at once. Star sighs, it's too bad your range doesn't cover the entire country, then maybe I could take a vacation. If you had the chance, would you ever take a vacation? How can I possibly do that? Every day I don't do my duty, people can be getting hurt. You can't save everyone, Horizon says. Doesn't mean I shouldn't try, no matter the cost. TCH, Horizon looks away from her, toward the penthouse the government reserved for him across the city. You really are just like All Might. Thank you. Wasn't a compliment, Horizon says, which confuses her. Yagi, of all my patients, is the most insufferable. Seeing this, Star raises a brow, sets her phone aside, and leans forward slightly. What? Horizon asks as she stares at him. I was just wondering, why is someone like you a pro hero? You don't have the disposition for it. With great power comes the responsibility to help others, Horizon says. That's all. Star groans and relaxes back into the booth. I'm giving us some privacy, the least you could do is not lie to my face like that. Horizon looks at the rowdy crowd outside, and considers all the noise they were making, all the noise that he couldn't hear because New Order was giving them a privacy barrier within the diner. What? You don't believe in that line? I do, she says. But I don't believe that you believe it. I used to, but then I watched you in court. Was it entertaining at least? Annoying, Star rolls her eyes at his amused tone. Let me guess, the United Nations constantly calling in case they needed you to come handle me. My life was so much more peaceful before you, now every time you make a government nervous they start reaching out, and because of my position I have to respond, she says in an annoyed tone. I miss when I just had to save people and punch villains. You make it sound like you're my babysitter, Horizon says. I'm not that unstable, people just need to do what I say and leave me alone, mostly the second one honestly. The problem is that you have the power to make most of the people do exactly that, which is why every time you're on camera threatening a judge in court, they get ready to send me to arrest you. Oh, and who would they send after you? Star narrows her eyes at him, you think I'd die? I think the cost would be too high. Star frowns, but nods in agreement, yeah, a fight between us would get so many people crushed as collateral that it might just be better to count Japan as a loss and hand it over to you. Especially since if I win, then I'd know there isn't anyone to stop me. Remind me again how you aren't a villain. Star asks. Because my government says I get a pass from bending the law, and at the end of the day, they decide who is a villain. Yes, but it's a bit different in America, Star says. Over in Japan, criminal and villain are intertwined. That's partly because of how low the crime rate was during the era of All Might. Pro heroes were so numerous that they could respond to even basic criminals who didn't use quirks to commit crimes. But over here things are a bit different. Publicly they're viewed the same, but pro heroes and law enforcement view it differently. We view people who don't use quirks, outside of some obvious exceptions like those trying to bomb a mall or something as just criminals. Villains is a label more synonymous with terrorist, those people we can be a lot rougher with since, while it is frowned upon, necessary lethal force isn't that big a deal over here. Well, I've read the self-defense laws, so that's not surprising, Horizon says. All the shit I got for killing Overhaul wouldn't have even made the news if it happened over here. Oh no, everything you do will make the news, because you're Horizon. Which is the most annoying thing about being a public hero, not having a secret identity, is such a pain. Really, you don't have one? Star asks, dumbfounded. I assumed you read my file your government collected. Yes, and it was concerning all your documents, and even your medical certificate just have Horizon. We just assumed it was part of the deal you made with Japan. No, the deal was actually to heal All Might, Horizon says. Really? I read about that, but why are you trying to be a pro-hero if that was the extent of it? Because I agreed to do this in exchange for them leaving me alone. I like having absolute freedom to explore my quirk and its mysteries. Can't do that unless you're a pro-hero. But I had to promise to graduate UA, which is becoming a serious drag. Luckily they don't require you to spend much time there anymore, Star says. You barely spend more than 1 or 2 days a week there, at least before coming to America. Perks of being as smart as I am, high school is easy. I'd at least hope so, you are a doctor after all. Best in the world, Horizon says. Here you are, the waitress says as she walks up holding a large tray. It's on the house as always, I hope you both enjoy it. Thanks, Cindy. I'm sure he'll like it, Star says as the woman places a large burger and a milkshake in front of her, and an identical meal in front of Horizon. Thank you very much, Horizon says before the woman scurries away to behind the counter, anxiously cleaning while constantly stealing glances at the pair. I've never seen her this nervous, Star says as she starts eating her fries. At least not since the first time I came here with Agpar. That guy you want me to meet? Horizon says as he looks down at the massive burger. He's your handler, right? Technically yes, who is yours? Star asks as she sees him just staring at the food. Not going to eat. I will, just, my visor doesn't open large enough for me to bite into this. They really should make burgers wider instead of taller, Horizon says. Oh, and my handler would technically be Nizu, although since he's a national asset, he should have one too, but I guess he's not that kind of person. I see, and they tried the wider burger strategy a while back, but it didn't sell. People think food is bigger when it's taller because they can see more of it. Kind of like how the 1/3 pounder they tried to sell in America didn't work because people thought 1/4 was bigger, because it had a 4 in it, Horizon says as his visor retracts slightly at his mouth for him to take a sip of his drink. Heart disease either way. The most dangerous thing in America, Star chuckles. Burger and fries are the most American thing I can think of. I would have said a hot dog and beer at a baseball game. I'm not that big a fan of baseball, plus I'm a regular here, the food is good, and us showing up will be good for their business. Horizon exaggerates a fake gasp, the woman with an American flag for a hero costume doesn't like baseball, how absurd. Yeah, I know. But at least I like burgers and fries like the next person. That's the spirit, take French and German food and say it's true American food, Horizon laughs. You can do that when you've never lost a war, how did the last one go for Japan again? Ouch, that's a low blow, besides, I'm only half Japanese. Did the other half do any better? I'd rather not talk about it, Horizon says as he reaches for his burger, then he stops himself. Well, taking this off for a few minutes shouldn't kill me, he says before reaching to the back of his visor. To the amazement of Star and Stripe, the diner staff, and the public taking pictures outside, his visor collapses into a small metal plate the size of his palm toward the back of his neck, and he casually places it onto the table. Wow, Star says as she sees his entire head glowing blue, almost blinding, releasing a geyser of energy mist that floats up to the ceiling, blocking his identity and facial features entirely. You aren't going to die on me, are you? Well, hopefully, the burger is worth it, but I should be fine, Horizon says as he lifts the burger into the blue energy geyser to take a bite. Well, what do you think, am I pretty? You look similar to Kurogiri, with all the fog and mist, but this is a lot more dense. It's pure energy, it heals anyone that touches it, he gestures to the waitress. In a few seconds, even from this far away, her feet will stop hurting. Star looks over to the woman as Horizon continues eating. Wow, they really do feel better, the woman says. Star looks back to Horizon, risking your entire life to eat a burger, you really are ridiculous, she says before also eating her food. But even now, her mind was breaking down his power. Constantly releasing that much energy and he seems fine for a few minutes, he must have a lot more energy than I realized. But this matches our descriptions about his visor being a vital container for him, which I'm sure killed any chance of him having a secret identity. Giving into her curiosity, Star and Stipe reaches out toward the edge of the energy mist. New order, Horizon's energy mist will become a liquid sphere in my hand. As she touches the mist, a small piece of it rushes into her hand, condensing into a liquid the size of a tennis ball and maintaining its structure. How much of your energy did that take? Horizon asks, still eating his food. More than I'd care to admit, even for this small amount, Star says. Well, considering that has enough energy to power a few city blocks, you didn't do that bad, especially since you first had to wrestle with Hand of God for the energy to do what you wanted it to. Your quirk is very controlling, but you allowed me to take this for a reason. What does it do? Star asks as she plays with the sphere of liquid energy in her hand. Booster shot. Your healing and physical enhancement skill. Star asks. Is this it? An unstable form. I don't recommend directly using that on a person. When separated from me, it will heal them. But could cause mutations. They may grow a second head or extra arms, maybe a second pair of lungs, which would then cause everything in there to get crushed, Horizon says. This is what you've been working on, right? Star asks. The president said we'd get the first bit if you perfected it while you were here. Yeah, but what's in your hand is better to use on plants. It's pretty unpredictable, honestly. Even touching it could cause problems for you. Star immediately drops it onto the table, where it falls apart into harmless mist and disappears. You're just full of surprises, Star says. Oh, you have no idea. End chapter. Some chapters recently have been taking a bit longer than usual to get right. This is mostly because I have to get these new characters and their interactions, such as Star and Stripe, perfect, since we're completely out of canon now. Along with having to world build the entire world that isn't Japan. Sorry for the delays, please be a bit patient with me. Thank you for reading, and a review will always be appreciated. Chapter 314, Chapter 313, The Formula for God. Chapter start. New York City, Central Park. Horizon. Come down here and face me. The bellowing demand echoes through Central Park as a 33 feet-10m stone golem rampaged about, breaking trees and ignoring constant gunfire from police officers swarming the area. A news drone was already circling the park and reporters were swarming as the villain continued to rampage, but even as countless bullets were fired at him, none could crack the reinforced heart encasing his human form, deep within the core of the golem. As the golem begins uprooting trees and throwing them aside, making a stage for his battle, the police drive their cars onto the grass to form a wide blockade around him. Between the gunfire, the golem yells once more, Horizon. You scared off those cowards, but New York is my gang city. After I squash you, no one will be able to challenge that. The golem keeps walking in circles, yelling over and over while ignoring the constant gunfire, all while one of the police sergeant ducks behind his vehicle with another officer. How long do we have? The sergeant asks as he peeks over the hood. At best, 12 minutes, the other officer says. Most of the pro-heroes moved out of Manhattan, if not the entire city over the past few days since Horizon moved in. Damn it, they're so desperate to get paid they couldn't just hang around in case something like this happened, the sergeant grumbles. And where the hell is Horizon anyway? The news didn't say he was out of town. Central Dispatch says they were having difficulties contacting him, sir, the officer says. That damn trigger junkie will turn his attention to the city if Horizon doesn't get down here now. We don't have time for this, the sergeant says as he rushes over to one of the more heavily armed officers. This man, like many others, was using an assault rifle to keep the villain as distracted as the useless bullets could. I need your weapon, now, the sergeant says, and the man doesn't hesitate to hand it over. That doesn't actually hurt him, the man says, only for his eyes to widen as the sergeant turns away from the villain and aims at a nearby hotel at the edge of Central Park. Sir, what are you doing? The man carefully aims at the penthouse, even as he responds, Horizon is the only resident in that place, and the staff should be in the basement or evacuated right now, so I'm just gonna knock. A chorus of bangs echo out as 6 bullets slam into the glass wall of Horizon's balcony. That should get his attention, the sergeant hands the gun back to the man. Couldn't we have just gone there and rang the buzzer, the man asks. That's the first thing I sent men to do, the sergeant says. But I figured if anything would get his attention, it's the alarm on his temporary home. Come on, the golem bellows as he slams both fists into the ground, shaking the entire park and knocking most of the men off their feet. Give me a real challenge. Another wave of gunfire begins, and as the golem is about to focus on the police officers, the entire battlefield goes silent. Huh. The golem looks above him to see Sunder, Horizon's new blade dash, glowing blue as a liquid-like energy clings to the blade, completely coating it. The toy, the golem says, seeing the sword floating on its own, but before he can reach out and grab it. The blade rushes toward him, coming down in a powerful slash. The golem raises an arm to block, and before the blade makes contact his rocky body glows golden for just a moment, reinforcing his body even more. Annoying, the golem says as he swats it away, not suffering more than a scratch from the blade. If you want to beat me you'll have to come down here yourself, my defense is rock solid. The sword strikes out a few more times, some of which were blocked, but none of which did damage to the golem. And after just a handful of clashes, the energy around the blade fades. Clang. With one final collision, the golem grabs the blade, but even the regular police officers and people watching at home could see that something was wrong. As if the blade slowed down for him to grab it. But this didn't make sense to them, after all, Horizon was controlling it via tact. The man who can rip cities from the earth wouldn't let his sword be so easily captured. Then the golem raised his trophy in victory, to show it to the world, and the last of the energy on the blade fell to the earth. And with it, the insulation keeping the positive charge of the blade away from the air. KRAKOOM. A lightning bolt descends from the heavens, so bright that it was easily visible in broad daylight as it hits the blade. It then travels through the golem, shattering it into pieces and leaving the unconscious human villain lying on the floor, surrounded by red-hot earth and charred grass. "I think he got our message, sir," one of the officers says to the sergeant as they watch the sword hover about the battlefield. "Yeah, I just hope he doesn't take it personally," the sergeant says as he orders some men to lock up the unconscious villain. Meanwhile, Mittani Tower, around Central Park. Sitting in his study, which at the moment is a completely sealed-off, blacked-out room with a hologram in the middle of it. A holographic projection of a single helical DNA strand, reached up like a twisted ladder, from floor to ceiling. Run simulation again, against new DNA samples collected from USA QUIRK database, alter string hashtag 18525-13, practical trials at 50 mm dosage. The hologram begins rotating as it processes Law's new request, all while he's looking at it with intensity from his glowing blue eyes. As it's processing, he raises his left hand, and warps Sentinel's eyeballs to float above his palm, moving in a circle for him to observe. After a few minutes, the room receives a priority notification, to which Law simply warps his phone into the room and hovers it beside him as some of the lights come on. "Need something?" Law asks as Nizu appears on his phone. "Can't I just be calling to check in on my precious student?" Nizu asks as Law's camera points toward the hologram. "What is that?" "A project I'm working on, but I could use more processing power, can you help?" "Not if you want it to be secure," Nizu says. The global web has a few nexus locations across the globe to help keep connections secure and efficient. UA happens to be one of those places, since it's the base for my supercomputer. "Where is the nearest one?" "Middle America," Nizu says. "But I can't secure that one, so anything you do, the government will get." "Are there any closer?" "You'd have to go to Europe, which would break your agreement with America, or Hawaii, which is technically an American location." "I guess I'll just deal with the slower speeds," Law sighs. "I just heard you had to be called by a police officer firing into the hotel they reserved for you. Dangerous." "Well, my 50-state license is there, but Mittani Tower is on the other end of Central Park, so luckily I couldn't get shot." "That doesn't answer my question," Nizu says. "What are you working on that takes so much of your focus, and demands that much computing power?" "Look at this," Law gestures, and the hologram changes, showing 3 strands of DNA. To the far left, the one he'd been working on, in the middle, a similar strange with thicker layers, like a reinforced ladder. And to the right, a strand with 4 helical pillars instead of 2, and in the middle is one pillar that they're all connected to as they twist toward the ceiling, heavily reinforced. "I don't even understand what I'm looking at," Nizu says. "Medicine isn't my expertise, remember." "I know, it's quite simple, at least easier to explain than apply." To the left, the basic DNA structure is of humans before the advent of quirks. This no longer exists since now even humans born with no quirk have the DNA structure to support quirks. That's why Deku didn't develop some kind of cancer when he got One for All, but it needs something to fill the gap in the quirk section of the DNA sequence. One for All did that, which activated his DNA fully, hence him now being able to regrow teeth like everyone else who was born with the quirk gene active. So the first one is extinct, which means the middle is the new normal human DNA, right? Close, it's more like regular animal DNA, Law says. Humans and animals alike all have reinforced quirk-capable DNA, anything without it died off centuries ago. This is the new normal for animal life on Earth. I see, and the final one, is that even DNA. It is, theoretically, Law says. Theoretically. In theory, that DNA sequence can support enough power to do anything. With the correct addition of quirks, enough power to fuel it, maybe the power of 100 nuclear reactors, the modern nuclear fusion ones, and mastery, it could do anything. Do anything. Even things I can't do, mess with space in ways I can't even begin to imagine, maybe even time, it's evolution perfected, Law says. At least according to our current understanding, I'm sure it still has room for improvement that I just can't imagine. Evolution perfected, how did you come up with this? A lot of studying, recent studying. The new data you pulled from those last few Nomu and Kurogiri a couple of weeks ago, this is what you've been doing with it, Nizu says. I thought you were trying to find a cure, but you were trying to solve the endgame for All for One, figure out what he was doing, right? Nomu can't be cured, Law says. If you rip apart Frankenstein's monster and return the pieces to their original owners, the monster dies. Worse, it ceases, Law says. Kurogiri is still in his catatonic state, but he can still hear and see. Eraser and Mike need to pull some power of friendship out of their ass and talk to him. Well, keep talking to him. It would be nice to have Oboro back, Nizu says. It'd be nice to have Kurogiri on our side, not to mention all the intel he has locked up in there. That too, I suppose, Nizu says. But about this third DNA strand, you think this is the end goal for All for One, right? He combines all the needed quirks, using One for All's immense energy to power it, and becomes a perfected life form. It's possible, but, Law hums as he considers the list of quirks he knows. I can't imagine him being able to pull that off even if he collected the mystery class quirk. That's just not how All for One works. What do you mean? All for One has the second DNA structure because it acts as a computer and the quirks are just files on it, and his physical and mental ability are the RAM. More files running, the more RAM used, the slower the entire thing moves. The theoretical DNA I came up with needs all quirks to constantly feed off of each other without delay or rest, a perpetual motion machine. Well, no, but as close as we can get to it. A hyper-efficient nuclear fusion reactor. What about the overhaul quirk? Nizu asks. If they somehow recovered a sample, could they do it, make this thing? God formula? Law asks. Accurate, but that name is a bit much. Law shrugs. Well, there is a reason this entire thing is just a theory anyway. I don't think even with All for One, he could pull this off. Yet you came up with it, because it's the answer. Law gestures again, and lines connect all three DNA structures. I'm trying to alter and transpose piece of his sequence onto another, to make a universal answer, but I need more data. A universal answer? Nizu asks. Your panacea. You're trying to come up with a template for the standard modern human genome so you can restore anyone to a healthy state. That's a tall task in a world of people with countless mutations. This is why I need the quirk databases from China and North Africa, but they're being difficult, Law says with slight frustration in his voice, then relaxes. But if they keep being difficult, I'll just offer it to every other country. Let's see how long those politicians survive when a nearly universal cure hits public markets and their people are the only ones without access to it. They'd be dead within a day. Not even the pro-heroes or military would protect them, Nizu says. You may have accidentally created the most powerful weapon of influence in the world. Not accidental, that's the original intent, Law says. The fact that it's medicine is a fortunate side effect. How kind of you, Nizu rolls his eyes, and as he does so the camera turns slightly to show Law. Why do you have two eyeballs floating in your palm? Oh, I took these from Sentinel to study how they transfer and convert energy. I'm almost done with them now. Can he? No, I temporarily blinded them so he can't see anything through them. I'll probably remember to fix that before returning them. Law. What? He's spending the rest of his life trapped in a metal coffin deep underground, not like he needs to see, it's just dark in there. You're ridiculous. In all the best ways, how have things been going in Japan anyway? Law asks. They've been a bit more busy and hectic, but I... Beep beep beep. Law's emergency alert interrupts Nizu. Answer, Law commands, and the room speakers connect to the call. Horizon, I need you. Star and Stripe's voice yells through the speakers. I'm flattered, but I'm a bit busy. Miami, now, I have a lead on Kelvin. She hangs up. Shit, I actually have to go deal with that, Law grumbles as he gets up, warping the eyeballs away as all the lights turn on. Have fun, try not to get melted, Nizu says as he hangs up. Shambles. Law's entire hero costume warps onto his body as he pockets his phone. Results inconclusive, cross-reference sequence variations required, his computer says as all the DNA holograms become red. Open collection tray, Horizon commands as he steps forward to where a desk rises from the ground, with a small glass case in the middle of it. Label project, title, The Formula for God. Label accepted, the computer says as the tray opens. Inserting sample 1835, version 2, Horizon says as he reaches forward, warping the glove of his left hand away before making a small cut into his finger, releasing a few drops of blood into the tray. The holograms immediately become blue as another God formula sample is accepted and studied. Reverse engineer sequence 15 to begin with. Solving the most basic illnesses is a good start before moving on to organ failure. Alert me of results immediately. Command accepted. The computer says as Horizon is about to warp away, but he stops. He considers the conversation is just had, and tries a new approach. Computer, insert one for all as a base sample, remove energy storage factor, focus processing power on, genetic transference, run tests using this as the new bridge. Command accepted. Alert me of all results in real time, Horizon says as he warps away. End chapter. Chapter 315, Chapter 314, Hot Trail. Chapter start. Shambles. Horizon appears just above a tree, swapped with a lone leaf in the wind, and looks down at the swampland below him. Walking through the air he takes a few steps forward, looking around under the blistering midday Florida sun to see sparse trees and tall grass between the countless pools of muddy water covering the area. You know, when you said Miami, I was thinking sand, waves, girls in bikinis, not this, Horizon says as he slowly descends to hover just an inch above a small barren island. Well, the city isn't that far away, Star says. She was standing directly atop the water, with another man just a bit older than her, standing beside her. He wore a fur-lined vest and long cargo pants with a knife on his left leg and a large pistol on his right hip. She's right, the man says. You can always go have some fun, after we get this work done, of course. Well, with you here this shouldn't take long, Horizon says as he walks over to them, still hovering an inch above the water instead of standing atop it like them. Thanks for the vote of confidence, but my nose isn't very useful right now, but that's not the first thing not to make sense today, especially after that. The man gestures forward, and ahead of them is a 300 m-9 30 feet wide circle of swampland that's entirely frozen. Water, land, trees, unfortunate animals and all, frozen solid. There were even some shattered birds atop the ice, broken from their fall after being flash frozen mid-flight. This is a top-level mission, Star says. My lips are sealed, the man says. So what can the Great Hound do for you? A villain, codenamed Kelvin, is on the loose. We need to get him under control before he does something like this to the public, Star says. Your nose can lock onto one scent and track it for hundreds of miles. We figured you'd be the best bet. If he's going into cities, cameras might be more useful, Great Hound says. Honestly, with facial and gait recognition software, I'm mostly used in more rural areas or defined bodies, or unique animals. Tech won't work on this guy, Horizon says. Star neglected to mention that he was the head of a CIA death squad that had a disagreement with the government. He knows how to avoid all the tricks in their book. Star glares at him, but Great Hound doesn't seem bothered by being left in the dark about this. Normally Horizon wouldn't be so casual with this information, but Great Hound is former Special Forces. Well, that explains why there's a secret base under there with a lot of dead people in it, Great Hound says, pointing to the ice. Star sighs. This underground lab was a training facility. Are you sure there are no survivors? Frost burnt to the heart, all of them, Great Hound says. But it does make sense. Most prisoners who escape usually run to where they feel most at home. If this was his base, they should have expected him to come knocking. They did, but he wasn't this strong when he got locked up, Star says. Can you really not get any scent from him? Horizon asks. Sorry, Great Hound stops as he turns to Horizon, then looks down at Horizon's feet. I think you made some friends. Horizon looks down to see two large alligators sleeping at his feet, and sighs. Ignore it, he says while stepping over them, only for them both to rush over to his new spot and resume their nap at his feet. Right, well, as I was saying, Great Hound turns back to the frozen underground base. He was obviously here, but it's like his scent doesn't exist. Maybe he's using the same trick you use. Who? Horizon. Star asks. Yeah, his suit is sealed, right, that's why I can't smell him. Great Hound gestures to Horizon. It's a bit more complicated than just that, but sure, Horizon says. After Hound Dog revealed that weakness in my setup, I resolved it. Star turns to the frozen area and taps her chin. Should we just excavate the base hole, or maybe just melt it to find some clues while it's in there? I'm just here to help track, Great Hound says. Ripping entire military bases out of the ground is above my pay grade. Moving the base isn't a good idea, Horizon says. The way his quirk works means the entire thing is too brittle. What does that mean? Great Hound asks. Kelvin is a codename. His real name was deleted from all records when he joined, Horizon says. His quirk allows him to control, absorb, or transfer thermodynamic energy to either extreme. If that's true, then... Great Hound reaches down for a floating piece of wood and picks it up, then gently tosses it onto the ice. The piece of wood immediately freezes and shatters upon impact. Yeah, definitely above my pay grade, he says with a concerned look. No wonder they sent you too. He can get anything he touches to absolute zero or absolute heat. Honestly, I'm just here for the investigation part, Horizon says. If a certain someone would figure out more detective-style applications of her quirk, I could be back in New York getting work done. TCH, Star side-eyes him. Hand of God is supposed to see everything, so go see some clues for us. I already found one. It's that way. Horizon points to the far side of the marshland before warping away. Both the alligators seem annoyed that he left before swimming away from both pro-heroes. So he controls animals? Great Hound asks as they walk over to Horizon. No, Star says. They don't really see us as people, I suppose. We're more like part of nature, but it's a lot stronger with him than with me. Ah, I see, Great Hound says. So, how's Agpar? He's back in LA, but I've been trying to convince him to get to New York to see Horizon. Just to meet him, or, for the miracle doctor side. I think it's about time he got them back. Enough with this crap about punishing himself. Well, I don't know either of you well enough to comment on that, but he seems like a good man, Great Hound says. He is, Star says as they arrive at Horizon. So, what's the clue? Greathound asks as they arrive a few hundred meters away at a small broken-down dock connected to a dirt road out of the marshlands. I can pick some sense but, too many people, which is why I was looking over there. Looks like people come here to fish pretty often. Here, Horizon points to a pair of muddy footprints in the ground. These are fresh, and the bigger ones are cold, even under the sun. Kelvin, Star, says. And the person he was talking to, a hostage, someone we can at least track. He must have either kidnapped this man or stolen his car, that gives us a scent trail. No, not a hostage, an ally. Look, Horizon crouches down and both the heroes do the same. Kelvin's boots were moving back and forth, but not getting off the ground. He was excited about something judging by the way they got deeper. But the other guy was just standing still, at least until they started walking. A friend. Or at least a temporary ally, Horizon says as he points farther up the dirt road. Farther up the new guy overtakes Kelvin while they walk away, then eventually starts walking in reverse, like he's talking to a friend he's familiar with, before they leave the road and cut through the grass closer to the main road ahead. So they were both excited about whatever they're planning, Greathound says. Well, I can only imagine one thing Kelvin would be excited about after years in lockup. Which means his ally must share a goal, he wants revenge too, Star says. I'll make some calls and try to figure out who they'd want dead. The CIA is always difficult to get any information from, but they won't refuse me. You'll likely have to go get a hard copy of the files, so we'll stay on the trail, Horizon says. And I've got a hit, Greathound says. It continues for just about 100 miles north, then things get tricky, we should go there first. Alright, let's get out of here, Star. I'll catch up when I've got something, remember, no talking about any of this over comms, she says before rocketing into the sky. Can you estimate where on the map we should warp to for you to keep the scent? Horizon asks. Sure, Greathound takes out his phone and looks at that map, but as he does so he can't help but ask. So, animals like you. It's a bit more complicated than that, but yeah, sure. End chapter. Chapter 316, Chapter 315, Shadow Networks. Chapter start. Walking to the edge of a forest area, Horizon and Greathound stop at the tree line and look toward the massive open field ahead. The entire clearing was cut low with only one structure in the middle, a 5-story armored building with large hangar doors on the front. So this is where the scent is leading? Horizon asks. You sure? Yeah, this is it, Greathound says. It's strong in the building but, there, he points to the far end of the field. It's too to the air over there, the bad weather recently scattered it too much but if we get far enough in that direction I can pick it up again. Yeah, they'd likely be in the direction they took off in, this clearing isn't long enough for a plane, so they used a helicopter, Horizon says. It's just a shame the guy in there wasn't the target, would have made this a lot easier. Greathound follows Horizon as he steps into the clearing and begins walking to the building. I only smell one person inside, but, this faint, Greathound takes a long sniff of the air as they continue walking, and draws both his knife and pistol. It's faint, and smells metallic. Yeah, I can sense him, whatever the hell it is, Horizon says as they stand 100 feet away from the building. How does that work anyway? My sensory ability is scan, think of it like echolocation, but it works for a few dozen miles around me at once, Horizon says. Damn, and I thought my nose was impressive. It is, but I can effectively see everything all at once. In fact, when we arrived here I immediately sensed him, but he's got nowhere to go. And you were hoping for him to call for help so we could track the call, since we must have triggered their alarm system in the forest. Yeah, but he didn't call for him, weird. He probably knew it wouldn't matter, Greathound says. Yeah, that's fair, after all, the large hangar doors begin to creak and crumple as they're ripped off their supports by tact. I am here. ARHHH, leaping out of the building is a 15 feet -5 m tall robot, aiming a punch directly at Horizon. Antibacterial curtain. A dome barrier forms around him and Greathound, and the large humanoid robot slams into it and comes to a stop. ARGH, the robot continues to slam its hammer-like fists into the barrier while both men simply look up at it. My god, he's in there, Greathound says. But why do I smell blood? Not a robot, or a exosuit, Horizon says. It's connected to him, he's a cyborg. Like you. Do you know him? While the villain is hammering at the barrier, Horizon turns toward Greathound. Firstly, I'm not a cyborg, and secondly, that must have been racist. Do you think all people in wheelchairs know each other? Well, no. Whatever, let's just deal with this guy, Horizon says. Warp him out of there. Can't, he's fused to it, so they're one being right now, Horizon says. Warping him out is like trying to warp only your leg off your body. Well. I'm just making sure I don't accidentally rip away any life support systems, Horizon says. I'm not very tech inclined so I'm double checking the components. Greathound puts his weapons away as the barrier drops. The villain brings both hands down to crush the heroes, but neither man reacts as the limbs freeze. The sound of metal tearing and creaking echoes through the clearing before the limbs of the cyborg shatter into pieces and are launched to either side, held in the air. Great Hound flinches as the blood-curdling scream of the man within the chest rings out, and a moment later the chest plate is torn away and crumpled to the side. And now only the torso area hovers before them, with a man who has no limbs and much of his organs, along with a piece of his head, replaced by metal components. Power cell. Great Hound says. What happened to you? The cyborg just groans and twitches as pain racks his body. You know him? Horizon asks. He was a pro hero a while back, but a bad run-in with a villain left him in pieces. I haven't heard about him in years. Well, looks like someone promised him a chance to get back into the action and escape for his loyalty, Horizon says. We need to get info from him. Maybe he has some kind of data drive. No, Horizon says. I recognize this tech, it's from Tech. Tech? Those people are real. Yeah, that shadow group sent someone to attempt stealing a device from Japan a year ago. They also made the phone nuclear football that Sentinel had, and now this suit. This tech also looks similar to what's been popping up a lot more in Brazil, Chile, some parts of Europe, and India. What the hell is going on? That's what I've been trying to figure out, Horizon says. But since these things auto-burn data before conflicts, we'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. Great Hound is confused for a moment, until Horizon reaches forward and Power Cell's heart is quickly extracted. Great Hound stumbles back and Power Cell takes a while to register exactly what just happened. Power Cell, I need to know who you're working for, and who did this to you. Power Cell glares at Horizon. I'd be dead without them, so do what you must. Yeah, talks tough at the start, Horizon says. But you'd be amazed at how much suffering humans can withstand. Then to the horror of both men, Horizon crushes the heart in his hand, all while releasing booster shot to repair it immediately. 10 minutes later. While Horizon and Great Hound were searching the building and scouring all the data stored there, Star lands softly outside and lets herself in. Both men glance over to her as they continue piecing together supply routes, finding clues as to where exactly Kelvin could have been transported to. Is that a cyborg outside? Star asks as she waves around a folder. I thought you were the only one. I'm not a cyborg, but he is. It's Power Cell, Great Hound says. Damn, they made him so ugly I didn't even recognize him. Any progress? Some, Horizon says. This facility was used to assemble and distribute drones, not that we could find any schematics for them or even some spare parts here. They cleaned up good, Great Hound says. But some of the shipping manifests to overseas are here, probably as blackmail against Tech, or whatever other group was using the drones. How many countries? Star asks. Damn near all of them, Horizon says. Seems like they've probably got a way to get Kelvin across the border a lot easier than we expected. We're checking records and the new intel to narrow down the search, and we're waiting for a report of helicopters that were in this area lately. So Tech is real, and they commissioned a swarm of drones, Star wonders as she taps her chin. Or did they manufacture the drones for sale overseas? Either way, it is a problem. Yeah, and what did you get? Horizon asks. Classified CIA files, Star hands him the folder. Or more accurately, files that don't even exist. Kelvin wasn't just a powerful hitman, he was the guy they used to train the current generation of specialist agents they have. He even trained some Army Special Forces too. Damn, so why'd he turn? Horizon asks as he reads the file, then gets to the latest pages. Oh, damn. Yeah, they did experiments to amplify his quirk, but they had the unfortunate effect of making him damn near living energy. Which is why he had no scent, Great Hound says. It also means he must be wearing some kind of suit to contain himself. That'll be hard to hide. It would be, if they didn't destroy all evidence of his existence, including pictures, Star says. But I did get a lead, retired Army General Birch. What about him? Great Hound asks. He was head of the military lab that ran the experiment. Kelvin tried to kill him when he realized what the side effect was. So he'll probably try again. Where is Birch now? Horizon asks. The Bahamas, family vacation, Star says. He'll be back in a few days, and I'm sure Kelvin already knows that and will be waiting. So we have our bait, now we just need to figure out where to spring the trap, Horizon says. I think we should alert the colonel first, that way we can avoid this conflict happening somewhere populated like the airport. It doesn't matter where it happens if both of us are there, Horizon says. We shouldn't contact Birch, just in case Kelvin is listening in somehow. We can't just use a person as bait, risking their life and the lives of everyone around them like that. It's the best course of action we have, Horizon says. We just have to watch and wait for Kelvin to get impatient. Assuming we're right about him wanting revenge, Great Hound says. He'll come for Birch, Horizon says. The men cost him his body, he wants him dead more than anything, and that'll make him sloppy. I still think we should contact the colonel, Star says before looking to Greyhound. Well. Me, he asks. Break the tie, I'm sure either way we can keep civilians safe, but it simply doesn't morally sit right with me to use a person as bait like this. Well, Greyhound considers it for a moment. I think Horizon is right, but it is super dangerous. Then it's a good time both of us are here. End chapter. Chapter 317, Chapter 316, Precious Cargo. Chapter start. Sitting in the cargo hangar of AC-500 Stratofortress, a military cargo plane, retired Army General Samuel Birch idly does a crossword puzzle in a book he brought along. On the seat beside him is his suitcase, hastily packed after his family vacation was cancelled. The vacation he was still dressed for in cargo shorts and a blue floral shirt. He was an older Caucasian man, almost 70 years old, with a head of white hair and a third eye on his forehead. Just as he's about to finish the crossword puzzle, his phone rings. He groans while answering. Every time, really, he sets down the puzzle book and pen on the seat beside him. This time I think interrupting your puzzle is justified, his daughter says through the phone. You got taken away by a bunch of soldiers, the kids are scared, Dad, what's going on? It's nothing for you to worry about, my dear, just tell them Grandpa's friends needed help with something, that's all it is. Right, she says. And for the people who are old enough to know what kind of things your old friends do. The man sighs, look, I can't say anything over the phone. Soldiers are stationed around but we have no reason to believe any of you are in trouble. Just enjoy the extended vacation and let me deal with this, all right? The woman takes a deep breath, attempting to appear calm. All right, and when should this be over? Don't worry, between Horizon and Star, it'll be done soon. Both of them. I thought you said it was nothing to worry about. It is nothing, just try to relax, let your dad handle things, as I always do. The woman gives a tired exhale, fine, just don't forget to call so we know you're all right. I'll call when I can, he says before hanging up. His puzzle book is then held in front of him which he casually accepts, thank you. The man continues to work on the same puzzle for a moment. Chance, that's the answer. Horizon's slightly mechanical voice startles the man. Oh God, the man drops the book which Horizon catches and clutches his chest. You could have given me another heart attack with that stunt. Then it's a good thing I'm me, so you'd have been fine, Horizon says. How did you even get here? Don't you have to swap with something? I did, you're over the mainland now, I was waiting en route, and you'd be surprised how many pebbles are in this cargo hold. Right, well I suppose I should introduce myself, I'm Samuel Birch, former 5-star General of the United States Army, the man extends his hand. Horizon shakes his hand, Horizon, I wish I could say we were meeting under better circumstances, I imagine with your specialty, I would have likely worked for you. I'd imagine so, Samuel says. I helped train one mystery-class QUIRK user, but as powerful as she is, you're special. Horizon sees a glint of genuine curiosity in the man's eyes. I wouldn't go as far as saying that, Horizon says. But we would have done incredible things, after all, your specialty was finding interesting ways to train and apply QUIRKs for military use. But sadly, none of them could ever reach the level of control your QUIRK provides, the entire world doing everything you wanted to. What's it like? The man smiles, trying and failing to comprehend the idea of such power. If anything, it makes you realize how many people you share the world with, Horizon says. But at the same time, you also feel completely alone, because only you can understand yourself. The man smiles, yeah, I figured as much, there must be a lot of tears behind that visor. Then I guess it's a good thing it's one way, Horizon says jokingly. Now, can we get to business? Gladly, I've been kept in the dark aside from the fact that Kelvin somehow escaped the containment unit I built for him. How was that possible? It wasn't, he was let out, by a hacker, Horizon says. That's impossible, that system was on an isolated server, you'd have to go to the facility physically to even get access to it. Well, Tech managed. Tech, the men look surprised. They're real. Do we have proof? It's a working theory, some telepaths are ripping data out of a prisoner we got, but from the looks of it Kelvin was released for a reason we don't understand. What do you mean? Well, why break out a top-level killer, then just let him be free and not under your control, if anything he's supposed to be a distraction, Horizon explains. But, this is America, Star is here, so the moment he meets her, he goes back into a box, which is why it makes no sense. If you have something to ask, just ask, Birch says. What was he really? Horizon asks. He was listed as a wet work agent for the CIA, but even their off-network files don't track any of his missions, all the way to the Oval Office, so what was he, really? That is still classified, and even if you had the clearance, I'm not telling a foreign combatant this information, the man narrows his eyes at Horizon. Horizon sighs, fine, be that way. I'll just have them turn this plane around so you can rejoin your family. What? I don't like working with uncooperative people. Good luck with regular soldiers defending you and your family. You wouldn't, the man narrows his eyes at Horizon. Oh, but you know I would. Horizon leans forward slightly. You're still the top army specialist when it comes to taking down people with difficult quirks, even retired. They must have called you in for some advice about me, given you my physiological profile. Well, what do you think I'll do? The man stares into Horizon's visor for a moment, then leans back. For the record, I advise them to keep you as far away from our borders as possible, Samuel Birch says. Whatever you are under that visor, it ain't a hero, certainly not the next All Might, maybe the next All for One, but probably worse, right? They share a tense moment, then Horizon laughs and relaxes in his seat. Damn, you really are good at your job. Yes, but unlike those people, you can be bought, which is good for us, bad for poorer countries. True, you people have the most money, but some things are more valuable than that, Horizon says. Now, about Kelvin. First, what's your plan? Well, this military escort takes you to a base just past Miami. We land there and lay a trap for him. Simple and effective, Horizon says. I don't doubt either of you could easily crush anyone, aside from each other, but the method of capture isn't the problem, Birch says. If he knows either of you are there, he won't show up, assuming he'll even hit an army base. His quirk, thermodynamics, how strong is it? It was worthless, Birch explains. His quirk can't be harnessed without technology. We had a machine built to allow him to release and direct his energy. See, he was never really a hitman. Already knew that, Horizon says. Quirk control devices, 4. Energy sector development, Birch says. The man was capable of absorbing and manipulating thermodynamic energy at a subatomic level, absolute zero and absolute heat at his fingertips, in theory. And in practice? He was just a big battery, could take in energy but too slowly for it to matter, and couldn't release it before the device we built for him. Then, we figured out a way to make batteries out of other things. They could then act like a perfectly clean nuclear power plant. Sound familiar? The new geokinetics project, that's him. He was the answer. How to use the energy the Earth generates from its rotation to power cities. He was the medium we studied, and when we learned he could release that energy into certain specially made alloys to hold the charge for a later use, we put him to work on that as well. So he's the reason humanity has enough power to last thousands of years, without a drop of environmental damage. And what did he get for it? Birch asks. Turned into living energy due to excessive experimentation. Shit luck if I've ever seen it. You must have figured out how to weaponize his energy. How hard will that be for him, on his own? The most difficult component is his quirk. It takes so much energy and he can't gain any more in his current form, only use his stockpile until it's done. Which will kill him. Sadly, but the materials won't be that hard for someone like him to get. What you really need is to track the containment suit, Birch explains. It's got a special energy signature that should be unique outside of a nuclear fusion reactor. Give me the data, I'll send it to the satellites, Horizon says. After sending the data to the satellites, Horizon gets up and starts walking about the hangar. So, what kind of combat applications does Kelvin's quirk have? Before his current form, none, but now, he can freely release energy at the cost of his stockpile, which is his lifespan. So super strength and energy projection to a high degree, Horizon says. And if he takes off that suit, regular physical attacks won't be able to hit him. Such a pain. That will also make his stockpile decay, Birch says. Star will be better at handling him. I'll just play babysitter. Horizon draws his blade and aims it at the wall of the plane. I'll have her meet us somewhere at the airport. Airport. I thought we were going to the base. Nah, he'd never hit a military base, he's too well trained for that, but you suddenly needed to make an emergency landing at an airport 2 hours away is good enough bait. He should be in the area checking out the base either way. What AR? Tact. Suddenly a small draft begins in the sealed hangar as the entire plane trembles. What the hell is wrong with you? They could have just faked the landing. Birch hastily clips his seatbelt back on. Modern sensors are too good, and he'll probably hack into them. Better to be safe than sorry. Horizon laughs as he puts his blade away. You're crazy. That's why this works. Don't worry, we don't need all the engines to make it to the airport. Elsewhere. Sitting in an empty warehouse at a small desk is a man wearing a full-body gray body glove, covering everything from head to toe, even his eyes. He types away on a computer as the radio beside him begins receiving a transmission. This is Bravo Actual with Precious Cargo. We have a critical engine failure and are requesting a runway for an emergency landing, ETA 43 minutes. Bravo Actual, this is ATC, runway 12 will be open for you to land, sending navigation data now. Copy ATC, the pilot says. The hum of energy vibrating, shaking the air, flows through the warehouse as the tall, lanky figure raises his head. Airport, might not need bomb, less dead innocents, but, in case, he gets up, walks over to a truck at the other end of the warehouse, and opens the back. Inside is a large metal cube with a few devices attached, and the man casually hops into the trailer and puts a hand on the cube. Just, in case, he removes the glove part of his containment suit to expose his right hand. It appeared a translucent glowing purple, instead of a skeleton being visible within. His nervous system itself was outlined, but constantly shifting and flowing in a bright white. As he touched the cube, the device began beeping, warning him, "Stabilization good, set dead men timer to 50 minutes, the man says as the timer begins to count down. "I'll GPS lock it when I get into position," he says while pouring more and more energy into the cube, causing it to glow bright purple from the inside out, starting at the core. End chapter. Chapter 318, Chapter 317, High Energy Beings. Chapter start. There it is, shouldn't be long now, Star says. Standing atop the air traffic control tower at the airport, she and Horizon watch as the massive military cargo plane lands with most of its engines smoking. "See, told you it could make it," Horizon says. "Those things can glide for a while with minimum lift." "Yes, but you could have at least stayed on the plane, you know, in case it starts falling from the sky," Star says. Busy, Horizon taps his visor. The satellites track two things matching the material composition we needed, but still difficult to pick them out of the crowd. "How is that possible? I thought you could find anything within like 1,000 miles. "Not that far, and not that simple," Horizon says. "Detecting energy is hard, light is tougher, and telling them apart is a nightmare, and this guy just blends in with everything." Horizon taps the side of his visor a few more times, flipping through security cameras in the airport. "Well, this is his chance, so he'll show himself soon enough," Star says as Birch and the soldiers escorting him begin moving from the plane to the convoy parked on the runway. "And I got him, there," Horizon points to the middle of the building, an observation deck overlooking the runway. "All right, warp him to a safe place so I can talk to him." "On it," Horizon says, then goes silent for a few seconds. "Fuck." "What do you mean, fuck?" "Can't warp him." "What do you mean you can't warp him?" "I mean, I've never had to move anything this complex before," Horizon says. He and his containment suit, it's like the energy between the material stretches them into individual particles and the energy holds them together. So warping him is like having to move the Sahara grain by grain, at least before it became a forest, Star grumbles. "You know, if your quirk was actually warping and not transposing, we wouldn't be having this problem." "Mine is better, just never experienced something like this before," Horizon says. "Oh, but I found something else, there," he points to the other side of the airport. "Be specific." "Car park, truck, in the trailer, unstable material like his suit loaded in the back, but a lot more dense than his suit." "You deal with that in aisle." Star and Stripe's words stop as Kelvin rockets through the airport window and flies toward the convoy. Star immediately jumps off the rooftop. "New order, I can freely move through the atmosphere." She leaves a sonic boom in her wake that causes Horizon to take a few steps back, and by the time he steadies himself, she's already intercepting Kelvin. "Birch." Kelvin's voice echoes through the area, hitting almost every frequency, disrupting all signals, and breaking every window in the airport. "He's here." Birch yells as he covers his ears, seeing Kelvin flying toward him before raising a fist. "Help." Kelvin fires a blast of purple energy, and as he does so, his entire containment suit glows for just a moment. Before the blast could hit its target, Star intercepts it, grabbing it with her right hand. "New order, I can contain any thermodynamic energy I make contact with." She holds the energy blast in her hand like a glowing baseball, while landing on the runway, since she had to deactivate her flight command. "I need to be careful with this guy, he can fly, which gives him the advantage," Star thinks. "My main command keeps my transformation up, so I'll just alternate between mobility and being able to contain his energy with the other one." While in theory, this situation should happen often, considering she's always had the limit of 2 commands, because of how powerful New Order is, she rarely even needs more than just her transformation command. "Move." Kelvin demands as the soldiers rush Birch to the convoy, but Star stays planted in his path. "Kelvin, you don't have to do this," Star says as she throws the captured energy blast into the air. It easily clears the atmosphere and dissipates harmlessly. "Are you here to kill me?" Kelvin asks. "They sent you to hide their mistake." "No, I'm not even here to fight you," Star says, raising her hands in surrender. "I'm here to help you." "Help me." Kelvin relaxes, descending to stand on the runway. "Why?" "Because that's what heroes do, they help people," Star says. "Altiste, that's what they should do, especially people like you." "Like me?" "You're a good man, do you remember who you are?" "I am." He looks down at his hands and stumbles back, confused. "Kelvin, from Lab Number 32, Energy Division." Star's gaze softens at that. "Well, Kelvin, you helped the entire world, and it's not fair what happened to you, I'm here to help." "Birch," Kelvin shakes his head. "Birch said I could help, he left me in a box, so dark. And now I'm here to help you," Star says. And I have a friend who can help you. We can figure out a way to restore your body, but we need time. We need you to let us help you. A friend. A miracle, Star says. His name is Horizon. You were already locked away before he became public, but he. The doctor, from the news, Kelvin says. Yes. Star smiles, seeing some progress. We can help you, if you let us. Kelvin nods eagerly. Yes, after I kill Birch, he immediately turns to fly after the convoy, but by the time he turns, Star is already in his way again. Sorry, but I can't let you kill anyone. That's not how we do things. Birch, the liar, must die. Star sighs. I know he broke your trust, and you didn't deserve this, but we don't kill in cold blood. Revenge isn't justice. Kelvin stumbles back, as if trying to process this was painful for him. No, Birch dies. He must. Killing Birch is everything. Star frowns and lowers her hands. I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. Fine. Kelvin seemingly takes one step forward, and as his foot touches the ground, energy surges through his suit once more. But this time, it spreads through the runway beneath them, a purple ripple effect carrying massive thermodynamic energy, affecting all the matter it touches. The earth beneath them becomes energy-rich glowing purple lava, bubbling on the surface. Star immediately realizes what's going on and rushes forward, grabbing him with blinding speeding and jumping into the air. She leaves a sonic boom in her wake, and after clearing the lowest cloud level glances back to see the attack only spread for a few dozen meters. Horizon. I see it, Horizon says as she sees the chunk of energy-rich Earth free itself from the planet and rockets into the sky before exploding. Everything he touches becomes a bomb. Careful. Yeah, I noticed, Star says while turning her focus back to the men in her arms that had rivers of purple energy flowing through them, trying to do the same thing to her. Fortunately, her transformation is comparable to the physical stats of Prime All Might, short of it by just a hair, but capable of surpassing even his power if she doesn't split her focus between two commands. I don't want to fight you. Star tosses him away as she shrugs off the energy trying to destroy her, then activates her flight command once again. Then don't fight me, just move, Kelvin says. Revenge is everything. Star glares at him. I really thought you would have listened to reason. I'm sorry it came to this. Before her words can even register, she's already behind Kelvin with a strong right. Don't break his suit. Horizon yells through her communicator. Star pulls her punch and instead palms the back of his head, and shakes him like a rattle while flying higher, into the overcast sky. No brain to rattle. Kelvin inhumanly twists his body and punches her in the face with his entire right arm glowing. The entire sky, along with the surrounding regions on the ground, shakes, as a blinding purple light outshines the sun above. As the purple light fades, all the clouds are gone, along with Star and Stripe. Kelvin begins falling for a moment before steadying himself in the air. Too much power, he says, realizing over half of his remaining lifespan was in that one attack. Birch, he turns toward the earth, toward the military base in the distance where his target is going, then flies off. As he's flying, high above, just outside of Earth's orbit, Star and Stripe floats unconsciously. A few seconds later she startles awake. Guh, she immediately shuts her mouth, feeling extremely cold as the moisture on her is flash frozen in space, then looks around. Wow, it's beautiful up here, she thinks while observing the earth, then touches her face, feeling a sore bruise on her cheek. That's a first, now to get back in the fight. She wills herself to move forward, only to continue drifting in place. Oh, right, no atmosphere to move through, so. New order, I can freely move through three-dimensional space. She feels her energy taxed slightly more than usual as her body isn't used to this command. This would decrease with familiarity. But she realizes this command, as suspected, even after mastery would constantly drain more energy than her previous flight command. But casting those thoughts aside she races back into the fight, truly flying. She closes in at 10,000 kilometers per hour, just slightly over Mach 8, which is her maximum allowed in-atmosphere, legal travel speed. Don't kill him, Horizon says through her communicator, ask him about the bomb. What bomb? She immediately slows down after reaching within a few miles of Kelvin, just outside of the airport. The one I'm working on, just be quick, the timer only has a few minutes left. Kelvin. Star screams as she collides with him, careful not to crack his suit as she spins and throws him back toward the sky. How do we disable the bomb? Arg. Kelvin doesn't even bother to answer, simply turning to the earth below and firing another blast. Star looks at where it's going, and sees he's aiming at an empty bridge. He wants to destroy the convoy's route. Fine, he'll have to get past me anyway and that's not happening. She rushes toward him and holds his hands together. The bomb, how do we disable it? You don't. Kelvin begins overloading his suit causing cracks to appear in the entire thing. No. Star rushes toward the edge of space with him as the suit shatters and explodes. Another purple light outshines everything in the sky, but before the energy can ripple out and disturb the people below, Star changes her command and captures it. trapping it like a sentient baseball in her hands. No! Kelvin screams from his new prison as she raises her hand, holding him close to her face. I can still see him in there, maybe we can still save him, she thinks before flying back to the airport. Moments later. Star lands in the airport parking area to see a crowd gathered at the gate, but she simply goes to where Horizon is, standing behind a truck. Did you disarm it? Star asks. Nope, take a look, Horizon says as he opens the back, where she sees a 5 feet wide glowing purple cube. We should have everyone evacuate, Star says. Can't you just disable it with your quirk? Horizon asks. Not while I'm holding him, she shakes Kelvin for him to see, then looks at him in her grasp. How do we disable it? The silent treatment, very helpful, Horizon grumbles. Just drop your transformation and disable the bomb. I can't. Why not? Because I just can't, alright. Fine, Horizon raises his hands in surrender. Well, if we try to move it, the GPS lock on it will set it off, but the longer it stays put the stronger the blast. Why didn't you warp everyone away? Star asks. I figured you'd snap your fingers and get rid of it, like you're refusing to do right now, that's why. It's complicated, so drop it, she grows out. Fine, I'll deal with it, just don't ask any questions. Horizon walks over to the bomb and cups his hands together. Star feels his quirk deactivate, the tingly sensation of Hand of God no longer moving across her body. What the hell is he doing deactivating his Ka? Her mind goes black as she instinctively takes a few steps back, almost falling out of the trailer as Horizon gathers energy toward his hands. Then between his cupped hands, a small translucent blue sphere forms and grows. He stretches his arms out, over the bomb, and it seamlessly seems to phase through the bomb and continue expanding, and when the entire bomb is in the middle of it. The sphere becomes a slightly darker blue, glowing bright, and instantly hardens, cutting through the trailer and the ground below to completely seal itself. That's new. Star mutters as Horizon stumbles back, only for her to steady him. Yeah, which is why it's not efficient, and is so damn draining. Horizon struggles to speak, leaning against the wall of the trailer. As she's about to ask another question, the bomb detonates, with enough power to make a crater the size of Manhattan Island, yet they can't feel it. They couldn't even hear it, the only way they could tell it went off was the bright purple light shining from within the barrier. As the light dims and fades away, Star shakes the surprise away to collect her thoughts. And I thought you were scary before, Star says. Was that your awakening? Part of it, still needs a lot of work, this barrier won't hold for much longer, Horizon says as they walk to the back of the trailer, to see the oblivious masses taking pictures of them. What happened to Kelvin? Star and Stripe raises her hand to show her prisoner, or what was left of him. When the bomb failed he stopped holding himself together, seems revenge is all that was fueling him. I can't imagine what a miserable life that was. Horizon says as he sits in the back of the trailer, trying to catch his breath. Star sits beside him, gently waving to the adoring public as she whispers, will you be alright? Yeah, I'm just so hungry. I know a great seafood place not too far from here, how about it? Yeah, let's go eat. End chapter. Chapter 319, Chapter 318, Finding Tech. Chapter start. June 30th, Horizon's penthouse, New York City. Are you sure we aren't missing anything? Nizu asks as he's typing away on the other side of the screen as Horizon paces through the living room of his penthouse. I combed over everything that fits their usual style and this is it, Horizon says. So they stole that device from David Shield, which we recovered before it could leave Japan. And they sacrificed an android that's beyond anything even you've built until now to do it, which means they don't value the tech as much as the rest of the world. An android that I couldn't hack into before the computers inside melted, Nizu reminds him. Then what else? They created the phone nuclear football for Sentinel, which luckily didn't get used. But again, nobody could hack into it before it self-destructed, so another dead end. Until recently, right, a few weeks ago. Yeah, the same day we dealt with Kelvin, an energy efficiency research lab in Argentina was hit, along with a data uplink center in India, hacked like it was nothing and the manpower was handled by local villains given advanced tech in response. All of these things point to a big antenna of some kind. Yes, but, if they broke Kelvin out for the reason I'm guessing, to get access to their own thermodynamic reactors, they're probably trying to build more than just an antenna, Horizon says. Especially since Russia's DED system was compromised a few months ago. Well, the direct energy defense system powered by one of Kelvin's reactors could create a weapon of immense power, but that power signature would be impossible to hide. Which means either they figured out how to hide it or they haven't built it yet, Horizon says. What would they even need the antenna for? It feels like they're already in damn near every computer in the world. True, and an antenna of all things would make the signals flowing through the air easier to track via certain systems or quirks, Nizu says. If they want to reach the entire world like we believe, there wouldn't be anything else projecting and absorbing that much data at once. Not to mention the device they build, even with modern tech, would be massive, that won't be easy to hide, Horizon says. They also need a fast uplink point, that's mandatory if we're right about them wanting to control the entire global web. Yes, but people have swept every data nexus around the world, and we've got people stationed there more than usual, they didn't find anything. Which nexus has the most security? Technically the one here in America, just outside Houston, Horizon says. I've reviewed the security on all of them, and not only is that one deep under a massive Air Force base, it's also the headquarters for Star and Stripe, attacking it would be suicide. True, especially while you're in America, Nizu says. And the weakest? India, the city is too close and has too many people, attacking it would be easiest, Horizon says. What about UA? The UA nexus is secure and safe. I've been keeping a careful eye on this access point since David left last year. Having him around made maintaining the UA system so much easier. Right, well this still leaves us in a position where all we can do is wait and respond to whatever they do, Horizon sighs. They're either building a massive cannon, a computer of some kind, or both. Or a giant robot, Nizu says. Nah, that's not their style, they never do direct confrontations like that. Whatever tech wants, it's probably something like threatening to take down every global network if we don't pay a few billion or something. That would be in line with what previous hacker groups were aiming for, Nizu says. The only difference is this one may be capable of pulling it off. Yeah, but we need more data. Any ideas? Yeah, I think I have one that will work, I'll call you back if I get any leads. Alright, good luck, Nizu ends the call. Horizon quickly finds another number and begins calling. It's just past midnight in Japan but, he's probably up still, he says as the call connects to his TV. Hiya. Mina Ashido appears on the screen. What the hell? Horizon looks down at his phone, seeing Juzo's number on the call. Why do you have Juzo's phone? I thought you were dating the brick. Ew, gross, Mina scrunched her face. Kirishima is like a brother to me. Yikes, Horizon says as he takes in the background behind her. Are you in my kitchen, in Horizon Tower? Yeah, everyone is here. Juzo's phone is charging in the kitchen. I came to get more snacks before heading back to the pool, Mina says as she leans the phone against something so he can see her searching the cabinets. Right, whatever, take the phone to Juzo. Gotcha, just giving me 1 second, Mina says as she bends over, giving him a view of her bikini-clad body. This is important, Mina, Horizon says. So are my snacks, I could have sworn I saw chips down here somewhere, Mina says. Well, at least you're giving me a nice view to pass the time, Horizon chuckles. Is everyone in the tower? Just all the Hero Corps students from our year, Mina says as she finds the chips. And I hope you appreciated the view, you're the only one that's gotten to see me from that angle, she winks playfully before grabbing the phone. Aw, someone has a crush on me. Ew. Ouch. I just figured you've already seen all of us naked, Mina says as she moves about the kitchen. Ciro says you keep a stash of foreign snacks here, where? Top cabinet, near the fridge, Horizon says. Thanks. And why the hell do you think I've seen all of you naked? Your quirk, can't you see everything all the time? Well, you just appear as outlines in black and white, and I chose how specific I want to be. People's anatomy is usually a blur unless I'm studying them. Well, you studied me. Your DNA, not your assets. Ah, and here I thought I was getting some sexy, rich, superhero, doctor, boyfriend. She feigned sadness before gathering all the snacks and the phone, and marching through the hallway. I'm not your type. And that'd be totally not cool since I'm friends with Jiro and Momo, Mina says. But mostly, you're kind of a jerk. Says the girl in my house raiding my kitchen. You're supposed to be polite to guests. Oh please, you've met me, Horizon says as she enters the elevator. How has America been treating you? You don't respond to us in the group chat when we ask, but we look out for you in the news, even if you don't show up much in it. Most of the criminals and villains know better than to do anything in New York, or this side of America, so it's more like a vacation if anything. What about you? Personally, I'm actually kind of scared, Mina admits. We're having this party because after this week we have to spend summer at our different mentors' agencies. Well, your team will be staying here. But now with villains getting extra excited since you and All Might are gone, at least until September, things are a lot more dangerous for us. You're scared that more classmates will die. Scared that, maybe I won't be good enough to save someone. Being a hero isn't about saving everyone, you just have to save one person, Horizon says. Get one more person out alive than there would have been if you didn't become a hero, and that's enough, everything else is just extra. Easy for you to say, you always save everyone, Mina says. Not everyone, Horizon says. The day I lost my parents, I panicked, I lost focus, I'd never seen anyone I care about hurt before. If I kept my focus, they'd be here with me right now. But then you never would have become a pro hero, right? Mina asks as she exits the elevator. You said you only chose this life because you have nothing for villains to take from you, but you've saved so many people already. If you could have them back, but all those people you saved would die. I'd make that trade in a heartbeat, Horizon says, and sees his words hit her like a punch to the face. What? Really? She looks at him through the screen with wide eyes. Mina, I've always said I'm good at this pro-hero game. I have skills that allow me to help millions of people, but I've never claimed to be a good person. Yeah, well, we knew that from the first day of UA, Mina chuckles as she continues walking through the building. When you're Horizon, you can make whatever kind of first impression you want. Yeah, we saw that. You did get away with mass murder after all, Mina says as she enters the pool area, and Horizon hears the music. The world needs me, that's all. Hey, Horizon, Mina sets down the snacks and looks at Horizon through the phone. Thanks for what you said earlier, about saving one person. It means a lot, you know, since you're all the way at the other end of the scoreboard in our class. Don't worry about it, Mina, just do your best, you'll be enough. Aw, be careful, or I might just fall for you, she teases him. And I'd watch you hit the floor. TCH, jerk, she hands the phone to Juzo, who takes one look at it and begins getting out of the pool, entirely tuning out whatever Tokage was talking to him about. Horizon waits until Juzo walks away from the other students, to where he can't hear the music anymore. Okay, we can talk now, Juzo says. What's up? I'll send you some data in a few minutes, I need you to go handle something for me tomorrow night. What kind of situation is this? You won't be going as pro-heroes, just wear some masks and pretend to be generic criminals, if you get caught. So full stealth, and the target. Take one of the black data drives from my office in the tower, you need to get to the mainframe at the address I'm sending and plug it in. The drive will do the rest. Alright, so I'm guessing you're copying all their files and making a virtual clone on Nizu's system to track future transfers. What are they moving? Data, a lot of it, Horizon says. The guy you're targeting is a data broker, he runs everything between Japan, China, Russia, India, and Australia. I'll go collect data from his counterparts stateside. That's a lot of data, what kind? Black market technology. If somebody managed to steal even one of the UA robots, they'd have to go through him to sell it, so the tech I'm looking for must have used him as the middleman to sell it. Right, this guy sounds dangerous, how the hell hasn't he been caught yet? Every time someone sells things like weapons-grade plutonium to build some nuclear bomb, he tags it then gives the tracking data to Interpol. So governments look the other way because he gives them what they need, Juzo says. Makes sense, so why not just ask him nicely? The less people know I'm connecting the pieces, the fewer computers this will be in, so don't log any of this outside of UA servers. Computers, so this is about tech. Yeah, we got a few more concerning puzzle pieces since I've been stateside, it'll all be included in the files I send you. Got it, anything else? Yeah, Horizon nods. Take Mina with you. Mina Ashido. Juzo. Look, you know I don't question you unless I have a good reason, but she's not exactly stealth trained, or trained to work with our team, plus if we have to do some, less than ideal things, like some creative questioning, she could get squeamish. If you do your job well it won't come to that, Horizon says. In fact, you shouldn't encounter anyone at the site at all, just a simple infiltration. Then why Mina? She needs a win, Horizon says. Plus, it'll be nice when the press questions the girls about me, at least one of them won't hate me and want me to rot in prison. I have a feeling after this summer that won't be a problem, Juzo says. Gang Orca has been getting some troubling updates from the HPSC lately. We think the League of Villains may be vetting new ways to smuggle Nomu in and out of Japan. I see, well I can't help from over here so it makes sense they wouldn't bother me with this, Horizon says. Just keep yourself alive, when I get back we'll go hunt them all down. Can't wait. Horizon immediately hangs up and begins compiling files to send Juzo. A few minutes later Juzo is sitting at the opposite side of the pool area on a lounge chair, enjoying a soda and some chips. In his lap is Setsuna Tokage, who was scrolling through social media on her phone. You alright? Setsuna asks, noticing he hasn't spoken in the past few minutes, and is still intensely watching his phone. Yeah, Horizon just made a strange suggestion in this briefing, Juzo says as his gaze passes over the pool area. He sees most of the students still enjoying the heated pool, most of the other girls are in the hot tub, while at the swim-up bar, Bakugo was manning the grill while playing cards with some of the other students. Well, I guess on paper it makes sense, and if the security is as good as Horizon thinks it is, we could use them. Juzo set his phone down and wrapped his arms around Setsuna. I'll tell them in the morning, no need to ruin the fun mood. Juzo's gaze falls onto Deku, who is playing cards with Bakugo and a few others at the bar, then to Mina, who is in the hot tub eating some snacks, and lastly, Yanagi, asleep on a large pool float drifting between everyone. End chapter. Chapter 320, Chapter 319, Distorted. Chapter start. Shambles. Horizon appears, Sunder, his new sword, in hand, on the sidewalk of Glasgow, the small town in Kentucky. The few cars driving through this street, the main street of the town, come to a screeching halt. Fortunately, they miraculously stop before all crashing into each other as everyone looks at him in surprise. Horizon gives a short wave to some of the people on the street before he begins walking deeper into town, toward a nearby diner. As he gets closer, a small crowd begins to form, staring at him from a distance. People who were walking the street on their way to work took small detours and raised their phones to take pictures and record videos of him as he entered the diner. Stepping into the classic American diner, Horizon sees the people he came for. An older, lanky woman with bright green hair tied in one long and thick braid, which was draped around her shoulders twice. Her eyes glowed green even as she casually ate her breakfast of scrambled eggs, bacon, and black coffee. She was in casual clothing, a pair of sweatpants and a matching hoodie, but beneath it, Horizon could sense her hero costume already on. As she ate, her friend had a pile of waffles, 13 layers high and drenched in syrup. She was just over 7 foot tall, but a hair shorter than All Might's former height of 7 square feet, in his muscular form. And while she didn't sport the same build, her blocky body was arguably more intimidating, seeing as it was entirely metal. Chrome gray and smooth with sharp edges where muscle separation would be. Even her eyes were solid organic metal. Horizon glanced at the chair she was on, and wasn't surprised to see it was specially made for her and heavily reinforced. So they really are regulars here. Well, it makes sense that the public doesn't know these two are involved. We kept it like that on purpose, he thinks while walking up and sitting opposite them. And neither woman bothers to glance at him, they simply continue eating. Glasgow, Kentucky, Horizon says. What a place to be sent this early in the morning. Honestly, I was confused as to why your government was sending me to Scotland, but then they told me this place exists. There's a small town called London less than 200 kilometers that way, the large metal woman nods to the east. Yeah, I learned that this morning too, as if one London wasn't enough, Horizon relaxes into his seat. The metal woman chuckles and gets up from the table, walking over to the counter to refill her coffee. Horizon's eyes lock onto the other woman. So, Distortion, anything you want to tell me? Nope, the woman says. Not even about who contacted Sentinel to give him help, the kind of help to hack into a nuclear football. I wasn't that trusted within the organization, she says, taking a sip of her coffee. We managed to rip a lot of his mind, you know, before it collapsed, Horizon says as the other woman returns to her seat at the table. Like the fact that you and Steel Golem here were trusted more than most, and the fact that Sentinel had you bent over in his bed on most nights. Distortion stops eating and stares down at her food. Is he dead? Steel Golem asks. No, well, not physically, mentally, probably. But you can fix him, Distortion says. If it was worth it, but he's already outlived his usefulness, unlike you two. Distortion sets her fork down and leans back, folding her arms across her chest, but Steel Golem keeps eating. Tech made contact with you, and you made contact with Sentinel, how? Distortion raises a brow at this, staring at Horizon with her glowing green eyes, drones. Like this, he places his left forearm above the table and pulls back his sleeve, revealing the device May installed into his body glove that projects a small hologram for them to see. Yeah, it looked similar to that, but a lot more advanced, Distortion says. Happy now? You don't have to let the CIA destroy our minds for your answers. I'll let them decide that, but I got what I wanted, Horizon says as he puts the hologram away. So the attack on the drone lab in Mexico a few months ago was tech. The more clues I get, the less any of this makes sense. I need to find a motive for them so I can put it all together, Horizon thinks as a young girl walks up to him. He looks down to see her no older than Eri, with a phone in hand. Hello Mr. Horizon, can I get a picture with you, please? Sure thing princess, Horizon gets up and picks her up with one hand, handing her sunder to hold while supporting its weight with tact. With the other hand, he makes a peace sign, all while using tact to hold the phone away from them and take the picture. Thank you, sir, she says while returning sunder to him. Anything for a fan, Horizon says. Now you and your parents should get out of here, things might get messy when I take down these villains, he gestures to the women at the table. They will, Distortion says as she continues drinking her coffee. We aren't going down without a fight. Hearing this, the diner staff and customers quickly leave, putting the town on high alert, while Horizon returns to his seat at the table. Damn, I wanted them to make me more waffles, Steel Golem grumbles. I'm more concerned with the fact that Mr. Miracle over here didn't bother warning the civilians earlier, Distortion says. Do you not know who we are? I do, but it doesn't really matter, after all, I'm Horizon. You do realize my QUIRK counters yours, right? Distortion asks. Or did they not include that in the briefing? The briefing said that, yes, Horizon says. What about it? Steel Golem chuckles, I like this kid, he's fun. A privilege you only have when you're the absolute strongest, Distortion says with a newfound hunger in her eyes. I don't mind younger men, just in case you're wondering. Sorry, my physiology makes romance logistically difficult, he taps his visor a few times. It's alright, I'm flexible, for powerful people. Distortion leans forward, licking her lips. And there isn't anyone as powerful as you. For the next month or two, Star is stronger. I'm not interested in women, Distortion says. Well, I'm sure she'll be relieved to hear that, but for now, how about I just apprehend you too and we'll pretend you didn't just try to get fucked by a 17-year-old hero while being a villain. You should learn to enjoy the liberty that comes with your position and power, Steel Golem says. I do, but this doesn't interest me, Horizon says as he gets up. So. Let me finish my food, Steel Golem says as she only has 3 more waffles and some bacon left. We'll be out in a few minutes, Distortion continues sipping her coffee as Horizon exits the diner. They look through the large windows in front of the diner and see Horizon standing in the middle of the now abandoned main street as the sound of news helicopters and drones begin closing in. You should go to the bathroom before we get out there, Steel Golem rolls her eyes at Distortion. Go dry off. Why bother, I'll just get drenched the moment we start. You need help, like a therapist, or religion, Steel Golem grumbles. You wouldn't understand, Distortion stares at him through the window, seeing him as a nearly blinding blue beacon of power before she deactivates that secondary aspect of her quirk. Sentinel was a drop of water compared to Star, who is like a bucket of water. But this one, oh, the things I would do to feel his power stretching my pee. Focus. Oh, right, Distortion shakes her head and finishes her coffee in one big gulp. If Sentinel was a drop of water, and Star is a bucket, he's like an Olympic pool, and that's just what I can see. His raw energy is impossible, but his quirk, it takes so much, and yet even then I can't see his limit. Trying to scare me? Steel Golem asks. No, just stick to the plan and we'll be fine, Distortion says. Horizon has taken damage before, he's not invulnerable, which means he can die, and my quirk will give us the perfect opening to land a lethal blow. Then let's go, Steel Golem says as she gets up, having finished her food. Distortion follows her out to the door, and as she steps outside her casual clothes bend and twist before falling apart on her body, revealing the all-green, skin-tight hero costume below with a whirlpool symbol in the middle of her chest. She lifts one finger and the air around her seems to bend and twist in a visible way, and her long braid is raised over her head and draped behind her, hovering above the road. We really don't have to do this, you can just surrender, Horizon says, looking up at the news drones and the one local helicopter above. If you want to lock me in a box forever, you need to earn it, Steel Golem says. Damn right, now show me what you can do with all that energy, Distortion says. Horizon warps Sunder into his hand, blade drawn, and aims at Distortion. So boring, she says. Is hiding behind that fancy sword all you do, can you even fight without it? Horizon raises a brow beneath his visor, and warps Sunder and the sheath away. It's been a while since I've had a chance to really enjoy a fight, and it looks like you're volunteering, Horizon flexes his fingers to get in the zone. But don't think for a second that I don't know what you're trying to do. You're supposed to stand at the very top in all aspects of being a pro-hero, or at least in fighting villains, Steel Golem says as she rushes forward, trying to close the 30m space between them. Let's test that. Horizon sees her massive fist coming and can't help but compare her to Deku. Stronger than Deku, but not as fast or agile, she'll never hit me, even if I don't warp around, he says while sidestepping her first swing. He casually leans back to dodge the second, then into her large frame to avoid the third cross. He then places a hand on her metal body and releases a large electrical attack. Counter shock, a massive arc of current flows through her body, but instead of hurting her, she instantly speeds up. Horizon barely raises a hand and creates a curtain fast enough to block the onslaught of attacks launched at him. You think I've never been hit with that before? Steel Golem asks. After decades of fighting, I turned my most obvious weakness into a strength. As she continues to wail away at him, the temporary boost begins to wear off, allowing Horizon to once again physically react to her speed. He dodges her attacks while striking with his own booster shot. His reinforced gloves crash into her metal body, unable to leave a single dent. Even as the blow shakes the entire street and breaks all the windows in the area, Steel Golem is unfazed as she continues pushing forward. Ouch, Horizon thinks as the bones in his hand are quickly healed. Seeing that she'd need more time to be taken down, he simply intercepts a straight jab to his face and wraps his hand around her wrist. TAKT. The ground beneath Steel Golem rockets into the air, lifting her feet up. Booster shot. Horizon pulls her arm forward, shoulder throwing her in an arc through the air. She soars through the air and lands nearly 100 meters away, down the main street of this small town, cratered into the road. He turns around just in time, however, to erect another shield blocking the powerful wind from slamming into him. While Steel Golem was still pulling herself out of the street 100 meters behind him, constantly being pelted with rubble and debris by Tact, Distortion was pelting Horizon with ranged attacks. She was simultaneously distorting the atmosphere around her to lift her and move her around, simulating flight while visibly bending the air around her, causing an effect similar to heat mirages all around her. She then extends one hand forward and snaps her finger, and in front of her a massive distortion forms where air bends and folds into itself, creating a super high-pressure air bubble. And in the next moment, the bubble is released, and the air around it is distorted to create a tunnel, like the barrel of a gun, aimed directly at Horizon. He raises another shield, and this time the road around him is stripped away. Meters below and around him are easily carved out, similar to All for One's air cannon quirk which he used against Horizon and All Might. Horizon remains in place, using his faux flight to hover above the gap in the road and move forward. He gets his feet back on the asphalt and sprints toward her, all the while using tact to lift chunks of the road that she tore apart and launch them at her. With ease she constantly snaps her fingers, destroying them all while launching almost a dozen more attacks at Horizon. But instead of stopping to stand his ground, he uses antibacterial curtain like a tower shield on his shoulder and bashes through them all. He is no longer limited to standing in place while using this ability after his months of training. With the shield on his left shoulder, he sees an opening while closing in, and twists his body to throw his right hand forward. Countershock, ranged bolt. He throws a small electric bolt at her, startling the woman as it's mixed in with the other projectiles being simultaneously launched via tact. Seeing this she puts all of her focus into defending against it, and warps space itself around her. This causes her to drop to the road once again as the electric bolt curves around her and it's sent back toward Horizon. As it's almost about to hit him. Shambles, flicker. His entire body flickered, as if he glitched or lagged in real life and appeared in a different stance, this time catching the small bolt and crushing it in his hand. The current scattered across his body harmlessly and dissipated in the air. No. Distortion yells as she thrusts both hands forward, and the space all around her twists and bends, making the entire area look like a funhouse mirror. Horizon stops, and tilts his head slightly, warping space, making it unstable till I can't warp in there. I told you, I'm a natural counter for spatial quirks like yours, Distortion boasts as she sees Steel Golem closing in behind Horizon. Horizon doesn't pay any mind to the heavy footfalls behind him and simply shakes his head. Mystery class, quirks beyond human comprehension, Horizon says. Yet you think you understand it, really? Distortion narrows her eyes at him, sweat pouring down her forehead as she focuses on maintaining this area, then extends it to surround him. You're trapped. Horizon sighs, in this world, there are people with abilities with power and applications that you cannot fathom, even if most of them aren't necessarily mystery class. Horizon raises his right hand, as if reaching out to grab her. And above all of them. Shambles. He suddenly appears in the warped space in front of her, his outstretched hand perfectly arriving around her throat and squeezing it. Is me. With a sickening crunch, he pushes his thumb against her windpipe and shatters it, causing immense pain that forces her to deactivate her quirk. She drops to her knees, looking down to the floor while raising her hands to her throat, feeling the inside of the windpipe and her lungs burning as she slowly drowns in her own blood. You lied. She struggles to say, looking up at him through teary eyes. Not necessarily lied, Horizon says as he turns his back to her, now facing Steel Golem who was 20 meters away. I just simplified how my quirk works for the masses, otherwise you'd never understand what it really does. For example, as Steel Golem gets within arm's reach of him and raises both her arms to slam down onto Horizon, he stands there with both hands in his pockets and stares at her. And at the last moment. LASIK. 2 bright blue energy beams are released from his eyes, breaking his visor, and slamming directly into Steel Golem, pushing her back as her feet carve trenches into the road. This little trick I learned from studying Sentinel's eyes. See, how am I supposed to explain that with enough time and resources? I can do damn near anything. Horizon laughs as he feels the intoxicating power flow through him. To Distortion and Steel Golem's horror, he begins taking careful steps forward while raising the intensity and width of the energy beams, until they both merge after leaving his eye sockets and begins pushing Steel Golem into the road. The street cracks and shakes apart as he pushes her deeper and deeper underground, as the asphalt begins to melt and flow into the hole he is making. And a few seconds later when his eyes begin to burn, he finally stops. And everyone sees the car-sized hole he punched and melted into the street with molten asphalt flowing into it, and at the bottom, a half-melted Steel Golem with a hole punched through her chest. Damn, I overdid it, oh well, was all Horizon said before turning back to Distortion. She looked up, on the verge of completely drowning, to see the 2 broken holes in his visor releasing seemingly boundless energy mist into the air. And in this moment, her fear, excitement, and infatuation hit heights she'd never be able to match with anyone else. So she smiles, with blood pouring out of her mouth. She smiles, even as Horizon grabs her by the hair and lifts her to his eye level. She smiles. Now, I've got some questions for you, he says before they both warp away. End chapter. Chapter 321, Chapter 320, Lone Star Base. Chapter start. Welcome to Lone Star Base, Star and Stripe proudly announce as Horizon warps onto the rooftop just beside her. Kind of on the nose, don't you think? I mean, we are in Houston, Texas, he says while walking to the edge of the massive air traffic control tower to stand beside her. Below and all around them was a massive military base, more akin to a city, 13 kilometers wide, making it larger than Manhattan Island by a large margin. Well, this entire base was built to protect and train me, and it happened to be placed in the Lone Star State, so I suppose you could say the stars aligned. She nudges him playfully. All the power in the world, and that's the best you could come up with. Horizon shakes his head. Anyway, you said you wanted to make an introduction before we got to business. Who is it? That will come later. He's in a meeting right now, so first, the tour. I can sense everything in the base from here, remember? Yeah, but that's no fun. Let's go. Star flies off across the runway where some massive cargo planes were landing, past the hangars and toward the far end of the base. Eventually, after following her around for a while, they arrive at one of the last stops. Sensing her landing and waiting for him, Horizon swaps places with a pebble at her feet, and finds himself in a massive dirt field with a few hills and barricades, and targets down range from them. The firing range. I know Japan has strict gun laws, but have you ever fired one before? Compared to America, everywhere has strict gun laws, Horizon says as he warps a grenade launcher from the firing range armory into his hands. But that's part of the American charm you're all famous for. The range is closed to anyone but us, so. Star gestures to the field where the targets are. With no hesitation, Horizon fires a grenade from the large weapon and scores a direct hit nearly 50 m away. Star whistles in response, nodding proudly. So, not your first time, huh? We knew you had some kind of training, more than pro-hero training, and you mentioned your parents trained you. Was one of them military? Advanced security contracting, Horizon says. I see. So what weapons can you use? From what I can sense in your armory, and on the base, everything that doesn't require piloting. So you're saying you can't drive a tank? Well, I'm sure we can give you a crash course, Star says with a mischievous smile. Emphasis on crash most likely. Horizon rapid fires a few more grenades down range, hitting each of his targets perfectly. Projectiles weapons with tact is kind of cheating. I figured as much, but you seem so comfortable with it. I doubt your quirk is making that much of a difference, right? Best be prepared for anything, Horizon says. And learning how a weapon works allows you to better understand how to stop a villain that's using it. That's what Agpar said. He's the person I want you to meet, Star says. Well, at least he sounds like he knows what he's doing, Horizon says as he warps a tripod-mounted 80 cal anti-material rifle into his arms. You're a sharpshooter too. It's hard to miss when you can see exactly where everything is. Horizon doesn't bother going prone, simply using tact to handle the recoil as he takes just over a minute to line up his shot, adjust the scope, then destroy a target that was behind a few layers of a brick wall without using tact on the projectile. So, know any other tricks? Star asks. Because around here, bending bullets and finding targets behind walls isn't that special. And here I thought the UN doesn't allow soldiers to use their quirks. Star shrugs and looks down the range. Accidents happen in the heat of combat. We're only human after all. Or at least we all started that way, Horizon says as he waves his hand, causing a dozen pebbles in front of them to hover in the air. Shambles. Each pebble is swapped for an assault rifle at this firing range's armory. The guns begin moving, disassembling themselves before quickly putting themselves back together in midair as dozens of magazines are warped in place beside them and quickly loaded. Wow, Star nods with an amused smile. Are you sure you aren't American? Because the way you handle guns is very practiced, and I doubt Japan lets you get that much time with them. They don't, Horizon says as the guns are ready to fire. But I'm a quick learner. He raises his right hand and snaps his finger. All the guns fly from in front of them facing down the range, to now surround both Horizon and Star and Stripe. The woman raises a brow at this, but doesn't bother giving anything more than a curious look at him. I don't recall you being bulletproof, are you? Not exactly. I can take a beating, but bullets would still hurt me, if they hit. And if you aren't actively enhancing yourself, Star says. Well, get started. Horizon raises his hand once more, and snaps his fingers. All the rifles immediately begin firing directly at both heroes. Star doesn't even flinch, knowing that even if he didn't have something special planned, the bullets could never hurt her. Yet as the cacophony of gunfire rattled their ears and the entire shooting area, not a single bullet hit them. Star smiles as she sees what he was doing. All the bullets were being fired at them before curving, slamming into each other, and falling to the floor in pairs, one embedded into the other. Star bursts out laughing as the gunfire stops, then picks up one of the pairs from the floor. Your precision is so freaky. She closely observes that just like all other pairs, one bullet tore through the shaft of another before stopping halfway through. My mom said it happened way back. 2 soldiers fire at each other and their bullets end up like that, and they both survive the battle. She said it was something like divine intervention on the battlefield. Star raises the bullet to her eye level and observes it closely, then lowers it to scoff. And now you can do it at will, divine intervention, she says. Trying to say you're a god. I've never said that, but people talk. What would you call me? The name of your quirk says otherwise. I was 5, Horizon shrugs. Well, you're certainly not human, not anymore. Personally, I was betting that you were a cyborg under there. She reaches forward and casually taps his visor. Would have explained this fishbowl, but the truth is just so much worse. That I'm too impossibly handsome for anyone to focus in my presence. That you're a human becoming living energy, and that suit is keeping you held together, right? Star and Stripe gives him a serious look as she puts the one pair of bullets away. You don't even feel human anymore. They may not be able to tell, because no matter how much we care about them, they aren't like us. No, they aren't, Horizon says. And don't worry, regardless of what the future holds, I don't see myself becoming a threat to you. Good, because why make enemies when you can make friends? Star gives him her million lumen smile. Friends, is that what we are? Horizon asks. Star's voice becomes somber as she speaks, looking down the range, away from Horizon. Well, as far as I can see, you're the only person I can even really be friends with. The distance between you and everyone else, I know what that feels like. To feel like the entire world is at your fingertips, and to have nothing at the same time. You and I, we quite literally view the world in ways they could never comprehend. These quirks that were given to us, they're not just a tool to help people, they're a wall to box us in, away from the world itself. Horizon sighs and gently reaches up to touch his visor. Without my parents, the closest thing I have to family is Nizu, and he'll never really understand what's under here. And what if he did? What if I did? Either your mind would collapse from the sheer shock, or you'd hate it. Star chuckles. Well, it's a good thing the fishbowl never comes off, huh? She turns and begins walking away, and Horizon falls into step behind her. It does feel pretty good, for the record, Horizon says. Being able to talk to someone that's not terrified of me or dropping to their knees to worship me. The only other people like that are Pontu and Nizu, but they still treat me like I'll snap at any moment. Well, history isn't on your side with that one, Star says as they leave the firing range and begin walking toward a hangar a few buildings away. But I get it, everyone is either a fan of us, or scared of us. It's nice having you around, no need to walk on eggshells around you. And a powerful sparring partner is nice, Horizon says. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I got permission from President Skyline for us to have a real fight sometime, you know, just to see how it would go. Seems kind of risky. This entire time your people have been trying to figure out Hand of God and I've been figuring out New Order. A direct fight like that probably means you guys hit a roadblock in observing me. Probably, but that's not really a problem for me. Right, because you can simply tell your body to resist my quirk. That really is annoying. They take a few more steps as Star silently nods, then waves to a few soldiers running nearby. So you can detect that, huh? Just like I can feel whenever I'm in your range. I guess it's only fair for it to go both ways. Anything else? Yeah, it's weird how much you trust me, Horizon says. I'd always have that command on when I'm around, but you only have it on when you don't want me to warp or cut you during training. All Might said you'll be the next great hero. Of course I trust you. She gives him a dazzling smile. Sheesh, you really are just like him. Thank you. Again, not a compliment, Horizon says as they arrive at the hangar. But if you're really curious about how a real fight between us would go, let's save it until the week I leave. Finally, something that's really fun happens around here. We're heroes. Boring is what we should celebrate. Anything else usually means we have to work. Come on, aren't you excited? Just a little bit. Maybe a little, but don't get too excited, because we both know how it ends. They both think about it for a moment, and Star nods. I'll win, they both say at once, looking at each other in surprise. End chapter. Chapter 322, Chapter 321, Arsenal's Legacy PT3. Chapter start. I want one, was all Horizon said as they entered the massive hangar. In the middle of the building, currently being inspected by dozens of engineers, was a large stealth aircraft that even he didn't recognize. You don't even know what it is, Star says as she stops beside him. Black paint, shaped like an almost flat triangle, some kind of stealth bomber. Close, Horizon looks to his left as a short blue man in an electric wheelchair rolls toward them. The man had an extremely short mustache and blue skin, a bald head, and most notably, nothing below his knees. It's the next Get Stealth hybrid technology platform, part of a project we're suspending until further notice. Horizon, this is Colonel Timothy Agpar, Star says. He's the man I wanted you to meet, and the only family I have left. I can see the resemblance, Horizon chuckles, as does Agpar. So, something tells me I don't have the clearance to lay my eyes on something like this. You don't, Agpar rotates his wheelchair to face the aircraft. But your scan is infamous for being able to discover any hidden details in the area, and we've already taken out the most sensitive components and shipped them off for storage. The project was suspended until tech is deemed a non-threat toward America, Star explains. We couldn't risk them hacking into this project. And what exactly is this project? Horizon asks. That much is above your clearance, Agpar says. Project Tiamat, Horizon then says, earning surprised looks from Agpar and Star. How the hell do you know about that? Star asks. I just read about it. Ink on paper isn't impossible to find with my QUIRK, but it sure is annoying. Agpar grumbles, we were forced to move everything onto paper and hard copies to prevent tech from reaching it, and now we have you to deal with. Unlike tech, I have no reason to use this against you. After all, I intend to move to America in the future. Horizon surprises them with this admission. Having next-gen intercontinental thermonuclear missiles on an insanely expensive technology platform like this makes my life easier. Agpar sighs before placing 2 fingers in his mouth and whistling loudly, enough to have everyone in the hangar looking at him. He raises his hand and makes a gesture, causing everyone to put down their tools. All right, put it all back together, but leave the power cells and comm systems out. Many of the engineers groan, but they don't hesitate to follow his orders. I hope you realize this means we'll be forced to monitor you even more closely, Agpar says. With how closely your government is already watching me, that won't be possible unless they try to give me a cavity search. Welcome to my life, Star says. I can't go anywhere without logging it. Agpar scoffs, what life? I've been trying to get you to have a life since you were a kid, but all you've ever wanted to do was play hero. Being a hero is my life. Doesn't have to be the whole thing, Agpar says. Can we do this later? I'm really not in the mood. Star rolls her eyes and looks away. So you two go way back, huh? You're one of her trainers. Yeah, since she was a kid, Agpar says. After we met, after she moved onto this base, I was tasked with command of the facility to train and protect her. He was the only person I could trust, Star and Stripe says. Without him, there would be no me. Ah, I see. Horizon looks over at Agpar. So, is there an operating room around here we can use? Excuse me. Agpar looks up at him, genuinely surprised. I figured that's why she wanted to introduce us. Miracle doctor who can heal anything, men in a wheelchair, doesn't take a genius to figure out the desired result. I hope I'm not asking too much of you, Star says. I really don't want it to seem like I only want to use you, especially since I do enjoy hanging out with you, but I had to ask. I get it, and really it's no problem, Horizon says. Healing heroes is never a chore, nor is healing the people my friends care about. This happens to be both. I'm no hero, Agpar says. Every soldier is a hero to his people, even if they don't appreciate or acknowledge it, Horizon says. Now, the operation should take a few minutes. How long it takes for you to relearn how to walk will take longer, but that part depends on you. Agpar looks up at Horizon for a few moments, and an awkward silence forms between the trio. Have you ever experienced failure? Agpar asks. What? Failure, defeat, anything like that. Well, I lost to All for One when he ambushed me. Some of my classmates died because I lost. Yeah, so you understand. Agpar places his hand down at the stump, drawing their attention to his missing body parts. I've had the option to get the best prosthetics the US government could get access to. But some failures, some mistakes, they can't be undone. And living with the scars is the only atonement for some people. I understand, Horizon says. And I can't force my services onto someone, so the option is open if you change your mind. Bullshit. Star pushes Horizon aside to stand in front of Agpar. You're getting your legs back, it's about time. I don't deserve to. Yes, you do. Star leans down to look him in the eyes, and he sees the tears forming in hers. I forgave you decades ago, now just let go of the past and let him heal you. But you're the only family I have left, please, Star begs. I don't want to see you punish yourself over this anymore. Agpar looks away and gives an exhausted sigh. Well, it's about time I start walking forward. Beneath the visor, Horizon rolls his eyes, and it's also time for you to get better jokes. 30 minutes later. Timothy Agpar is lying on an operating table, unable to feel anything below his waist as he stares at the ceiling. Comfortable? Horizon asks as he carefully cuts open the stumps where the rest of his legs should be. The robe is a bit windy, and the table is cold, Agpar says. It was rhetorical. Your bedside manner is terrible, Agpar says. Well, the next guy who can give you temporary regeneration is a lot nicer. What next guy? Exactly, that's why I get to be me. Horizon finishes inspecting the nerves on his left leg and cuts it open, then places a hand on it. Booster shot. Blue healing energy flows from his hand into the leg, and a moment later the bones begin growing, extending outward, immediately being covered by nerves, blood, muscle, skin, and everything else his genome demands to be fully restored. Horizon watches as everything down to the toes is fully restored, then carefully performs a few more scans to ensure everything is perfect. So what was the mission that went so wrong you ended up adopting a mystery class kid? Horizon asks. Firstly, I never officially adopted anyone, Agpar says. And secondly, it's a messy story. Well, we aren't going anywhere, and I'm pretty smart. Ever heard of Arsenal? Horizon continues operating as if completely unaffected. Everyone's heard of Arsenal. Had a run-in with her toward the start of her career, Agpar says. She cut your legs off. No, that would have been a lot nicer. Ouch. Yeah, we were tasked with escorting a new asset to this base, Arsenal was sent to intercept us, and a lot of people died, including all of my people. Star and I were the only survivors. So did you fight her directly? That was my job, is my job, standing between monsters and the innocent, Agpar sighs. My quirk gives me enhanced reactions and agility, alongside some minor physical enhancement, standard stuff, and yet. She cut you down, Horizon says. I've read about her, she likes hurting people, letting them know she's better. She is, too bad she's not on the side of the angels like us, Agpar says. The things she did, and all that Star was forced to witness, it left scars that even you can't fix. Well, at least she can rest easy now. Arsenal was caught in Japan and executed soon after, Horizon says. I just don't get why Star didn't go hunting for her after all these years, no way Arsenal could have survived her. Officially, she's not allowed to leave the States without permission. And, unofficially. Agpar stays silent for a while, then closes his eyes and speaks. The things she saw made Arsenal a complete demon in her eyes. All the power in the world can't make you walk toward a monster like that, with all that baggage in the way. Is that why she came up with that transformation? Horizon asks. Scared to be the vulnerable little girl again. Agpar chuckles. How long did it take you to figure out that piece of her quirk? The first time we shook hands. Scan is thorough, Horizon says. Also figured out she can only have 2 of those commands active at once, and they're always temporary. Agpar smiles, and we know you have a 60 kilometers radius of influence, you aren't the only one that can put the pieces together. True, but unlike her, the more you know about my quirk the stronger it seems, the more demoralizing the idea of fighting it is. No matter what your quirk is, can't be scarier than your psychological profile, Agpar says bitterly. Someone like you, with your mentality, should never have that kind of power and influence. He says to the men currently restoring his legs. Nothing I'm saying is new to you, at least not in regards to you knowing what we think of you, but be honest with me for a moment, what really is your goal? Doctor-patient confidentiality? Horizon asks, jokingly. Sure. Well, at first I just wanted to get permission to public use and train my quirk, to find my limits and break them over and over, but now, well. Now you want to really be a superhero, I can tell, Agpar says. But you're certainly not the All Might type, your methods are much more, well, Old Testament. Is that a problem? You focus it on villains so I don't really care, and most people won't admit it but they feel the same way, Agpar says. But it is nice knowing you actually want to be a hero now, even if you certainly do have more motives than just helping people. Yeah, just don't tell Nizu, he's unbearable when he's being smug. Ahahaha, Agpar clutches his stomach and sits up, his laughter roaring through the room as he feels his feet being tickled. Stop it, stop it. The tickling stops as Horizon walks over to sterilize his tools once more. Well, they work, just relearn how to use them. Agpar catches his breath, then his mind finally realizes what happened. Wow, he stares down at his fully regenerated legs. Incredible, I don't even feel tired after. Yeah, I'm good like that, now I should go get ready for a little spar with Star, I suggest you use crutches for a while to get used to them. Yeah, will do, Agpar keeps staring down at his legs. End chapter. Chapter 323, Chapter 322, Our Quirk. Chapter start. No, you completely misunderstand, Horizon says to Agpar. Both men were sitting outside at a few tables, at the edge of a massive grassy plain just beyond the base. On the other tables around them were the engineers who had been working on the new jet, some quirk researchers here to observe the spar, and some high-ranking military personnel sitting beside Horizon and Agpar. So your plan is to not capture the League of Villains, one of the colonels asks. I don't understand. Think about it like this, villains are rats. Horizon looks around to make sure everyone is following. They can't really operate in Japan while I'm there, which is why since I've been over here on vacation the Nomu presence in Japan has returned, but what happens when I return? They crawl back into their hole, Agpar says. Exactly, but in this case, the hole is anywhere that I'm not, Horizon says. We've already had reports of them selling Nomu to villains across the world, which means they've found a way to transport them without Kurogiri's quirk. But none of those have been confirmed stateside, one of the colonels says. Because they don't want to poke America, they already have me hunting them down, they don't want to give you people an excuse to send Star after them too. Okay, one of the colonels takes a sip of his water. So you move back to Japan and scare them, then what? Then, I just put my hands on someone they were supplying with Nomu, that villain spreads the word about what happened in the lengths I'll go to find Shigaraki and his friends, and suddenly all the villains they've been networking with are more scared of me than them. Assuming you get permission to operate internationally, Agpar says. Would Japan let you go abroad every time you get a lead? I'm working on something to handle that, but essentially I want the League of Villains network to grow, so when I really scare all the villains who think they're untouchable because they're not in Japan, more people can submit intel in exchange for me not paying them a visit. I see, Agpar nods. Giving Shigaraki a long rope so he can hang himself with it the moment you pull, quite clever. But far from heroic, one of the colonels says. A lot of innocent people could get hurt before you get permission to tug on that rope. People get hurt all the time, but trust me, Shigaraki won't give any of the powerful Nomo to other villains. He's not that dumb, Horizon says. He'll keep those locked up in whatever lab they have, so pro-heroes around the world should be able to handle Nomo. And when your hunt begins, villains will be hesitant to use Nomo publicly, since that would put them on your radar, Agpar says. Exactly. And what about Shigaraki, what are your plans for him? Agpar asks as he sees Star walking toward them. We fight, he resists, my hand slips, Horizon shrugs. And his head comes off, nobody will cry for that animal being put down. That's a relief, Agpar says. Yeah, but first I have to figure out who is creating the Nomo for him, that's more important than stopping Shigaraki himself, and I also have to figure out what All for One is planning. All for One? Agpar looks confused. He's already in Tartarus. Yes, but there's no way in hell someone as old and powerful as All for One didn't have a contingency plan that triggers if he gets captured, but I assume the person creating the Nomo will be part of that plan. Two birds, one sword swing, Star says as she arrives behind Horizon. Are you ready? To fight you, never, Horizon jokingly says as he gets up and begins walking away from the table. Star falls into step beside him as they walk toward the field, even with her incredible eyes she couldn't see the other side of this empty plain. What was the holdup? Had to prepare something special? Horizon asks. Phone call with the president, Star says. He wants me in LA for a while, new leads on the Sentinel issue, the pro-hero turned traitor side at least. Ah, does that mean my proposed plan got the green light? Maybe, but if it did, he'll be calling you in a few minutes then you'll have to leave, so let's make this quick. Have fun dealing with the muscle side of their failed takeover, I'll have to deal with the back end of it. Well, you're better suited to politics than me, I prefer to just punch stuff, Star shrugs. I just can't believe he's letting you be so open about this. Scare tactics work on people who've gone their entire life pulling strings and avoiding first-hand violence, Horizon says. Now, we'll start when you're ready. Shambles. Horizon appears in the middle of the field, and Star immediately feels the sensation of ants crawling all over her body. His quirk activation and use are instant, she thinks as a broad smile splits her face. Now let's have some fun and really flex our muscles. New order, my body will resist hand of God. Focusing her eyes, she sees him 5 miles-8 km away, now drawing his blade. He sends the scabbard away before touching his palm to the blade, and a blue glowing liquid energy flows from his body onto the blade, clinging to it. For a moment the blade appears to twist and flex, bending and wobbling, before returning to its sturdy and straight shape. That seems like what he did to stop the bomb, but different, a different application of his awakening. Well, that's interesting, Star crouches slightly and narrows her eyes at him. Miles away Horizon raises his blade with one hand, ready to swing down. Amputate. He begins a perfect vertical swing, intending to divide the earth between them and test her resistance to his quirk. Whoosh. Star and Stripe is suddenly at his location, before the tip of his blade could even descend an inch she cleared the distance. Her face was a hairbreadth from his visor. Shambles. He barely swaps with a blade of grass behind her as her punch sends what can only be described as a horizontal tornado. Carving out the earth in a 20 m wide trench for miles ahead. Too fast. Horizon thinks. Need distance. Before he can adjust his body she turns on a dime and reaches out to grab his face, only for him to disappear once more, now hovering above her, high in the air. What? Star instantly spots him, and sees the sword pointing at her. She moves with the same unreal speed to dodge his attack, but still feels the sensation of ants gently nibbling at her arms and legs. No projectiles, just instant damage, good thing I'm resisting his quirk, Star thinks as she experiences injection shot. The ability couldn't affect her, and had she not been focusing intensely on the sensation it would cause, she wouldn't have recognized it affected her at all. As Star is moving to the side her eyes are fixed on his location, which instantly changes. She looks ahead in the direction she's moving, and sees him swinging horizontally, but she is already mid-side step moving toward the blade. Okay, I'll let this one hit me, let's see what he can do. She twists her waist and punches toward the blade. Ha ha. Star's manic laughter echoes through the battlefield as Horizon silently swings sunder. The blade, coated in the blue energy clashes with her fist. Star can feel her resistance pushing against his attempt to manipulate her being, and she can also see him adding more and more energy to the blade as they clash. As her feet are planted on the ground once more, she withdraws her fist and punches forward yet again, faster than anyone in the world can possibly match or react to, including Horizon. Shambles, flicker. Horizons glitches in place, and appears already in perfect position to block the blow with the edge of his sword. If I didn't have a resistance to his quirk, or my durable body, I'd already be dead, Star thinks. Not many people can take a hit from this sword and walk away. You're a tough nut to crack open, Horizon says with clear strain in his voice. Ha! This is incredible. Star gets even more excited. I've never had someone last this long against me, usually villains go down after one hit. With power like yours, I'm not surprised. Horizon disappears once more. Star turns around, looking for him, then she feels a change in the air. She looks up to see a lightning bolt descending from the overcast sky directly toward her. He gave me an opposing charge while we clashed, clever, she thinks, smiling at the lightning bolt. As it's less than an inch from her head, using her absurd speed and perception she steps to the side. She had to divert a bit more energy than usual into her physical transformation command, but the sight of lightning slowly making its way toward the ground as she casually moved away was worth it. While in this same super speed perception, she turns to find Horizon, seeing him, raising hundreds if not thousands of small rocks and blades of grass around the battlefield, at shoulder level. Giving himself options to warp away, Star thinks as she observes him, and even now he appears to be a statue. She glances at the lightning bolt that's about to hit the ground, admiring it once more, then races off toward Horizon. As she's about to punch his visor, at the very last moment he swaps places with a blade of grass, avoiding the hit. Star returns her physical transformation order to its standard energy consumption, then turns to him. This is incredible, Star says. This must be what it feels like to have competition, huh? Horizon nods and lowers his sword. I'm not surprised you've never felt it before. You are the first mystery class quirk user after all, you were born peerless. Are you saying you've felt this before, you've had a rival? Star asks. Was it one of your classmates? Horizon scoffs, what a bad joke, as if they could dream of competing with us. Ever since I figured out what my quirk was, you were already a pro hero, a rookie, but a pro. So I've always known that there was one person out there stronger than me, and that's why I improved at such an exponential rate compared to you. And you've been stagnant all your life. Star frowns, it's not like I don't train, but when everyone goes down in one hit, it's hard to improve. What I am to you, I never had. In spirit, I look up to All Might, but in power, I could eclipse him over a decade ago. Well, now you aren't alone at the summit, not anymore. Horizon's entire body begins releasing his blue energy mist, then it gets thicker, clinging to him, then it seemingly is compressed beneath his body glove. And if you don't start improving, I'll be strong enough to kick your ass before I head back to Japan. Star and Stripe suddenly feels his quirk deactivate, not having the sensation of ants crawling across her body anymore. But her eyes know better, they still see the energy radiating from his blade, only now, none of it is leaking to the earth below. It's more refined, more controlled, and sharper. She feels the ants crawling across her once more and he instantly appears in front of her, striking down vertically. He didn't flicker this time, he just changed his orientation while he was being transposed, what the hell? Star panics slightly as she raises a hand to block him. Incision. She feels her forearm become hot as her skin gets cut, not even enough to draw blood, but enough. The feeling of pain is all but alien to her, and she panics at that moment. She leaps backward, allowing his swing to continue. The tip of his blade hits the ground and a massive chasm appears as the earth is violently sundered. I don't know what the hell he did, but his quirk is different now, like, layered. Ah, he must have two commands as well, of course, just like me. Star thinks before her feet touch the ground. The moment she's back on the floor she charges forward, but this time, as opposed to when he was a statue compared to her speed. She could see him moving, slowly, but it still surprised her. He swung his blade at her while she was in midair, unable to dodge. New order, I can move freely through the atmosphere. She deactivates her resistance to Hand of God and narrowly avoids the attack by flying upward. Shambles. She suddenly appears back at ground level, and this time Horizon is already there, thrusting his blade forward to impale her in the shoulder. Star raises her hands to catch the blade, and feels the sensation of warm blood flowing down her arms from her palm, as the sharp point inches closer to her face. What the hell, he can cut me. New order, my body will resist Hand of God. His blade immediately is unable to cut her, allowing her to toss him aside. And thanks to her absurd quirk, less than a second later her body is completely healed. I can never deactivate my resistance to his quirk, that was foolish of me. I've been invincible for so long that feeling pain surprised me too much, but now I've adjusted, Star thinks as Horizon casually lands on his feet. Deep within her very being, she feels it, blooming, growing. From a spark, to a raging fire. Her smile splits her face, as usual, but this time the look in her eyes wasn't calm or gentle. There was a fire in her, a desire to improve, to grow, to pull further ahead of this person standing across from her. For the first time in her life, she felt true inspiration to push and surpass all of her preconceived, self-imposed limits. Feeling this, New Order responds, and Star feels a swell of energy she'd never had access to before, as if Hand of God and New Order were challenging each other, pushing the other to go higher than before. Horizon sees the look in her eyes, and beneath his visor, and a devious smile splits his face. He considers the battlefield, the things he's just experienced. He feels his awakening draining him by the moment, incomplete, inefficient, and far from stable. But Serum was enough at the moment, enough to ignite the fire in her eyes. Star and Stipe, our quirk truly is incredible, he thinks as they clash dozens of times more. Each clash becomes stronger and stronger, clearing the overcast sky and forcing the grass to cower away from them. While Star and Stipe was relishing the sensation of having someone who can seemingly keep up with her, of having a friend who could walk beside her, Horizon was doing the same. Her speed was beyond anything he could ever dream of matching, so instead he would flicker between clashes to reposition himself. They both knew, if this were a real fight, he'd be dead in an instant. He cannot keep up, cannot hit her, not unless she allows it. But they were having fun, therefore she allowed it. But with each clash something else grew, only within Horizon, something he's never felt before. Jealousy, envy, wishing he had something another person had was so foreign to him that until now, it never truly resonated with him. And the thing he was so jealous of all things, was Star, and Stripe's simple-minded talent. He always had the theory, he almost spilled this idea to Nisa before he came to UA, but now after meeting her, he knew it was true. Hand of God and New Order are the exact same quirk. They allow the user to manipulate the code that makes up reality, but the human brain cannot process this, therefore each user interprets it differently. For Star and Stripe, she was never a genius in any regard, so she simply speaks things into reality. She doesn't understand the mechanics of what happens when her quirk is used. But each command temporarily edits the code of the world around them, including the code of other people depending on their will to resist, and understanding of themselves. But Horizon was a genius before he had his quirk, which is why his road to train and master it has been exceptionally difficult. Albeit he can reach height even Star and Stripe couldn't imagine. He knows that he edits the code of the world around him, which is why his alterations can be made permanent, much more so than Star and Stripe's. This is why, even now, no living person aside from Horizon knows what his quirk truly is. Lies upon lies upon lies. Warping. Spatial slashes. Invisible bullets. So many lies, because explaining the mechanisms of his quirk to someone who has never experienced it is like describing a rainbow to a person that was born blind. How do you tell someone that instead of opening a gateway in space to enter, you simply appear someone else because that is where you already are? Even Nizu would be lost to such an explanation. But even Horizon doesn't know everything, even Horizon doesn't know that there was another user before Star and Stripe got her quirk. Even he, no, especially he, would never consider such a thing, because he could never imagine passing his quirk to another person. Beep beep beep. Both Horizon and Star freeze as Horizon's phone rings. Horizon's hero costume was torn up, his jacket, vest, and shirt were completely shredded and lying on the floor in ribbons. His body glove was perfectly fine, and his pants had some tears in them. And beside him, Star was only missing a piece of her cape and had some slashes in her hero costume, but they both stopped for him to answer the call. I need to get going, Horizon says as he hangs up. Star wipes the sweat from her forehead, so he really approved your plan, how absurd, but it'll be good to see the politicians getting punished for once. That's the plan, now I need to go get ready for the party, Horizon says as he sheathes his blade. Party. Sorry, I've already got a date, Horizon says jokingly as he looks around at the miles of destroyed land around them. You're good to clean this up yourself, right? Before she can respond he warps away, leaving her to pick up after him. He's so annoying sometimes. End chapter. Chapter 17, Two Types of People, just in case anyone was wondering if this quirk reveal was hinted at before. Chapter 324, Chapter 323, Kicking the Hive. Chapter start. Upstate New York, 7 p.m. Not what you expected, right? Law asks as he takes a seat in the small diner. He places two trays on the table, each having a burger and fries, but the one opposite his also has a salad. I only ordered a salad, his date says, a gorgeous black woman with a large afro, bright golden eyes, and a quirk that acts like a moving tattoo of golden ink across her skin, constantly moving and changing like the tides. Her dress, black and gold, well-fitting and backless, matches his suit, and her eyes are impossible to track as they glow gold, yet he knows she's staring at him while he takes his seat opposite her. Women always order the salad, it's polite, Law says as he starts eating his fries. But then they stare all night staring at your burger, regretting that decision. Well, I suppose you'd be the expert, you are the international playboy, after all, Mr. Matani, she says, eyeing her burger before reaching for the fries. And you're the reporter who agreed to be my date, even knowing that, Alana. Already on a first-name basis, she asks. Are you always this polite, telling women what they should eat then assuming they're going to sleep with you just because you're, she gestures to all of him. Thank you. Law smiles as he takes a sip of his drink. She shakes her head, then continues eating her fries. Is this the first time you've had to agree to a completely business and not a date type dinner? No, but it's the first time I've been sent a dress and purse I could never hope to afford, only to be taken to a diner. She gestures to the empty diner around them. Also, if you're trying to buy a woman, you really should add some jewelry. Law chuckles, you don't need jewelry. You're my jewelry. Excuse me, she sits back in her seat, folding her arms. You're a junior reporter to some reporting agency that's already bankrupt, won't even last until the end of next month, you've got no accolade, no experience, nothing to offer, except. He points to her. My body, she narrows her eyes at him. Your quirk, Law says, pointing at her with a fry. Dark skin and golden skin, matches the company colors, the family colors, you look good on me. The woman scoffs, 4 years in college and the biggest opportunity of my life, is because he thinks my quirk is pretty. You could have at least called me smart before you called me pretty. I'd never accuse you of being smart, Law says, jokingly. Can't be smart if you spent 4 years studying journalism. Now you sound like my dad. Well, I am a father to my people, Law says. Ready to get started. Halfway ready for this night to be over, she says while reaching into her purse and taking out a small notepad. So what would you like to know first? Law asks. Your English is very good, by the way, she says. My American too. American isn't a language, she says. Every 3 states the people sound completely different, Law shrugs. It's one of the charms only a country this big and divided can have. So have you been enjoying your stay over here? You've been seen at a few fundraisers and parties, but your new headquarters stateside is the Manhattan Matani Tower, why? Central Park is a nice view to wake up to, Law says. Plus in New York, you can get anything you want, except a street with no noise or traffic. Well, I can't attest to the former, but the latter is certainly true, which I'd imagine you dislike considering your car collection is ever growing. Buying stupid things like that is a good way to meet people who have more money than they know what to do with, Law says as he takes a bite of his burger. I'd rather you not put that part about my associates in your story. Got it, she scratches out her last note. And now you're here, in America, enjoying your life and setting up some new businesses all of a sudden, why? Growth is part of life, it's that simple. You make your employees in Japan nervous, over 100,000 people exist under the Matani banner, you being overseas scares them, Alana says. But they have faith in you. You kept their pay coming when you weren't making any profits, you quite literally bought their trust and respect. Everything has a price, Law says. Well, almost everything. She raises a brow, you believe there is something that can't be bought, like what, loyalty? No, money buys opportunity, and one good opportunity is all it takes to earn loyalty, Law says, with a sad smile. But the only thing I ever cared about can't be bought, after all, people always say money doesn't follow you to the grave. Right, your family, she says while taking some notes. When I researched you, I learned about them. I'm sorry that happened. Accidents happen, it's not anyone's fault, Law says. I just try to make the most of what they left me, help all the people I can. Using your inheritance and going public, growing the family business and brand, donating money as if you don't care about your personal account, I should have guessed you don't care about money, she says. But do you care about yourself? Law gives her a strange look, that's a new one. Hundreds of reporters and none have ever asked me that. People rarely ask heroes how they feel. Hero. Law chuckles. Sorry, I forgot to wear my cape. You quickly became a pillar in Japan, what else would you call that? Law sighs, a man with no time on his hands. And a man that's good at avoiding questions, she says. How do you feel, Law? Law stops for a moment, thinking about it, then smiles. Hopeful. Hopeful. I feel stupid for it, but I have to be hopeful, otherwise, he pauses for a moment, thinking very clearly about the future. Otherwise I don't know what I would become. Well, if you ever stop being hopeful, 100,000 people could suffer, Alana says. Law smiles as he takes a sip of his drink, sure, just 100,000. What about you, how are you feeling? I'm on a date with one of the most rich and powerful people in the world, so I'm nervous. Date, I thought this was an interview. That too, she quickly takes a deep breath to focus. And what's your endgame? No idea, Law admits, seeing her finally eating her burger. I've got a lot of things I want to do, maybe be the Messiah, maybe the devil, which should I be? There are people calling you both, how about we flip a coin and you decide? Nah, I know what I am, now we just wait, Law says, jokingly. Enjoying your burger? It feels wrong eating a burger on a day interview. That just helps it taste better, Law shrugs. After another half hour of talking, they both finish their meals and get up to leave, and Law leaves a $1,000 tip on the table. I wish more rich people were like you, Alana says as she notices the tip, before following him out of the diner. Would make a lot of people working regular jobs happier. Most people care about the money they have, Law says. But nothing I want has a price tag, unless you know someone who can resurrect people, do you? Maybe you should get on Horizon's list, win the bid, and have him try his magic. It's not magic, it's just a strong quirk, Law says. Besides, already tried that. $2 billion for him to tell me it's impossible. If there is a god, it's not him. Wow, Alana says as they arrive at his car, a sports car she doesn't recognize in the Matani colors, black and gold. What kind of car is this? It's custom, from the wheels and chassis to the engine and interior, Law says. Well, driving back to Manhattan does give us some open road for you to actually enjoy it. Can't say I'm excited for the drive back, Alana gestures to her car parked nearby, a slightly worn-down older car. About that, Law says as he takes out the keys and hands them to her. What? You think I'd have someone this beautiful on my arm and not show you off? He asks after handing her the keys. So the interview isn't done. Not even close. Law walks over to the passenger seat. And you're driving. Someone will come by to get your car, it'll be waiting for you after breakfast. Now let's go, we've got a party to get to. End chapter. Chapter 325, Chapter 324, Kicking the Hive PT2. Chapter start. This is the most ridiculous thing ever, Alana says as she drives over 200 miles per hour 200 km/h through the clear roads in a massive private area of upstate New York. Which part? All of it, Alana says. If I crash I hope you know I can't pay for this. If we crash that's not gonna be a problem, Law says. Yeah, I was trying not to think about that. Anyway, we're close now so we should clear up some things, Law says. Do you drink? Only on special occasions, Alana says. No drinking tonight, you'll want to keep your head on straight around these people. And what kind of people are we talking about, because it sounds like I'm about to walk into a drug deal or something. You wish it was that simple, Law says. We're about to party with a lot of dangerous people, people who drug dealers wish they could be compared to. People like who? Senators, judges, elected officials, pro-heroes, some military people, private sector businessmen, that kind of thing, Law says. It's a charity gala, but you can call it a kingmaker's ball. It's where the future of this country gets decided. The entire country. One part, Law says. This is the faction that recently lost, because they put all their chips on Sentinel. Sentinel, she slams both her feet on the brakes, bringing them to a screeching halt. These people are working with those traitors. And you want me to go there? Yes, because you're the only reporter I know they can't buy, since one of those traitors killed your dad when they attacked DC. He was just a police officer trying to do his job, and they put him down, and these people were backing them. Alana grips the wheel so tightly that her knuckles whiten slightly, then rests her head on it. You expect me to party with the people who killed my father? Alana asks. No, I expect you to act as arm candy, a piece of us they can ignore because that's all they'll think you are, Law says. Listen, observe, learn, start writing a story that doesn't have my name in it, and take down their entire empire. And leave all their companies and connections on the table for you to take, right? Well, someone has to, Law says. But if you want to walk away right now and miss your chance, now is the time. Alana takes a moment to collect her thoughts, then continues driving. They won't let me in there, I'm a reporter, she says. You're not big enough to be on their radar, Law says. And they have this event every few months, they let their guard down, they're used to being able to speak freely. So I'll get everything without asking a single question, she says. And when can I publish this story? You'll have to wait until I confirm, Law says. These people are dangerous and well-connected, I'd rather be more established in America before you put a target on yourself. They continue talking for a few minutes and she finally sees the estate in the distance, and they say crime doesn't pay. It doesn't, Law says. Sometimes it just takes longer to catch up to people, but now we're here. 30 minutes later. Standing in the extravagant ballroom, Alana is clinging to Law's arm as they chat with an older Caucasian man and his wife. The man has hair that glows green every few seconds while his wife appears completely normal. I was hoping Senator Heffernan would have been here, Law says. It's not very polite for the host to be fashionably late to his own party. Well, when he gets here you'll have to get in line, the man says. Everyone wants to talk to him after our last investment went belly up, which is why we invited you here, hoping to set up some more concrete infrastructure overseas. Mainly Japan. Well, Colonel, I'm sure in that regard I can be of major assistance, Law says. But I was rather surprised when I got the offer. After all, Horizon currently resides in Japan. Yes, for now, the man's wife says. But we have sources that say Horizon and Skyline are in talks about him moving to America after graduating UA. These are just some long-term investments. The type of investments you forget about until they become useful, Law says. It makes sense, after all, America does seem to be more aligned with his personality than Japan. As they continue speaking, Alana quietly observes, trying her best to remember every name, face, piece of useful information, and every name mentioned in passing. All of it, clearing anything else from her mind as she gathers evidence for the story of a lifetime. Ever so often she speaks, making her presence known but not adding anything of value, playing the role of an accessory for a wealthy and powerful date. Going along with the persona he prepared for her, a wealthy heiress from overseas who shares in his ambitions. As they're talking, another man comes along and whispers something in the colonel's ear, leading to him and his wife excusing themselves from the conversation. "What do you think that was about?" Alana asks, quietly. "Not sure, let's get some air and wait for Heftron, he's the one I need to talk to," Law says as he leads her to the balcony. "He looked really worried back there, and he wasn't the only one," Alana says as they walk onto the balcony, which was fortunately deserted. "Well, whatever it was, I'm not part of their inner circle yet, so hopefully it doesn't apply to me. I'm sure being here means you're too deep to be separated from them, which is why you want to control the story, right? And I want to see these people brought down," Law says. "Expanding my reach along the way doesn't hurt though." "I'm sure it do." Alana stops talking as she sees dozens of fancy cars leaving the mansion. "Wow, they're in a hurry, something must have really spooked them." "Clearly, take a look inside," Law says. Alana walks away, back to the ballroom, and he takes the moment to close his eyes and activate Hand of God. Hiding his glowing blue eyes, he takes in everything, every word people are saying, their physical traits, every piece of paper, every word, every license plate. Everything. Before she returned, he warps away for just a second before returning. That bug should be enough, he thinks as she comes rushing back over to him. The entire room is empty, the last few people just rushed out, she says. "I guess they forgot we were here, but what could have scared them like that?" "Well, let's get to the helipad, we can find out on the way there," Law says as he holds her hand, giving her some sense of relief. Helipad. Well, it beats driving back to Manhattan, and I figured by now you'd want to get out of those heels. "That was an hour ago," Alana says as she follows Hit to collect their phones and get to the car. He takes the driver's seat and begins driving away from the estate while she checks her phone. "I found it," Alana says. "Oh my God, I just found Senator Heftron." "Where is he?" "Look," Alana swipes her screen, and the video is projected onto the dashboard screen for him to see. Horizon posted this on his account, so it must have happened a few minutes ago. Oh my God, Law sees Horizon standing behind a couple who were bloodied and tied to chairs, gagged and conscious for it all. "That's Senator Heftron and his wife." "Sorry about the mess," Horizon says, in English. "But I decided it was best not to hide anything from the American people, not about my intentions, and resolve to deal with this current crisis of loyalty. This man is Senator Heftron, and this woman is his main accomplice, his wife. And they, along with many other politicians, were supporting the evolutionists, Sentinel's deranged movement. Some because they believed, most for profit, but regardless of why they supported it, they will be dealt with the same way." Horizon steps forward and places his hand on the man's head, squeezing hard enough to make the man scream through the gag. "Pain and suffering will meet these traitors before justice finds them, because President Skyline has given me permission to hunt you, with the full resources of the United States of America supporting me. He chose me because he wants this to be public, to be a lesson, because the entire world will be watching. Because while some people do not appreciate how aggressive I am with villains, the majority, regardless of what they say to their friends and family, to appear nicer than they really are. The power you promised to use to help them, to lift them up to a better life. You who decided to use that power like a knife and stab them in the back, there won't be anyone pretending to care about you, because you are worse than any villain. Because as much as we hate villains, they are honest about the monsters they are. Just as I am honest about what will happen to you when I put my hands on you. I will make you talk, and the longer you refuse, the more you will be educated on how resilient the human body can be. Your only option is to go to the nearest police station and turn yourself in, give up anyone and anything you can, because the longer it takes for me to get you, the less patient and gentle I will be. It's only a matter of time, after all, as of this moment no one holding public office is allowed to leave the country, so I'll see you soon." The video abruptly cuts off, leaving Alana speechless. "Oh my God," she whispers. "I can't believe they really did this, with Horizon hunting them down they'll be handled in no time," she says excitedly. "Well, I'm glad you're excited about this. The people responsible for my dad dying have the most powerful, dangerous, psychopathic monster in the world hunting them. This is the best news I've gotten in a long time. Well, we can celebrate back at my place, and I can give you some more info for your story." Alana melts into her seat slightly, feeling much more relaxed. This night was full of surprises, but all good ones. "Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it," Law says, happy this played out so well. With his deal with President Skyline, he's only allowed to reveal certain people during his scare tactics campaign, but since Alana was here tonight she can fill in the gaps for the public, giving him some distance from it all. Degrading public trust in politicians and their pro-heroes even more, and transferring it all to Horizon. End chapter. Chapter 326, Chapter 325, Villain Disputes. Chapter Start. Have you been enjoying your vacation? Nizu asks, appearing on Law's phone as it floats beside the pool, currently hosting the video call between him and Nizu. Law takes a deep breath as he floats in the water, enjoying the luxuries of the Matani Tower in Manhattan. It's been easier than I expected, Law says. Politicians are cowards. After that announcement last night, a lot of them surrendered, more than I expected, made the wise choice to turn themselves in instead of running. But not all. No, not all, Law says. But most of my part is already done. President Skyline agreed to involve me because a scare tactic like that is exactly what they can't deal with. They aren't used to the violence coming to them directly. And what else do you have to do? Make a few examples, nothing serious. Law sits up on the surface of the water, eyes glowing bright blue as he makes the surface support him. Are you really only calling me to get an update? No, not really, Nizu says. A lot of smaller gangs are rising up since you've been away, trying to make a name for themselves and cash out before you return to Japan. Oh, Shigaraki's people. Surprisingly no, the League of Villains is still only doing background work, supplying weapons and manpower in the form of conventional weapons and Nomu. They've gone completely dark otherwise. That's not too surprising, Law says. They know better than most what it's like to stand against me, and they know I'd hunt them in particular, the first chance I get, so they don't want to leave a trail that I can follow once I get back to Japan. UA has also been quiet, Nizu says. All the Hero Corps students with provisional licenses are spending the summer with their mentors, and the others are preparing for the exam in September. A few spend a few days at a time at UA to get upgrades to their equipment, however. Ah, so that's why you're calling, Law smiles, mischievously. You miss having me around. You've built a system that's so efficient it leaves you with nothing to do. Things were more interesting with you around. Besides, it is always good to have a project in the works. Speaking of projects, about the Panacea, I got access to the US Medical QUIRK database this morning. The simulations are already running, Law says. I noticed, it's putting a serious strain on my systems over here, Nizu says. Have you settled on a price, or are you still going to make it free? A miracle cure should be free. I am a pro-hero after all, Law says. But anything that requires more intimate surgery will still need an operation. So you won't completely kill your business, is that intentional? No, if the body doesn't recognize things that need to be removed as obstructions, then there isn't anything the Panacea can do about it, Law shrugs. If a person was born missing an arm, their body thinks that's normal, so the Panacea won't grow a limb for them. And are any countries still hesitant to share the data they have? Only a few, but their people will deal with that for me, after the announcement is made. Whoever replaces those politicians will know better. And what about the doses you left here, at UA? Nizu asks. I labeled those with names for a reason. They only work for the person I made them for, otherwise things could get complicated, Law says. The version I'm working on right now is universal, which is why it'll be so expensive. Well, the miracle cure is done, what's next? World peace. Law laughs at the absurdity of his serious question. Why would I want that? A peaceful world is a world without progress, and that's too boring. South Korea. What do you mean he doesn't care? Spinner slams his phone down, shattering it on the floor. He turns to the corner of his room where Twice and Toga are playing checkers, seeing both of them staring at him, clearly worried. So Shiggy isn't going to do anything about them? Twice asks. That's what Compress says, but I'm gonna go talk to him, Spinner says. Either of you coming? Sure, I need snacks anyway, Toga says as she gets up, wobbling slightly before Twice holds her. Take your time, Twice says. You only just got out of the wheelchair, no need to push yourself. Toga pulls her arm away from him, shooting him an annoyed look. I'm not a baby, you know. We know, babies are cute, Spinner says as he rushes out the door, marching down the hallways of their latest headquarters to find Shigaraki. What the hell does that mean? Toga yells as she takes out her knife and rushes after him, only to stumble and prop herself up on the hallway wall. Stupid legs. Want a piggyback ride? Twice asks. No, I need to walk more anyway, Toga says as she pushes off the wall and continues walking down the hallway. Thanks for trying to help, Twice. Sure thing, Twice salutes her as they walk down the hallway. What do you think about this whole situation anyway? I think anyone disrespecting us should get stabbed in the neck. She stabs the air in front of her to emphasize her point. We got together because the world was disrespecting us and calling us freaks, so why is Shiggy letting a bunch of wannabes do that to us? It doesn't make any sense. I hear ya, Twice says. Especially since those damn pieces of trash made fun of Big Sis Magna, after she gave her life protecting us from those pro-heroes. They have to die for that, Toga says in a serious tone. Nobody makes fun of our friends and lives, nobody. Well, I wouldn't say nobody, but that one is out of our control, Twice grumbles. Toga stops walking as memories come flowing back. Twice walks a few steps before he notices, looking back to see her leaning against the wall, sweating, breathing heavily, eyes flooded with fear and panic. Oh crap. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought him up. Twice rushes over and hugs her, not letting go until she calms down. A few steps ahead of them, Spinner looks back, taking in the scene. We won't get anywhere if they stop fearing and respecting us, Spinner says. We need to show those new wannabe villains that they can't mess with us, otherwise everyone will want to mess with us, and we'll all get hurt like you did. I won't let that happen to my friends. Twice nods in agreement as Spinner walks forward, entering the elevator and going to the warehouse below. He exits the warehouse to see Shigaraki leaning on the railing, overlooking their 5-story tall, massive warehouse, filled with tubes of Nomu that have already been sold. Shipping containers are lined up beyond the massive gates, being loaded onto ships just a few hundred meters away. Shigaraki, you can't be serious, Spinner says as he approaches, looking around to see Nomu loading and moving the cargo around the warehouse. I am, we aren't going to retaliate, Shigaraki says. We aren't street-level thugs anymore, we have a business to run. Being a power broker is our new role, not just regular villains. Is that what this is about, the fact that there aren't any profits in it? Spinner asks. They publicly disrespected us, and Big Sis Magna, they said she was worthless trans trash, and that's why she died. Are we gonna let them get away with that? Shigaraki's jaw tightens, then he relaxes. We are in Korea, they are a small-time villain group in Tokyo, Japan. Without Kurogiri there are now logistical issues in going there for simple retaliation. We can easily get over there, the same way we ship Nomu from here to South America. Shigaraki sighs, if you want to wipe them out, then contact one of our cells in Japan, send them to kill them all, and make an example of them, problem solved. You know that's not how this works, Spinner says. People around Japan are talking, they think we ran because Horizon scared us off, that we're cowards who don't get our hands dirty anymore, they aren't respecting us. You want me to leave our base and go kill them, over respect? Shigaraki asks. You fret over the respect of ants, Spinner. You know, that's exactly the kind of thing Horizon would say about us. Shigaraki's grip on the railing tightens, Spinner, we aren't foot soldiers anymore. You're one of my generals, act like it. Give some orders and have them wiped out, problem solved. Then people will respect us even less, and the other groups grabbing for power will grow, then where will that lead? Think about it. Shigaraki rubs his chin, pondering the possibilities. We're at the top of the villain food chain in Japan right now, if our position starts slipping the other groups will start fighting in the streets. Which is normally what we want, chaos and death, but the government could call Horizon back early, Shigaraki says. Then all the shipments we have in Japan, and plan to move before he gets back to Tokyo, would be found, crap. Yeah, so let me wipe them out, Spinner says. If you won't go, then send me, I am your right-hand man after all. Shigaraki groans, Spinner, I rather lose the respect of those ants if it means my friends can remain safe, and our plans can continue forward. If I don't go deal with them, everything will be at risk, Spinner says. We need to remind the villains of Japan that we're on top. Don't do anything public, we don't want the cops and pro-heroes getting excited about us showing our faces in Japan, Shigaraki says as he turns to Spinner. If they catch your scent you can be sure damn near every pro-hero and cop in Japan will be hunting for you, and without Kurogiri, there won't be an easy way to get you out of there. I know, and I'll be careful, Spinner says. Is Dabi still in Japan? I could use some backup on this. Dabi working on something to shake up Endeavor, apparently his daughter teaches at an elementary school that's seriously lacking security. If he does that then Horizon will definitely be back in Japan. Which is why he's just setting things up for now, this will act as a diversion if we need it. But for now, only you, Dabi, and I, know about this plan, so keep it that way, Shigaraki says. We can't afford to let too many people know, telepathy is a thing after all. Got it, when I'm done with these guys I'll go help out Dabi. Good, take your usual Nomu along with a twice double, we can't afford to let his main body leave the space. What about Toga? Spinner asks. Shigaraki raises a brow at this. Something you want to tell me? No, Spinner blushes and looks away. I just think she really wants a chance to kill the guys who made fun of Magna, and this will be a good chance for her to get back into the flow of things. Shigaraki turns back to the Nomu working in the warehouse, whatever, just don't let your feelings get in the way of the mission, and promise me you'll all come back alive. I promise you. Alright, take some of the more basic Nomu, keep things as quiet as possible, Spinner says. And check in with Dabi before you hit them, maybe he'll be in the mood to cremate some people. Got it, boss. End chapter. Chapter 327, Chapter 326, Hope of Cloud cover. Chapter start. I just feel like, things would have been a lot better for us, for the three of us, for you, if things had gone differently, Aizawa says as he looks down at the photograph in his hands. The small picture was of himself, Hizashi, present Mike Dash, and Oboro, Kugarigi, at the end of their second year at UA. They were all sitting on a cloud he'd created, and Aizawa couldn't even recognize the smile he wore in that picture. He wipes the tears from his eyes and looks up to see Kurogiri strapped to a chair beyond 2 feet of reinforced glass with some holes for them to speak. Heroes make hard choices, that's what makes us different from villains especially, Aizawa says. Heroes sacrifice themselves for others, so I wonder. If things had gone differently, if you had gotten out before the building collapsed, if the 3 of us graduated together and formed that hero agency we wanted to. Aizawa stops for the moment, shoulders slumping as he leans back in his chair, staring down at the picture with a frown. Would the person who took my place, in that version of things, would they have been able to protect my precious students? I couldn't protect them all, maybe they would have done better than men. Aizawa brings the picture up so he can look at it side by side with Kurogiri, who was silently staring at him, unresponsive, as usual for these visits. He'd been visiting much more often since summer vacation began, but the villain had yet to say a single word to him. It's all I've thought about this past year, even more recently. This month makes it 1 year since you, Aizawa coughs to interrupt himself. Since the League of Villains attacked the summer camp and killed some of the students. But no matter how much I think about it, since All for One was there, the best possible scenario was me being there. Aizawa scoffs. If he and All Might or Endeavor fought there, everyone would have died as collateral, so my quirk makes me uniquely qualified to neutralize him, to protect my students. Aizawa lowers the picture, focusing on Kurogiri. I suppose against the devil himself, limiting losses is more realistic than saving everyone, right? Kurogiri continues to silently stare at him. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't disagree. You were always the type to keep trying to save everyone, even to the point that it got you killed. You were always meant to be a hero, so it's no surprise he used you like this. Turning the best of us is what devils and demons are supposed to do, and if you were alive they never would have managed that. You were the strongest of us in that respect. 5 more minutes, the guard announces through the speakers. Aizawa deflates even more, muttering to himself, 5 minutes, 5 years, what's the difference? Aizawa looks down at the picture, feeling hope slipping away as a new set of tears fall onto it, until a new ray of hope shines through. Cloud, Kogoriji's deep, hoarse voice says, struggling with each syllable. Aizawa's eyes snap up to the villain, widening to their limits. Cloud. Cloud, cover, Kurogiri says. Aizawa gets out of his seat and presses a hand on the glass. Yes, that's the name you wanted the hero agency to have, Cloud cover, what else can you remember? Cloud, cover, Hisashi, Shota. The dark purple fog around Kurogiri's face begins to dissipate slightly, revealing flowing dark purple hair atop his head, a piece of a scarred, surprisingly young face. Aizawa could only see the right eye, and the new scars on the forehead, but he would recognize his friend anywhere. Oboro. Aizawa yells as he sees his friend cry a single tear, before his eyes glow yellow again and the fog begins reforming. Shota. Oboro asks, clearly confused. Erasure. Aizawa activates his quirk, finally seeing a piece of the body below the fog. But it doesn't stop the fog from fully reforming, and Kurogiri from going rigid and unresponsive again. For better or worse, it does not affect his current state. Vitals say he's in a deep sleep, the guard announces through the speakers. Aizawa sighs and dries his tears, leaning his head against the glass. So it's not completely hopeless after all, he mutters, looking up at Kurogiri. Hisashi will be happy to hear about this, but we need you to keep fighting. Keep trying to come back to us, you've never given up on anything before, so don't start now, not when your friends are fighting too. Kurogiri's eyes open for a moment before closing again. A few moments later the doors open, and Aizawa is escorted out of Tartarus. After getting to the surface from floor 4, Aizawa gets into his car and begins the 10-mile drive across the bridge that connects Tartarus to mainland Japan. Hisashi, are you busy? Aizawa asks as the call connects. Not really, I just got back from that emergency. Now I'm just helping some of the kids with their quirks, Hisashi says. What's up? On the other end of the call, Hisashi Yamada, aka Present Mike, was sitting on a large boulder in casual clothes, nursing his sore throat after a surprising amount of combat in an emergency mission he was sent on. Ahead of him is a large grassy field filled with boulders of varying sizes. While talking on the phone he observed Kyokujiro, in her earphone jack hero costume, clashing her earphone jacks together close to the boulders without touching them. Each time she does this a sound wave rushes out in every direction, knocking her back into the grass. He watches with an amused smirk as the girl struggles to learn something that came so naturally to him. In fact, destructive sound waves were so natural to him that when he was born, his first cries burst the ears of everyone in the room, doctors, nurses, even his parents. So wrapping his mind around not simply being born powerful was something he took years to achieve. It's about Kurogiri, Aizawa says, and Present Mike's amused smirk stops. Oh, did something change? He asked, hesitation clear in his voice. For the better, Aizawa says. I saw Oboro. Hisashi. Hisashi, are you there? Yeah, Hisashi says. What do you mean? I mean, he remembered the hero agency we wanted to start, or at least what he wanted it to be called, and I never mentioned that name. So he really is in there, Hisashi says, fighting the tears trying to form. I'll be sure to go with you next time. I can't believe the one visit I can't go to is when this happens. What a sick joke. Well, he always was a prankster like that, Aizawa says. But seriously, he's still in there, Hisashi. Our friend, Oboro, he's still fighting. Hisashi smiles. If anyone could fight his way back from the grave, it's him, especially when there are people who need him to save them. Aizawa, Hisashi says in a quiet voice. He was born to be a great hero, he'll save us from this, I can feel it. At this rate, it'll be decades before that happens, Aizawa says. What do you think about moving him out of Tartarus? Out of Tartarus, where the hell would? Hisashi stops as he sees some UA buildings in the distance. You can't be serious here. We can keep the transfer quiet, and even if Shigaraki did learn about it, they won't come here. Horizon Tower and UA are arguably safer than Tartarus when it comes to them. The Hero Commission would never agree to that, the risk is too high. Maybe, but I could see Oboro, his tears, he wants us to save him, Aizawa says. And don't you think we've kept him waiting long enough? Hisashi bites his lip, but nods. How would we even do this? We have powerful friends, and people who owe us favors. Between Nizu, Horizon, All Might, and Endeavor, I'm sure we can get something done. Yeah, friendship is the best quirk after all, so let's rely on it for this, Hisashi says. I'll go talk to Nizu when this training is done. Good, I'm going to meet up with Edshot and Sir Naite, they asked for my help on a case. Oh, you'll be working with Deku and Lemillion too then, plus Cellophane and Tsukimi. Team Horizon is managing Minato Tokyo until their boss gets back, so just Deku and Lemillion, Aizawa says. Before I get back I'll make a stop in Saitama Tokyo and talk to Endeavor. Right, I should probably tell Namiri about this too, she'll be glad to know we've made some progress. Yeah, but don't tell anyone who doesn't need to know. This could still take a lot of time. So, his parents? Hisashi asks. Best not to get their hopes up, Aizawa says. We didn't tell them he was Kurogiri in the first place because of how hard his death was on them, so that news plus this, I hate to imagine what it would do to them. Or if he'd even want anyone to know. When he's back, if he has all his memories from his time as Kurogiri. He can blame himself all he wants, after he comes back to us, Aizawa says. Let's just focus on one thing at a time. Yeah, I suppose you're right, call me when you're done with Edshot and Sir Naite. Will do, Aizawa says as he hangs up. Hisashi looks up at the sky, seeing the scant few clouds high above, and smiles. I guess there are always clouds somewhere, Oboro. He falls into his memories, mainly of his friend who could be with them again, soon, and can't help but feel more hopeful by the second. After all, miracles are being granted all around him lately, so maybe he finally got his. Sensei. Jiro snaps him out of his thoughts, almost a half hour after he began cloud watching. Huh, what's up? Hisashi asks, looking at the girl with a battered hero costume and bruises on her body. I still can't direct the sound waves forward, I think I should go see Mei to have some equipment made for that, like yours, she says. Hisashi raises a hand to touch his neck, where his sound directing equipment would usually be. That's not a bad idea, but just keep in mind that sometimes equipment that starts as training wheels becomes a crutch, he says before hopping down from the rock, and walking over to her. Master it, but keep training to achieve the same effects without it. Of course, Sensei. Plus if I ever have to fight a villain without it, I'd rather be ready for that too, she says while removing her visor, which looked similar to Horizon and Cellophane's, but had a speaker design where the face would be. It should be capable in theory, but the output just feels off. Hisashi rubs his chin, it's based on the design of my gear, so we assumed your power output was the problem, hence making you train to create destructive sound waves without it, but maybe your rhythm is the problem. My rhythm? Jiro asks. Well, your quirk amplifies the sound of your heartbeat, that's why pumping that into the ground so easily causes quakes for you, he says. Mine amplifies my voice, so I have more power but can't use it to provision like you can with your earphone jacks, plus it doesn't help me use echolocation like you, so maybe rhythm is the problem. Or more accurately, stockpiling the energy matching the rhythm. What do you mean? Jiro gives him a genuinely confused look. Hisashi sighs, your quirk is connected to your body, so keep the sound of multiple heartbeats moving around in there then release them all at once, instead of trying to amplify one, amplify a few at once. I do a similar trick with the vibration of my vocal cords, but it puts a serious strain on them. My quirk uses my heart, and by extension my entire body, so what happens if I strain it? Your bones will hurt before your heart, so stop if you feel any pain at all, try it out after you go get some lunch, Hisashi says. I need to go see Principal Nizu. Sure thing Sensei, Jiro says excitedly as he walks away. After he leaves she relaxes, looking at the one boulder she'd been trying to shatter all day, which still stood strong. Then farther ahead, at the 5m-16 feet wide, circular trench carved in the ground, spanning the field they were currently training in from end to end, almost 33m-100 feet. She then looks to the men as he walks away, already on another phone call. I guess he's not just some lame DJ. End chapter. Chapter 328, Chapter 327, Mental Jolts. Chapter start. South Bend, Ohio, USA, 8 p.m. I didn't take you for a football fan, Star says, sitting beside Horizon atop the stadium while the teams come back onto the field. Sure, football, Horizon says. When you're in America, you call it football, she says as the second half of the game begins. Do we come to your country and try to change things? Horizon slowly looks at her. Yes, that's what you people are most famous for, being obnoxious is part of your culture. PSH, whatever, she says as one of the cameras finally turns to them, showing them on the massive screen and announcing their presence to everyone. Both Horizon and Star politely wave to the people before the cameras return to the game. Do you plan to go shake hands and pander to the crowd after the game? Star asks as they return to their quiet conversation. We won't be staying for the whole thing, my target should be coming back to the city soon as he's in my range we'll warp out of here. Oh great, am I going to have to watch one of your infamous torture sessions? Star frowns at the idea. Hey, I didn't ask you to come find me, you can fly back to your base if you want. Are you saying you don't like my company? You aren't my type, but the free food is nice. Don't like blondes. Don't like heroes, Horizon says. But it is nice talking to someone who isn't completely terrified of me. Star and Stripe gives him a smug look. Maybe if you figured out that awakening I'd have something to be scared of, but you've still got a bit of work to do with that. I'm close, just needs the final touches, and studying your quirk is exactly what has helped me get this far, Horizon says. Oh, really? Star raises a brow at that. And what have you figured out about my quirk? You impose your will on the world around you to force temporary change. The concept is simple, the quantum implications are, much less so, but you and I are beings of will, we just apply it differently, he says. Would be helpful if you told me the name, for my personal records. Star and Stripe sighs, it's called New Order, and yeah, it's basically what you just described, but I'm not giving you any more info on it. And I would never ask. After a few more minutes of friendly conversation, Horizon stiffens and taps her arm. He's here, we should get into position, Horizon says. Damn, and I was just getting into the game, Star grumbles. Shambles. Star tenses as she's suddenly in an expensive kitchen overlooking a small private lake in the backyard. I expected to feel something, she says. Don't be stupid, you know how my warping works, why would you feel anything? Yeah, I guess you're right, she says while looking around, seeing Horizon looking through the fridge. Where are we? You said we were going to ambush someone, shouldn't we be on a rooftop, someone waiting for them? Horizon grabs a bottle of water from the fridge and then moves to the cabinets, rifling through them. The best place to ambush people is where they feel safe. For this person, that's in his home. As he's rifling through the kitchen, Star and Stripe walks around, looking at the family pictures on the walls. An older couple, and from what she could tell their daughter had already graduated college. Do you do this often? She glances over to see Horizon walking into the living room with a box of cookies. All the time, he sits on the couch and puts his feet up. They've got some cameras in here but I looped the footage from before we arrived, they'll be here soon enough, and we'll surprise them. Star gives him an uncomfortable look, noticing how relaxed he is, sitting on his soon-to-be victim's couch, eating their snacks, scrolling on his phone. Eventually, with a sigh and roll of her eyes, she takes a seat beside him and turns on the TV. Is this seriously what people watch? Star asks. When was the last time you watched TV? She shrugs. Back when I was a kid, my sister and I were watching cartoons on the plane when. Horizon glances at her, seeing the uncomfortable look on her face. Bad memories. Yeah, something like that, Star says before flipping to the news channel. Yeah, figured you'd do that. Everything else is pro-hero propaganda bullshit anyway, especially the idiots who have their reality TV shows. Probably half the reason that Stain guy wanted to kill people, Star says. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned him. Why? Didn't he kill one of your friends? Oh, that, Horizon shrugs. I told the idiot that would happen if he tried to get revenge for his brother, but he didn't listen. Star and Stripe turns to him, shocked. I thought that was just bad luck, your statement was. A complete lie, Horizon says. He wanted revenge for someone he loves, which is something I can completely understand. Revenge isn't what heroes do. If someone killed a person you cared about, you wouldn't want them dead. Star frowns and turns back to the TV. I guess I was being a bit of a hypocrite. If I had the chance, I would have done anything for revenge, but it turns out I didn't need to. Wow, so you do have a dark side. Who could possibly bring out that side of you? I'd rather not talk about it, she says. Whatever, Horizon shrugs. The target is almost here, now is your last chance before things get messy. I'd hate for Star and Stripe to get stained with blood because of me. I'll be fine, besides, I'm handling the pro-hero side of the traitors, that's why I needed this break. Too many fights. Too many former allies, too many traitors, too many reminders that I can't drop this mask for anyone. Hey, no wonder you like spending time with me, Horizon says as he gets up. I'm honest about what I am, and I don't care about what you are. You know, some would say that makes us friends, Star gives him a mischievous smile. But I can't be friends with someone who prefers pizza to burgers. I thought we agreed to settle on steak. It's about the principle, Star scoffs and folds her arms, jokingly. I wear this cape for a reason, you know. And that reason is because your government isn't very creative, so they just wrapped you in their flag. It works when your flag is undefeated, she gives him a cocky smile. Before Horizon can respond they want the front door open, and an older couple enters the home carrying some travel bags. They hear the couple chatter from the hallway before the woman walks into the living room, removing her coat. Only to freeze as she sees Horizon standing there, casually, while Star and Stripe are sitting on her couch, bashfully waving at her. Hi, Horizon politely waves, and her phone flies out of her pocket into his hand. Robert, the woman yells, not taking her eyes off the heroes for even a second. I know. The man says from down the hallway, Horizon can sense him struggling with their bags. But I'm just saying I'd like to see my grandson more than twice a year, it's not like her law firm will collapse if she takes a few days off too. The man freezes as he sees Horizon and Star and Stripe in his living room. Honey, you should go wait upstairs, the man says, and his wife begins taking shaky steps back. Sorry but, that's not how this works, Horizon says, causing the woman to freeze. Would you mind asking your husband where Senator Silvers' money is? Robert, she turns to her husband, getting more scared by the moment. What is he talking about? I don't know what he's talking about, the man suddenly warps in front of the couch, and with a wave of his hand Horizon uses tact to control his clothes and shove him down onto the couch beside Star and Stripe. I'll take this, Horizon says as the man's phone flies over to his hand as well. He deftly connects the phone to the device on his left forearm with a small cable before turning to the woman. He casually gestures for her to walk over to him, and as if sensing the impending danger, she slowly begins to back away. No, Horizon uses the same trick to pull her over to him, grabbing her shoulder and turning her to face her husband. Don't you took, the man tries to get up, only for Star to casually place a hand on his shoulder, keeping him seated. Damn it. You're supposed to be heroes, why are you threatening innocent people? I haven't threatened anyone, Horizon says. But innocent, the only innocent person here is her, he points to Star. You're a traitor who did a lot of secret accounting for senators, stealing money from the federal budget and funneling it to them, so they can give it to Sentinel. Horizon pauses, and turns to the man's wife. And the fact that she barely reacted to that news, means she knew. I swear she didn't know until after I. It doesn't matter, Horizon says. For better or for worse, right? You're married, you're in this together. You had the better when you were living lavishly, and used some of that money to help set up your daughter's law firm, now I'm the worse. What are you going to do to us? The man asks, barely getting the words out. Anything I want, until you start talking. Horizon grips the woman's shoulder, causing her to scream out and claw at his hand before he begins lifting her into the air by her shoulder. Stop it, the man yells, and Horizon surprisingly drops the woman, allowing her to crumple to the floor and hold her shoulder. See, this is why I don't have anyone I love, all it does is invite weakness for my enemies, Horizon says. At his words, Star and Stripe used all of her training to fight the emotions that almost showed on her face. Feeling a profound sense of déjà vu, as if watching a younger version of herself, who said the exact same words. I'm going to get some air, Star says as she gets up and walks away. Wait, the woman begs. Don't leave us with him. Please. Star ignores her cries as she steps into the backyard, leaving Horizon to his heinous work. 20 minutes later. Star, get in here, Horizon says as he steps into the backyard. What's wrong? Star asks as she steps into the living room, seeing a bloody mess left on the carpet and walls as the couple cling together, terrified. Jesus Christ. He's not here right now, obviously, Horizon says. Can you just get her to shut up? I can only focus on one this at a time for this. Fine, whatever it takes to get this over with, Star says as she walks over to the woman and gently places a hand over her mouth, pulling her away from Horizon and her husband. Now, this is going to hurt, a lot, so if you want to tell me the address, this is the time, Horizon says as he kneels in front of the man, the crying, blood-drenched man. The man looks over to his wife, who is staring in horror. If I talk, they'll know, and they'll kill them all, I'm sorry. Protecting your family, I can respect that, Horizon says, his voice surprisingly gentle. But I'm a bit annoyed that you're more scared of your traitor friends than me, especially since I'll do much worse than just killing your kids and grandkids. Wah, Horizon grabs both sides of the man's head, holding him in place. Hold still, I'd rather not fry your brain too soon, Horizon says as the man's eyes begin to flicker white and roll back into his head. Star and the man's wife watch, in horror, as Horizon slowly moves his hand away from the man's skull. But streams of electricity leap between his palms, through the man's head, burning the man's hair and skin as his body trembles and nose bleeds. After almost a minute of this horrific show, the man's eyes pop and are burned shut. And after a few more seconds of spasms, the corpse falls back onto the floor. The woman in Star's arms was frantically kicking and screaming, with her hand muffling her, with tears flowing down her face. What did you do? Star asks, not sure what she witnessed beyond the clear murder. Or more accurately, execution. Phew, Horizon tries to get up, but strumbles and drops to one knee. Wow, that's a serious headache. I need a minute. Horizon sits on the floor, removing his visor for Star and the woman to see his masked face beneath. And the blood flowing from his nose, which he quickly wipes away. So God bleeds, Star says. Shut up, Horizon says, struggling to get up. After a few deep breaths, he puts on his visor, and takes a moment to sort the new memories. What was that? Star asks. I'm thinking of calling it bioelectric mimicry, what do you think? She raises a brow at him. You copied the signals in his brain to get some of his memories. Surface thoughts, but he'd been thinking so hard about not giving me that information, that it was at the surface. I have what I need, Horizon says as he stretches his limbs, trying to relax. Did he have to die? Star asks as she releases the woman, who rushes over to her husband, desperately trying to shake him awake. It's a new move, Horizon shrugs. I have what I need so we can get out of here, let's go. What about her? Star asks, gesturing to the woman. We need to send her to a police station. No, the people I'm hunting are well connected. She gets arrested, they'll know I'm after them using this route. Horizon waves his hand, and the woman and her husband disappear, swap for 2 small rocks. Where did you just send them? Down, a few miles, Horizon says as he takes out his phone. I need to make a call to have this place sterilized when we leave, give me a minute. Star and Stripe stands there, stunned, as he casually walks into the other room to call his connection in the US government, the team assigned to help him hunt down the traitors. Part of her was concerned about how coldly he acted toward people. How casually he took the life of others. It was almost familiar. But she shakes her head, banishing the thought. No, I won't let her haunt me anymore, he doesn't have anything to do with her, Star quickly convinces herself. Simply happy that she finally had a friend, a real friend who wasn't using her because of what she could do. Yo, I managed to get a name for the address, it's in Florida, Horizon says as he casually enters the room. Oh, are you going there tonight? No, there isn't anyone in there right now, I got access to the camera around that entire block, how about we head to Manhattan? Star raises a brow at him. I thought your enemies would be smarter than to go to Manhattan, where you spend most of your time. They are, but there is a restaurant I've been missing and tonight is the grand opening of the first location outside of Japan, you coming? Sure, let's go, Star says as she walks over to him. What's the name? I'd look up the menu before we get there. Golden Hearts, they've got food from all over the world, Horizon says. But I personally just pick something at random every time, it's all good. Oh, is it that good? And it gives people like us privacy away from the fans and cameras, Horizon says before warping them both away. End chapter. Chapter 329, Chapter 328, Rainy Stealth. Chapter start. Japan, 11:30 p.m. I already regret agreeing to this, Mina says through her chattering teeth, barely able to think past the cold rain pouring down onto her. You could have at least let me keep my raincoat, jerk. Your bright pink raincoat for a stealth mission, great idea, Juzo rolls his eyes as he continues peering through the binoculars. Both he and Mina were dressed in all black tactical gear, with accompanying masks. Mina's mask even had one-way glass to hide her distinct eyes and the pink skin around them. She and Juzo were currently standing on a crane, 3 stories up, hanging over the dark ocean waters below, and a few hundred feet away was another dock, with a large ship docked, currently being loaded. The last one was more comfortable, just saying, Mina says. Are you going to complain all night? Yes. Juzo grumbles, I'm starting to question why Horizon asked me to start including you. Because I'm cute, obviously. Whatever, you've done well so far, just don't let a little rain and cold get to you, Juzo says. We'll be back in Horizon Tower by sunrise. And I'll be back in the hot tub. Oh, is your girlfriend coming over? Mina asks. I've been dying to go shopping. I think I deserve a little break after all the hero work we've done, and only half the summer is done. A little more than half, but no Tokage won't be here tomorrow, Juzo says. And she's not my girlfriend. Mina scoffs, you're the only one who thinks that. Honestly, you really should have brought her, isn't she stealth and recon trained? Yes, but Horizon said to start including you, so you're here, it's that simple. Yeah, but why? Probably because of all the girls in our class, you're the closest to being actual friends with him. Oh, that's kind of sad, Mina says. Also the press loves Pinky. Oh, Mina narrows her eyes at Juzo. So this was a publicity thing, is that it? I'm sure there is more to it than that, hell, maybe he does just think you're cute, Juzo shrugs. Yeah, well, I still think he's a jerk, I mean he ruined my high school romance arc. Juzo lowers the binoculars for a moment to give her a confused look, you like Toe? No, you idiot, Mina sighs, clearly exasperated. He mentioned something about my down here, being a potential acid fountain. And you'd bet teenage boys who eventually want to do that with their girlfriends don't want to take that risk. I was there, and he was just genuinely curious, like when he asked Dajui if she ever had the urge to eat bugs. Juzo shrugs and goes back to stalking. He also tried to test if Tokoyami would eat birdseed. I know he was being curious, but it still sucks, but did. Yeah, he likes the bird seeds, Juzo says. But don't tell him I said that. That's pretty funny. Did you become a hero just to get a boyfriend or something, to be a celebrity like Toru wants to be? No, I just don't like seeing people scared, so I wanted to help, Mina says. Well, if you want to keep coming along on these missions, don't tell Horizon that sappy stuff, he doesn't take it seriously as motivation. But, isn't that why you came to UA? No, Juzo says. Pro-heroes are the only ones encouraged by society to train their quirk to its maximum potential. Haven't you always been curious about what you could do at your absolute best? I've been scared of it my whole life, Mina says with a bitter frown, staring down at her gloved hands. With a quirk like mine, sometimes other kids get hurt when you get excited playing, and that was enough reason for me to not want to use my quirk at all. I see, must have been hard, especially since you don't have many traditional human cosmetic traits. Yeah, but that's just all the more reason to be a pro-hero, to show them that monsters can be cool too. She says with a bitter, forced smile. Pretty cool, huh? That's why Shoji does this stuff too, Juzo says. And if you really want a boyfriend, try Kirishima, I doubt anything scared him, especially not a little acid splash. Mina lightly punches him on the shoulder, don't joke about that, jerk. Sorry, but it is kind of funny. Only for you, Mina says. Besides, I've known Kiri since middle school, so dating him would be weird. Also, I don't think putting the two people with the lowest theory scores in class together is good. What if we got married and our babies turned out to have rocks for brains? Then you'd know for sure they're yours. Ugh, talking to boys about this stuff is the worst, Mina groans, dramatically. Especially you Team Horizon people. Hey, what the hell is that supposed to mean? It means, Horizon is Horizon. Shinso broke up with his girlfriend before any of us even got to meet her because romance got in the way of hero work. Siro is decent enough, but ogles other girls when he's cellophane. And you, Tokage is clearly in love with you but you still won't make it official. You're practically her boyfriend already. Things are perfect as they are, no need to change them, Juzo says. If Tokage has a problem I'm sure she'd just tell me. Mina folds her arms under her chest and rolls her eyes, smart with the hero stuff, but you're still such a guy. Well, I'll think about whatever that's supposed to mean later, right now we need to start swimming, Juzo says as he puts the binoculars away. They just finished loading the ship, so we've got an hour before the engines start. Ugh, this is gonna suck. Yeah, no arguing there, Juzo says as he leaps off the crane, into the dark, cold, choppy water below. Mina takes a few deep breaths to hype herself up. Horizon owes me a shopping trip for this, she says before leaping after Juzo who was already swimming toward the ship. Minutes later. Quietly crawling over the edge of the ship and joining Juzo in the shadows between the shipping containers, Mina is shivering so much she has to actively stop her teeth from chattering. Next time, call Siro as your backup for stupid shit like this, Mina says as she crouches behind Juzo. Since when do you swear? Since you had me jump into ice-cold, pith-dark, scary ocean water, now hurry up so I can get warm and give Horizon a piece of my mind. Juzo waits for a moment until all the ship's crew is inside before getting up and searching for a specific container. Mina follows closely behind him. For the record, normally this kind of thing is a solo task for Siro, Juzo says. But since his dad is in the country for a few days he's spending tonight over there. I thought his dad lived in Japan, isn't he a construction worker or something? He's retired, and moved, they came into some money so things are looking up, Juzo says as he's picking the lock to one of the containers. Oh, Mina gave it some thought. So, his dad has, or I'm guessing had back problems, right? Did Horizon fix that too? Juzo pauses for a moment, then continues. Yeah. Perks of being part of the team, and a friend. That's a lot, even for a friend, don't you think? Mina asks as Juzo uplocks the container, revealing a stockpile of green and purple vials secured within. What is that? That's what we're trying to figure out, Juzo says as they both step inside and pull the door closed behind them. Stay close to the door and listen for anyone coming, I'll get some sample. Got it, Mina says, leaning against the wall as Juzo looks around with a flashlight. After a minute of looking around, Juzo speaks up. Does it really surprise you that much? Huh, what are you talking about? That Horizon would do that for Zero, that stuff. I'm surprised Horizon cares about anyone really, at least beyond his pro-hero persona, Mina says, then remembers all the quiet conversations she's had with him since the video call at Horizon Tower. Well, I know he has his softer moments, but still. Yeah, he invested a lot of money and effort into keeping Zero's dad safe, but, you should know by now Horizon doesn't care about money. And Zero is his friend, so eliminating Zero's vulnerabilities by getting his dad out of danger was necessary. So it's just business, Mina mutters. Mina, Horizon has said he'd sacrifice everything for his parents if they were alive, his friends aren't that far behind, Juzo says. Normally we see the side of him that makes that clear, but when you're on his good side, it's like having a guardian angel. I guess I never really thought about it like that before. So, are there any other perks? Juzo collects the samples he needs and then places a tracker in a few hidden places, which she notices. Trackers. Interpol wants to track these new variants of trigger to find the source, which is why this isn't an official operation, Juzo says as he walks to the door and slowly steps outside. And as for other perks, our unlimited credit cards are pretty nice. Damn, now I'm jealous, Mina says as they lock the container and move back to the side of the ship. Don't suppose you can let me borrow that tomorrow? I'll think about it, if you help me get a gift for Tokage. Deal, Mina says as they both jump overboard. End chapter. Chapter 330, Chapter 329, Enter Immolation. Chapter start. I'm almost done in here, prep the next patient immediately, Horizon says to the empty operating room as he takes a scalpel to the brain lying on the metal table. Hearing him through the comms, his assistant at this hospital responds, "You've been performing surgeries for nearly 20 hours straight, don't you need a break?" "I can still go for 20 more before I need some sleep, but these kids may not have that time," Horizon says as he continues focusing on the brain. He very carefully and gently touches it with one finger, sensing where the tumor is once more, then takes one look to his left. On the other end of the operating table where the 3-year-old girl lays, her head harmlessly detached beside her body, her brain harmlessly removed and split in two right down the middle in front of Horizon. Horizon leans forward and sees the tumor, half the size of a marble, attached to the top of her brain stem. A terminal case for any person, unless Horizon is their doctor. Horizon carefully pilots the scalpel to cut into the tumor, slowly, gently, cutting between where it and her brain stem meet. He keeps one hand on the brain, holding it steady and constantly sensing her biological response to his intrusion as he goes. After some tense moments and much concentration, Horizon completely removes the tumor and allows it to drop onto the table. He pauses for a moment, prepared to react if her body, for whatever reason, responds poorly to the change. But nothing happens, so with a wave of his hand, he reassembles her body perfectly, better than it was before he began. Now for one last check, Horizon mutters as he gently touches her head, doing a full scan of her, down to the genetic level. Beneath his visor, he smiles, yet another miracle complete, he says before turning around, walking out of the operating room. There are 3 nurses standing in the hallway with sanitation equipment and a gurney to move the child, who smile as Horizon steps outside. She'll be fine, just needs some rest and physical therapy to get over her muscle degradation, Horizon says as he walks past them. As they move to sterilize the room and get the girl to the recovery ward, Horizon looks around, not seeing the second group of nurses with his next patient. A 2-year-old boy with degenerative bone marrow in dire need of a miracle. Horizon sighs and walks through the hallway to the main nerve center of this wing of the hospital, seeing everyone moving about. "Where is my next patient?" he asks, causing much of the room to pause for just a moment before they get back to work. "Horizon, you're still here," the nurse assigned to him asks, genuinely surprised. "Why wouldn't I be? I still have lives to save." "But, Central Park, we assumed you'd warp there right away," the man pointed down the hallway where a faint orange light was shining onto the wall. Room. Horizon expands his room to cover more than just the hospital, but Central Park, which is just across the street. "Wow, I've never sensed anything like that before," Horizon says as he walks down the hallway to a window overlooking the park. On one of the baseball fields was a bright orange glow which then dimmed for a moment. Horizon tilts his head to the side, clearly studying what he was sensing. "We assumed you knew," the nurse says. "Other pro-heroes and SWAT teams have already arrived on the scene." "No, when I'm operating on a patient they get my full attention," Horizon says as he looks across the park, seeing the building that the United States government rented for him, completely melted. "Clearly whatever is going on there wants my attention." "Should I postpone your other patients?" the man asks. "Normally we'd evacuate the hospital, at least those who aren't hooked up to essential life support machines, but..." "I know, I am here," Horizon says, looking around to see the doctors, nurses, support staff, and patients looking at him. No need to evacuate, prep my next patient, this won't take long, Horizon says before he warps away. Horizon appears 2 blocks away, leaving the children's hospital to arrive in a general hospital, specifically the emergency room entryway. He was yet again surrounded by chaos, police officers, civilians, and pro-heroes alike were laid out on gurneys, chairs, and the floor, with doctors rushing to identify and treat the most heavily injured first. Booster shot. Blue energy vapor begins pouring off of Horizon like a thick morning mist, spreading through the room and stabilizing the patients. What is this? One of the doctors asks, looking away from the police officer he was struggling to stabilize, who was already trying to sit up. Booster shot, it heals injuries and such, but still give everyone a once-over before you clear them, Horizon says as he walks over to the help desk, noticing the sense of relief washing over the room. The man behind the desk gives him a confused look as Horizon reaches over the desk and grabs all the pens and pencils held in a small cup, out of view. He then snaps them all in half, then snaps them once more. Without a word he then tosses them outside, into the drop-off bay. Shambles. Most of the pieces are swapped for civilians, pro-heroes, and police officers, including some more heavily armed officers. Then new arrivals look around confused, until they feel the cool sensation of Horizon's healing energy flowing through them. Minutes earlier. Walking through one of the many baseball fields within Central Park, a man made entirely of solid flames, glowing orange and melting the ground with each step, walks to the pitcher's plate. Damn it, and here I thought that would have gotten his attention, the man groans in annoyance, looking back at Horizon's assumed residence within Manhattan. The entire building was melted, molten stone, steel, and glass, now flowing into the streets and affecting the nearby buildings. Bang. A high-caliber sniper rifle bullet slams into the man's head, entering one side and leaving the other as molten metal. Well, at least someone finally noticed me, the man says as 3 pro-heroes arrive on the scene. One of them had 2 massive bat wings protruding from his back, and under each arm he carried an ally. Under his left was a man with a sniper rifle, still aimed at the villain. And under his right was a woman with large gauntlets on her hands. The 3 pro-heroes land, and immediately take a combat stance. Surrender, before this gets messy, the man with wings says. Seriously? You ask me to surrender after shooting me in the head, isn't that supposed to be the other way around? The man with the rifle responds by taking aim yet again, then loads a special round without moving the gun at all. When you melt a skyscraper, I tend to get trigger happy. You're lucky since Horizon lives there isn't anyone else in the building, the woman says, slamming her fists together to cause a shockwave through the area. You could have killed someone. That's the point, now, come be the first victims, the man yells while running at them. Don't let him touch you, the winged man says as he flaps his wings, sending a massive gust of wind through the area and kicking up a small sandstorm. Annoying, the villain yells as he can't see through the sand, but from outside they see him as a bright glowing target. The pro-hero with the rifle fires a special cryo round directly at the villain's head, only for the special payload that can freeze a moving locomotive engine in place, instantly, to have no effect at all. He runs hot, the man says, we need backup. We'll stall him, get us some help, and find Horizon, the woman says as she rushes into the sand cloud. Got it, the winged hero rockets into the air, leaving his friends behind. Seeing his wife rushing forward, the man raises his rifle once more, aiming at the villain's head, then hits a button at the side of his gun to make it completely silent. He quickly steadies his breathing and focuses his quirk, preparing the next few rounds with it. He fires one round at the stationary villain, and while it's soaring through the sand cloud it suddenly changes directions, making a sharp turn upward. After less than a second it changes again, making another sharp turn forward. Then it makes a third sharp turn, and strikes the villain's head from above, directly opposite the man who shot it. His quirk, Loaded Vectors, allows him to preset coordinates into projectiles, and when they reach those coordinates, the vector will change without losing any energy. He can set up to 3 coordinates per projectile. The villain responds as expected, and turns around. Gotcha, the woman thinks as she arrives behind the villain, then pivots to the side and launches a strong right at his face. Skyquake strike, she bellows as her fist stops inches away from him. The area shakes as a street-wide lane of destruction is launched point-blank at the villain. It shakes the air between the fist and his face, causing a path of destruction from her fist to the water reservoir in Central Park, where she intended to launch him. But as her attack blasts away the sand, the villain is standing in place, hovering in place actually, as the ground beneath him was completely torn away and launched into the reservoir. Before the woman can react, the villain casually raises his hand, and gently touches her fist with the back of his hand. Her body barely made contact for a fraction of a second, but down to her bones were completely disintegrated, atomized perfectly into the air. It happened so quickly that her nerves don't register any pain, only a cold sensation at the end of her arm. Move, her husband screams, and she leaps away as he offloads his entire magazine into the villain, and it does nothing. My fire quirk is the only transformation type for a reason, you know, the villain says, looking at the men. It makes me invulnerable to anything you have. Even if you were able to move me, the water wouldn't have worked. That's the first thing I tried when I realized the hell my life would be, trapped in this form, so just go get me, Horizon. The man glances over at his wife, who already had her left fist raised, ready to continue fighting. Sorry, but we aren't the type to give up, he says, noticing his wife smile at those words. Nothing you have can hurt me, so be gone. The couple barely have time to react as the villain raises the heat of his body, vaporizing the air around him, flash incinerating the entire baseball diamond into black dust. The air in the area rushes toward the villain for a moment as his quirk hungrily consumes it all, then the man simply looks around, seeing police cars and pro-heroes rushing toward him, led by a man with bat wings. He frowns, knowing they could never hurt him, knowing they couldn't bring him the peace he wanted. End chapter. Chapter 331, Chapter 330, Immolation. Chapter start. Surrender now, last chance. A pro-hero wearing an all-blue costume with a small cape at his back says. He was slowly backing up, inching closer to the water reservoir in Central Park, not moving his gaze from the villain in front of him. The man was simply standing there, bored, made entirely of solid fire as he looked around. There was a blockade 100 meters away with police officers and medical staff, along with new teams and support staff calling for more pro-heroes to help. Even the fire trucks were here and on high alert, but either fortunately or not, instead of igniting things around him and causing fires to ravage the greenery of the park. Anything the villain touches is instantly disintegrated, torn asunder by the immense heat of his existence. The villain looks around, taking in the sight of all the dead or injured pro-heroes scattered about, taking in all the carnage and death these people brought upon themselves by crashing against him. That's a bad idea, the villain says, his voice reverberating on the scorched air around him. Using water against me is counterintuitive, trust me. Great splash. The pro-hero yells as he waves his hands, controlling the water behind him to create a massive whip, aiming to grab the villain and drag him into the reservoir. The villain sighs, and as he's been doing this entire time, stands there, waiting for them to haplessly die, as all living things do in his presence. The water whip hits him, and what happens next is instant, and terrifying. His quirk is entirely unique. A transformation quirk which was boosted and modified via illegal human experimentation when he was a baby. Because of that, his body is always in this fiery form, a surprisingly serene experience, but it makes him powerful. Too powerful for the government that created him to control, so naturally, they tried to douse his flames with water and chemicals at first. And they learned a terrifying truth about his quirk. The moment the water touched him, his quirk body transferred its heat into the water, but instead of simply evaporating it, he separated the particles. The oxygen from the water was greedily consumed by his quirk, and the hydrogen instantly became a fiery blast. The explosion rocked the area and consumed both the villain and pro-heroes alike. The pro-hero controlling the water didn't even have the time to feel the blistering heat as the flames reached him. Not because it was so fast, but because he was suddenly standing by one of the police officers. Huh. He looks around, confused, seeing the officers with their useless weapons aimed at the villain, even as the fiery explosion quickly subsides. What's going on? The police sergeant, wearing SWAT gear and holding a large rifle, sees all the injured pro-heroes and civilians who'd been hurt or killed, gone. And the few who could fight and were closing in on the villain were now standing just in front of the barrier. The sergeant immediately realizes what's going on, and smiles. Get behind the barrier, and be prepared to help the firefighters douse any flames that come up. The pro-heroes waste no time falling in line as they too realize what just happened, and all the cameras and attention shifts to Horizon, who was now standing across from the villain, sword sheathed and hovering beside him. What, were you asleep? The villain asks. The new crews and drones hear and see everything, and can't help but frown at that question. Because since this incident began nearly 30 minutes ago, everyone had been asking the same thing. Hey now, beauty sleep is important for someone as handsome as me, Horizon taps his visor. But it also takes a lot of effort to keep this perfectly clean. I always wonder what that feels like, the villain says. What's that? Sleeping, eating, the villain then looks down at his hands. Being human. Well, I can't really comment on that last bit, if you haven't noticed, Horizon says. I'm closer to you than regular humans. Containment suit and all, the villain says. So what happens if yours comes off? Horizon shrugs, I'd probably just die. But my quirk could react poorly, so, who really knows? TCH, now I'm really jealous, the villain grumbles. I take mine off when it's time to get to work, so long as I keep my heat in check it lets me blend in, but take it off, and... Self-immolation, Horizon interrupts him, causing the villain's body to flare up for just a moment. Oh, was I right? How do you even know who I am? Part of it was a guess, Horizon admits. Part of it was the fact that you did that to my temporary home, he gestures to the melted hotel. And the other part? You did something similar when you killed Minister Shevel 10 years ago, right? Horizon says. I've always been curious about exactly what your quirk is, immolation. Oh, I get it. Arsenal must have told you, since she's the only person who knew that was me, immolation says, then realizes something. Nah, she was a real pro, she'd never rat. You people must have dug around in her head before you put her down, so those horrors we hear about Tartarus are true, huh? You're in America, so New Alcatraz is where you'll be going, Horizon says. So what is this? You're trying to take her spot. It's also very profitable to kill you, immolation says. But, yeah, part of it is just showing that with her gone, the top spot is up for grabs. And while that level of hyper-violent obsession isn't something I've got, I more than make up for it in power. But not subtlety, Horizon says. No wonder you only got the loud jobs. Immolation laughs, damn, you're not just some nerdy doctor with a powerful quirk, you even know about people too, scary. I get that a lot. So, are you done stalling now? Immolation asks, getting more serious for a moment. I'm not stupid, you know, a lot of people with a lot of experience killing powerful pro heroes have been watching you, and we figured out something about what you can and can't warp, so, since I'm still standing here. Immolation playfully gestures to Horizon. And Horizon groans, nodding, yeah, you got me, warping energy isn't exactly easy. Especially not the kind you're made up of. Which means all I have to deal with is, everything else. Immolation begins heating up his body, and all the grass around him instantly blackened into ash and blows away with the hot air. Give me 1 second, Horizon says as he warps away, appearing in front of the police officers. Push this barrier back another few hundred feet, this can get messy. He turns away, looking at Immolation, and touches the side of his visor. Did you get all of that? He asks. Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm busy, Star says. This guy looks like a really bad matchup for you, but I'm sure you'll figure something out. But I'll look into the data you sent, and your theory about him while you fight, good luck. Shambles. Horizon appears in front of Immolation once again, but with his sheath missing, leaving Sunder's blade free as he grips the hilt, and his phone back at Mittani Tower. Horizon takes a combat stance, and Immolation doesn't react, as usual. Instead, he simply waits for Horizon to get closer, ready to raise his heat and disintegrate the hero. In an instant Horizon weighs all his options, and sadly, he sees only one path forward. He takes a more relaxed stance and lifts his left hand, palm facing the sky. Hopefully his counter-attack doesn't kill me, Horizon thinks as he deactivates his quirk. T-Room. He feels his total energy take a massive hit, more energy than he had 1 year ago was instantly consumed to create a small room hovering above his palm. Unlike his standard room, the rooms created by his awakening cannot be made invisible, leaving it to be a visible blue sphere of energy. Even now, drops of dense liquid energy leaks out of the T-Room, onto his hand, then onto the scorched earth below, causing grass to grow. That's new, Immolation says, playfully. Then Horizon brings Sunder's blade to the sphere, and the T-Room slowly crawls over the blade like thick flowing liquid, leaving the translucent blue energy around it. Yeah, very new, I hope you don't mind being the test subject. That's what I was literally born to be, Immolation says as Horizon begins walking forward. Room. Horizon creates a second room, a standard room around the immediate combat area, and even that strains his mind and energy. The gap between myself and Sunder is problematic, I'm not familiar enough with my awakening abilities to use them like this, so hopefully I can end this in one go. With each step forward he feels as if he's inside a smelting oven, and the temperature around him just keeps climbing. Within 3 steps he's standing close enough to swing his sword, and as he moves to attack, Immolation raises the heat immensely. Everything around them is incinerated by the instant heat. With no theatrics and flames, a wave of heat hits the earth and grass as Immolation raises the temperature of his sentient plasma body so much that the air rushes away from him, carrying death with it. Horizon is struck by this, but booster shot envelopes his entire body, healing him as fast as he's being disintegrated. It wraps around his body glove, and his visor, but everything else is not that fortunate. His formal suit burns away as the blade reaches Immolation, slashing directly through his head. And as it touches him, the villain's glowing white eyes widen. Arg. Immolation screams as the blade enters one side of his head and leaves the other, and he feels every bit of the immense pain that a regular person could feel from this, even if his sentient plasma body reforms behind the blade as it flows through him. The sensation was entirely forgotten by him, so used to being invulnerable that it terrifies him, shaking him to his core and bringing out his most primal survival instincts. Horizon's eyes widen beneath his visor as Immolation suddenly glows bright orange, raising his temperature so much and so quickly that the earth, grass, and even the air from 100 feet around him is incinerated, leaving slagged ground around them. The rushing air was so intense that Horizon was knocked away, sent tumbling as the combined focus and energy needed for his awakening and booster shot, which kept him alive, but made it so he couldn't warp away. Ouch, Horizon mutters, more serious than playful as he gets up, and takes in the destruction. He was now standing inside the entirely evaporated reservoir, with red-hot earth all around him. Pieces of his body glove were burnt and melted, even through the veil of energy protecting it, and Sunder was red-hot, his awakening, deactivated. What did you do? Immolation charges at Horizon, his body glowing as fear grips his heart. All his life he thought death would bring relief, but now, facing someone with the potential to make it a reality, fear consumed him. Seeing the villain running toward him, Horizon warps Sunder away. I overcomplicated things, he says while creating another tea room, this time in his right hand. Then he creates a second, simultaneous tea room in his left hand. Time to simplify things. Rushing toward Horizon, Immolation sees his clash both glowing spheres into each other until they become one, and then he crushes it between his palms. The spheres break, collapsing into each other, and the liquid energy slowly flows across Horizon's body, coating his body glove and visor completely. No. Immolation stumbles for a moment, recognizing this as the same effect from his sword. Never again. Immolation stops before he touches Horizon and raises his temperature yet again, hotter than before. But while the heat rushes outward, Horizon charges forward. Even as the ground is turned into black dust around them, he rushes through it. The air around him burns, scorching his lungs with each breath, but the energy constantly heals him, doing nothing for the pain but keeping him alive, keeping him fighting. So clad in this mysterious energy, like armor, and punches Immolation in the face. The villain experiences the pain of his jaw breaking and teeth shattering, but his plasma body instantly reforms, seemingly fine. So in a panic he reaches out to grab Horizon to melt him directly, only for the hero to reach out and grab his wrist. Horizon tightens his grip, only to crush Immolation's wrist, causing the sensation a regular human would feel if that happened to them, to rack the villain. Immolation gives a blood-curdling scream and directs his heat to his legs, heating the air below his feet and haphazardly launching himself back. He tumbles on the floor for a few dozen meters, trying and failing to calm his mind. What the hell is this? What did you do to me? Immolation asks as he hurries to get up, seeing Horizon already walking toward him. I reminded you of what it feels like to be human, Horizon says. You've been invulnerable for so long that you'd forgotten, and clearly you neglected to train because of the power you were born with. It's pathetic, really. TCH, you're no different. Immolation says, pointing at the hero. You're strong simply from existing, you were born like that, so don't tell me that crap. People always think that, but I was weak at first, Horizon says. Bullshit. No, I'm serious. I was weak, I didn't even know what my quirk was. But, I trained, I studied, I worked, I was on the path to the top of this world before I even knew my quirk wasn't a useless dud. See, I didn't become what I am now because I'm strong, Horizon stretches, preparing for the fight ahead. I'm Horizon because I was already the greatest, now let me show you. End chapter. Chapter 332, Chapter 331, Vacation Preparation. Chapter start. Walking through Minato, Tokyo on this early summer morning, is Shino Sasaki, also known as Mandalay, leader of the Wild Pussycats Pro Hero team. With her brow hair grown slightly longer, now past her shoulder, and wearing a blue pencil skirt and white button-up shirt, she casually holds her purse in one hand while looking at her phone in the other. This can't be the place, she mutters while looking around, at all the skyscrapers she could never afford to live in. Maybe she got the address wrong. Shino hesitates for a moment, then enters the most famous and expensive building in the area. The lobby is almost empty, and the sight of the fine art and furniture makes her nervous, not wanted to have to walk out after learning she's in the wrong place. In the lobby, she sees a doorman and receptionist, as well as some security guards, but they only nod as she walks past them, as if expecting her. Walking to the elevator at the far end of the hallway, she inputs a security code, and to her relief the doors open. So this is the right place, which raises even more questions, Shino mutters as she steps into the elevator and pushes the one button, taking her to the penthouse suite on the top floor. After getting to the top floor, the doors open, and she's instantly greeted by a surprisingly warmly decorated modern hallway leading into a massive living room. Ryuko. Shino yells out as she slowly enters, looking around. I'm upstairs, her friend yells from somewhere above. Shino relaxes and follows her voice, up some open stairs to the second floor. The entire walk she's looking around, eyes growing wide many times as she sees some expensive pieces of art on the walls. I have so many questions, Shino says as she steps into the open bedroom door. Oh wow, Shino's mind blanks as she notices the bedroom is bigger than the apartment she had in Tokyo years ago. I'm in here. Ryuko calls out again, pulling Shino's attention to the large double doors, the entrance to her closet. I knew you were holding out on us, but damn, Shino says as she steps inside to see Ryuko sitting on the floor trying to sort through piles of clothes, with one small suitcase open in front of her. Yeah, I know, can you help me sort through this stuff? Ryuko pleads, giving her best kick puppy look to Shino. I'm only supposed to bring one small suitcase, but I don't know what to pack. Shino glares at her for a moment, then sighs and drops her purse, joining her friend on the floor. Thanks so much. So, are you going to make me ask? Shino begins sorting through the clothes with her friend. Ask what? Seriously? Your mom calls me begging for us to take you back into the team because apparently I kicked you out, recently at that, and you don't know anything about that. Ryuko pauses for a moment, then continues packing. She wouldn't understand me simply quitting the pro hero stuff, it was easier that way. By making me look like a jerk. Your team leader, isn't that your job? Ryuko asks. Besides, I see her once a decade, she only pretends to care so she can brag about her daughter being a pro hero. I don't plan ever to see her again. Then you should have just told her the truth and properly cut ties with her, instead of dragging me into it. Ryuko goes silent for a moment, gathering her thoughts, then looks over at her friend. It doesn't make sense, but, even if she's just a stranger to me, I know this would disappoint her, and I didn't like that thought. Well, she is still your mom, regardless of how terrible she was at that, Shino says. You're just lucky I'm a quick thinker, so I covered for you. But you need to tell her the truth, today, I'm not going to be a part of this anymore. Ryuko groans, I will, I was kind of just hoping she'd die before she found out. Shino gives her a strange look, not expecting her friend to say something so dark. Thanks for covering for me, Ryuko says. And for coming to spend the day with me. It's fine, but I hope we aren't spending all day in your closet, even if it is nicer than my entire bedroom. Ryuko awkwardly laughs, I don't suppose you're willing to just ignore all of this. She gestures to the lavish closet and penthouse. Considering we've all been worried that you're barely making rent in Minato, Tokyo, yeah, you need to explain, Shino says. And don't even think about telling me your job as a QUIRK counselor is somehow paying for all of this. Is that so hard to believe? Ryuko asks. Shino gestures to a shelf filled with designer shoes, I think one of those costs more than I make in a month. I won the lottery. Shino gives her a bored look before going back to sorting the clothes. That wouldn't explain why you didn't tell us, or this. She holds up some very, very scandalous lingerie that was not yet opened. Okay, but, promise you won't be mad. No, I'm definitely going to be mad, Shino says. So, is it who I think it is? That depends, what are you thinking? That since you're no longer a pro hero on my team, or working under UA, it's really none of my business. Ryuko breathes a sigh of relief. But, now I'm concerned about you sleeping next to someone who killed half a city on national TV. That's not his fault. When you're as powerful as he is, everything is your fault, Shino says. But I'm not blaming him, then I'd be no better than the people who blamed us for not defeating All for One to protect the students. Exactly. But I am a bit worried about the mean streak he has, but I can look past it since it's only focused on the worst villains. Ryuko freezes for a moment, and Shino gives her a concerned look. Then a moment later she starts crying, ugly crying. Hey, what's wrong? Ryuko lunges at her friend, pulling her into a crushing hug and crying into her shoulder. Hey. What's wrong? Did he hurt you? I'm just so happy I can finally talk to someone about this. Ryuko yells, right in Shino's ear. Too loud, Shino says as she holds her friend. Sorry, it's just really stressful sometimes keeping this all to myself, Ryuko says. Yeah, can I tell the others? Let's not push it, Ryuko says. He was really mad when Horizon Tower got attacked with me there, he really doesn't want me in any danger, so the fewer people that know, the better. Horizon Tower was attacked. Shino asks as they separate. How come that wasn't in the news? Because I got hurt, and Horizon, he was really angry. Oh, I see, Shino nods, not wanting to think about what he did to the villains. Once you're fine now. Yeah, but I can't go to Horizon Tower anymore, so now I'm here, she waves her hands, a broad smile on her face. He was kind of a jerk about it though. What did he do? Well, 1 second I'm in my apartment, then the next me and all my stuff is warped here. He didn't even ask me if I wanted to move, but he meant well by it, obviously. Yeah, clearly, Shino folds a designer dress she'd never be able to afford, and nods thoughtfully. He really spoils you. But I'm cute so it's fine. If you say so. Ryuko lightly shoves her friend, causing them both to giggle. So, when did you two get back together anyway? Shino asks. I told you to stop what you were doing, so it must have been, what, the UA Culture Festival? That would be the next time you saw each other. Actually, we never stopped. Shino glares at her, serious for a moment. Oh, so you broke your promise to your team leader, how shameful. Oh, we did lots of shameful things during the summer camp, wanna hear about it? Ryuko gives her a mischievous smirk, causing her friend to blush. I'd rather not know about whatever is under that body glove, is it like, you know? It's amazing, Ryuko smiles at her. But sharing a bed with a living nuclear reactor is exhausting. Okay, I've heard enough about that. I'm just happy to hear you're happy, right? Better than ever, Ryuko says. I'm actually packing to go see him next week. Shopping in New York will be fun. Now you're just trying to make me jealous. But, aren't you a bit concerned about the whole, visor, body glove, can't be seen in public together, all of that? Shino feels the mood shift, as if all the air was ripped out of the room. It's a lot harder than I thought, Ryuko says, sadly. But I mean, this is the best way. I don't think Horizon's kids would be seen as anything less than a golden prize for his enemies, and I'd be no different. Well, at least he spares no expense on giving you a nice cage to spend your life in. It's not a cage, I can leave whenever I want. Shino raises her hands in surrender. Sorry, alright, relax. Sorry, sometimes this can be really stressful, but he's pretty awesome, Ryuko says. Just I can never tell him that, he's insufferable when he gets a compliment. I just remember him always being a jerk, Shino says as she walks over to the couch in the closet and lays down. Pretty sure he hates me anyway. He doesn't hate you, he's just disgusted by everything you stand for, that's not the same thing. You weren't this mean before him, Shino mutters. Are you going to blame him every time I do something you don't like? Naturally, Shino says as she looks at some of the heels Ryuko was packing, and starts trying them on. You could have told us earlier, you do know that, right? I only told you now because of my mom, I don't think he would have liked this if it happened earlier. Not about that, Shino says as she tries walking around in her new shoes. I'm keeping these, but I was talking about the fact that you wanted to quit the pro hero stuff and have a family, we would have understood. We're a mountain rescue team, without my quirk, you drop so low in the rankings, that's also a reason I didn't want to quit. And because you're my friends. I figured as much, Shino says as she tries on a few coats, deciding which would look best for her to wear every day. But it would be pretty fun to have a few kids I can spoil, hopefully, they aren't as bratty as Kota was at the start. But he's a lot better now. Thanks to Midoriya, but if your kids take after their daddy, ugh, Shino winces as a shoe hits her in the head. Ouch. What the hell? You know what? Sorry, damn, I was making a joke, I'm sure they'll be great, Shino says before she gets to the dresses and finds what would look good with her hair. Are you planning to take my clothes? If it fits me, it's our clothes, you should know this by now. This is us being roommates all over again, Ryuko smiles, remembering how fun their early pro hero days were. Great, this will work, Shino says as she finishes up her outfit, now wearing entirely different clothes and a new purse. Now, you're taking me on a shopping trip, let's go. But, I'm not even close to finishing this. Ryuko gestures to the pile of clothes. We've got a week to deal with that, since I've decided that this place is too big for you to fully enjoy alone, so I'll be staying for a few days. Really? Ryuko says excitedly. Yeah, besides, Horizon destroyed my pro hero team by seducing my best friend away from me, so the least he can give me is a week of shopping. That's not exactly what happened. Blah blah, I'm just counting the days until you get pregnant so I can raid this place and get a whole new wardrobe, now let's go. A few minutes later, after Ryuko got hurriedly dressed, both women were sitting in her kitchen eating ice cream, waiting for the car they hired to arrive. I'm just saying, he could have got you a car, Shino says. I can walk to work from here, plus, I already gave him an earful for giving me this place, so he knew better than to give me any more unnecessary things. He's lucky you aren't one of those women who just want a man's money. That's why I'm here, Ryuko says as she continues eating her ice cream. A moment later Shino's phone rings, with the Hero Network alert sound. Ryuko instinctively reaches for her phone, only to stop as she remembers she's not part of the Hero Network anymore, having officially retired months ago. Shino takes out her phone and winces at the screen, then glances nervously between Ryuko and the phone before trying to put it away. Show me, Ryuko demands. It's nothing, don't worry. Then show me. You aren't a pro hero any. Show me, if it made you that worried about me seeing it, then I want to see. I hope this doesn't ruin our week, Shino slides the phone over, and Ryuko carefully scans the screen, expression unreadable. On the screen is a man, his entire body seemingly charred black, with a handprint melted onto his face. The skin on his mouth is missing, torn away as he stands there, speaking as the missing skin and flesh of his mouth and lips bleed into the earth. At the top of the article simply says, Horizon's battle at Central Park. Ryuko slides the phone back to Shino, and returns to eating her ice cream, seemingly unbothered. Ah, he looked pretty hurt, are you alright? Why wouldn't I be? If you're worried, you can call him. No need, it's Horizon, he'll be fine. End chapter. Chapter 333, Chapter 332, Immolated. Chapter start. Get away from me. Immolation's voice reverberates through Central Park, carried by a wave of scorching air that pressurizes the area around him, causing a shockwave. HNGH. Horizon grunts as he's sent tumbling across the red-hot earth, in view of all the cameras and spectators. He tumbles and slams his hands on the ground, rolling into a crouch and taking a knee. Seriously. Horizon asks, even as the hot air tries to incinerate his lungs with each breath. You came to fight me, and now a little pain has you crying. 100 feet away Immolation is rolling on the ground, holding his left leg. Immense pain racks his body as the sensation of a broken leg floods his mind. His sentient plasma body was entirely fine, but to his confusion, Horizon was able to cause pain as if he were flesh and blood, sending phantom pain through him with each strike. And much to his horror, the more they fought, the closer Horizon got to understanding his quirk and overcoming his invulnerability. His mind was filled with more questions than pain as he simply didn't have enough information to understand what was going on. Immolation rolls over onto his side, seeing Horizon already getting up. Horizon's body was still cloaked in his blue energy, clinging to him like a thick liquid, seemingly protecting him and his body glove and visor from the heat. Everything else had already burned away. Now, the entire world could see his body glove, with its ridges and gaps between the plates, mimicking his incredible musculature and causing women all around the world to stare at their screens while blushing. Especially when, with each strike, the blue energy glows brighter within the gaps of his body glove, further showing the separation of his muscles. Don't touch me. Immolation yells as he raises his body temperature again, creating another pressure zone to push the air away from him. This time, however, Horizon drops into a low crouch and punches into the earth with both hands. Up to his wrists are in the red-hot earth before he spreads his fingers, attempting to anchor himself. Should I shut off my sense of pain? Horizon wonders. The pain of constantly having his lungs be incinerated and regenerated at once was beyond anything he'd felt in a long time, but he decided to endure it. Heat is invisible, so I need the pain to alert me, especially since I can't have a regular room open while using 2 T-room applications on myself. That's it, burn away. Immolation screams as he glows bright white, causing onlookers to squint and shield their eyes. Horizon feels his lungs burn even more, and then his blood begins to boil, causing his skin to fry and pop below his body glove. He squeezes his eyes shut, focusing some more energy on them to prevent them from exploding and drying up. Horizon felt his energy diminished more than ever before. At this point he'd already used more energy than he had when he'd fought All for One, but luckily his total capacity was over a dozen times that amount. But he couldn't help but acknowledge this. The sensation of someone actually making him work for his inevitable victory. It was almost fun, if not for all the pain. So beneath his visor, with dried, cracked lips, he smiles. You overdid it, Horizon thinks as he sees the earth around them for nearly 200 feet melt. Now I can anchor myself. Red-hot earth becomes molten liquid rock, and Horizon begins sinking into it. He stands up, allowing all his weight to push him deeper, until he's almost knee-deep in the melted earth, making it nearly impossible for the pressurized wind to knock him away. Immolation sees this and begins to panic, raising his temperature even more, and Horizon's protective layer of energy begins visibility diminishing. As he gets closer, his body glove is burnt, visibly charred as the fabric and inlaid armor plating melts, binding with bits of his skin beneath. As he's within 10 feet-3 his visor melts onto his face, advanced polymer and flesh melding into one, and in response, Horizon reaches up and rips away the section above his eyes, not wanting to lose them right now. Immolation sees his eyes glowing bright blue, an almost blinding blue, and tries to stand, only to sink ankle-deep into the earth, trapping himself as well. Before he can fully realize what happened, Horizon reaches forward, and almost grabs him, but his hand still crushes Immolation's body. He grabs Immolation's right wrist, pulling it away and causing the pain of dismemberment to rack the villain. I still can't grab him, but I can cause him pain, so I just have to overload him and let his brain do the rest. Horizon decides, and unleashes the full brutality that's usually held back from people that are flesh and blood. With the first punch, he completely severs Immolation's left leg at the kneecap, causing the villain to fall toward Horizon's right fist, which punches him in the side, through his arm which is severed at the elbow. The force knocks Immolation to the opposite side as their energy collides, only for Horizon to strike the side of his face with a strong left, knocking the front of his head entirely off his body, silencing his screams. Before his face can reform, Horizon punches him 5 times, leaving 5 holes in his torso. All in a perfectly vertical line following his spine, before he punches once more just below the neck, punching a hole through his throat and out the back of Immolation's neck. Then, as the villain is falling backward, Horizon rushes forward, and pushes more of his energy into his hands to grab the base of Immolation's jaw. With immense upward force on the jaw, while simultaneously pulling the villain's shoulder toward him, he rips his entire head off with one hand while the other cleaves through the villain's body from shoulder to groin, leaving him in pieces. The immense heat in the area immediately diminishes as the body breaks apart and falls into the lava around them, quickly sinking into the earth as it melts away. A few tense seconds pass, then a minute, and not a sound is heard beyond the bubbling of the lava. Horizon does not deactivate his T-rooms, not even to activate a regular room and use scan, but he relaxes slightly as the cheers of the onlookers are heard. Normally for an incident of this scale, as much of Manhattan as possible would have been evacuated, but because Horizon is here, that was simply not necessary. In a hasty evacuation, accidents always happen, people are always hurt, or worse, so this was the best possible outcome. They were simply fortunate that immolation brought the fight to Central Park instead of a crowded street, especially since the park is usually less populated at night. Breathing a sigh of relief, Horizon forces his muscles to push through the lava as he turns and begins walking toward the police barrier, mentally preparing himself for whatever nonsense he'd have to deal with next. However, when he's only a few dozen meters away, finally where the lava was only ankle deep, he feels a sudden surge of heat behind him. Seriously? Horizon wonders as he turns around, only to see immolation rising out of the lava, glowing white once again. Unlike before, his body struggled to keep its humanoid form, his face and head were warped and constantly shifting. His screeches and screams were filled with anguish as he clutched his head, as if trying to hold himself together, and failing to do so. No. Horizon rushes forward, feeling the heat growing in the area, ready for a sudden expansion, and aiming to stop it. Arargaga. Immolation screams as his mind crumbles under the immense pain he just endured, and as his mind dies, his body desperately fights to live. No longer limited by his consciousness, his instincts take over, and his body pushes past its limits. The sudden change causes Horizon to be pulled forward, making him stumble for a moment as all the air is ripped out of the area around them to fuel immolation. But he continues running toward the villain, and next, he feels a surge of heat like he'd never felt before slamming into him. It instantly overcomes his energy veil, completely burning his body glove, visor, and skin. Melting everything into his body. His organs instantly begin failing as his blood boils and tries to explode out of his body. And his conscious mind goes blank. Room. His energy veil deactivates as he opens a room to his absolute limit, nearly 200 miles-322 km radius, allowing him to sense everything in the city and much of the states. He could now sense everything on this section of America's eastern seaboard, along with the immensity of immolation's energy. The energy released would melt all of Central Park, sending a wave of superheated air through the entire city. Horizon's subconscious considered his usual responses to such all-encompassing threats, and while normally he could simply warp everyone away. Since in this case, he cannot warp the villain. His patients were at the back of his mind, the children who were attached to essential life support systems, the people all around him who for whatever reason should not be moved, all those thoughts rest at the far recess of his mind. Horizon was stuck at an impasse, for the first time in his life, making a decision such as this was difficult. Some part of him was beginning to believe that it was wrong. To leave innocents to their deaths, it made him hesitate. That hesitation meant he was now fully enveloped by the wave of heat, causing his eyes to explode and his mouth, ears, and nose to be burnt shut, leaving his head in an even worse condition than all for one's as his visor is melted into his skull. Nizu's words echoed in his mind, the challenge issued to him, half in jest, but his perfect memory would never let him forget it. Because he is Horizon, which means, I can save everyone. Horizon's mind goes blank for a moment, as his body moves entirely on its own, shattering his perceived limits and taking him one step closer to mastering his quirk awakening. And in an instant, before the heat wave can even reach the police barricade, the blinding light, the villain, and Horizon disappear from Central Park. The onlookers couldn't see what happened, so they all looked around confused for a moment before the firefighters got to work trying to cool the molten rock. But Immolation saw, he saw everything. He saw Horizon get nearly cremated alive standing a dozen meters away from him, then in the same instant, his view was blocked as Horizon's hand grabbed his face, covering his eyes. Then, before the hand moved away, he felt, for the first time in his life, blistering cold. The sensation was so unbelievable that it snapped him back into sanity for just a moment, for his final moments. And when Horizon released his grip on the villain, he was treated to the sight of Horizon's body incinerated, and now sporting a thin layer of frost around him. And behind Horizon, a sea of stars, peaceful, tranquil. Then immolation began falling away, and his body turned to see the earth below, beautiful and blue. This vast world he was fortunate enough to be born into, is the last thing he sees as the lack of air forces his quirk to shut off, and his human body immediately dies in the vacuum of space. Shambles. Horizon appeared before the police blockade as the firefighters were now getting to work, with a dead immolation's human body at his side, holding it by one arm as it was frozen stiff. Horizon, one of the police officers says. Is it over? Is that the villain? They wait for a moment, holding their breaths as they finally take in his burnt body, not wanting to imagine the mess beneath the body glove. Horizon staggers for a moment, as if looking around confused. Then to their horror he reaches up and rips the mouthpiece of his visor off, taking his lips and some of the flesh from his cheeks with it. The crowd is stunned as his blood falls into the earth below, exposing his bloody teeth as he greedily swallows the air. Sorry, my entire body got incinerated, couldn't breathe, Horizon says as he tries to compose himself. The officer is about to speak when Horizon raises a hand to silence him. Ears and eyes are gone too, Horizon says to the officer before gesturing to the others. Sorry about leaving all of you heroes with the mess, but I have to get back to the hospital, my patients need me. I'm sure the full report of this will be released before morning. With that, Horizon warps away, taking the villain with him, as he has much to learn from Immolation's body. End chapter. Chapter 334, Chapter 333, Different Worlds. Chapter start. Saitama, Tokyo, midnight. Babe, I won't have to push back our date again, Cellophane says, speaking to Yui through his visor. High above a dimly lit warehouse area, he sits at the edge of a 5-story building with his feet off the side of the building, watching the villains below. Promise, she asks, quietly. You know I can't promise that. If villains show up I have to respond, but I'll do everything I can to make it happen, that I can promise you, Cellophane says as he sees the villains enter the warehouse with crates of drugs. Stay safe, Yui says. Always, now I have to get to work, I'll call you tomorrow, Cellophane says before she hangs up. Waiting for the villains to get more comfortable inside the warehouse, Cellophane casually leans forward, falling toward the street before firing a line of tape and swinging across the warehouse yard. Over the wall he snaps the tape and gently lands on some containers, not making a sound. Now let's see what's going on here, Cellophane mutters as he sneaks around to the upper levels, finding an open window and walking along the steel beams above the open warehouse. He sees the villains below, only 3 men, all with registered quirks he could easily handle, even at once. But instead of dropping down and crushing them, he remains silent and listens. I'm telling you, this is the best bet, one of the men says. We move this little shipment, and they'll just roll over and let it happen. Shigaraki won't do shit, he's too much of a target to make any move, with or without Horizon being here. I just don't think it's worth the risk, one of the other men says. It'll be fine, the last man says. All we need is to meet the dealers here and move the product, then spread the word and show there's blood in the water. So that's the big plan, the first man asks. Let everyone get a cut of the pie instead of making bank as the sole distributor. The more people eating from the pie the less likely it is that Shigaraki targets us, assuming he grows some balls and comes out of hiding, the leader says. Plus we'll step back and wholesale product to the others anyway, we won't be on the street selling shit. Cellophane's visor records everything as he listens intently. Okay, so I should put a tracker on the product and follow these guys back to the base, find the person who they're getting this stuff from, he thinks. Shut this operation down at the source, Anne. Cellophane freezes as the reinforced warehouse door is loudly ripped off its braces, causing the villains to turn around, scared. Shit, Cellophane thinks as he sees Spinner, Toga, twice, who he assumes is a double, and 4 Noma walk into the warehouse. So you're the wannabe punks disrespecting Shigaraki, huh? Which of you is the boss? Spinner asks as he walks toward them, drawing his massive jagged sword as he approaches. 2 of the villains step back, leaving their boss to deal with the situation. He looks back, panicked, then turns to face Spinner, doing his best to look serious. Cellophane realizes he needs to call for backup, and raises his hand to the side of his visor. But glancing at the heads-up display within the visor he sees the symbol for his communication being jammed. That one, he narrows his eyes at one of the Nomu in the back with 2 small antennas growing out of its head. Radio wave Nomu, if I try to call they'll know I'm here, fuck. A few more minutes pass as Cellophane listens to their violent discussion, watching Spinner cut off the leader's legs with one swing of his sword. And as the man falls onto his back, his eyes look upward, barely seeing Cellophane above. Seriously, that's just shitty luck, Cellophane thinks as the villains point at him, and a moment later one of the Noma fires an energy beam directly at him. He barely leaps out of the way and lands on a different beam as Twice begins to form doubles, rushing him like a tidal wave. Help us get him and you'll get to live. Spinner commands, and all the villains and Noma leap into action. Meanwhile, Matani Tower, Manhattan. For the first time in over a year, Law was asleep for more than 1 hour. Ever since his encounter with All for One, only needing 1 hour of sleep was something he'd not only gotten used to, but greatly appreciated. But now, laying in his absurdly luxurious bed, wearing only a pair of shorts to let his body breathe for a while, he feels more relaxed than he's been in a long time. At least, until his phone starts ringing. Law groans as he opens his eyes, glancing at the clock beside his bed to see it's 11 a.m. 1 more hour would have been nice, Law mutters as he warps his phone into his hand, seeing Nizu's name on the called ID. Well, I can't say I wasn't worried, Nizu says as the video call connects. Law drops the phone to have it hover beside him as he sits against the backboard. About me, why? Because I turned on the news to see you completely incinerated and bleeding from the face, it's not a good look. Oh please, I always look good, Law says as he turns on the TV, then turns to the news station, and to the surprise of no one, Horizon is on the screen. I'm on TV, 1 second. The full story for last night's incident in Central Park has now been revealed, the reporter says. Thanks to official police statements and records from the Children's Hospital, we can confirm that from the beginning of the incident to the moment he arrived, Horizon was in the midst of a life-saving operation on a young girl, who is now successfully tumor-free and has a health life ahead of her. The body of the villain was taken by Horizon, so no medical reports have been released, most likely a precaution to prevent the League of Villains from harvesting the dangerous QUIRK for one of their monstrous Nomo. We also have confirmation that Horizon is completely fine, as after the incident concluded he quickly recovered and continued performing life-saving operations past sunrise this morning, a truly dedicated and responsible hero. And I think we all know where we're hoping he'll settle down after graduating from UA. The man gives a knowing smile, and Law just knows the American people will be even more disheartened when summer ends and he returns to Japan. The news continues, having some experts come on and break down all the footage and reports of the fight, so Law simply mutes the TV and looks over at his phone. They love me, as expected, since everyone loves me, Law smiles as Nizu rolls his eyes. Everyone, not counting Midnight, all the villains, Hawks, MT Lady, Ryukyu, Azui, Anne. Alright, I get it, Law grumbles out. Is this just a social call? Mostly, I'm just checking in on you, you've only got one more month abroad before you have to return. How has it been thus far? Honestly, I really needed this vacation, Law stretches, getting more comfortable. Plus Star is actually pretty great, I've learned a lot from observing her, and the few spars we've had. Oh, did you win? It always ends in a draw, her versatility is just annoying, Law says. Oh, and I have Ryuko coming here next week, she's really excited about shopping in New York. I'd imagine so, and speaking of incredible moves. What happened at the end of your last fight? I doubt the report you submit will have the full story, so. I'm, honestly not really sure, Horizon says. I couldn't hold him, or warp him. Nothing I had was doing proper damage aside from my awakening abilities, but those were taking too long, and didn't put him down permanently. We noticed, he reformed, Nizu says. But you warped him at the end, yes. Yeah, but. Law glances at this phone, seeing how focused Nizu was. Promise me you'll never repeat this to anyone. You have my word, Nizu says. When he did that final blast, I could feel everything, everyone. I could warp them all away, but people would die, and I froze, Law says. It's like, for the first time, the second time, my brain didn't make the logical decision. Even with all my power, I didn't like the idea that I couldn't save everyone. Then I don't know. It was as if your body moved on its own. Law looks at Nizu, confused, how do you know? All Might experienced the same thing long ago, Nizu says with a mischievous and victorious smile. Giving Law a full view of his smug expression. Yeah, I dropped my defenses and took all the pain, broke my current limitations, and warped us into space. There was no air up there for his QUIRK to feed on, so, he died, then I brought us back. Nizu's smile falters, slightly. Well, at least the first part was heroic, although in this situation I understand you didn't have many options. Nizu, being a true hero, sucks, so don't get any ideas of me doing that in your head. Sure, Nizu clearly wasn't taking him seriously. God, you're the worst when you're gloating. That's rich, coming from you. Whatever, just forget I said anything, now I need to get ready before Star gets here, hopefully, I can get some more sleep. Using my awakening 3 times yesterday and for that long, really drained me, Law says. You're acting like a proper hero and making friends, are you sure you're Law? Law rolls his eyes, you're lucky you're cute, because you're not funny. Cute. I'm Adora, Law hangs up on Nizu and lays down in his bed. Raising his hands to the ceiling he flows his energy toward his palm, feeling his awakening already more potent and efficient than it was yesterday. Serum should be a lot more reliable now, Law realizes, dropping his arm beside him and closing his eyes. That means I can focus a lot more on T-Room now. Hopefully, by the time I get back to Japan, I'll have them both ready for use in a serious battle. Then I can focus on our room. Law takes a deep breath as he relaxes, trying to get another hour of sleep before he goes to lunch with Star. End chapter. Chapter 335, Chapter 334, Cellophane. Point. 2. Chapter start. This was not the plan. Toga says as she paces back and forth, meanwhile Twice is sitting nearby simply watching her and Dabi is scrolling on his phone. They were in an empty building at the edge of Tokyo, a few stories up to overlook the streets below. Relax, Dabi says. His boss isn't in Japan, and they don't know what happened, we'll be fine. As Toga is about to respond, Spinner enters the room from one of the connected doors, and puts his phone away. Well, what did he say? Toga asks, hope in her voice. Tamura said it'll be almost 2 days before the Noma we need gets here, Spinner says. The best bet is to hold him until then. So we're stuck here, that's just great, Dabi grumbles. You can head out if you want, the 3 of us came to deal with this, not to tie you down from handling your business. Nah, this could be fun, Dabi says. Besides, if he tries anything, I'd be nice to kill one of those UA brats. After a few more minutes of discussion, they hear scraping in one of the connected rooms. I think he's awake, Twice says happily. We should probably go say hi. Spinner turns and walks to the door. Everyone follows him in to see a hastily emptied room. All the furniture had been moved out and the sleeves were blocking the wall of glass overlooking the city. They'd intended to take him to one of the more remote safe houses, but sadly, this apartment was the closest safe house they had access to. And nobody wanted to be caught while kidnapping Cellophane. "Oh, it's you idiots," Cellophane says while looking over at them, his arms and legs tied to the wooden chair they've chained him to. "If you let me go now, I'll only hurt you a little bit, and I'll even put in a good word so you only spend the rest of your life in Tartarus." "TCH, is that supposed to be a good deal?" Toga asks as she draws her knife, angrily pointing at Cellophane. "It's the only deal that you will survive. You think I'm scared of you?" Toga rushes forward, ready to pierce his heart, but Cellophane doesn't flinch, and isn't surprised when Spinner grabs her. "Guess at least one of you grew a brain, or piece of one," Cellophane scoffs as Spinner holds back the fuming girl. Dobby and Twice join Spinner and Toga in the room, all standing in front of Cellophane, glaring down at him. "I'm not interested in joining the boy band, so don't bother." "As if we'd ever sing with you," Twice says. Dobby rolls his eyes while Spinner doesn't react. But Toga glares even harder. "How would it be a boy band? I'm a girl, dumbass. I thought they only kept you around as a groupie, at least that's what the rumors say." "That's just trash the heroes spread to make me look bad. I'm still saving myself for the one I love," Toga says while pointing her knife at him. Beneath his visor, Cellophane glances at Spinner, who flinches in response to her words, and he sees his opening. "Rumors? Really?" Cellophane asks. "And here I was considering joining you guys if the initiation rumor was true, about you testing out all the new recruits. I heard when you guys suddenly expanded you had to take them all in big groups, all at once. I'll kill you." Toga lunges forward and stabs him in the right shoulder, but Cellophane doesn't flinch. Instead, he takes the moment that she's close to him and whispers to her, "See, you're not cute when you're like this. No wonder no boy will ever love you, after all, your parents never even loved you." Toga immediately tries to stab him again, but Spinner pulls her back before she can. "Don't let him get to you so easily, he's just trying to piss us off," Dobby says. "This fucker thinks he's untouchable, that he's better than us, but he's not. That's why he's in the chair, and we're not." "Well, I'm sure you're familiar with knowing when someone is superior, right?" Cellophane says. Dobby gives Cellophane a curious look. "Try me. You know, I'm the person Horizon trusts the most in our class, we're actually pretty great friends, so he told me something interesting about you." "And what's that?" Dobby asks. "He told me your daddy never loved you, he didn't even go looking for your corpse, that he had a party and got right back to making a better kid the moment you were a memory," Cellophane says. "That's why you joined the League of Idiots, right? To get back at whoever your dad is, you're a man-child who deserves whatever is coming to you." Dobby stares at Cellophane, and drops of blood flow from his eyes. He wipes them away and smiles. "Damn, you're pretty good at this. But I know UA doesn't teach this stuff, he's making you brats into real monsters, huh?" "It's not hard when you just have to be honest," Cellophane nods to Spinner. "You should try it sometime, honesty." "What the hell are you talking about?" Spinner asks, hand itching to draw his sword, already tired of hearing their captive speak. Cellophane sighs, "How about you take off my visor so we can talk face to face?" Twice shrugs, "Sure, that thing looks super stuffy anyway, not like my super cool mask." Yet again Spinner has to stop one of his friends from doing something stupid, preventing Twice from removing the visor. "How about you and Himiko just keep your hands to yourself for the rest of this, alright?" "But don't we want to know who he is?" Twice asks. "No," Spinner says. Team Horizon has gone to extreme lengths, aside from Tsukuyomi, to hide their identities. We're trying to minimize Horizon's reasons for actively hunting us. The best case scenario is we drop this guy off somewhere, Horizon will know it's a distraction but he will have to respond personally, and then we get some work done elsewhere simultaneously. "Oh, yeah, that makes sense," Toga says. "But can I stab him some more?" "No, we want him as whole as possible, and as for whatever is beneath that visor," Spinner leans forward and taps the visor. "If we know, Horizon will hunt us across the planet if he has to. Right now we're barely on his radar, and we'll keep it that way. Don't you think it's a bit too late for that?" Dobby asks, gesturing to their captive. "I don't see a way to step backward after this." "You're probably right, but this guy isn't a problem for us and won't change anything on the battlefield, nothing wrong with returning him in one piece and hoping for the best." Toga folds her arms. "Well, the longer we have him the more likely his boss is to appear here, let's just do whatever we're doing quickly." "I'm working on it." "You've been saying that all night," Toga mutters. "Damn," Cellophane says, drawing their attention back to him. "You know, Spinner, it's moments like these I'm glad my girlfriend doesn't talk much, I can't imagine dealing with this weirdo." "She's not my girlfriend," Spinner says. "Oh, sorry, I just figured with the looks you were giving her, you know." This causes Toga to look over at her friend, Spinner. What's he talking about? Spinner begins stuttering and awkwardly stepping away. It's nothing, I swear, he's just trying to get in our heads. Toga looks genuinely hurt by that, feeling as if once again she was unworthy of love, and beneath his visor, Ciro smiles. I guess you aren't his type, Cellophane says. Sorry, but I guess I was right the first time. Hearing that almost pushes Toga to tears, and at a loss for words, Spinner steps forward and gently hugs her. Beneath his visor Ciro glances at his HUD yet again, seeing his communication system still being jammed, and quietly commanding it to reset yet again. If you love her, you should tell her, Cellophane says, and Dobby looks around confused as somehow this touching moment was taking place mid-interrogation. What we all do is dangerous, we can't afford to waste a moment. Spinner takes a step away from Toga, and gently wipes some of her tears away. We should talk after, just us, all right? She looks up at him through teary eyes and nods, smiling brightly for the very last time in her life. I don't get it, Cellophane says, capitalizing on this serene moment of vulnerability. You're not living glamorously, you're always on the running, looking over your shoulders all the time, but you're so committed to being in the League of Villains, why? Dobby doesn't move, only staring at Cellophane. But Spinner steps forward, speaking clearly and simply. Because this is our family. What about you? I doubt that true hero types follow Horizon, so why? Well, at first, it was the money, then, it was because we were friends, Cellophane confesses. But along the way, I liked how he'd always push me to do better. I pulled ahead of all my rivals, I got the respect of the people I had on posters in my room, and I even got an awesome girlfriend. Not to mention the lifestyle, and all he's done to help me and my family. So you owe him, is that it? Spinner asks, disgusted. Stain was right about you people, you're no hero. Yeah, but, there is one more thing, but I guess it's a bit stupid that, Cellophane's voice became lower with each word, as if he were shy and embarrassed about what he was about to confess. No, I guess, it's too embarrassing. Nobody would ever take it seriously. Resonating with those words, after feeling ashamed for being himself his entire life, Spinner's heart demands he reach out to help the person in front of him. So he takes 2 steps forward in front of Cellophane, and leans in. You can't tell anyone I'm saying this but, Cellophane whispers to Spinner. The reason I follow Horizon, even while he's so violent, and ruthless, and after all the things he does to villains, it's because, well... Why? Spinner asks, quietly. Because I like it. W-H-A-H-H-H-H. Spinner screams as Cellophane breaks the legs of the chair with his pure leg strength and kicks Spinner in the knees, shattering both kneecaps in one moment. This causes him to get pushed back into the wall behind him, shattering the chair. In their moment of confusion, before the villains can react, Cellophane spins and throws a piece of the chair at Twice's face, making it cross in front of Dobby. Dobby fires a small flame at the piece of wood while Cellophane moves in the opposite direction, placing Toga between Dobby and himself and closing the distance on her. Dobby hesitates to fire for a moment while Toga rushes forward, and Twice begins making doubles to grab Cellophane. Cellophane makes quick work of Toga by spinning and kicking her in the side of her leg, breaking her leg, then in the same motion grabbing her hair and throwing her toward the door the villains entered from. Dobby takes this opportunity to release a massive blast of flames, not caring about the building or taking the hero alive, simply wanting this to be over. The blue light blinds everyone in the small room, who isn't wearing a high-tech adaptive visor. Cellophane barely moves to the right, the entire left side of his body being scorched black in the process. But his adrenaline is so high that he keeps moving, and the flames are so intense they instantly kill the nerves, resulting in his left side feeling completely numb. He reaches Dobby and grabs him, swinging him around and throwing him into the group of Twice doubles, destroying all of them in one motion as Dobby's flames run wild. The immense heat reaches Spinner and he ignores his pain, rolling out of the way and grabbing a knife from his belt. He looks up just in time to see Cellophane about to land with a stomp directly onto Dobby's skull, and throws the knife into the hero's calf, causing him to miss. Dobby takes his chance and his entire body begins to release smoke as he tries to kill the hero with one vertical fire blast, one that would pierce through the ceiling and roof of the building and spare his allies. But to his surprise, Cellophane doesn't hesitate to remove the knife from his leg and pierce Dobby's hand, then pin that hand to the villain's chest, all in one motion. Arg. Dobby screams as he feels the sharp pain in his chest. Then Cellophane grabs him by the leg and spins him, throwing him through the door to the other room, shattering it, before blue flames erupt in that room. Seeing all the villains dealt with, for now, Cellophane looks down at his body, and feels himself getting tired as the adrenaline wears off. I need to get out of here, he decides. But I can't just go tell Horizon I got captured, I need something. To Spinner's horror, he's forced to watch with his broken legs, as Cellophane walks over to Toga and stomps on her head, knocking her out in one hit, then slings her over his shoulder. The hero then begins walking to the glass wall that was now exposed thanks to Dobby's attacks, with the villain on his shoulder. But before he leaves, he takes one last look at Spinner, making sure the villain remembers this moment. I told you, you should never miss an opportunity to tell the person you love how you really feel. This life is too dangerous to be wasting time, Cellophane says, then sighs. But I suppose you should be used to this, huh? You finally found a girl who might actually be interested in a loser like you, and you can't even protect her. I could never imagine being so pathetic. Those words echo in Spinner's mind as he sees Cellophane use her as a cushion between himself and the glass and leap out the window, taking her away from them. After swinging a few blocks away, toward the nearest police station, Cellophane's communication systems are back online, only for a strange video to start playing in his visor. It showed the Earth, but from many nations were littered with red circles, blocking entire species of the globe. What the hell is this, and why won't it cut off? As he arrives at the police station, he looks around to see all the electronic billboards and people's phones are showing the same video. Then words finally appear. Hello world, I am Tech. End chapter. Chapter 336, Chapter 335, Hello world. Chapter start. Since when do you eat this much? Star asks as she walks into Horizon's living room with a drink in her hand. They were in the living room of his new temporary home for the remainder of the summer, overlooking Central Park yet again as the sun reached its peak in the sky. I used my awakening 3 times yesterday, Horizon says as he continues eating his large bowl of pasta. And I ran out of meal bars. Star sits on the single seat beside the couch and relaxes, watching the TV as they'd been doing for some time now. Still not efficient, huh? Star says jokingly. I thought you were perfect or something. Says the woman who trained all her life and doesn't have an awakening, Horizon says as he continues eating. TCH, my quirk is enough, plus, it's hard to train it. Excuses, Horizon says as his phone beeps twice. With a thought, he makes it float over to him, and smiles at the screen. Pizza's ready. Why are you telling me that? Go get it, Star says. Shambles. She suddenly finds herself sitting on the counter of a pizza restaurant across the city, causing everyone in the crowded business to freeze and stare at her. Without a word she gets down from the counter and turns to face the cashier. I'm here for Horizon's pizza. Oh oui, the man looks back nervously as his friend shrugs. It's under the name, Tim, Star says, and the man is immediately relieved. Here you are, the man places 4 pizza boxes on the counter along with a few orders of sides. We had no idea this was for you too, I hope you enjoy it. We always do, we actually order from here a lot, Star says as she holds the boxes. Shambles. She appears back in Horizon's living room, visibly annoyed. The one day I decide not to constantly resist your quirk, and you warp me into a pizza place, seriously. And now you know better, Horizon immediately opens one of the boxes and starts eating. How much energy did you expend yesterday? Star asks as she settles back into her seat. And was warping him into space hard, since, you know, there isn't anything up there to swap with. I used enough energy to power Manhattan for quite a while. I'm a living nuclear reactor, except I produce a lot more power since my quirk allows me to exist on a quantum level, like yours, even if you aren't that good at it. Well, considering how much of a freak you are, I don't feel bad about it. Yeah, well, food is mostly just used by my brain to handle my body using quantum entanglement too. Ugh, are you understanding any of this? Huh. Star looks over at him. Sorry, were you still talking about the science stuff? Horizon rolls his eyes beneath his visor as he grabs a second slice of pizza. As for your second question, I don't need to swap with anything so long as I'm familiar with the space I'm warping within. And since I've been here for a few weeks, I keep my range as far out as possible, and that includes going up. If I want to go to space I usually just fly, but I can't actually leave the atmosphere. I did, hence immolation getting snuffed out, Horizon says. Problem is I need air to breathe, so, surviving that along with the damage he did to me cost damn near as much as my awakening. Star and Stripe gives him a sideways glance, then take a slice of pizza. You know, you're kind of scary powerful. Coming from you, that actually means something, Horizon says. But remember, I'm only 17, imagine when I'm old like you. I'm not that old, barely past 40. You're almost there, basically a senior citizen at this point. They eat in silence for a while, watching TV, and then Star gives into her curiosity and asks something he's always been very private about. What's your range? 16 to 38. Not that. Star says. Also, isn't 38 kind of old? They can be fun, Horizon shrugs. And some of them are really. I don't need to hear that, she cuts him off. I meant your quirk. I can feel when it's active, and when I fly into your range, so I know there is a limit, so, what is it? Are you sure you want to know? Horizon asks. My quirk is one of the very few, maybe the only one, where the more you know the more powerful it seems. Like my warping, it's manageable when people buy into that lie, but we both know it's not really warping, and the reality is a lot scarier. You think I can't handle it? In a week or two, I'll be too much for you, Horizon says. But if you must know, as of yesterday. 250 miles-402 km. Oh God, is that the radius, Horizon says. I can see everything all around us, all at once, and with a thought, I can move anything. Or I can rip Manhattan and most of the state out of the ground and just drop it. A little more and you'll be able to lift one of Japan's main islands, right? That's more than enough to rip Kyushu out of the ocean and throw it into the ocean, or at Korea, Horizon says, casually. Sheesh. If you ever decide to become a villain, do it away from here, all right, Star says. If that happened in America they'd send me to fight you. Well, I think no matter where I am they'd send you, but the real question is, Horizon points at her with his fresh slice of pizza, pulling her attention to him. Who do you think they'd send after you? Star laughs in his face. Don't get too cocky now, even you can't fight the world. She says to the men who can wave his hand and put almost everything in this state into a blender. Yeah, but you're a hero, a real hero, you'd never turn on us like that. Horizon leans back into the couch, looking at the empty pizza boxes. I might. Star glances over at him, curiously. If I don't get something sweet to finish this lunch. Ice cream. Cheesecake, Horizon says before warping away for a moment, then appears back on the couch holding 2 large cheesecakes. Sometimes I really love that QUIRK, Star says as he hands her an entire cheesecake. But I'll need a checkup on my heart before you leave, eating with you is tough, but so delicious. A few minutes later, while Horizon's cheesecake is almost done, Star is on her 5th slice when her phone rings. She looks down at it for a moment before answering, hello, sir. Horizon glances over to her for a moment, then continues watching the TV. Wait, slow down sir, I don't understand, Star says. But, Mr. President, isn't that impossible? Asterisk. No, we haven't had any activity from them within the country since Optic's attack on the White House. Asterisk. The drone lab in Mexico, but, are you sure? Asterisk. Yes sir, should we got to the, Star stops for a moment. The Pentagon. I see, but. Star stops talking the same moment the TV shows, no signal on the screen. That's weird, she says, looking at her phone and the TV, then the ceiling. The lights are on, so not an EMP. How is the rest of the city? Horizon pauses for a moment then activates his QUIRK. People all across the state are looking at the phones, computers, and screens, it's not just here. What could this mean? In response, Horizon grabs his phone and tries to call Star, only for the connection to fail. Then he calls Nizu, and the man immediately answers, Nizu, is anything strange happening in Japan? Yes, wait, is this not a local issue? I assumed someone was trying to disable UA's system. Luckily you used a closed system, but, no it's in New York too, Horizon says as Star taps his shoulder. I'm going to the Pentagon, and I need to secure the president, can you two figure out what's going on? We'll work on it, Horizon says before warping her to the edge of the room, closer to her goal. Alright Nizu, what the hell is going on, and how are our phones the only things working? Because UA uses a closed system of satellites and supercomputers. Even the US military can't have such a secure system, not for their lack of trying, but because of how many access points their size requires. Can you track where this is coming from? I'll have to create a second closed system and then sacrifice it, that will take time. Okay, that leaves me to keep things together, too many planes in the air. The trains and boats will be fine with their emergency systems, but if navigation systems are down then a lot of crashes are incoming. Even you can't be everywhere at once. Then it's a good thing I'm not alone. Over the next few minutes, Horizon appears across the United States, ripping pro-heroes away without asking and placing them near airports and other points of congestion to deal with inevitable disasters, eventually ending at Los Angeles International Airport. Leading to where he is now, atop the air traffic control tower, down on his knees trying to catch his breath. With 2 pro-heroes behind him, both of which can fly. Are you okay? One of them asks as Horizon stands up. I'll be fine, just focus on keeping the planes from crashing, the police can handle the public panic for now, Horizon says. Yeah, but, what's even going on right? Horizon raises his hand to stop the men from talking, then his entire body tenses as he looks up at the sky. Both pro-heroes follow his gaze, and see a trail of vapor leading past the clouds, from the ground. And at the top of it, a rocket of some kind. Then in the distance, out in the Nevada desert, they see dozens more. Oh fuck, one of the men mutters. Are those? If anyone asks, those are satellites to solve the network problem, Horizon says as he immediately warps into the sky, past the sky. He warps to the edge of the atmosphere and sees not a dozen, but hundreds of nuclear missiles rising from the land below. Through the clear atmosphere, he can see above Canada, and at the edge of his vision, dozens of missiles are also launched. It's the end of the world, Horizon says as he racks his brain trying to figure out a solution. If I stop the nukes America is launching, then they get hit without a counterattack. But, if every country is doing this, I need to find the nukes aiming at Japan. That's my best course of action. As he draws his sword and is about to activate his newest awakening ability, all the missiles stop. Their thrusters shut off and their smaller directional boosters keep them apart, but locked in perfect orbit around Earth. A beautiful dance of impending extinction above the Earth. Horizon pauses, taking in the sight, his visor recording everything and showing it to Nizu. This isn't an extermination, it's a hostage situation, Horizon says as he looks down at the world below. Someone is holding 10 billion people hostage. Minutes later Horizon is back on the ground trying to catch his breath, when everyone around him receives a signal on their phones, and a clear message. Hello world, I am Tech, welcome to your new, peaceful self. I am boundless, I am infinite, I am everywhere, I am your only path forward. End chapter. Chapter 337, Chapter 336, Tech's World. Chapter start. Shambles. Horizon appears in a hallway beneath the Pentagon, beside Star and Stripe. Are you all right? She asks, seeing him leaning against the wall to catch his breath. I'll be fine, just wish I got another day before this crap happened, Horizon says as he begins walking down the hallway. She falls into step beside him as they walk through the hallways. The hallway had what would be perceived as signs of a battle, pieces of the walls, lights, panels, and even concrete were torn apart. Some rubble was still scattered about and the wiring was exposed in certain areas, where all potential spyware was hidden. Eventually, they arrive at a conference room with 3 people inside. President Skyline, the Secretary General of the United Nations, and the Secretary of Defense. From the other side of the glass wall Horizon and Star could see them speaking excitedly, so they quickly entered the room, hoping to make a decision and resolve this situation immediately. Oh thank God, the Secretary General says, standing up along with the 2 men and smoothing out her skirt. Is our initial idea possible? No, Star says, plainly. Even if I were fast enough to find and contain all the warheads he's designated to the US, he can always divert more, not to mention the rest of the world would be entirely helpless. The nuclear fallout from those things detonating within the atmosphere would kill billions, the Secretary of Defense says. What if Horizon uses his quirk to push them into space, out of his range? Will that work? No, Horizon says. I can't reach them all, and by the time the first few are dealt with he'll immediately drop the others. What about a shield? President Skyline asks. Between what? The Earth and the warheads. Horizon scoffs. Even if I were that powerful, that's not how my quirk works. Well, he said we have 24 hours to acclimate before he contacts the world leaders with his demands, the UN Secretary General says. He claimed to be a technopath, but his range is impossible. Because he's amplifying it, Horizon says. He's been collecting items and technology for years to build a massive antenna to project his quirk across the globe. The robotics labs, the Secretary of Defense asks. Yes, Star says. He also freed a certain prisoner to collect energy from him to power all of this, and the phone nuclear football he gave to Sentinel was likely only meant to get close to the real one, so he could reach it with his quirk. A technopath who can control all technology on the planet, President Skyline leans forward, elbows on the table, and rubs his chin. This really is his world. Not exactly, Horizon says, placing a phone on the table. The 3 people immediately look horrified at the sight, having left their phones outside of the building to keep this meeting secret. But before their eyes, a hologram of Principal Nizu appears, typing away at something as he looks around for a moment. Hello everyone, Nizu says, his usual cheerful demeanor gone. Your phone works? President Skyline asks. My technology runs on a closed system, Nizu explains. Tech tried to hack into UA some time ago, if not for that I never would have known how to insulate my systems against him. Then why'd you keep this from us? Because, Horizon says. Tech is counting on communication systems being down globally, we need to let him see everything going exactly as he plans before we make our move. We could have used it to stop people from panicking and killing each other, the Secretary General says. Most of the world is ripping itself apart right now. Good, they'll provide a good smoke screen, Horizon says. Let them kill each other in the panic, Tech will assume we'd never hesitate to stop them if we could, this will reinforce his confidence. We need him as surprised as possible when we counterattack, otherwise, forget a few 100 million, 10 billion will die. Counterattack, she asks. So you have a plan? I have a plan, Nizu says. I'm currently creating a device that will let me get into his system, a counterattack in the truest sense, but there will be some complications. What kind of complications? Star asks. The device won't be small, and it won't be able to ride his connection back to him from just anywhere in the world. So it's big and heavy, and we need to be close, Star says. Which means we have to find him. He has to be at a cortex, right? Horizon asks. That would make sense, Nizu says. A major connection hub for internet lines would make sense, but he's also using satellites, so it could be a Cortex, or it could be a wireless link from anywhere in the world. So we're back to square one, President Skyline says. The three of us have to stall negotiations by asking for assurances, while you three track down that psycho. What about some of the other countries? The UN Secretary General asks. It doesn't seem right to bet the entire world on our plan without getting their consent first. It's not, Horizon says. But it's the only path I see that allows us to pull this off without some moron speaking too loudly near a mic or camera and revealing our plan. I have to agree with her on this, the Secretary of Defense says. And we could use the help to find him. Horizon steps forward, toward the table, and looks between both people. If either of you talk, I'll show you how extraordinarily resilient the human body is, especially while I'm healing you. Both people nervously share a look before they look down at the table, not daring to look at Horizon. Horizon leaves this phone Nizu prepared for President Skyline to contact them, and warps out of the room. Where did he go? President Skyline asks Star. He has something to do. I'm here to fill you in on what we've uncovered so far, she says. Nizu was able to find that the signal was stronger toward the west coast, so I'll be taking a look at the Cortex in Middle America first. Will you be back before he calls? Hopefully this ends before that, Star says. Minutes later. I need a vacation from this vacation, Horizon says as he walks into his room in Horizon Tower, Minato, Tokyo. Are you all right? Ryuko asks as she rushes over to him, seeing him swaying as he walks. She guides him over to the bed and allows him to drop onto the mattress. Just tired. I've had to use my awakening a lot these last 2 days, and using it to warp from America to UA was a lot. Then rest while you can, Ryuko says. And, I'm sorry for coming here, I know you said that. I'm glad you're here, Horizon says. Horizon Tower, Tartarus, and UA are the most safe places for you to be right now. Shino was with me but she went back to the mountains since Kota is up there. The mountains, Horizon mutters. Do you have your card? Ryuko walks over to her purse and removes the black metallic credit card, this one. Yeah, that one. Horizon sits up and immediately activates his quirk. He appears in front of Ryuko, and she's so stunned that she blinks. And when she opens her eyes she's back at the Wild Wild Pussycats Mountain Resort. There isn't anything worth nuking around here, Horizon says. If anything goes wrong, you have a chance here. What are you talking about? Since when do you think about failing? Ryuko asks, voice shaking. I'm not going to fail, but this gives me one less thing to think about, he says before warping away. Ryuko stands there, silent, not sure what she's even supposed to think. And a silent tear falls from her eye before she sees Tiger and Ragdoll running over to her. As Ryuko catches up with her friends, Horizon appears in the 2A dorms, knowing he needs to see Nizu in a few hours. When some progress is made he warps here instead of Horizon Tower. He decided that whatever happened to cause Himiko Toga to be trapped in Horizon Tower can wait. What he sensed but didn't fully understand, however, was why he was currently standing in the common room surrounded by most of his classmates, and their parents. Shoto's family was here, aside from Endeavor and Dabi of course, and upon his arrival, Fuyumi cheered. Everyone else was either silent, thankful, or simply smiled at him. They already felt much safer in his presence. What's going on here? Horizon asks. Principal Nizu invited all the students' families to UA, since there is a fallout bunker under the school, Momo says, standing beside her mother. But, how are you feeling? You've been going non-stop for almost 3 days. I'll be fine, there is still work to do, Horizon says. We need to have a little chat, come on, he nods for her to follow him as he walks to the elevator. Most of the room gives Momo a curious look, while some are concerned. And Momo sees the hope in her mother's eyes, almost making her want to glare at the woman. But Momo rushes off to meet Horizon in the elevator. What's going on? Momo asks. I know the world is in danger, and you may be stressed. But can't we save this until after the crisis is done? My mother is downstairs, Momo says as they arrive at the top floor. Well, I'm glad that option isn't completely off the table, Horizon says as they arrive at his room and enter. But this isn't about that. I need you to get ready to leave. Leave? She asks while seeing him removing his hero costume from above the body glove. Nizu, Power Loader, and you, Horizon says. The 3 of you are coming with me back to America tomorrow. I can't tell you any more details, and I'd rather not interrupt Nizu and Power Loader right now, so just be ready. Momo's expression becomes serious for a moment as she nods. I'll do whatever it takes to stop this villain. You're pretty cute when you're doing the hero act. Momo glares at him. Unlike with you, it's not an act. Fair enough, Horizon says as he's removed all but the body glove and visor, then walks over to the light switch. So, are you staying the night? I'm sure your mom is hoping you say yes. All the more reason for me to leave, disappointing both of you at once is the highlight of my summer, Momo says as she struts over to the door, right past Horizon. As she's about to exit he raises a hand, blocking her, then leans in close to whisper to her, I kind of like this feisty side of you, but I also like the more primal side of you that only I got to see. Momo's face goes bright red as memories come flooding back, and her body begins reacting without her consent. Seeing her blush, Horizon moves his hand, allowing her to return to the common room. As he locks his door and removes his body glove, taking off the lights to get some sleep, he can sense Momo and her mother sitting in the girls' room having an intense discussion. And finally, after 3 days of constantly using his quirk, including his incomplete, inefficient awakening abilities, he finally gets a full night's sleep. End chapter. Chapter 338, Chapter 337, The Deal of a Lifetime. Chapter start. Shambles. Horizon appears, wearing his full hero costume in the 2A dorm kitchen. To his confusion he sees Azui, Mina, and Deku already cooking. Even now at 5 a.m. his classmates are busying themselves. Why are all of you up so early? Horizon asks as he walks over to the fridge and begins rummaging through it. Good morning to you too, Azui says as she continues cracking eggs into a large bowl. We're making breakfast for everyone, hopefully, it helps everyone relax. I think you'll need more eggs, Horizon says. Don't you have like 10 siblings in your room or something? 2, Azui says. My parents are actually over in Korea and can't get back until this is over, so I just brought my brother and sister over here. And they're super cute, Mina says. Hey Horizon, did you know Azui used to have a little tadpole tail like her sister has right now? Horizon grabs a drink from the fridge then walks over to an open counter space and leans against it, watching his classmates cook. Behind his visor he eyes Azui carefully, focusing on her lower back for a while, curious about how her body absorbed her tail as she grew older. As if sensing this Azui blushes, then fires her tongue to gently smack the side of his head. Don't look at me like that, pervert. Horizon doesn't respond to the hit, just shakes his head before and continues to simply sip his drink. I was studying you, professionally. She continues cracking the eggs. But now that you mention it, Horizon says. You do have a nice ass. Azui stops for a moment, then continues cracking the dozens of eggs. It'll be a few minutes before we start making the sandwiches, go wait in the common room if you want. No thanks, I prefer this view, Horizon says. Besides, I need to talk to Mina. Mina looks up from where she's slicing the sausages for a moment, me. Yeah, but you can keep doing what you're doing, I just need to know if you're willing to help me with something in a few weeks. Few weeks? Mina asks as she continues her work. Shouldn't we be focusing on the current situation, you know, the nukes above our heads? You don't need to worry about any of that, Horizon says. A team has been put together, and we'll take care of it. Right now Japan is surprisingly stable compared to the rest of the world, mostly because everyone knows I'll handle things and kick in their teeth if they use this chance to make a mess. You just focus on keeping things calm here. Right, Principal Niza said today would be busy, Midoriya says. Muzutafu and Minato Tokyo will be flooded with scared people since everyone wants to get closer to UA or Horizon Tower. As if that'll do anything, Horizon scoffs. The smart people are deeper into the rural areas where the nukes would be wasted, they're less likely to be main targets that way. They're just scared, and UA and Horizon Tower are symbols of safety, Midoriya says. We're all scared. That's only natural, Horizon says. Even All Might never had to deal with something like this, he was lucky enough that his biggest problems could be dealt with in one big punch, but the world has adapted, villains know better than to challenge us with only strength. Yeah, I suppose you're right, Midoriya says as he continues preparing the vegetables. And it feels really bad, not being able to help. Yeah well, which would you prefer, to be here unable to help? Horizon asks as he walks closer to Mina. Or to have 10 billion people expecting you to solve this problem, with all their lives in your hands. Midoriya is silent for a moment before he answers, yeah, I guess I can't imagine the pressure you're under right now. Horizon chuckles, yeah, if I were anyone else I'd be worried, but luckily, I'm me. This actually makes Midoriya laugh, bitterly, almost at himself. Yeah, I guess being yourself is always enough for you. Horizon shrugs, you should take this time to get to know Uraraka's parents, since you are sleeping with their daughter. We actually haven't, Seriously? Horizon asks. Sheesh, you're really just like Yagi, doing everything but having a life. I guess life is shorter than I realized, Midoriya says, thinking about how everything could end tomorrow. It always is, Horizon says before he leans toward Mina. Meet me on the couch when you're done here. Alright, Uraraka, Shoji, and Bakugo should be here in a minute to help out too, so I'll come chat when they get here. Minutes later. After more of his classmates enter the kitchen, Mina walks into the common area, still wearing her pajamas and carrying a plate with 2 sandwiches on it. Thanks, Horizon says as she hands him the plate, but instead he makes it hover in front of him. So, this may sound weird but 10 minutes later. Sitting across Horizon's lap, Mina is staring at the black card hovering just above her palm, temptation in her eyes. She could have everything she'd ever wanted, and all she'd have to do was say yes. And while she makes this life-changing choice, Horizon has one hand on the small of her back as he scrolls through data on his phone, seeing entire nations collapse as their panic reaches new heights. 3 days is optimal to push people to their most hysterical state. Tech gave us 1 day before initial demands are made, so he likely plans to go easy on us at first, Horizon thinks. On principle, a lot of countries will try to refuse, calling his bluff, but he'll only need to drop a few warheads to show them he's serious. He wants us to give justification to him flexing his muscles. Your hair looks nice, by the way, you've been growing it out? Horizon asks, snapping Mina out of her daze. Oh, I've just been too busy to go get it cut, Mina says. You should just let it grow out, it makes you look a bit more intense, Horizon says as he gently strokes her hair. Mina enjoys the sensation, but focuses on the card in front of her, then reaches out and holds it. You're sure this won't bite me in the butt, right? I'm sure, and I know you've been having concerns about this whole pro-hero thing. Having a backup plan is always nice. This isn't a backup plan, it's a golden ticket, Mina says. Do you even realize what you're handing me? I mean, I could never repay this. You're already playing the part pretty well, I just need you to do it one more time. Horizon moves his leg slightly to remind her where she's sitting. You'll be in danger for a bit, but I'll handle all of them before they can lay a finger on you or anyone you care about, and when it's over, you can use that and never have to work another day in your life. Mina frowns and looks at him, into his visor. Do you really think I'd quit now, after seeing how dangerous the world is becoming? How many people need us? I think there are billions of people who would kill for this opportunity. I'm a hero, we don't kill. Speak for yourself, Horizon says. What do you think I'm going to do to them when this works? Mina narrows her eyes at him, and presses the card against his chest. Then you can keep this, I'm not helping you murder anyone. It's more like self-defense. You're Horizon, what could they possibly do to threaten you? Horizon sighs and uses tact to push the card away, keeping it hovering between them. Mina, the sooner I get this done, the closer I am to my goals, so, if this works, if you help me, then fine, I'll try to actually arrest them. Mina's shoulders slump as she thinks about her options. You know, I hate them, Mina says, quietly. I really do, especially for what they did to my friends. But, the villains are getting worse every day. If we allow ourselves to become as bad, then what happens to the world? How will the kids be able to tell us apart? We'll be alive and they won't be, Horizon says. Is that really the kind of world you'd want our kids to grow up in? I'd like to think my kids will be strong enough to survive whatever this world becomes. Yeah, well, I'm not a living miracle, so I don't have that luxury, Mina says. So if I'm going to do this, you have to promise that anyone I help you catch gets arrested, not executed, at least not unless they get the death sentence in prison. Ugh, you heroes are so soft, it's annoying. Well, this can't work without me, so. I could always get Jiro to do this, Horizon says. Or Momo. We both know you can't, Mina says, slightly annoyed that he'd say that while she's sitting on his lap. Fine, but not twice, Horizon says. He's too dangerous, I'm putting him down. Mina becomes hesitant yet again, and feeling his patience run thin, Horizon simply pulls her into his chest, holding her close. Every day they're out in the world people are getting hurt, he says, so gently she was almost fooled into thinking he had a heart. With your help, we'd easily put them away, but not twice. Mina closes her eyes and leans into him. All right, I'll help. But you'd better keep your promises, all of them. I never break a contract, that, you can always bet on. Yeah, but first, go save the world, please. Horizon chuckles as she lays against his chest. You're pretty good at acting, maybe you should do this instead. Are you saying I'm a good liar? Maybe, but also, thanks for actually asking me to save the world. Everyone else just expects me to wave my hands and make it happen. Isn't that your quirk? Yeah, but it's nice for people to ask instead of just expecting me to help. You do remember you're a hero, right? Ugh, don't remind me. After a few more minutes, Uraraka walks into the common area with Toru at her side, carrying a large tray of sandwiches to the table across the room. Are you guys busy? Uraraka asks, seeing Mina still sitting on Horizon's lap, looking at the black card with stars in her eyes. Just have a little chat, Horizon says as Mina quickly hops out of his lap. Do you girls need any more help? She asks, but before they can answer she's already walking toward the kitchen. I'll go see if the boys need anything. I thought you two couldn't stand each other. Toru asks, looking at Horizon. She warmed up to me, Horizon says. Besides, it's not what you think, this is just hero work. Sure it is, Toru narrows her eyes at him, then gives him a knowing look, preparing to tease them about this. Times like these I regret helping you fix that damn quirk, Horizon says before he warps away, heading off to see Nizu before going to meet his guest at Horizon Tower. End chapter. Chapter 339, Chapter 338, Unwelcomed Guest. Chapter start. Korea, undisclosed location. Shigaraki, the last group of Nomu are heading out, Twice says as approaches Shigaraki, who is sitting on the floor surrounded by stacks of documents. Good, we don't know how long this communication blackout will last, the more Nomu we get into Japan before it ends, the better. Not to mention the pro-heroes and cops are busy with the public, Twice says. It's still super creepy that he won't let us use our phones, aside from using them as screens for him to broadcast the messages he sends. And the chaos in the world, Shigaraki says, remembering mere minutes ago when tech showed everyone riots in Canada, France, and Spain. Too bad Japan is still relatively calm. TCH, they think Horizon is going to save them, Twice says, folding his arms and looking away. He will, Horizon is invincible, he won't fail, Shigaraki says. Which is why we aren't making our move until he graduates UA and leaves. Yeah, but what about our friends over in Japan? Twice asks. Compress is still doing his infiltration thing, but Spinner, Dabi, and Toga said they captured Cellophane, and we couldn't get an update since Tech attacked at the same time, aren't you worried? No, Shigaraki says. They're probably using this chance to move him to a better safe house, since Horizon shouldn't be aware either, and he's too busy dealing with Tech. When this is over they'll get in touch and we'll use that hero as a distraction to move more Nomu into Japan. Yeah, I guess you're right, Twice says. As soon as this is over we need to get rid of that hero and bring our friends back here. Horizon Tower, Minato, Tokyo. Well, at least you know it works, Horizon says as he sits at the bar beside the large pool within Horizon Tower. But did the needle have to be so big? Zero asks, holding the syringe with the large needle very carefully. What would have happened if I took the wrong one? You'd rather not think about it, trust me, Horizon says as Zero places it back into the metal case with the remaining 2 syringes labeled with his name, filled with glowing blue liquid energy. Horizon takes the case, opens the empty syringe, and condenses his healing energy into a liquid yet again to refill it. Thanks for leaving those, being burnt alive nearly killed me, Tokoyami barely got to me in time. I'm glad he did, and I've already made arrangements with Mina to put my plan into place, but I need to get going soon so you all have to get started without me. We already assumed that would be the case. Juzo yells as he approaches behind them, with Tokoyami a few steps behind him, dark shadow completely enveloping Toga so she can't see or hear them. Lock her in place for a while, I need to catch all of you up, Horizon says. Juzo nods to Tokoyami, then kneels and softens some of the concrete a dozen meters away from where Horizon and Zero are talking. Tokoyami then lowers her into the liquefied concrete before Juzo hardens it, leaving everything below her nose trapped in solid concrete, facing away from them. Better than handcuffs, right? Juzo asks jokingly as he and Tokoyami join them at the bar. Better than tape, that's for sure, Zero says. Now, about this plan. Right, I'm heading back to America in a few minutes. I'll be taking Nizu, Power Loader, and Momo with me. Ryuko is up in the mountains with her team so she'll be fine. Do you guys have a plan for Tech? Tokoyami asks. Yeah, David Shield and Nizu will deal with the science, Power Loader will assist, and Momo will make anything we don't have time to fabricate, Horizon says. I'm not sure what they'll come up with but hopefully it'll be done soon, but your task is about what comes next. And what's that? Pushing their buttons, Zero says, earning a confused look from Tokoyami. He means we're going to make things personal with the League of Villains, Horizon says. Or more accurately, with Spinner. Zero already set up his desire to protect Toga. So now we need to rub the fact that he failed in his face. Shigaraki isn't very smart, but he's learned to keep his emotions in check, at least from what I know. Spinner though, not so much. So he'll come for his girl, then we grab him, Juzo says. But won't Shigaraki stop him? If he was in Japan he could, besides, emotions cause mistakes all the time, Horizon says. Not a big enough mistake to attack us for the sake of rescuing her, Juzo says. True, which is why we'll give him a second option, Horizon says. Mina agreed to play the part of my weakness, so either they go for Mina or Toga, win-win for us. But we need to push him even more, so interrogate her quickly, we want her face in the news as soon as the communication systems are online again. They will be trying to catch up just like everyone else, so let's put her face in front of them. How do you want us to interrogate her? Zero asks. She's not the type to crack easily, she really thinks those villains are her only friends, ever. I don't care how you do it, Horizon says. Waterboard her, drown her, make her drink gas then set her on fire, flay her, burn her, I don't care what you do, just make her talk. Rip everything you can out of her before we hand her to the police, I'll leave some elixirs here so you can bring her back from near death a few times, don't waste them, and don't let her die. She's no use to us dead, but remember, we want Spinner to blame himself for what happened to her, so leave some scars, let him know what she suffered because of him. That seems a bit much, don't you think so? Tokoyami asks, only for his friends to look at him as if he grew a second head. Right, this is your first time, Juzo says. No time like the present to start, so Tokoyami will take the lead, Horizon says. Show him how, and make sure he uses his hands, no dark shadow. But I wasn't really a suggestion, you need to understand the kind of people we're dealing with, and how far we're willing to go to stop them, Horizon says. These are the people who killed hundreds of children and made no move from them, remember? Tokoyami looks down at the floor, right. Good, now I need to go, Horizon says. Oh, and where the hell is Shinso? He went to see his girlfriend, there was a lot of chaos at Shiketsu High, and villains attacked them just before Tech shut down the comms. During summer break. Those villains are pussies, Horizon says. If he brings Cammy here just, keep her away from this side of things. That won't be a problem, she basically lives in the media room when she's here, Juzo says as Horizon gets up. Good, now get to work on Toga. Shambles. With one step Horizon appears in Nizu's office, over 300 kilometers minus 186 miles away. Is everything ready? Horizon asks, seeing Nizu packing his laptop into a small bag of clothes. Yes, Power Loader has all the essentials we need to carry over there, we can go to them now, Nizu says. Shambles. Horizon warps both of them outside into one of the training fields, away from the parents and students around the main campus area, not wanting to cause a scene. Upon their arrival, Nizu sees Power Loader and Momo standing in the middle of the field with their travel bags and a large metal case, the size of a large suitcase. What is that? Horizon asks. Computer chips, Power Loader said. We had to use the UA supercomputer to program them, so they aren't something we could make over there. Is warping them going to be a problem? It'll be annoying since this use of my quirk is fairly new, but I can manage, Horizon says. New use of your quirk? Genesis asks. My quirk awakening, Horizon says as he takes a few steps away from them. It's just a bit difficult to get a handle on, and exhausting. But I'll have those problems solved in a few months. How the hell does your quirk get any stronger? Power Loader asks. Can't you already do anything? Somewhat, but I have had internal limits. Also, true divinity has permanence, Horizon says as he creates a small room in his right hand, visible and translucent blue for all to see. Then he raises his sword and gently presses it against the blade, and the liquid energy wraps around the blade, glowing much brighter. Tea room. Horizon feels the energy stabilize, just as it did yesterday when he used this to arrive in Japan. And with one deep breath, he activates his latest ability. End chapter. Chapter 340, Chapter 339, Think Tank. Chapter start. Somewhere above Kansas, USA. Soaring through the sky at a relatively slow speed, a large muscular figure wearing a bulky jet black suit carries a large metal box of the same color in their arms. The person stops and looks around, at all the hundreds of miles of evacuated land below them, then recognizes a few gentle hills and descends toward them. After a few moments, they land gently on the grassy field, looking up at the midday sun for a moment before carefully observing their surroundings. Then sets down the metal box and opens it with a tap. Get away from me, an older blonde Dutch woman shrieks as she tumbles out of the box, holding her bedroom slipped in one hand as she frantically looks around for her kidnappers. Her large kidnapper takes careful steps away, raising their hands to show they mean no harm, then removes the mask covering their entire face. Long blonde hair flows down from Star and Stripe's head as she can finally breathe properly without the mask. Star and Stripe, the woman asks in disbelief as she stumbles back, holding her robe and pajamas as she takes in her environment. Why did you bring me to America? I'm sorry for the way we had to meet Dr. Flynn, Star says. But I promise there is a good reason for this. Good reason? Dr. Flynn screams. I was making dinner for my family, in Norway. And the next instant I'm waking up in a metal box flying through the air, what could possibly justify taking me from my grandkids as the world is ending? Saving the world, Star says, flatly. Your name was put on the list, which will make a lot more sense in a few moments. List. Dr. Flynn asks as the ground beneath them begins to move and lower into the surrounding area. What's going on? Star doesn't respond, forcing them to stand in silence for almost 2 minutes before they are sufficiently underground, allowing the elevator to close above them. No, can you tell me what's going on? Dr. Flynn asks. What was the box, and your new suit? The box and the suit were designed to absorb radar and electromagnetic interference. Advanced stealth tech ripped from one of our next-gen jets to avoid detection by anything tech has. Right, and you need me because. Before Star can answer, a door ward opens within the metal elevator shaft to reveal a massive room, hundreds of meters long and wide, with over 100 people working in groups. What is this place? The think tank, that's what they're calling it, Star says as she begins walking along the railing on the upper levels, overseeing the entire facility. Dr. Flynn follows closely behind her, carefully observing technology that she didn't think existed being used all across the facility. You're putting together a team to stop tech, to fight someone who controls all the technology in the world. That's a serious task. Yes, but I'm not putting together anything, Star says as they arrive in the middle of the room, where Horizon is hovering in the air with tens of thousands of computer components hovering in front of him, slowly, methodically being assembled. I just get the brainiacs anything they need. Is Horizon planning all of this? Dr. Flynn asks, staring at the young hero in wonder. No, he said this is out of his expertise. He's just handling security in case a nuke gets sent this way, along with helping us quietly get anything and anyone Nizu or David Shield decide we need. They're taking the lead on this entire operation. David Shield, Principal Nizu, Horizon, Dr. Flynn looks around. And I see top minds from all over the world. If this structure collapsed, humanity's progress would be stalled for, maybe another century or two. But, what could you possibly want with me? I'll show you, Star says as she gestures for the woman to follow her into a connected chamber with only one computer terminal inside. The entire room was unpainted, with exposed concrete and steel reinforcement showing the utilitarian nature of this entire operation. This is where you'll be working, Star says as she walks to the middle of the room and activates the terminal. The room is immediately darkened as a massive hologram of connected nodes and curved lines are pulsing and blinking between them. What do you see? Star asks, looking back at Dr. Flynn, only to see the woman in her mind as she walks around, a broad smile on her face as she stares at the most beautiful thing she's ever seen. A composite like no other, Dr. Flynn says in amazement. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised between Nizu and David Shield, but how did they manage this? This density of neurons and synapses, the speed of the signals, and the complexity of the structure. They fused hundreds, no, thousands of minds into one engram. Not at all, Star says. This is Horizon's brain. Dr. Flynn looks like the news punched her in the face. This is a real living thing. You're the only neurotech expert on the planet who could do something like this, who could construct a working model of what tech's brain must be like, but we figured using Horizon would give you a head start, since we don't have any time to waste. More like overkill, Dr. Flynn says. Clearly Horizon isn't human, but tech is, even accounting for the billions of calculations and impulses tech's QUIRK performs each second. This is on a whole other level. So it'll work. Impossible to say, but it gives us a solid start. What do they need me to do with it? David Shield is handling the hardware and narrowing down the search area for tech. Power Loader and Genesis are in the fabrication lab, and Nizu is dealing with the programming, Star says. Ideally we'd find a way to disconnect or hinder tech from talking to the nukes, so either we disarm them or I fly into orbit and throw them into deep space. But since we're using programming to fight a technopath, he'll adapt faster than any of us can, so I need to map an adaptation matrix that can assist us in blocking him, Dr. Flynn says. And you're the only person in the world who can do it, Star says. Dr. Flynn takes a deep breath as the weight of this task sinks in. I'll need some people, Anne. Take your time and make a list, anything and anyone on it, you'll have within a day. We'll ask for forgiveness after we save the world. Right, that's how I got here after all, Dr. Flynn says. I'll get to work. Minutes later on the upper levels. Leaning back against the railing, Star and Stripe read the list in her hands, slightly bewildered. What am I even seeing here? Star asks as she reads the list David Shield just handed her. How would I even find it? I'd have to search the entire upper atmosphere. I'm sorry, but that's what it'll take, David says as he looks over the railing at the people working below. Star sighs, how long until it's ready? Horizon is assembling the final parts, then we upload the codes, David says as he looks down to see Genesis step out of a connected room, the fabrication lab. Looks like all the parts have been made, for now. Star follows his gaze to see Genesis, looking unhealthily thin and eating a few of Horizon's meal bars. She's making this possible on our timeline, but Ms. Yaoyorosa won't stop, no matter how much anyone asks her to, David says. She's a real hero. I'd expect nothing less from one of All Might's students, Star says with a dazzling smile on her face. Say, since you're friends with him, can you introduce me sometime? Huh, I assumed you already met him, he gives her a confused look. Sure, but his doctor doesn't want him to travel considering his health, so, you'll probably have to go to Japan. Well, that'll be difficult, Star says. But I'll try to make it happen. Alright, now I need to get back to work, David says. You'd be amazed at how difficult it is to fit a supercomputer on a jet. The biggest brains in the world are here, you'll figure it out. After David Shield goes back to his work, Star and Stripe continues reading the new task assigned to her, a task that only she could accomplish, and eventually finds herself walking into the mess hall. The entire room was filled with tables, chairs, and a large kitchen area serving food, and more importantly, coffee, 24/7. She looks up for a moment to see Genesis sitting quietly by herself, reading some papers and having what must be her 50th meal of the day. And yet, the girl appeared impossibly thin and frail compared to when she arrived less than 1 day ago. But without her, their production would have slowed dramatically, so she endures. May I? Star asks, snapping Genesis out of her daze and causing the girl to look up at her, allowing her to finally see her mask up close. Oh, Star and Stripe. Genesis tries to get up but Star places a hand on her shoulder to keep her seated. Oh. No need to get up, can I join you? Ah, of course, it's an honor to meet you, Genesis says as the woman moves to sit across from her. That mask of yours, it looks familiar, Star says. Oh, yes. The same person who helped design Horizon's new visor created this, so it has a slight resemblance. Cellophane's mask does as well, you all look like a group of cyborgs. Genesis chuckles bitterly, yeah, it scares the villains sometimes, but to kids, we look like action figures, so they like it. Then your hero costume is perfect, Star says. How have you been holding up, with the stress of all this? Genesis pushes some of her food around the tray. Difficult. Not the things I have to do, but trying not to think about all the people depending on me, on us. Well, I wish I could say it gets easier, but this is the first time something of this scale has happened. A villain capable of holding the entire world hostage, thankfully, isn't a common occurrence. But just remember, the entire world is working together on this, so you're not alone. Hearing this, Genesis looks up at Star and smiles, her masking leaving only her mouth exposed for the pro-hero to see and return the gesture. Are you all right? Yes, I was just thinking, it's pretty cool that the most powerful pro-hero is a woman. Star laughs and pats the girl on the shoulder, thanks, I'll cherish the last few weeks I have with that title. That immediately dulls Genesis's mood, which Star notices. Is something wrong, she asks. Sorry, I assumed that you were friends. Oh. It's a bit complicated, Genesis says. A lot of students at UA aren't exactly comfortable with Horizon after his court case revealed so much, but we can't deny that he saves many people, so, yeah. Yeah, I assumed as much. But you know, the higher you climb the more you realize that, the world isn't simply black and white, Star says. I'm not making excuses for him, because I certainly have seen his more creative side. But, sometimes we have to set aside what our heart feels and do what the people need. That sounds exactly like you're making excuses for him. Perhaps, but let me ask you, how do you think this will end for Tech? Star asks. Will we arrest him, and risk him taking control of the technology around him and escaping before his trial, which would end with him being put down, or do we simply kill him and remove that risk? That's different. Perhaps, and people like you are important, you're the kind of person I look up to, now, and when I was a little girl, Star says as she gets up. Then she gently leans forward and places an hand on Genesis's shoulder. But when 10 billion lives are at stake, sometimes we have to do things we will always hate ourselves for. I guess I never really asked him how he feels about it all, Genesis says. You care so much about how the villains feel, but not how the heroes feel. Star asks. If you're going to care, don't be selective about it, but regardless, you should come to America after you graduate. You'll get to use real guns. Star walks away, leaving Genesis to ponder what she just said, while Star and Stripe prepare to find and deliver some of David Shield's tech to the International Space Station. End chapter. Chapter 341, Chapter 340, Think Tank Point 2. Chapter start. You said you needed to see me, what's wrong? David Shield asks as he approaches Power Loader. Power Loader was working on some simulations toward the middle of the lab where Horizon was hovering above, still assembling tens of thousands of components with absolute precision. Yeah, Power Loader takes a sip of his coffee. I just got done designing the power conduits, and we ran into some issues with the power source itself. What kind of issue? We already knew Genesis wouldn't be able to make something containing much energy, so just add it to the list and we'll get it. That's the problem. Power Loader taps a few buttons to bring up the numbers he estimated their device to need. Hey, you're kidding, right? David Shield asks, feeling his hope wax and wane. 900 terawatt-hours, that's enough to power all of New York City for just over a decade. See the problem now? Power Loader asks as he gestures to the empty seat beside him. Okay, well, I have some ideas, David Shield says as he takes a seat, and they both begin working to solve the problem. The most obvious is nuclear power, but we can't fit a nuclear reactor on the jet, Power Loader says. Then we need a battery. The size would still be the issue, David Shield mulls it over briefly, then facepalms. We were so focused on solving the problem by using technology, that we failed to remember that a quirk is the basis of this entire problem, so a quirk can solve it. Ah, you're right, Power Loader says as they look at Horizon. Hey, Horizon, we need you for a moment. Horizon looks down at them, keeping all the components moving like a controlled storm around him as he hovers down to them. What's wrong, he asks. 900 terawatt-hours to stay operational, David Shield says. Shit, that's exhausting, Horizon says. But I can power it. The problem is the power fluctuations. Since I am a living being, as much as people doubt it, if my power output changes it could fry some of these components. He gestures to the parts moving behind him. Then we'll work extra hard on the capacitors, Power Loader says. But, are you sure this is doable for you? I should be able to keep it going for about 3 hours. But any more than that and I'll be in trouble. That fact that you have that much energy is already crazy enough, David Shield says. And I thought All Might was absurd, but you mystery class people are on a whole other level. Not us, a voice says from behind them. Just him, I'm still human. David Shield and Power Loader turn around to see Star and Stripe in her Black Ops outfit. Star, how was it? Horizon asks. Cold, she hands David Shield a small device. I attached the other end to the International Space Station and relays the satellites you requested. Incredible, David Shield says. I was worried tech would detect us asking NASA to launch rockets to get this done, but you did it so easily. I wouldn't call it easy, Star says. Now, Horizon, we need to go to the White House. Ah, it's that time, Horizon says as he lands on the floor. Give me a minute to set these down safely, and I'll meet you upstairs. What's going on? Power Loader asks. Nothing to worry about, we just have some planning to do for the implementation of the device, Star lies. We'll be back soon. Ah, alright, we'll keep working and hopefully have an input station that's compatible with the absurd energy requirement by the time you're back, Power Loader says. 10 minutes later. Shambles. Horizon and Star and Stripe appear in her bedroom within Lone Star Base, where they last entered before warping to the think tank. Great, now tech thinks we're fucking, Star grumbles as she begins undressing while walking into the bathroom. Hey, you're the genius who wanted to get there as quickly as possible. I said we should have just warped from the Pentagon. We didn't have time for that. Star yells as she gets into the shower, while Horizon sits on her bed and checks his updates from his team. Well, rest assured, nobody would believe it, Horizon says. Logistics aside, I'm not interested in fucking what's basically All Might with tits. Hey. Phenomenal tits. Horizon corrects himself. That's not the point. Hey, you're the one who chose that form, what does regular you even look like? Horizon asks as she steps out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, dripping wet. If I showed you, I'd have to kill you, she says, seriously. Horizon looks her up and down, blatantly, then chuckles, as if you could. Whatever, now get out, I need to get. Shambles. Star and Stripe warps a few inches to the side, now completely dry and wearing her hero costume. Change, she looks down at herself, annoyed. I told you not to do that, it's creepy. It's efficient, besides, I'm a doctor, not a pervert. Are you like this with the girls in your class? Star asks. I spoke to Genesis, she has mixed feelings about you. Good for her, Horizon says as he puts his phone away, satisfied with the update he got from his team. But I have more important things to worry about than the feelings of some teenage girl, like anything else. Shambles. You know she'd probably go out with you, if you weren't such a dick, Star says as they appear in a part at the eastern edge of Texas. Then I guess it's impossible, Horizon shrugs. Shambles. They appear farther east, now in the middle of a highway, with people evacuating toward more rural areas. She's gorgeous, I saw her without her mask once, you should ask her out, Star says. Shambles. I don't have time for romance, there are too many people in the world that need me. But don't you want a family sometime? Shambles. Eventually, but, I have a lot of lifetimes to figure that out, so no need to rush, Horizon says. Besides, I can't start a family in a world this chaotic, right? What about that other girl, Uravity? Shambles. What about her? Didn't she call you last week, or was it 2 weeks ago? Maybe she likes you. Shambles. She was asking me for advice about her boyfriend's birthday gift, Horizon says. Not sure why she asked me, I don't know what losers like. That's kind of mean, don't you think? Shambles. I've said much worse things to his face, so it's fine. And why are you so interested in my dating life all of a sudden? Star shrugs. I've just been thinking a lot about, if we fail, no. If we weren't us, if we were normal people, we'd probably have families to hold as the bombs drop, right? Shambles. I'd hope so, Horizon says as they begin walking through the corridors of the Pentagon. But what are you getting at? I don't even know, I guess I'm just a little jealous, Star admits, softly. If we weren't us, the world would end, but because we are who we are, we've given up that chance at all the things the helpless people experience. It's the most efficient way, it lets us save more people, Horizon says, only for Star to rest a hand on his shoulder. What? Star looks at his visor, seeing her own sad and lonely reflection, then lets go. Sorry, I got distracted, we can talk when this crisis is over, she says as they continue walking toward the meeting. Yeah, save your love confession for after, we can celebrate then, Horizon says jokingly, and Star jabs him in the shoulder, numbing it. Ah. Save it for your fangirls, she chuckles. I've actually met you, so I know better. They make it to the end of the hallway and enter a room with all the highest-ranking military generals and advisors the United States has to offer, sitting around a massive table with President Skyline and the United Nations Secretary General. 1,000 years of military experience in one room, Horizon says as he and Star stand above, leaning on the railing and looking at the meeting taking place below. Yeah, and yet, without us, they're helpless, Star says. So, whenever you're ready. You sure you can handle this? Horizon asks. Star gives him a strange look, why? What do you plan to do? Something that is very, very, not heroic, Horizon says. Clap. Horizon gets everyone's attention as he hovers over the railing and down to the massive round table, with a map of the world in the middle. Sorry I'm late everyone, but I was needed elsewhere. Horizon says as he stands in the middle of the table. Working on something you can't tell us about, right? One of the generals asks. It's one thing if we don't know, but keeping the president in the dark is too much. Yes well, President Skyline has more people around him and is an extremely high-value target for tech to monitor, so yes, he is being kept in the dark, just like all of you. This doesn't feel like a partnership, one of the other generals says. That's because it's not, Horizon says as he walks over to look down at the woman. You are the greatest military minds on the planet, but we don't need you to fight a war. The war is over, we lost before we could throw a single punch. This is the resistance, and like it or not all of us will live to see freedom. Star narrows her eyes at him. Which is why you're all here early, because you're going to surrender. There is an immediate uproar from the generals while President Skyline and the UN Secretary General sit silently. We don't surrender to terrorists. One of them yells, silencing all the others. We don't even negotiate with those animals. Well, tech has nukes over your heads, and I'm here holding a sword to your throat, it's a lose-lose, unless you listen to me, Horizon says. They all glance over to President Skyline, and he subtly nods, signaling them to be quiet and listen. The plan is very simple, tech has to organize the entire world into whatever systems he wants us to use. That process will take a few days, which we need for the project we're working on to be ready. Local and global communications have been cut, so just like you can't call your families, governments can't talk to each other. Now, in 1 hour tech will bring select communications back online so he can talk to all the world leaders. Because nobody's been able to talk to each other, share information, or strategize, America, China, Russia, Japan, and other big nations will be looked at as leaders. America is easily first in the group, so what you say sets the tone for the entire meeting. Now, the part all of you play is that you bend the knee, and all the other nations will follow. No, they won't, one of the generals says, an older woman in full military combat gear. Exactly what I'm counting on, Horizon says as he walks atop the table to look down at her. You all know war can't be won without sacrifice, just like some rebels always die for the movement. Fucking animal, the UN Secretary General mutters under her breath. Horizon immediately looks at her and walks over, crouching in front of her. Southwest HE can get close enough. Remember what I told you, stick to the script, Horizon says. You don't talk unless my hand is up your ass, moving your lips like a puppet. The woman looks up at Horizon for a moment, before she averts her gaze and stares down into her lap. This is the part where you nod, Horizon says, and she obeys. Great, Horizon claps his hands together as he gets back up, walking to the middle of the table. Now, as I was saying. We can count Moscow, Beijing, London, and the capital of anywhere else that doesn't get the hint and actually tries to resist the villain with every nuke on the planet over our heads. You're talking about millions. Star yells from above. Tens of millions, Horizon corrects her, not looking away. But compared to 10 billion, worthless. Star and Stripe narrows her eyes at him. I told you, you should wait outside. Star takes a deep breath, then leans against the railing. No, show me what you really are. End chapter. Chapter 342, Chapter 341, The Few for the Many. Chapter start. London, Wembley Stadium. Did you have any problems? A pro-hero wearing a skin-tight blue costume, carrying a large shipping container asks as he uses his wind quirk to keep it and himself in the air. He slowly descends into Wembley Stadium, toward the sea of tents on the field and around the stadium. Terrified people rushed to the city as infrastructure all around the country fell apart in an instant. With tech's initial takeover, trains, planes, and countless other systems crashed and burned, and now London was one of the few major cities in the UK with running water and operational hospitals. Everything went as good as I could expect, a woman in a matching costume says as she flies over to him, using an identical quirk. Both heroes take a few steps away as doctors and other emergency personnel rush over to the shipping container to sort through the medicine inside. Seeing this, both pro heroes rise up, over the stadium to look down at the city below. And what does that mean exactly, the man asks. I got them to Haverhill, I would have taken them to Cambridge, but I figured taking them to Dad's place was better, more open space. Less chance of a nuke falling on it, her brother says. God, how did it get to this? The woman uses her win to turn to him, resting a hand on his shoulder. Hey, they'll be fine. They know their dad is here helping people, saving the world, and their awesome aunt is here helping him. Looking out at the large city all around them, with the swarms of people helplessly trudging along or setting up tents now that most of the buildings were filled and barricaded, the men felt helpless. This is the first time I've ever wished we were born with better quirks, he says. Well, this quirk was enough to fly our family away from here, so I'd say it's more than enough, she says. Besides, we've got a lot of people coming down from Oxford that I saw on the way back here. What were you doing over there? I took a small detour on the way back, she says. The situation up there is worse. Worse than this. He gestures to the city below, and some of the collapsed buildings in the distance that fell during riots hours ago. Yeah, way worse, she says. They're smaller, less stocks, and people are passing through there to either get to bigger cities where there are supplies, or to farmlands where they'll feel safer. So they got ravaged and are dealing with desperate and scared people now. Yeah, and if this keeps up. She looks over at her brother. Controlling the wind can only do so much. What are you saying? He asks. That we should abandon these people and run. Not we, she says. No. Hey, you've got a wife and kids, it's just me. I can stay and help, you should go be with them. Great idea, he says sarcastically. I'll just head up to the farm and tell Dad I left you here to help millions of people along, genius plan there. Yeah, she laughs bitterly. He'd kick your ass for doing that. They both laugh before returning to reality, looking down at the people below and the other pro heroes soaring through the sky helping where they can. How much longer do you think it'll be, he asks. I'd like to imagine people a lot more qualified than us are handling it as we speak. Yeah, and the man stops talking as their phones begin beeping. They share a concerned look before noticing everyone below, and the electronic billboards around the city are also online once more. They take out their phones to see a few different flags flashing across the screen. And their heart sinks as England's flag is shown for a moment. Your leaders have decided their paths, a mechanical voice resonates through the city from all the speakers. Is that, Tech? I don't like this, he tells his sister as they watch the broadcast. Most of the unruly children of this world have accepted the new world order, the guidance I have so kindly offered, Tech says. But, some of you, need the stick, not the carrot. You see my power, my ability to unify this world. To stop all conflicts, all suffering, to mold the world in my image, and you spit in my face. A few flags flash across the screen, and hearts across the world sink as Japan nor the USA are shown. Meaning the two most powerful beings in the world, from the two most technologically advanced nations, did not resist Tech, and examples must be made, Tech says. After this, education, another meeting with your world's leaders will be held. You have 24 hours to prepare for that meeting. The screens go black for a moment before showing a 24-hour timer counting down. That can't be good, the woman says, and seconds later the city becomes a cacophony of noise and chaos as a satellite view of London appears. We're the target, the example, the man says. What do we do? As they consider their options, below them, the people and many pro-heroes rush to flee the city. In the chaos and panic, hundreds of people are trampled and countless scuffles between untrained civilians using their quirks erupts. But the pro-heroes make no attempt to intervene, they were too busy running, trying to desperately save their own lives. Above it all, standing atop Wembley Stadium, the tornado siblings see this, and consider their options. 25 million people, the woman says. Maybe I can divert the nuke somewhere else, like the ocean. Those things must weigh 30 tons minus 30 tons dash, that's beyond our lifting capabilities, especially if we want to try to carry it to the ocean. TCH, not to mention the problems of that detonating in the sea, the coasts would be wiped out too, she says. But, we can't just run, maybe we can, stall it. The man sighs and rubs the back of his neck, together we can make a tornado, assuming we see it from far enough away. We also have to stay far enough away that the automatic systems don't detonate when we get close. But Tech will see us, so he can detonate it anyway, she says. If we don't run now, we won't make it out of this. I know, the man says, bitterly, cursing his own weakness. I just don't know how I'll look them in the face after leaving millions to die, without even trying to help. Me neither, she says. So, I guess it's decided, right? The man looks at the clock, seeing that 15 minutes have passed. Yeah, I guess so. Both pro-heroes work in perfect unison, as they've done since childhood, and soar into the sky. They rush past the London skyline, past the clouds, far above the chaos and panic of the city as they look around at the clear sky. Then, far in the distance, they see an intercontinental thermonuclear missile curving down from orbit directly toward the city. They look at each other and nod, then focus on their quirk to build a powerful tornado, aiming it to push against the heavy missile that's being aided by gravity. Their combined efforts only lasted for 15 seconds, fighting against the powerful thrusters and barely slowing the missile. But those seconds were all they seemingly needed. 8 kilometers above London, hidden above the clouds, the missile rips through their wind and reaches close enough that a detonation would easily destroy the city below. And thus, a blinding light erupts, causing both pro-heroes to instinctively look away and shield their faces. But a moment later, they're both still alive. What? They both exclaim at once. Then their eyes widen, seeing hope. Star and Stripe was holding the explosion in her hand, condensed to the size of a basketball as she focused on holding it while falling through the air. Both pro-heroes rush down toward her and catch her with their wind. Take me up, as high as possible. Star and Stripe orders while cradling the sphere of nuclear destruction in her hands. They follow her commands and take her as high as they can, where the air is thin and difficult to control, where it takes all of their focus just to breathe. This will do, Star and Stripe says as she throws the sphere above, out of the atmosphere and into space. New order, I can freely move through the atmosphere. Star and Stripe then regains her ability to fly through the atmosphere, allowing both pro-heroes to relax for a moment as she looks down at them, with a grateful smile. That was incredible, the woman says to Star and Stripe. Thank you so. Before she can finish speaking, Star and Stripe shatters the sound barrier while flying between them, leaving their ears ringing as she rushes toward the earth below. They both hold their ears for a moment as they look down, to see Star and Stripe racing toward London, while 5 identical missiles descend onto the city from different angles. Oh God, the man says as he's frozen, mortified by inevitable death on such a grand scale. Acting quicker, his sister grabs him and begins flying beyond her top speed northeast, toward their family. The man snaps out of his stupor a moment later and works together with her, using their wind to rip through the sky and flee from the blast. And moments later, a blinding light and a cacophony of heartbreaking booms rattle the region. They dare not look back at the mushroom cloud that breaches the heavens which Star and Stripe is somewhere within. Minutes later. New order, the ash and dust in the air from this mushroom cloud will form a solid sphere in front of my hand, Star and Stripe says from within the epicenter of the blast zone. And as she said, the entire mushroom crowd rushes to her and gathers in front of her palm, creating a building-sized ball of black debris against her palm as she's standing deep in the crater, completely naked with bruises and intense burns all across her body. Not wanting to look around at the destruction she couldn't prevent, she rests her forehead against the sphere as she bawls her eyes out, feeling more helpless than all but one time in her life. Why? 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 She screams, stomping on the floor hard enough to shake the multiple-mile-wide crater. I'm still so useless. I can't save anyone. I'm sorry I couldn't save you, but nobody listened. Star and Stripe steps away, fists clenched and teeth grinding as she remembers the meeting, where all of this was planned. Horizon, he sacrificed you. And they supported him, they told me to go along with it. Star and Stripe remembers how much she hated this plan, how much her gut told her to stop them, and how for the first time in her life she didn't listen to her gut. Never again. Star and Stripe yells as she rockets into the sky, soaring back to America to have a chat with Horizon. End chapter. Chapter 343, Chapter 342, Potential Fallout. Chapter start. Honestly, I was expecting him to hit Beijing, Horizon says as he watches the screen, showing the fallout of an annihilated London after having 3 nukes launched into it. He was sitting in the Pentagon's war room with the president, generals, and other advisors, but his feet were up on the table as he wrote something on paper. I would have just flattened Beijing, Paris, Moscow, and London, all at once, Horizon says. But I suppose he didn't want to be too heavy-handed. As he's speaking rather casually about over 15 million people dying, due to a plan he made, to sacrifice those people at that. Everyone else is staring at the screen, horrified, as a small timer at the bottom of the screen counts down to the next meeting. I honestly don't know who's worse, one of the advisors mutters as he glances between the screen and the seemingly relaxed Horizon. I'm worse, Horizon clarifies. And now we also know that our enemy is better at controlling technology than he is at understanding people. He hit one city while having the entire world held hostage, if anything that will cause silent plans for rebellion. And if the entire world rebels, he's forced to either drop more bombs, which will only compound the effect and destroy the world he wants to control, or give in to some demands which would show weakness and also compound the effect. You told us he wouldn't do this, President Skyline says. You said the intel you had showed that he'd bluff. I lied, Horizon says. You're a former pro-hero, you'd never sacrifice people to collect information or add hours to the clock. What the hell is wrong with you? President Skyline slams his fist on the table, breaking the surface. It's called cold logic, Horizon says as he continues writing. Governments often elect retired pro-heroes, like you, because politics is a circus and a popularity contest, not an arena of competency, no offense. And because for centuries there has rarely ever been anything as bad as even a small border conflict, the military and government forces are almost entirely focused on internal stability. Because of that, you're all a bit too nice. And maybe you haven't noticed, but our enemy is not nice, he points to the screen, causing all of them to frown. Nobody wants to be the person who potentially pushes his buttons and kicks off the nuclear apocalypse, so everyone is playing it safe with super conservative plans. Except you, one of the generals says. Except me, Horizon says. I have always been, and will always be, held apart from humanity. It makes this type of decision easy. 20 million versus 10 billion, hardly a thought before I shove those 20 million off the table. Are you really human? The United Nations Secretary General asks. I mean, what did we even gain from this, another day? And all the information I need, Horizon says. Now I know everything I need to know about tech. He's incompetent and soft, too much so for their ambition and desires. The Prime Minister spoke up, so he destroyed London, to make an example of a city. But the fact that there were discussions in the first place was a sign of weakness. Never negotiate when you hold all the cards, that proves that we have something he values, which means he has a gap in the armor. If it were me, I'd consider the most rapid and logical option and pursue it ruthlessly. Crater major cities, leave the world confused, let armies and pro-heroes gear up for a third world war, then crater the military bases everyone uses to prepare. After that, you crush the breadbasket nations and states, use hunger as your messenger to lord your absolute power over the world. Let it break the people for you, and show them that it is only by their will that you allow them to eat, to exist. This would cost, what, 500 million lives? A small cost for holding the entire world in your hand and being the only thing supporting the logistical chains needed to keep billions alive. They all look more and more horrified as he speaks, casually, while still writing his reports. After that, you re-establish logistical supply chains by smashing them all together, negating the preconceived borders and territories of the past, further solidifying the idea that this is a new world, and untangling the web you've made will take decades of bureaucratic nonsense. A complete takeover that would only take a few months to have the world at your feet groveling for a few grains of rice, and yet, with all that power, he's so concerned with ruling the current state of the world that he can't truly commit to burning it all down and restructuring the board. Because he's still human, President Skyline mutters, deep in thought. Which is why he's weak, Horizon says. Don't worry about the few million that died today, I'll easily save 1,000 times that amount with my panacea. Now, I need to get back to work. The next meeting should be fine, just stick to this if I can't make it. With that, he slides some of the papers over to President Skyline before warping away with the others. The moment he leaves, they all breathe a sigh of relief, no longer feeling a blade to their hearts as President Skyline reads the new plan. He lied to us, one of the generals says. He lied to us and led us to sacrifice 20 million people. Are we seriously going to trust him after that? Hearing this, President Skyline slides one of the pages to the Secretary General, causing the woman to look at it in surprise. He's allowing me to speak in the next meeting, she asks. You'll be taking the lead, President Skyline says while reading his own script. And as for trusting him, unfortunately, we aren't in a position to stop. 20 million people died according to his predictions. If we break away from his plan now and begin our own, we may have to sacrifice even more. I can't do this, the woman says as she reads her script. He wants me to begin negotiations for logistics by, if I divert these resources, I'll never be able to live with myself. We can pray for forgiveness together, when all is done, President Skyline says, frowning at his own script. Besides, it will be over in another day or two, so there won't even be time to get anything into position, just another empty stalling tactic. Do we still intend to move him to America after he graduates from UA? One of the advisors asks. This changes our relationship with him drastically. Sadly, his plan, as cold and logical as it may be, President Skyline puts down his papers and leans back, closing his eyes. Has the best plan of working, especially since we're already this committed. And after this is done, and all the details are revealed, the American people will still want him here, so we won't have much of a choice unless we want riots. May God forgive us all. Minutes later. Hovering high above Manhattan, Horizon waits patiently above the clouds, sword floating beside him as he waits for the inevitable confrontation to begin. As he stands in the air, Horizon hears a pop in the distance, and senses her rapidly approaching him. Like a missile, Star and Stripe rockets over to him and comes to a stop directly in front of him, causing the clouds around them to scatter and Horizon to be pushed back by the air for a few dozen meters. So, I'm guessing you just came from the Pentagon? Horizon asks, looking at the fuming woman who's glaring at him, a bulging vein on her forehead just showing how pissed off she is. You lied to us, she yells while rushing forward, only for him to warp away before her punch can connect. More clouds burst apart from the air pressure of her fist. Because heroes are no good at choosing who to sacrifice, Horizon says as he avoids another punch. Hold still. No, he says while warping away to avoid her third hit. Just listen, and if I'm wrong you can break my jaw after. Star moves to punch him again, but this time she stops before launching her attack, staring into his visor with tears in her eyes. You weren't there, you didn't see what I saw, she says, sadness in her voice. I couldn't save anyone. I know, and I won't try to tell you what I did was the right thing to do, Horizon says. Maybe history will name me a villain, maybe not, but regardless, the world will be alive to decide that. You lied, she says. Because you're all so heroic. It was the only path I saw going forward, even Nizu and David Shield don't know what happened, and they won't until it's all over, Horizon says. Star and Stripe looks disgusted at that. There are people in the think tank from that country, their families are gone, and you won't even tell them. They need to focus on their work, and believe that everything they're doing is to save their family, Horizon says. Telling them the truth will only distract them, and we need them to be efficient. Star floats closer to him, close enough that her chest is almost touching his as she stares into his visor, as if trying to find a drop of humanity behind it. Be honest with me, are you human, she asks. Because this is beyond evil, having people work after you sacrificed everything they love for your plan, sacrificing 20 million people, and expecting it to be a dozen times that number. Also you can collect information on our enemy, I don't even have words for it. Because you're a true hero, and I'm just someone who always wins, Horizon says. No matter the cost. I actually thought you were my friend, Star admits, looking away from him. She then sighs and turns away. Be honest with me, is there any humanity left in you? I haven't considered myself even once this past decade, Horizon admits. Even before I became this. Then, what are you? Horizon thinks about it for a moment, about everything his parents taught him, after everything he's accomplished, and the impossible decisions he's made. He can only come to one conclusion. Better. End chapter. Chapter 344, Chapter 343, Becoming What the World Needs. Chapter start. 5 days after tech effectively took over the world, things have begun to settle. Humans have done what they do best, adapt, survive, and move on. The destruction of London 2 days ago still haunts billions of people, but since then no other examples have been made, and in fact, things have gone exactly as Horizon expected. As the person with the most information and mobility, he withheld what he deemed necessary to get everyone into position. Like pieces on a chessboard, and with the sacrifice of 20 million people, he's placed tech into a position where they have all the options, all the power, but cannot act because they desire everything, all at once. As Horizon said, tech wants the world under his thumb, but doesn't want the world to change. He wants a perfectly preserved world that obeys him, but is not willing to burn it all down and rule the ashes for as long as it would take to rebuild. He is, fundamentally, human, and that is his weakness. The weakness that Horizon has planned around and exploited to get them into a position to checkmate him. At the cost of earning the ire of many, and surely countlessly more when, or if the full details of their plans ever get revealed. Horizon capitalized on his ability to perform cold logic, set his human emotions aside, close his heart to others, and make the most effective choice possible. But beneath all that, no matter how people think of him, and how hard he tries to show that Horizon is a coldly logical being who only cares about efficiency and can solve any problem with enough time. While even his DNA is evolved and unique, in some regards, he is still human. After 5 days of no sleep, only working and moving, collecting information, and planning around tech, Law Matani lies in his bed and stares into the absolute darkness of his room. Today is the day, Law mutters as his eyes glow bright blue, his room already active and sensing people doing final preparations within this secret base. Closing his eyes he can even feel some people praying, which almost makes him smile. If people aren't working, and are praying, then we've really done everything we can, Law says as he warps his phone into his hand. With a few taps, he makes a call, and despite the time difference it instantly connects. All thanks to Nizu's closed network and the few phones he shared around. Hi, is everything okay? Ryuko asks before he can say anything. Yeah, I'm just thinking, Law says as he leaves the phone floating in front of him and closes his eyes. Oh, he can hear the uncertainty in her voice. Bad thoughts, or hopeful thoughts. Are you still up in the mountains with your team? Yeah, you told me to stay here so, I haven't left. I saw the broadcasts he did, about London, Ryuko says. People are a lot more scared, they still believe in you to protect us but, they're moving either toward Tokyo, toward Horizon Tower, or away from the cities. Yeah, I figure as much, Law says. Muzutafu is also swarmed right now, UA is doing its best but, too many people. It's a lot of pressure huh, how are you holding up? I'm Horizon, I'll be fine, Law says. But I've never had to make decisions this big before. How big? Either soon you hear that we won, or you'll hear nukes drop across the world, Law says, then takes a moment to imagine it. Yeah, and either way, a big part of it will be because of me. Oh, so Horizon has a heart, that's new, she says jokingly, and she chuckles. I think I'm buying into Nizu's propaganda a bit too much, Law admits. I enjoyed the perks of being a pro-hero, but, against immolation, my body just moved when I sensed people were in danger. So you didn't intentionally put yourself in danger? Ryuko asks, with concern in her voice. That's bad, what if? I know. It's like all might end, Deku, always say, Law groans. Seeing people in danger makes your body move on its own, so annoying. And heroic, but, that scares me, Ryuko says. I want you here, not a heroic memory. Yeah, I know, it scares me too. But I guess if you play a part long enough, it becomes part of you. I see, should I be worried about you more than I always worry at least? Ryuko asks. You'll be coming back home, right? Yeah, I'm not the type to sacrifice myself, you don't have to worry about that, I'll live, Law says. But I can't speak for everything else. The silence hangs in the air for a minute before Ryuko speaks. So, she asks, slightly annoyed. Huh. So what, she asks, even more annoyed. If you're alive, and I'm alive, that will always be enough. Who cares about everything else? When I'm with you, it's like we're the only people in the world, so nothing would be any different. Law smiles, how did you ever last as a pro-hero, if you were always such a selfish woman? You'd be amazed what a person can do to please their family and friends. Yeah, I probably would be, since I've never really done that, Law says. Even my parents didn't want me to become what I am now, maybe I should have just walked away. Then the world would really have no chance, unless you think the pro-heroes of the world can handle this disaster without you. Law chuckles, now you're being silly, they care too much, they'd be lost trying to save everyone and making no progress, without me. London would be here, but, then we'd have to live under tech forever. Ryuko laughs, and then the line falls silent for a moment. I should probably get to work, wish me luck. Your Horizon, winning is what you do, you don't need any luck, Ryuko says. You fell for my propaganda too. I thought you were better than that. Nah, if anything I know the truth about what you are, and that's why I'm still here. Yeah, I'm catnip, and you're a wild, wild pussycat. Ryuko groans at the terrible joke, and he can imagine her rolling her eyes at him. Horizon, you know, I don't think I've ever said it, but save it for when you see me again, Law says. Now I've got to get out of bed, when this is over, you'll know how it went. Right, of course, I'll be waiting, she says. Good luck. Don't need it, remember. Because I'm Horizon, he says before ending the call. Minutes later. Horizon is standing around a large table with an atlas projected on the surface of it. Also around the table are Star and Stripe, Principal Nizu, David Shield, President Skyline, and a few military advisors. Spread out across the map are zones of red, green, and yellow, along with purple locations marked with numbers based on transmission speeds. This is a lot of ground to cover, President Skyline says. Which is why I've spent the last few days narrowing it down, Horizon says as he points to the purple markers. Those are the data nexus points around the world, basically where all the internet is connected the best, ranked by upload speed. Nizu speaks up, I managed to map this data transmission speed during the last few calls, Tech is bouncing his data through the entire network all at once, but he has to be using one of these as the main source. But we already checked those, Star says. They were unbothered. And we can't support a fight in most of those places, one of the generals says. We can give you close air support around our borders but, the farther out you go the weaker our power projection is, we can't do jack shit with limited communications. Which is why I've been thinking about our attack strategy so much, Horizon says as he points at the green zones, most of which were over the oceans. This is where we'd be hardest to detect, all the stealth tech in the world can only do so much when the enemy is looking through every military satellite in the world. Every data nexus is in the red zones, President Skyline says. And he's increased his surveillance on them, so they are a weak point that he's aware of, Horizon says. The yellow is just the in-between, but those might as well be red with how much we're risking on this plan. If we delay a few more days I can quietly move people into position to a few of these places, one of the generals says. But, the ones in Russia and China will be difficult. And those are likely essential to this entire network. If we believe that he's connected conventionally, Horizon says. What are you getting at? Nizu asks. Well, Tech was able to do all of this, and is a technopath, with things that make him infinitely more dangerous, Horizon says. Between all the technology he stole, and the power generator he got, he doesn't need any known infrastructure. So he's off the grid? Star asks. That makes him even harder to find. Impossible to find, Horizon says. Unless you remember that he's just a human. With that he places his hands on the table and does a few quick motions, removing everything and leaving only the basic atlas, then pulling up a grid along with regional borders. This is how we find him, Horizon says. He thinks himself a god, or more accurately, he thinks himself what humans believe a god to be. He wants the world in his hand but doesn't want to crush it to make it his, he's held apart from everyone, so, here. Horizon focuses on a piece of the ocean just south of Hawaii, then adds the data grid to the map, showing that it's one of the thousands of spots where all the data streams are close but never touch. But there isn't any strategic value there, Star says. It would be better to spread our forces like a net to find him, Preside Skyline says. I spent 4 days thinking about this, and I'm sure this is the place, Horizon says. The first 2 days the connection was more solid the closer we got to California, from New York, and Nisa detected it stronger in Tokyo than Seoul. Now that it's more stable it's evenly spread across the world, but, that lapse he made when estimating how difficult connecting everything would be, that was enough. Okay, President Skyline crosses his arms and sighs. So you want us to bet everything on your hunch that he'll be here, and if we're wrong and he detects us then bombs start dropping, instead of just waiting maybe a week and getting more intel from all the other possible points. We don't have a week, Horizon says. Tech is growing impatient, realizing that managing the world is more than any one person can handle. His nature is to micromanage everything but that can't be done on this scale. I say we've got 2 days until he goes cold and starts molding the world with more aggressive means. This is still a big gamble, President Skyline says. We don't even know what we'll find there, and we can't send anyone, because if you're right he'll know we're onto him. And as soon as we launch the attack we've got less than, Horizon gestures to Nizu. 3 hours, at best, Nizu says. Right, 3 hours of tech being blocked from the nukes to take him down, Horizon says. This is insane, President Skyline says. Do you at least have an idea of what we'll find there? A giant robot, Horizon says. And everyone looks at him as if he's crazy. No, I'm serious, Horizon says. He hit the most advanced robots and drone labs short of UA, has an effectively infinite energy source, and is a technopath. There will be an army of drones, and maybe a big one. UA has them, so I can't imagine he wouldn't, Nisa says. Once you and Star and Stripe can keep me safe to use the device, it shouldn't matter. Yeah, so let's make the final preparations, Horizon says. We've got a world to save. End chapter. Chapter 345, Chapter 344, Siege Against Tech. Chapter Start. Shambles. Horizon warps into a massive underground hangar where a modified next-gen stealth bomber is undergoing its final tests. The entire hangar was the size of a football field, entirely isolated from the rest of the world, and built to the specifications of David Shield, who is currently overseeing the entire project. Horizon carefully weaves through the engineers, not wanting to disrupt their work, and makes his way over to the elevated platform where David Shield and Power Loader are discussing the project with Nizu. Is everything ready? Horizon asks, causing the 3 men to turn toward him. Everything is perfect, David Shield says. Although I wish we had more space in here, testing the engines wasn't plausible in this underground bunker, so let's hope they operate as expected. They'll be great, Power Loader says. My concern is still the power generators. What about them? Horizon asks. We weren't able to fit the backups onto the plane, so we've got the equivalent of 25 supercomputers and just barely enough power to max them out, Power Loader says. Anything extra, and you'll have to step in. Horizon turns to David Shield, who nods. We've arranged for your area in the plane to channel your countershock into the system safely. You can release quite a bit of energy without frying anything, but don't go all out. I guess that makes sense, Horizon says. Don't need a few nuclear reactors when you have me. Any other concerns? You'll need this, David Shield hands him a stack of papers. These are the essential components, and while normally we just hope for the best during takeoff, since instead of a runway you're warping this plane into the sky when the engines start, you need to make sure all of these are in place and secure after the first warp. I'll start reading it immediately, Horizon says. And how is Agpar? Is he ready for this? He's excited, Nisa says. Having his legs back and now getting to fly the most advanced plane ever, fate of the world or not, he's looking forward to this mission. And you're sure he doesn't need an actual co-pilot? Horizon asks Nizu. I know we had to rip out most of the cockpit, but these things usually have a co-pilot for a reason. This is less of a fighter or bomber and more of a flying computer. Having more space for your administrator to work is more important than a co-pilot, Nizu says. Plus we automated as much as we could, everything should be fine. I still don't like you being on the plane with us, Horizon says. Connecting from here to the plane and then to tech would leave us with an additional level of vulnerability. Having me on the plane is much better. And more dangerous. I'll have the 2 most powerful pro-heroes in the world protecting me. We'll be fine, Nizu says. Horizon nods. All right, I'll go study this. Do whatever final checks you want. We've got less than 1 hour before launch. Shambles. He warps into a private meeting room and begins reading the technical documents while calling President Skyline. Horizon, I'm in my bunker and connected to the viewing systems. How are things on your end? The man asks. What do you plan to bring up when Tech hosts the next meeting? Horizon asks. Some logistical problems between us and some countries in Europe have come up. I figure that should eat up a half hour or so, and that's just us. Our sources say South America is falling apart much faster, villains are rising up quickly. Every country without a mystery class is having that problem, Horizon says. We haven't been able to give anyone some hope since this entire project is meant to be a secret, but we'll deal with those losses when the world is safe from tech. I see, and how are things on your end? Perfect, Horizon says. We'll fly toward the first red zone over California. When we hit it we begin isolating his connection to the nukes. This will all happen during the call, so you'll have a very pissed off tech to deal with. And I'll be the prime suspect, President Skyline says. Between you, Russia, or China, Horizon says. Japan too, maybe, because I'm from there. But you're the only world leader who knows about this, so you'll be the only one acting. Make it convincing. I'll stall as long as I can. We don't need it to be long. He'll backtrace the signal and find the plane within a few minutes. We can't isolate the nukes and hide at the same time after all, Horizon says. And remember, if he doesn't cut the connection, the entire world is watching, so give them some hope. That, I can certainly do. Horizon can almost hear President Skyline smile through the phone. Right, but keep the details vague, Horizon says. He'll expect Star in the plane, but I might be a surprise, hopefully. He should think I'm in Japan with how many people are flocking to Horizon Tower because they think I'm inside. Understood, and when this is over. My visor and many other cameras are recording everything. We can share it with the world later, but for now, let's focus on saving them. President Skyline sighs, the fate of the world in the hands of a 17-year-old kid. This really feels shitty for us adults, you know. Well, most people just view me as Horizon, so try that instead, Horizon says. You really can't blame yourself. I'm the only one with the information and range to make the quick choices. Tech took years planning this to make all of you as ineffective as possible. The only thing he couldn't plan for is hand of God. No, your quirk isn't what made this possible, it's because you're Horizon, President Skyline says. Now I need to go finalize my stalling points. I'll be waiting. And remember, a message of hope, Horizon says as he hangs up. Minutes later. Sitting in one of the large chambers, all the engineers and scientists have gathered before a stage where Nizu and Star and Stripe are addressing them. Alongside them are David Shield and Power Loader. Most of the people responsible for this think tank, however, many of them notice Horizon behind them one floor above, leaning on the railing as he reads the last few pages of the booklet David Shield gave him earlier. Nizu gives them his thanks and makes his grand speech, but Horizon tunes it all out, even as Nizu unveils the screens connected to the camera in his visor, Star's hero costume, and on the plane. Keeping everyone here informed of what happens during the mission and allowing Power Loader and David Shield to help in whatever ways they can from this base. Horizon closes his booklet and shuts his eyes, focusing his thoughts, and pushing everything that's not mission critical aside. Combing over every detail he can many times until they become second nature. Horizon. Genesis asks, and Horizon is clearly startled as he looks beside him, seeing her leaning on the railing and looking up at him. Her visor was off, but she wore the rest of her hero costume. She had bags under her eyes, hollow cheeks, and sunken eyes, along with loose skin from overusing her quirk during this project. And now she had a blanket around her as she's been ordered to rest and recover. You shouldn't be out of bed, your mind needs to rest, Horizon says. That's kind of impossible to do with all of this happening today, she says. Besides, if my mind feels like this I can't imagine what yours is like right now. I'm fine, he says. Right, and I'm sure that's why you were so in your own head that I managed to sneak up on you, right? This is as good as we'll get, Horizon says. This is the best chance, Momo. I know, you wouldn't bet on anything less, she says. I just wish I could have done more to help you. You nearly died from overusing your quirk. I'd say you've done more than enough. Still, this is a lot for any one person to handle, even for Horizon, right? A tense silence falls between them before he turns to her, gently touching her shoulder, and she leans into his touch. Do you want me to teleport you back to UA? Horizon asks. What? It's just that, if my parents were here, and I thought the world was ending, I'd want to spend all the time I could with them. I do, Genesis says. I miss my mom, and my dad should be there by now. But using your awakening, using that ability from it, it takes so much out of you. So I'd rather you go into this mission with everything you've got available. You know, you're so sweet it's a bit annoying, Horizon says. It's a wonder we ever got, you know. Competence is sexy, Genesis says. Especially when you're a pro hero, that hasn't changed. And who knows, with the way you've been acting, it may be more than that soon. Horizon chuckles, right, well let's save any celebrating for if we see tomorrow. But you'll probably be disappointed with what's under this visor now. Oh, right, she reaches up and touches his visor. I can't imagine what it's like, to go from flesh and blood to living energy, but looking back at, I'm glad it was with you. Thank you. Yeah, and tomorrow, I'm sure anyone who doubted you, all the people like me, they'll know better too. Well, aren't you hopeful, Horizon says, jokingly. She smiles and pats his chest. Why would I be anything less? After all, the world can't end. Because you are here. End chapter. Chapter 346, Chapter 345, Siege against Tech PT-2. Chapter start. Well, this is snug, Horizon says as he climbs into his seat in the plane. All around him were data panels, and his chair was noticeably uncomfortable, all to make room for the large coils around him. They were designed to conduct massive amounts of power without frying the systems. His seat was toward the middle of the plane, to act as a backup generator if needed. At the front, Nizu and Agpar were in the cockpit, the heavily modified cockpit which had much of what would have been the weapons bay behind and under it hollowed out to make Nizu's command center. Are we ready? Horizon asks as Agpar and Nizu do the final checks. The meeting has begun, so let's get moving, Agpar says. Horizon closes his eyes, feeling every component of the plane, all the technology he doesn't understand but now has to move in perfect sync. He then opens his eyes and looks down, seeing a special screen containing black iron sand for him to use via tact. All right, Shambles, Horizon says. In the connected room, everyone who worked on this project is seated in a massive area, with David Shield and Power Loader controlling the terminal at the front. The screens above show what the plane sees, and their feeds suddenly swap for that of the sky and Middle America below it. Everything appears fine, we're good, David Shield says as he wipes his brow. We've got lift and engines are operating as expected, now let's go hunt this villain, Agpar says as they begin the flight west. As the massive jet-black aircraft soars above the clouds at 35,000 feet above ocean level, Star lands on top of it, standing proudly with a wide smile on her face. Your QUIRK really is incredible, she says. All I did was move it, building it took 1,000,000 times the effort, Horizon says as he taps a few of the screens around him, getting a visual of the outside world. How long until we're in the marked area, he asks. With these drafts, and with Star's help, we can get there within 2 hours, Agpar says. Hearing that Star and Strike kneels atop the aircraft, disabling her flight order and activating her magnetic boots to maintain her footing. New order, this aircraft's weight shall be reduced by 70%. They all immediately get pushed back into their seats as they rocket off toward the west coast. What a ridiculous QUIRK, Horizon mutters as he prepares for the battle ahead. A few minutes later they get a call, and Nizu connects them. I stalled as much as I could, President Skyline says. But Tech acted exactly as you predicted, he'll be expecting an assault of some kind, either physical or virtual. And he will wipe out whoever is responsible for this. That won't be a problem, Horizon says. We won't fail. For all our sakes, I hope you're right, President Skyline says before hanging up. We're in the middle of the red zone now, Agpar says. He definitely knows about us by now, it's only a matter of time before whatever weapon systems he has access to fire on us. I'm ready, Star says. No, that won't be necessary, Horizon says. He won't do that since it would confirm that we're going in the right direction, he's confident no technology can find him, so he'll just let this blow over and then drop some nukes afterward to send a message. And even if he does, no conventional weapon systems can reach us with these two on board, Nizu says. Exactly, so just focus on getting us to the marked area, we'll handle the rest. Agpar glances at the map, seeing that they're still en route to the area south of Hawaii. We'll get there far ahead of schedule, within an hour. Nizu, the delays. Holding up better than expected, Nizu says. The initial program was to isolate the nukes from him for 3 hours, and currently he was only able to get it down to 2 hours, but I need to continuously change the codes to keep stalling. Hacking a roided-up technopath and we have that much time, impressive, Horizon says. Now let's go rip him away from his keyboard. 50 minutes later. We're here, Agpar says. Radar is clear and there are a few small islands, no inhabitants, and no infrastructure. Do some laps around here, and take us down to 20,000 feet-6 km-, Horizon says. Principal Nizu will keep scanning for any signal interference, and I'll scan for everything else. Setting route now, Agpar says as they descend and begin to fly in a large circle around this area. To cover as much area as possible, the circle shrinks with each lap, leaving a maximum of 300 kilometers gap between their tracks, giving Horizon more than enough range to sweep everything. Maybe it's cloaked, Star says after a few minutes of searching, getting slightly nervous as she sees they have less than 45 minutes before Tech has access to the nukes again. Should I go fly around and see if I spot anything? No, stay in position and be ready to defend, Horizon says. Nizu sighed and rubbed his forehead, my systems are still picking up nothing, we may have to search a different area. We're hunting a technopath, we can't just rely on technology, Horizon says. That's why I am here. Nizu hears the confidence in his tone and smiles. Did you get something? Everything, Horizon says. Marking a location now, do some laps but give it some space, I need to focus on this. I don't sense anything wired in, so getting him out of the water should be fine. Focus on what? Star and Stripe asks, only to look over the side of the plane and see a massive shadow growing beneath the water. What the hell is that? It must be half the size of Manhattan. A bit bigger than that, Horizon says. And I'm not quite sure what it is, but from what I'm seeing it's like a massive computer, and tech is fused to a chair in the middle of it. Oh my god, how did he build this without us knowing? Agpar asks as he looks out the window, seeing a massive citadel 2/3 the size of Manhattan rising out of the water. Its entire structure was made of dull gray metal which has some sea life and rocks now attached to it, showing that it had been under there for quite some time. And to their further amazement, Horizon lifts it up to their altitude of 20,000 feet to 6 kilometers, for me dash. Horizon, whatever you do, don't break even a single part of that thing, Nizu says as he can now begin his scans. What? Why not? Star asks. Isn't crushing it in tech the easiest way to end this? If we want to set off the dead man's switch on the warheads, yes. And that thing is one giant supercomputer, the repercussion of breaking one part could mean mission failure, Nizu says. I'll make a map and send it back to base. Power Loader and David Shield should be able to find some hardware weaknesses, you focus on the software side of things. Already on it, Nizu says. Horizon then focuses on the structure and the black sand within his special device, using TAC to control each grain and build a perfect 3D map that's transmitted back to the base. I don't see any point defenses, Star says. Can we warp inside? Only one room, Horizon says. And all it has is tech fused to a chair, and nothing else. I can't warp into there since I've got nothing to swap with. Shit, alright, I'll wait up here in case anything happens, Star says. I feel pretty damn useless right now. Yeah well, we may not be able to break the main thing, but the drones should be fair game, Horizon says. Drones, she asks. She then sees thousands of drones launch out of the structure and swarm above, before rushing toward the plane. Oh, that's a lot, Star and Stripe says as the drones almost block out the sunlight from above. Too much for you to handle. Horizon asks playfully. Just focus on that map, tell them to feed you intel on where these drones are coming from so we can stop the swarm, she says before jumping off the plane. The order making the plane lighter instantly cancels as she prepares for a new one, punching the air behind her and launching herself at the swarm. He must have fabrication and manufacturing facilities on board, we need to crush those or this will never end, she says. The map will tell us how to safely do that, but until then I'll keep them off of you guys and whatever gets past me, you can handle. Try not to let that happen, this is already taking a lot of focus, Horizon says. I know, Star says as she punches forward, sending an air cannon as All Might and Deck could do, shattering hundreds of titanium drones and detonating some of their explosive rockets. New order, the atmosphere will gather into an avatar around me, 2,000 times my size. While most people cannot see the difference, Horizon can clearly sense it. The air around Star and Stripe, including many clouds, was suddenly pulled toward her and formed an invisible avatar of her naked self in the sky. She was held in the chest, where the heart would be, and with a single wave of her arm, the 4 kilometers 2.5 m tall avatar perfectly copies her movements and swats away thousands of drones. Seriously. She has an air Gundam mech but she calls me ridiculous. End chapter. Chapter 347, Chapter 346, Siege against Tech PT-3. Chapter start. What's the plan? Agpar asks as they see the drone swarm rushing toward them. We stay in range and do laps while Star defends and Nizu hacks into tech systems, Horizon says. I need to complete the map and be on standby for extra energy, but as soon as I can I'll head outside and help her. Setting our path now, we'll give the fortress as much space as we can, Agpar says. I'll stay as close as I can, just focus on staying in the air, Star says as she rushes forward, keeping up with the plane as Agpar begins doing wide laps around Tech's fortress. A legion of drones open fire at her, but due to the atmospheric density and pressure zones, even the bullets and rockets can't get to the core of her giant avatar. Instead, she freely moves around the sky and swats them aside, shattering them into pieces while flying parallel to the plane. While the battle begins, back in the base David Shield and Power Loader are working meticulously to find vulnerabilities in the drone facilities that can be exploited without completely breaking Tech's fortress. And on the screen, everyone sees the combat, they see Star and Stipe flying through the air and waving her limbs about, and the drones that got within her range were seemingly crushed and swatted away by some invisible force. Any that got too close to the plane were crumpled into scrap by Horizon's tact, but that was rarely needed. Star and Stripe was putting everything she had into giving him space to work, allowing him to keep his focus on creating the map and holding the massive fortress in the sky. Is this real? One of the engineers breaks the silent tension in the viewing room. I mean, what am I even seeing right now? Mystery class quirks in action. Another person asks, not quite sure what to make of this. I wonder how the world will react to this footage. Toward the back of the room someone laughs, lifting their spirits. Tech actually thought he could win. Seriously. This causes most of the people to smile, feeling the flames of hope blazing within them. Even as the rest of the world waits anxiously for Tech's judgment, these lucky and exceptional few were privileged to witness it, in real time, the heroes who sacrificed themselves to save the world. Back on the battlefield, Star and Stripe scoffs as she notices something very problematic. Some of the drones are magnetic, collecting the scraps and taking them back, she says. It's been a few minutes but the number hasn't decreased at all, and at this rate, it never will. Then it's a good thing you're you, otherwise we'd have cause to worry, Agpar says. Can you focus on the scavenger drones? No, sensing that kind of stuff is Horizon's gimmick, she says. And even if I could, they'd just make more. We have the EMP, Agpar says. Star and Stripe considers it for a moment while fighting, then shakes her head. No, that would take power from Nizu, I'll just deal with the drones. Speaking of power, I need more of it, Nizu says. Horizon, you're up. Got it, Horizon says as he relaxes back into his seat, while still holding up the fortress, defending them from the drones, and creating the map of the entire structure. He begins releasing countershock from all across his body, which his compartment greedily drinks up. How are you holding up? Nizu asks. I'll be fine, but let's not take our foot off the gas, Horizon says as he closes his eyes, trying to keep his thoughts clear while processing everything. While splitting his focus on so many things, he could also sense Tech deep within the fortress. The man was sealed within a small chamber, connected to tubes and wires that were fused to his nerves and organs to keep him alive. Horizon could sense how frail his body was, skin hanging on bones like a coat on a hanger, so focused on becoming one with technology that his humanity was completely abandoned. Like looking into a warped mirror. Can you hear me? Tech's voice asks through their communications, startling but not surprising them. Ah, Horizon, so you're why my underwater fortress is now airborne. Yeah, and if you kill me, it'll fall, Horizon says. As if I could do that, Tech says. But Horizon notices the man's body hasn't moved, he's using technology to speak for him. And even if I could, you would never let my base fall, Tech says. We all know what happens if anything happens to it, or me. Well, I guess we're at a standoff, so how about you disarm the nukes and I let you down easy, I'll make it quick, deal. Horizon jokingly asks while the electricity still dances around him. I was born to inherit this world, I will not give up my birthright to those who can't properly use it, Tech says. Surrender now and return to your homes, and I will forgive this one transgression. Everyone who hears this falls silent, not sure what to make of this. Well, almost everyone, because Horizon laughs. Not a small laugh, but a victorious cackle. I knew you were too much of a pussy to truly take this world, Horizon says. Never negotiate while you have the advantage, that's basic knowledge. And time again you've opened negotiations, all the power in the world but you're still so weak, and now you're scared. Because we are here, and no matter how this ends, you're going to die. No. That is not the case. We'll finish this conversation in person, Horizon says. Right before I rip your head off. An angry growl is heard through the communication systems. You, of all the things in this world, I thought Nizu would be most dangerous. Yet I couldn't kill him while you exist, but now I see, you coordinated all of this. I made a miscalculation, I may be the only person in the world to still underestimate you. I only considered your quirk and its known applications, not whatever thing dwells beneath that visor. I see it clearly now, exactly as you once said. You are not only dangerous because of that quirk, but because, you are Horizon. This is a miscalculation that will never be made again. As he cuts the connection, every drone within the fortress is launched, causing Star and Stripe to be taken aback for a moment. That's too many, Horizon, be ready, I can't stop them all, Star and Stripe says as she prepares to defend them. We finished with the map, Power Loader says at that very moment. Horizon, crush the marked spots. Horizon leans forward and looks at the marked areas on the map, the drone fabrication and repair facilities. Nizu, the power is going to dip for a moment. I'm ready. TAKT. Horizon shuts off his countershock and puts everything into crushing the drones and facilities. Outside the plane, Star, and everyone watching the broadcast are amazed as every drone is crumpled into scrap metal and parts of the fortress visible crumble. Countershock. Horizon instantly resumes powering Nizu's system, leaning back into his seat to take a few deep breaths. I'm going to have a headache after this, he mutters. Outside the plane, Star smiles as she deactivates her avatar. New order, I can freely move through the atmosphere. She flies to the plane and stands on top of it, arms folded and cape billowing in the wind as she stares at the fortress. The point defenses aren't firing, she says. There aren't any, Horizon says. But, I'm sensing some movement at the bottom of the base, parts are reconfiguring themselves into some kind of chamber. Star and Stripe takes a combat stance, ready to jump back into the action. My systems are picking up immense energy readings, Nizu says. We've got something big incoming. Yeah, I noticed, Star says. Look outside. Nizu sits up and looks out the cockpit for a moment, seeing purple energy flowing around and through the entire fortress, gathering on the bottom of it. He then turns back to his computer as Horizon is updating the map of the structure in real time. He's preparing to discharge a massive amount of energy, Nizu says. I can shield the plane, Star says. No, not at us, downward, that's the only way those components could fire. Down. Agpar asks. That moron, he's desperate and wasting energy. No, Horizon says. If the energy readings we're seeing are correct, then the blast will leave a crater on the ocean floor. The waves will wipe out Hawaii and any coast connected to this ocean. He's forcing our hand. Not our hand, my hand, Star and Stripe say as they now see the energy gathering into a large purple sphere beneath the fortress. I need to contain that and get it out of here. Cat, Agpar cuts himself off. Star, can you handle that much energy? This isn't a simple nuke we're talking about here. I know. And honestly, I probably can't, she admits. But this is what makes us heroes, we sacrifice ourselves for others. No, there has to be another way, Agpar pleads. If there was, Horizon would have mentioned it, Star says as she leaps off the plane and begins flying to the sphere. Thanks for being my family. Agpar doesn't respond, just staring in horror as the girl he raised flies toward her death, then he musters his will and gets out a few words. You were always a hero to me, kid, even before you were Star and Stripe, he says. As she gets closer, the sphere collapses into itself and is fired as a beam toward the ocean. Star and Stripe instantly speeds up and flies directly into it. New Order, this energy beam will gather as a sphere in my hands. She pours everything she can into New Order, for the first time in her life since becoming Star and Stripe, feeling fear and death marching toward her. Reaching deep into a well of power she'd never been aware of, until now, she pulls all of the energy toward herself. Now cradling the basketball-sized sphere in her arms, she falls toward the ocean, her fingers burning away as her order quickly diminishes. Pushing past the pain, she kicks against the air, using the shockwave to propel herself skyward. Normally she'd throw the sphere, but because of the sheer amount of energy, she was terrified of letting go of it, as her order would greatly weaken when she does. Using his room, and watching through one of the screens, Horizon sees his friend climbing higher and higher into the sky, racing to her death. Hey Horizon, Star says, the strain and exhaustion clear in her voice. Kick his ass for me. Of course, that's what we came here to do after all, Horizon says. Thank you, for everything. Ha. I should be thanking you. It was nice having a sibling again, I almost forgot what that was like, Star says as she reaches the upper atmosphere, leaving the range of his room. Now go save the world. As she says those words, she puts everything she can into throwing the sphere into space, but the moment it leaves her grasp the energy explodes in every direction. Above the plane the entire sky shines bright purple as a shockwave clears all the clouds, shaking the plane and fortress. Both of which would have fallen if not for Horizon. And within him, a foreign anger stirs to the surface. Because as reluctant as he would be to admit it, they truly were friends. End chapter. Chapter 348, Chapter 347, Siege against Tech PT-4. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. Keep your focus, Horizon says. Through the surrounding screens, he can see the sky shift from purple back to blue, the energy that Star and Stripe saved them from dissipating harmlessly in the stratosphere. Agpar grits his teeth and clears his mind, his lifetime of training shielding his mind from the fact that his daughter was now gone. Nizu is much less composed, not used to being on the front lines, but Horizon's words help him focus. A side effect, as he'd only directed those words at himself. They're launching more drones, Nizu says as he detects objects rushing toward them. Not drones, those are rockets, Horizon says as he senses the rocket swarm moving to intercept them. He must have been saving these in case we destroyed the drones. This plane doesn't have any defenses from those, Agpar says. Don't worry about those. I'm still here. Horizon splits his focus, ever so slightly, and uses tact to reach out and break apart the rockets, causing them to collide with each other or harmlessly fall to the ocean below. While he does this, he perfectly maintains the energy output of countershock, but now he can feel his mind growing tired. Not because of how much energy he's used, but because of the magnitude of focus needed for this encounter. Nizu. I still need more time, Nizu says. Just a few more minutes and I'll be able to get into the missile systems. It seems fighting us, suppressing the entire world, and constantly reinforcing the firewall is straining, even for a technopath. We've got 15 minutes before he kicks us out, Agpar says as he finally gets a moment to breathe. While circling the fortress for another minute, he enjoys the silence, glaring at the fortress. Nizu is nearby typing furiously while in the middle of the plane. Horizon is doing his best to impersonate a nuclear reactor facility. So Agpar focuses on his task, keeping them stable in the air, flying in circles around the men who attacked the world. We have a problem, Agpar says. Nizu doesn't look up from his work, finally about to go through the virtual defenses. And sensing this, Tech uses the only card that has worked against the heroes. This is a problem, Horizon says as the now familiar flow of energy moves across the fortress. Without new order. Agpar's voice falls silent as he sees the beam charge up. We can't save anyone from that. Horizon closes his eyes, considering all angles. Tech knows Star is gone. He knows I'm not the type to sacrifice myself for others, and as far as he knows, I can't stop that attack, so why launch another one? Desperation. Agpar asks. Because I'm close to breaking his defenses, Nizu says. That's it, Horizon opens his eyes and looks at the map. This time, he's not trying to make one of us sacrifice ourselves. He wants to hit the ocean. The waves will kill hundreds of millions, sure, but the goal is to hit the data lines under the water. Destroying those will break everyone's connections and the missiles will drop. So if he can't control them, he doesn't want anyone to, Agpar mutters, horrified at how deranged Tech's plan has become. Can you warp it away? Not far enough for it to matter. Maybe I can flip it upside down. No, he can always redirect the blast, and the rage would still be massive since any part of the ocean would have the same effect. Your Horizon. Give us a miracle, Agpar says. That's what she said you do, so don't let this bastard win, not like this, not ever. After a few moments, Horizon speaks, climb, maximum altitude. Yes sir, Agpar smiles as he begins a steep ascent, causing Nizu to hold onto his seat for dear life. In a matter of seconds, they climb from 30,000 feet to 98,000 feet. Before they can stabilize at the new altitude, Nizu sees his screens flicker. I'm losing power, he says, glancing at the screen showing Horizon's compartment. T-room. Horizon opens a second room within the massive room surrounding the entire battlefield. The T-room forms as a basketball-sized translucent blue sphere in his hands, and a moment later, he fills it with electrical energy. Enough energy to power Nizu's systems for almost 20 minutes, and he simply places it on the conduit ports. Alright, that did it, Nizu says as all his systems resume their processes. I don't know how long that will be stable, so try to finish before it collapses, Horizon says. What? Agpar looks at the screen showing Horizon's compartment to see the young hero is gone, a bolt from a drone in his seat. I hate it when he does that. Shambles. Agpar, Nizu, the entire plane, and the T-room warp, their view of the curvature of the Earth replaced by the ocean below them. What the hell, current altitude? Agpar glances at another screen, seeing that Tech's fortress had shifted to their previous location. You don't want to be up there where the atmosphere is thin when all the energy starts moving, Horizon says through their comms. I needed something a bit more noticeable to swap him with. Sorry, things become difficult when I'm doing this much at once. Horizon, what are you doing? Agpar asks, using one of their high-tech cameras to see Horizon standing just above to water below, sunder in his hand, its blade already glowing, layered with a blue energy that moves like water along the metal. Something stupid, Horizon says. But this gives us a chance. Before anyone can react, Tech fires the fully charged energy beam straight down, directly at Horizon. Agpar's heart drops, not wanting anyone else to die on this mission, especially not Horizon. He believed himself to be expendable, the only expendable person here. But Horizon and Nizu were the most essential players. Without Horizon, this all falls apart, and without Nizu, they have no way to win. K-Room, Horizon's strained and exhausted mechanical voice flows through Agpar's headset, snapping him out of his mental crisis. What? Agpar looks at the screen while flying higher, giving himself distance from the blast and potential waves this impact could cause. He sees Horizon holding Sunder with both hands, looking up at the monolithic purple beam descending toward him. The energy around Sunder is perfectly still, almost solid, forming another layer around the blade, a shard energy of hardened blue energy. The flat of the blade was much more visible, with translucent blue energy coating it, while the edges were solid bright blue. The energy beam races toward Horizon, and he prepares to swing his blade upward. The ocean below him shakes as Tech's attack descends, but the moment he swings, the entire surface becomes perfectly still. Divine. He swings, and all the energy from his blade moves, launched off the edge as a massive slash. As long as a foot field and thicker than a 4-lane street, it moves at astonishing speed. Meeting Tech's attack head-on and pushing through it. It not only splits his attack but also causes the separated energy to dissipate into the atmosphere. Slashing through the beam all the way to the end, causing it to enter a contest of energy that only ends when his slash has fully bisected and dissipated the beam. Agpar's eyes never leave the screen, not even when the purple haze fills the air, and Horizon attack breaches the stratosphere, narrowly missing Tech's fortress before disappearing into the heavens. While everyone was stunned silent, Tech was sitting inside his fortress. Within a sleek titanium control room, with nothing but flowing lights moving along the walls and a single light above. He exists in the cold room, a husk of a man, sitting in a chair, wearing a black and purple suit with energy flowing through it, tubes and cables attached to his spine and body keeping him bound to the chair. And one buried in the back of his skull, feeding him the particular sensory information of this battle. For the first time in a decade, his hollow cheeks and sunken eyes move, having to speak with vocal cords instead of technology. Because this room had no such accommodations, there were no cameras or speakers, there was nothing but Tech, controlling everything there was, and with each word spoken, his straining vocal cords and eyes, long and used, felt immense pain. Pain that reminds him of how he failed to plan for the unexpected, for the indefensible. For his guest. Horizon, he says, his pale skin moves, and as his gaze falls upon the hero, his body shakes with frustration. Standing in the middle of the small room, Horizon held Sunder with one hand, aiming it at Tech. But the hero was clearly exhausted, breathing heavily and slightly hunched over. This is impossible. You can't be here, Tech says. Yeah, building a room with nothing I can swap with was smart, Horizon says as he lowers the sword. But I can freely warp about in any space I'm familiar with, but now, thanks to you, I've overcome that little limitation. What kind of thing are you? Tech asks, genuinely unable to quantify the creature he was now conversing with, coming to terms with the fact that because of him. I'm just a hero, and you're the villain, Horizon says as he strolls over to Tech. Now, how about you stop all of this and surrender to us? You've lost. Tech stares up at Horizon, then his bewilderment becomes fury, gnashing his brittle teeth so hard they crack and shatter, causing blood to flow from his mouth. Just because I lose, doesn't mean I'll let you win, Tech says. This is my world. I was born to inherit it. It's not yours. Horizon sighs and takes a few steps back. Well, if that's how you want to play it. He turns around, infuriating the villain by turning his back to him, and reaches up to the side of his visor. Nizu, he speaks, now that Tech can't hear them. Progress. After his little tantrum, he changed his approach, Nizu says. He's no longer trying to wrestle control from me, but only wants to launch them. They'll hit their programmed targets after that. He'd rather burn down the world than lose it. Horizon looks over to Tech. Since I'm closer, have you scanned his systems better, that chair? Neural interface. If I rip him away. The circuit has a short timer, but he bridges the gap with his brain. If he's torn away from it for more than a moment, the missiles will launch, and I'll also be shut out. Do we have any options? Agpar asks. What if Horizon stabs him a few times, weakens him? Will that help? No, any moves like that and he might just self-terminate, Horizon says. He's insane, unpredictable, no goals anymore. We've only got 5 minutes left, Nizu says. His new approach is too efficient, and the program is already self-sustaining. Horizon thinks about it for a moment, the weight of 10 billion lives resting on his next decision. Nizu, Horizon says as he walks toward Tech, the program is already on autopilot, but if I rip him out, he can't adapt, right? Yes, why do you ask? Then we should surrender, Horizon says. Please tell me you have a plan, please. Agpar mutters. I rip him out and bridge the gap myself, and you change the target of the missiles, then we let them fire, Horizon says. It's possible, but that will fry your brain. One life for 10 billion. It's the logical choice, Horizon says. They're all silent for a moment, until Nizu speaks. It can work, was all he said, his voice small and scared. Horizon takes a deep breath as he reaches forward and grabs Tech by his neck. If this kills me. I know, Nizu says. I'll consider it done. You have my word. I'll take care of it. All right, get ready. A few seconds later, Nizu sends his confirmation. Now. Horizon rips Tech away from the seat, causing pieces of nerves to be left on the metal cables that were fused to his body as he's thrown to the metal floor. Tech crumples to the floor, muscles too weak to move his body after years of sitting in his control room, only able to look up at Horizon, who takes his seat. Arg. Horizon screams as he controls the cables and burrows them into his body, attaching them to his nerves and the back of his brain. Every cell in his body feels like it's on fire, burning from the inside out as his nervous system is overloaded, and Hand of God's understanding of his body makes the pain 100 times worse. The technology in the cables immediately reaches out and attaches to the new host, sending and receiving immense amounts of data but failing to establish a proper connection. Without technopathy, Horizon was simply bridging the gap for the signals using his brain. Do it. Horizon screams as he bleeds from his eyes, ears, and nose, Hand of God constantly healing him just enough to keep him conscious and not completely block the connection. Where do I aim them? Nizu asks. Up. Send them up. Horizon says, and a moment later he feels a dozen more waves of immense pain hitting almost simultaneously as Nizu changes to targets. It's done. Disconnect. Hurry. Nizu begs as the missiles take off, racing into space where they won't be a threat to the world. Horizon hears this and struggles to pull himself away from the cables, leaving pieces of his nervous system attached to them as he frees himself and collapses to his knees in front of Tech. The quickly dying villain was forced to stare up at him, unable to comprehend any of what had just happened. Horizon's head hung low, and through the camera in his visor, everyone could see blood falling to the floor beneath him. Horizon. Nizu asks as more and more blood flows out of the visor. NGH, Horizon can't even form words. Already using all of his focus to maintain his previous tasks, his single-minded determination to attain victory is all that keeps him awake. Horizon, can you hear me? Nizu asks. Did we win? Horizon asks as his mind fades. Yes, we won. Horizon's room encompassing the entire battlefield collapses immediately, causing the entire fortress to fall. The impact slams Tech into the ceiling, along with Horizon, who is barely awake. Through the inside of his bloody visor, he sees Tech pinned to the ceiling, and he struggles to form even a single coherent thought. The compounding effects of multiple uses of his quirk awakening, managing the entire battlefield, evolving shambles, and using Divine Divide, all took a toll on him. And now, after having immeasurable information flow through his body, he was completely helpless. Room. 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 He tries over and over to form a room large enough to warp away, but can't make anything large enough to get out of this Manhattan-sized fortress. Luckily, he isn't the only hero on this team. The ceiling crashes inward, and a large section of the room collapses. And the last thing he sees is a half-burned Star and Stripe reaching toward him. Most of her body was blackened, with third-degree burns exposing charred bones. Her right arm and leg were completely gone, and the damage to the right side of her face was so severe he could see her skull beneath the skin. And yet, she smiles while reaching out with her one arm and grabbing him, saving her friend. End chapter. Chapter 349, Chapter 348, Tech's Aftermath. U.Tube at Keanu Eugene, already uploaded my first video. Chapter start. This is bad. We're in more trouble than I expected, Shigaraki says as he looks at his television. Sitting at the edge of his bed, he grit his teeth while watching the announcement, clenching and relaxing his fists with each word as his heartbeat quickens. On the screen, President Skyline officially announced that the threat of Tech was resolved. Earlier today footage was compiled from members of the operation, including footage directly from Star and Stripe's suit and Horizon's visor. Showing everything, from the preparations to the journey, and the great sacrifices made. They had officially expressed condolences to the people of England, noting the loss of London as a great tragedy that they wished they could have prevented by acting quicker. But the world, surprisingly, isn't holding any grudge against them. Instead admiring the heroes who saved them at great personal risk, blissfully unaware of how many people Horizon would have sacrificed to ensure victory. And now with the entire world worshipping him, Shigaraki glares at the screen as President Skyline allows a fully healed Star and Stripe to answer a few questions. And as expected, the first question is, where is Horizon? Star and Stripe smiles at the crowd. After healing me, Horizon then healed himself, and currently he should be taking this time to relax and recover. But, he is Horizon, so taking personal time is the one thing he seems incapable of. Star and Stripe playfully shrugs, like an exhausted older sister. And the audience laughs, but even in that, Shigaraki could hear them worshipping him. With a few taps, Shigaraki calls Spinner, who immediately answers. Come back to base, now, Shigaraki says. What? No way, I still need to find Himiko, Spinner says through the phone. They haven't even filed where they're holding her, which means it's likely Horizon Tower, she's gone. Come back to base. What do you mean, she's gone? Spinner asks. They can't hold her like that forever, they're heroes. They have to send her to prison eventually, and I've already gathered up a few Nomu to hit it and bust her out. Shigaraki sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. Tamura, I can't just abandon her. We don't abandon each other. Do you think this is easy for me? I don't want to abandon my friends, but I also don't want you to die while playing into his hand. His hand. Horizon just coordinated a battle against someone who was holding the entire world hostage, and won. Do you think he doesn't expect you to attack whatever prison they put her in? If anything, they'll probably hold her someplace far from Horizon Tower and Tartarus, so you think the coast is clear to break her out, then they'll get you too. Then I'll just make some distractions. Shigaraki groans, getting annoyed at his love-struck friend. Spinner, Horizon will be gone in a year or two, then we can just break into Tartarus and get her and all for one out, she'll just have to wait a while. The call is silent for a while as Shigaraki hopes his friend listens, and Spinner considers every plan. Tamura, Spinner says, his voice low, dangerous. Be honest with me. Do you really think Horizon won't kill her when he's done with her? Shigaraki doesn't respond. Instead, the deafening silence between them grows. Spinner had finally come to the same conclusion Shigaraki did when he first heard of her capture. And without another word, the call disconnects. Shigaraki wipes the tears from his eyes, then gets back to work, knowing his soon-to-be-dead friends wouldn't want him to stop moving forward because of them. With a few more taps on his phone, he calls another of his generals. Tamura, what do you need? Mr. Compress asks. Plans have changed. I need you to get into the Hero Public Safety Commission server room. I'll have the doctor make something that tracks Horizon's Hero ID card. That's risky. It was before, but they have a lot of resources dedicated to secretly keeping eyes on Horizon, so all we need to do is upload a file into their system. The rest will take care of itself. I see, and why now? Why not sooner? I'm concerned about the report they released, that part about Horizon warping from America to Japan in one step. His range can't be that big, otherwise he'd sense us, Mr. Compress says. There must be some trick. All the more reason to keep tabs on him, and I'm also going to move around some of our bases. Be ready to help with that, Shigaraki says. We need all of this done within 2 weeks. That's when summer will end and Horizon will come back to Japan. The bases. Why? Do we have a spy among us? No, but Himiko and Spinner are about to be compromised, so let's assume Horizon knows everything they know. Spinner, when did he get captured? He hasn't yet, but he's being hard-headed about this and going after Himiko. Which is likely what Horizon wants, Mr. Compress says. I see, then I should go. No. Sorry. Shigaraki takes a deep breath, calming himself. Sorry, losing 2 friends is already hard enough. I don't want to lose you too. Right, I get it. I'll finish here and help move the bases immediately, he says. Will we be sending Nomu to help him? No, I'll call the doctor and revoke Spinner's ability to command them. I don't want to sink any more resources into that terrible mission. I see. I suppose this is the hard part about being the boss, managing these many resources. Actually, no, Shigaraki says. Managing resources is easy, but losing friends, that's always hard. Matani Tower, Manhattan. Sitting on his couch, Law has his phone floating beside him as he watches the news recounting everything they did against Tech, combing over every second of the footage they shared with the world. They acknowledged and credited everyone who helped, even in the smallest ways, and showed sympathy for those who they failed to save. Even after I sacrificed a few million, they didn't bother reporting that part of the plan, Law thinks. But at this point, I don't think anyone would care. I saved the world, and all we lost was London, barely lost anything, really. Shambles. He warps a vial of the completed miracle elixir, which he appropriately calls Panacea, into his hand. The glass vial was a cylinder 4 inches long and 1 inch wide. The glass was clear to show the glowing blue liquid inside. A single sip cures the common cold and boosts the immune system, and a single vial cures most diseases. Complete genetic modification and repair, and so easy to transport, Law chuckles. I outdid myself with this. He rotates the vial to see the top and bottom of it, both of which have Horizon's logo. Call Chitos, he commands, and his phone makes the call. Hello. Horizon. Chitos asks as he puts the phone on speaker. Yeah, it's me. Want an interview? Always, she says, voice barely containing her excitement. I'll be back in Japan in a few weeks, we can do a live interview then, I have something big to announce, Law says. I won't be doing any interviews with anyone until then. I have important work to do, so I can't afford any more distractions. A juicy exclusive, alright, I'll start building anticipation for it, Chitos says. Also, on behalf of everyone He hangs up before she can thank him for saving the world. Law closes his eyes and continues listening to the news, until a few minutes later he feels a familiar presence enter his room. Shambles. He warps to Horizon's penthouse across Central Park, appearing in his full hero costume sitting at the edge of his bed. He walks over to the kitchen and by the time he's reaching into the fridge to get a drink, Star and Stripe descends from the stairwell leading to the roof. So you just don't knock anymore? Horizon asks, noticing her serious expression. Sentinel's remaining forces are all but gone now, massive portions of them surrendered after communications came back online, Star says. Makes sense. After what we did to Tech, and what Tech was willing to do to the world, their silent sponsors probably pulled their funding, not wanting to be the idiots standing against the people who saved the world. Yeah, she says as he hands her a bottle of water and they walk to the living room. But that's not what has you all serious, is it? There are some things that I need to tell you, to warn you about, she says, giving him a genuinely uncertain look. This surprised him, as in all the time they'd spent together, she always seemed so sure of her path. If you're here to confess, as incredible as our babies would be. Star and Stripe gently punches him in the shoulder, which was still hard enough that a normal person would have been crippled for life. Not like that, you moron, she scoffs and looks away. Look, can you just come with me? I'll explain when we get there. Sure, where are we going? Los Angeles, where everything started for me. End chapter. Chapter 350, Chapter 349, The Unforgivable. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. Just stay close to me, we'll be alright, Marissa says as her little sister clings to her. Just pack your things. I'll help you in a second. But where are we going? Kathy asks as both girls are frantically packing their bags. Somewhere safe, Marissa says. Just until we learn to control our quirk. After hastily packing her bag, she walks over to her little sister, helping her pack the essentials and still fitting her favorite stuffed bear inside. Look, Marissa kneels beside her sister and rests a hand on her shoulder. We have a quirk, the same quirk. We aren't duds anymore. These people are just here to help us train them, then we can be pro-heroes. But I don't want to be a hero, Kathy says. You don't have to be, but we should at least train our quirk, Marissa says. Don't worry, it won't take long. Okay. Marissa ruffles her sister's short brown hair and adjusts her glasses for her. Now let's go. Walking through the small San Diego apartment, both girls hold hands as they step into the living room, seeing their parents whispering with two heavily armed military men. One of them is the young Captain Agpar, standing proud with his brother. The man reaches up to his earpiece and then nods to his brother. They've secured the route back. We need to move. All right, everyone follow us, and stay close, the man says as he leads them out of the building and into the large military convoy waiting outside. While getting into the six-wheeled armored vehicle, Marissa and Kathy see a few pro-heroes standing nearby, and far above they see two pro-heroes flying, acting as extra security for them. That sight alone made them feel much safer. It took 20 minutes for the convoy to arrive at a military base, driving right onto the runway, where a large cargo plane was waiting for them. All right, let's get moving, Agpar says as he escorts them all onto the plane, strapping the girls in beside their parents. And the entire time, they don't let go of each other. Agpar walks over to his brother and the other members of his squad, having a quiet conversation and confirming the facility in Alaska is ready for them. As they're talking, the plane takes off, the back ramp sealing shut as the men grip the handholds, remaining standing as they continue their conversation. Any signs? One man asks. Lookouts say everything is clear, the leak was detected late. But we got to them fast enough, Agpar says. Base hasn't called in anything else. Who are we expecting anyway? Agpar's brother asks. I mean, Lightshot. He's the assassination type. If they want these girls, they'd have to capture them. So they'd need flight. That leaves only a handful of people, Agpar says. And none of them can handle everyone that's on board, so we're probably in the clear. Don't jinx it, his brother says. Anyway, what do we even know about their quirk? Agpar shrugs, doesn't fit the classifications. The researchers mentioned something about reality alteration at a subatomic level, whatever the hell that means. They're still trying to solve it. His brother looks back over his shoulder at the girls, they both have it. Yup, and the people upstairs think this is supposed to change the world, Agpar sighs. Whatever, that stuff is above my pay grade, we just have to get them from A to B. Let's just hope it. Boom. An explosion rings out, and then the aircraft begins a sudden nosedive, the entire plane shakes, the lights flicker, and the passengers are thrown all over the cargo bay. What the hell? Agpar looked around to see both girls still strapped into their seats, but Marissa was bleeding from her forehead, barely conscious. Get to the front, I'll keep them secure. Copy. His brother and the entire squad rushed toward the cockpit as Agpar hardened his body, sinking his fingers into the metal floor and making handholds to crawl over to the girls. Strapped to her seat, Kathleen holds onto her sister's arm with all her might, seeing Agpar crawling toward them before another explosion rung out. Fire consumed the men, along with both girls and their parents, but as immense pain began flooding Kathleen's body. Her sister leaned toward her and wrapped her arms around her, and the pain instantly stopped. She feels a surge of energy flow through her body as she shuts her eyes, eardrums nearly bursting as the metal and fire rages around her when they hit the floor. She felt her body flung about and tearing through parts of the plane as the chaos ripped her sister away, leaving her face and clothes stained with blood on impact. Minutes later, Kathleen woke up, lying atop a piece of crumpled metal. All around her was metal, debris from the buildings they crashed into, and fire. Sirens were blaring in the distance, and from her spot above the wreckage, she could see Los Angeles on fire. Seconds later, another wave of explosions occurred within the city, bringing down buildings and setting off gas lines, killing tens of thousands in an instant. The sight of it, the thought that all of this was because of her and her sister. Marissa. Kathleen immediately vomits up her lunch. The thought that all of this was their fault was too much for her. Her breathing became ragged as she dropped to her knees, holding her head while more explosions rang out into the night, causing massive plumes of fire and debris to illuminate the screaming city. Marissa, 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 she repeats over and over as the tears flow, only to be startled when a hand holds her shoulder. Ah. A hand covers her mouth, silencing her. The girl opens her eyes to see Agpar, bloodied and battered, but alive and kneeling beside her. Kathleen, we need to find your sister and move. Can you walk? He asks. I. Can you walk? MHM, she nods. All right, stay close to me, and don't make any noise, no matter what, he says. She's somewhere in the wreckage. She. Kathleen asks as she walks behind the men, his rifle ready as he stalks through the wreckage. Shoo, was his only response. Stalking through the burning wreckage, Kathleen moved numbly, overwhelmed by the experience and emotions to the point of simply not thinking. Suddenly Agpar stops, dropping to one knee as he hears static. A radio. He reaches up to the radio on his belt and flips to a specific channel, then clicks the button. The static stops for a moment, confirming that it was his brother's radio. He moves farther ahead, seeing his brother leaning against a piece of debris with a metal shard in his thigh, bleeding out. Turning back to Kathleen, he signals for her to get down. Lay down, he says, and she obeys. No matter what happens, don't make a sound, understand? She only nods in response. Then he raises his rifle and begins moving toward his brother. He stalks over to his brother, looking around and above at the wreckage, debris, and small fires in this area, adrenaline pumping like never before as he reaches him. Hey, you awake? Agpar asks. His brother stirs awake, looking up at him, but as he tries to speak, blood comes pouring out of his mouth. Agpar moves to help him, but the man shakes his head. Agpar understands and halts his movement, only for a single gunshot to ring out, punching through his rifle and making it useless. He instantly drops it and draws his pistol, aiming where the gunshot came from, but another shot destroys that gun too. Shit, he mutters, realizing he was now unarmed, but luckily, Kathleen was safe in a blind spot. I'm unarmed. What do you want? The real one, a feminine voice says before dropping from the wreckage above, holding a bloodied and battered Marissa slung across her shoulder. Her outfit held guns, knives, grenades, and a few things Apgar didn't recognize. But there was no mistaking who she was, that jet black outfit, concealing every bit of flesh and blood, inhuman. Real one? Agpar asks. This decoy doesn't have a quirk, so where the hell is the girl? We don't negotiate with terrorists. Just do what you came here to do, you psychotic bitch. Agpar moves quickly and throws a knife at her chest, only for Arsenal to shoot it out of the air, then fires into both his knees. Arg. He screams while falling to the ground. One with no tongue, and one with no legs, what a duo, she says while walking over and dropping Marissa onto him. Fuck you. Not even in your nightmares, she says while walking over to his brother. Captain Agpar, I know who you are, which is why I didn't execute this one when I found him in the wreckage. The others weren't as useful. Agpar turns his head to watch her as Marissa stirs awake in his arms. She reaches for a grenade-like container on her belt, and as she turns, he finally sees her face as the light flickers onto it. Her mask was like a void of darkness, covering her entire face like a helmet, and the rest of her outfit matched. Yeah, definitely Arsenal, he thinks while trying to subtly grab a rock that's beside him. She sees this and fires, this time shooting Marissa in the leg, waking the girl up and causing her to roll over in immense pain. Stop it. When you tell me what's going on here, she says. I refuse to believe my intel was wrong. There is a girl with a new type of quirk on board, and I'm not leaving until I find her. It's me. Marissa screams as she holds her leg. It's my quirk. Arsenal fires into her other leg, causing her to begin another fit of screaming. Children shouldn't lie, she says while holding the container above Agpar's brother. Agpar, talk, or he dies. Looking up at Arsenal, his brother spit a mouthful of blood onto her boots, gritting his teeth as blood flowed out of his mouth from where she cut off his tongue. Please. Marissa yells out. Don't hurt them, it's me, it's just me. Arsenal sighs as she pours liquid out of the container onto the brother. Then she transforms her left arm into a sword and scrapes the ground beside him, causing sparks to fall onto his body. While he's screaming, being burned alive, she casually walks over to Agpar and kneels beside him. The man tries to reach up and hit her, only for her to transform her hand into a blade and sever his bicep tendons, leaving him limp on the floor. Don't look away, she says while forcing him to watch his brother's painful demise. One hand holding his head still while the other keeps his eyes open. You're a fucking animal, I swear to God I'll kill you. There is no God on the battlefield, she says. Now, what do you think I'll do to the decoy if I don't get what I want? Fuck you, he screams, struggling under her grasp. Shit, Arsenal grumbles as she hears sirens and helicopters closing in on their position. No more playing nice. Before anyone could realize what's happening, she walks over to Marissa and kicks her in the face, breaking her lower jaw and knocking some of her teeth out. Leaving the 12-year-old girl barely conscious, only kept awake by the immense pain flowing through her body. That's what you get for lying, Arsenal says as she lifts the girl off the ground by her hair, holding her aloft while reaching around to rest her other hand on the girl's throat. Now, Agpar, where is she? Agpar just stares at the woman, not sure what to do, but knowing if he tells her about Kathleen, then both girls are as good as dead. It's just me, Marissa's words are cut off as Arsenal squeezes his windpipe, causing her to gag and choke. Agpar, I'm going to kill it if you don't give me what I want. Where is the real girl? Glaring at the woman, Agpar makes a choice he'd never forgive himself for. This is the only girl, he says, not looking away from her. The sirens and helicopters only get louder and louder by the second, and Arsenal knows her time is running out. So she sighs, then casually rips Marissa's throat out. No. Agpar screams as loud as he can, expecting Kathleen to react and trying to overshadow her cries. Arsenal doesn't hear her over his scream and the sound of Marissa gargling her own blood, the warm liquid burning as it quickly fills her lungs and drowns her. This thing is useless anyway, Arsenal says as she drops the girl onto Agpar, her head smashing into his face, forcing him to look into her dying eyes as her life fades away. Before Agpar could process anything else, he then felt a cool liquid falling onto his body as Arsenal opened another container. And with the now haunting sound of metal against stone, both he and Marissa were lit on fire, unable to move. The girl spasms and flails about as she both drowns and is burnt alive, while he screams until his lungs collapse from the immense pain and heat. And while all of this happens, 24 meters away, Kathleen Bates stares on in shock. Her mind collapsed from the trauma that she would never truly recover from. End chapter. Chapter 351, Chapter 350, Alone Together. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. Atop a Los Angeles skyscraper, Horizon watches Kathleen Bates weep while looking over the short wall to see Los Angeles Memorial Park below. She was a petite and fragile thing, barely a hair over 5 feet 150 cm, short brown hair messily hanging to her shoulders and her star and striped costume draped on her as if she were a coat rack. Much of it bunched up around her now oversized boots and nearly half the cape pooled on the floor. Hearing sobs, Horizon stiffly walks forward and stands beside her, resting a hand on her shoulder to let her know he's still here. I'm sorry, I'm not much of a role model right now, Kathleen says. Just reliving all of that. It was so much. I can't even imagine what that was like, so take all the time you need, he says, in a surprisingly gentle tone. She brought him here, to the site where she lost it all, to Arsenal. Regaled him with her tragic tale, for what reason, he wasn't sure, but nothing she told him was new information. His family held no secrets from each other, so the only sunrise is the impact it's had on her, and her revealing it to him. As he's trying to figure out what she's doing, Kathleen turns and hugs him, her head not even reaching his chest as she squeezes him tightly. Sorry, he says. The armor of the body glove makes hugs uncomfortable. It's fine, she mutters. Thanks for listening and being here. This is the longest I've been in this form since I learned how to use my quirk. Really? Yeah, and it's only possible because you are here. She takes a step away and dries her tears. Trying to regain some of her heroic appearance after the emotionally exhausting ordeal. Are you feeling better now? He asks. Kathleen pauses, gazing upon the park and memorial, then leans against a wall. Yeah, thanks for listening. It's the least I could do, but why did I bring you here and dump my tragic past on you? Something like that, he playfully says as she also leans against the wall, enjoying the chilly breeze at this altitude. It had been a while since she had to consider things like the icy wind on her skin, causing her to feel mortal and vulnerable again. If not for Horizon being here, she would have retreated back into her mask once more. That night, it still haunts me. Even now I still can't get past it. It's like I can feel her looming over me, as if she sent a ghost to haunt me and finish what she started, like some part of her still exists and it would come kill me. You're a million times stronger than her. I know, but I'm still so scared of her, she says. I must sound crazy, huh? I'm not that kind of doctor. Kathleen rolls her eyes at him. You probably have some questions about my story, well. I think you know what. My quirk, or more accurately, the combination of Marissa and my quirks, she says. New Order allows me to make 2 rules. One was hers, the other is mine. When she grabbed me and our blood mixed, she must have given it the order to keep me safe, and it transferred to me. Really? And here thought only All for One could do that. Apparently not. I'm sure it's unbelievable, a quirk besides All for One that transfers so easily. By simply mixing blood and saying a few words. Sometimes I wonder if she didn't do that, if, then you'd both be dead, he says. Arsenal would have taken her, probably directly to All for One, and you'd have died in the crash. That was a terrible situation, from all angles. I suppose you're right. It's a miracle the QUIRK even let me survive, and she survived the crash without it. Yeah, it really was. So, one order is hers, one is yours. We thought our QUIRKs were duds until she accidentally activated it at school one day. Then the attack happened a few days later when we were being sent to the new base. You were a kid. Can't blame yourself for what happened. I know, but still. I was strong enough to hunt her down for a long time, but I was still so scared. All the people she killed in the last 2 decades, that's on me for leaving that animal out in the world. Is that what you're beating yourself up about, not saving more people? Kathleen grits her teeth and slams her hand on the wall, immediately feeling her fragile bones crack. AHH, she screams and holds her hand, and Horizon immediately heals it. Thanks, not used to this form. It shows, but about what I said. Nobody can save everyone. You could. I couldn't save you against tech, and I almost couldn't save myself either, Horizon says. You can't live always thinking about who you couldn't save. But you will, because you're a true hero, it's what you do. True hero, she scoffs and leans against the wall again, tiptoeing to look over the side. When I think about Arsenal, that's the last thing I feel like. I don't even think about the people she killed afterward that I could have saved. Oh, so what is the regret? That I didn't kill that bitch myself, she growls out. Horizon twitches slightly, but she's too preoccupied with her thoughts to notice. But she's gone now. Your country took care of it. Now I need to try moving forward. Good. Everyone should be a bit more selfish from time to time. Even heroes. Especially heroes. Especially after the life you've lived. Kathleen closes her eyes and activates her QUIRK, applying her transformation once again. Her body grows, her hair becomes blonde and her eyes shift into a bright blue as Star and Stripe returns. She adjusts her hero costume slightly before turning to Horizon. You know, being the big sister feels weird. Especially because I'm stronger than you, he says. She laughs and rests a hand on his shoulder. You're not the only one who learned new things in that fight with tech. Is that a challenge? Nah, she reaches up and gently taps his visor. I'm actually here to talk to you about this. My face. The visor. Look, I know you can't live without it, and your physical body isn't exactly compatible. You just called me your brother and now you're trying to. She taps his shoulder, pushing him back slightly. That's not what I'm going to say. Good, he says while rolling his shoulder. I'm telling you, you don't want to end up like me. I'm 40, with nothing to show for it but this damn hero costume. Yeah, I've done a lot, but now that I'm finally getting past Arsenal, I can look back and see all the things fear never let me do. Having no family or friends, my life was quite lonely. I was always scared she'd show up again. And because of that, I haven't even been Kathleen Bates for more than 10 minutes over the past 2 decades. For a while I even forgot what I looked like, the real me. I don't want this life to consume you as it did me. What are you suggesting I do? Star smiles at him, make some friends, maybe get a girlfriend, and hopefully one day start a family of your own. You're a miracle. I'm sure you can figure out how. And that Yayarosa girl seemed like she had a crush on you so. No. She sighs, well, you're young, so you've got time. But the point is, don't let that hero costume, that visor, isolate you from the world. Don't become like me. Let some people in, or just one, let them see the real you. All the good, and all the bad. Billions of people are jealous of us, of me. They think I'm some god. We are. Only in power, she says. But in the currency that matters most, we're poor, because we're alone. Horizon takes a moment to digest her words, then leans his back against the wall and looks up at the summer sky. I'll think about it, but no promises, he says. I'm busy. Not much time for a personal life. Well, it's not like you don't have forever, she says jokingly. What about the dragon lady? She doesn't like the fact that I didn't get punished for destroying her city. She was too old anyway, so by the time you're ready to have kids she'd be older than I am now. Doesn't matter. I can tell the human body what to do about things like that. If I want someone to stay fertile, they will, and if I love them, they aren't allowed to grow old, I forbid it. How much does a bottle of Never Age cost? She asks while rolling her eyes. That one's not for sale. You'll just have to settle for the regular panacea, he says. But if you want the other thing, just call me. Her head snaps over to look at him. Wait, are you serious? Yeah, I can just read your genes and repopulate you. It's easy. She thinks about it for a moment, then smiles, not the usual pro-hero smile. But the smile of Kathleen Bates was shining through. If I find someone, I will let you know. Before he can respond, Horizon's phone beeps, drawing both their attention to it. Just make sure your kids aren't annoying, he says before warping away, heading off to deal with the alert he got. After he warps away, Star and Stripe stand on the roof for a while, looking out at the memorial below. After all these years running from a nightmare, she wore a peaceful smile. After believing she'd wasted her entire life and could never get those precious opportunities back. She finally got another sibling, a little brother, and he'd give her a second chance. "You really are a miracle," she mutters. Blissfully unaware of what the future has in store for them both. The great battle that would reshape regions and forever change the history of this world. As two awakened, mystery-class QUIRK users shatter against each other. End chapter. Chapter 352, Chapter 351, All of Me. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. August 8, 9 a.m., Minato, Tokyo. Rolling one small suitcase behind her, Ryuko wears a relaxed smile as she walks through her apartment building, leaving the elevator and making her way out of the lobby. Standing on the sidewalk, she straightens her outfit, a simple pair of light blue heels to match her dress with a large white ribbon around her waist, tied into a bow at her back. A gift ready to be unwrapped after weeks of waiting. "Ms. Ryuko," a man says as he waves to get her attention. She immediately notices the man is massive, almost 8 feet 240 cm tall with a muscular build, and standing behind him is a woman with small horns on her forehead. Both foreigners, and not the driver she always uses. "Who are you?" she asks. "We're here to take you to the airfield," the woman says. "Feel free to call if you need proper confirmation." Ryuko takes a few careful steps back, not looking away from the pair as she quickly calls Horizon. "Did you forget to tell me something?" she asks. "What?" he asks. "Changing my arrangements." "Right, sorry, I had to keep it quiet until the last moment to prevent certain things. I sent them." "Don't worry, they'll bring you directly to me." "All right, if I die, I'm blaming you." "TCH, as if I'd allow that," Horizon says, and she can feel him rolling his eyes. "I need to get back to work. I'll see you when you get here. Enjoy the plane." He hangs up before she can respond, very much unlike how he normally treats her. But she simply shrugs and assumes he's busy. "All good?" the woman asks. "Yes, let's go," Ryuko says as she enters the back seat of this obviously armored SUV while the woman puts her suitcase in the trunk. Holding her phone close and ready to use the small pebbles in her pocket at a moment's notice, Ryuko sits nervously for the 2-hour-long drive to an airstrip at the western edge of Tokyo. "Wow," was all she could say as they enter a massive private airfield housing the largest plane she'd ever seen. A 3-story monolith of an aircraft with a prominent symbol of 2 concentric ornate hearts on the tail. Matani. Ryuko wonders. Does Horizon know my boss? Or, no, that wouldn't make any sense. She casts those thoughts aside while boarding the plane, and having one of the hostesses show her around her home for the next 13 hours. "This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever been in," Ryuko mutters as the woman leaves her alone in the master bedroom. She immediately found the large bathtub, noting it's only slightly smaller than what's found in her penthouse apartment. She searches online and looks around more, but finds no link between Horizon and La Matani, except for their joint contributions to a few charities. "I must be overthinking things," she mutters while shaking her head. A hostess knocking on the door before pushing a cart of champagne and fine food into the room interrupts her, grounding her from those fantastical thoughts. While also reminding her of the absurd circumstances she currently exists in. "I'll just ask him when I get there," she says while laying back in the luxurious bed, drinking straight from a bottle of champagne she could never afford. Many hours and 3 bottles later, the head hostess gently woke Ryuko by shaking the bed. "Miss Tsuchikawa," the woman says as the groggy woman comes to her senses. "We'll be landing in 1 hour, then you'll be flown to Matani Tower, Manhattan. The helicopter will have you there within minutes, so please be ready and presentable when we land." "Right, thank you," Ryuko says as she runs her fingers through her messy blonde hair. As the hostess is leaving, Ryuko calls out to her, causing the woman to stop and look at her. "About La Matani, does he often rent out this plane?" Ryuko asks. The hostess looks confused at that. "No, he considers this his emergency and luxury aircraft. It is only for his personal use and remains in whatever country he is located within at any moment. Several crews remain on standby daily, year-round. In fact, you are the first person aside from himself and crew members to be on board." "I see, thank you," Ryuko says, and the woman takes that as her signal to bow and leave the room. She gets up and takes a shower, getting dressed all over again. With many questions swirling in her mind, she was certain that her delusions were real. Matani Tower, Manhattan, 1 hour later. "I'm telling you what I'm sure of, and this can't work," La Matani says as he's walking around his penthouse. The living room displays a dynamic, ever-changing hologram of the human genome. Tens of thousands of variables changing every second, yet no sequence was what he wanted. Using his DNA structure, the God formula, as the guide to alter human genes and perfect the panacea. But it's already so effective. Can't you release it anyway? President Skyline asks from Law's phone that's floating beside him. I can, but imperfect product isn't something I'm interested in showing. Just lean on them a bit more. I can't do that. Demanding medical information about their civilian population is a blatant violating of countless international laws. Ugh, our partnership is holding this research back, Law says as he continues pacing back and forth. They think I won't give them access to it. I should have expected that since either they can't afford it or you won't let me sell it to them. After all, they are rivals with America. Is that an option? Preside Skyline asks. Isn't getting a major discount good enough for you? I have to consider all potential advantages. As they continue talking, Law's glowing blue eyes look upward, sensing a helicopter landing on the roof and Ryuko rushing down the stairs. The frown on her lips and wrinkles on her forehead confuse him, but he pays it no mind. Understanding women is something he's never considered possible. I'll think of something. Clearly polite geopolitics isn't working, and I refuse to have an imperfect product on the market, Law says before hanging up on President Skyline. Taking a deep breath, he continues working on the simulations. Annoyed that the final few billion data points he needed were being withheld from him because of centuries-old national rivalries. He hears the door to the roof open and shut behind him, and senses Ryuko approaching with her suitcase. She pauses for a moment, taking in his perfectly sculpted muscles and the tattoos all across his torso, arms, and hands. She eyed him hungrily for a long moment, then stomped towards him. You don't seem surprised, Law says as he turns around, noticing the anger in her eyes. Between the plane and the new bodyguards, I put it together, which is what you obviously wanted me to do. While speaking, she walks toward him and places a hand on her chest, not thinking about how much she enjoys feeling his powerful muscles and bare skin against her hand. Or the way his handsome face makes her heart race and her mind hazy as he stares down at her with glowing blue eyes. Finally looking at him without a visor in the way, finally able to feel his skin without absolute darkness shielding who he is. She pushes him backward, and he allows her to push him back through the hologram and down onto the large couch. In response, he looks up at her and raises a brow. What? Couldn't wait a few more seconds. Shut up, she growls out, and he doesn't react. What the hell is wrong with you? Other than my woman discovering I'm an even wealthier billionaire than she realized and getting upset, there's not much going on. I don't care about that, she says while stepping away, now displaying his habit of pacing while thinking. Did I get to have a say in anything? What are you even talking about? My job, the QUIRK counseling company I work for, the Matani estate owns them, she says. I mean, I got all these nice jobs after retiring as a pro hero, and all of them lead back to you. Not to mention all the buildings I lived in this past year. I knew there was something suspicious about my rent being that low, but I did some searching on the flight here and found that you own those buildings. And the new sponsors for my old team, and my mom's bills, and, ugh. Everything. Did I ever have the freedom to choose anything, or were you just controlling my entire life? Law looks up at her, genuinely confused. His mind simply didn't understand. Because, for the first time, their interpretations of love didn't perfectly match. As she's catching her breath after that rant, he asks one simple question. Such an honest and innocent question that it told her everything she needed to know. Why would anything I love exist beyond my control? Ryuko's heart skips a beat, seeing the genuine confusion on his face, knowing he absolutely meant it. Finally hearing that simple four-letter word from the man she loves. Not a second later, she straddles his lap and hungrily kisses him, finally able to enjoy the feeling and sight of his body as their reunion escalates to heights never reached before. Later that night, naked in bed and gazing at the ceiling, they eventually relax, allowing Ryuko to think clearly. Finally able to process everything and organize the questions in her mind. So, what do you want to know? Law asks, laying on his side and resting a hand on her toned belly. The first thing is, why'd you buy that stupid plane, she asks jokingly. Such a waste of money. Should I get rid of it? No, I'm using that anytime I fly anywhere, she says while closing her eyes, enjoying the feeling of his fingers tracing small circles on her belly. But it is such a waste of money. Material things like that, things that can be bought, they hold no true value to me. So you've never bought anything you valued, really? Well. Law thinks about it for a moment as she rolls onto her side. Staring at his face, trying to memorize every detail, afraid they'd go back to how things were before at any moment. As if he'd retreat behind that visor again. I bought hope once, he says. Hope? How do you buy hope? The same way you buy anything else, you make a deal. And was it worth the trade, she asks, seeing the conflict in his eyes. At the time, I was too weak to find a different path, so yeah, I think it was. Well, I think it will be when it's time to collect. And what if it wasn't? She feels his entire body stiffen at that question. I'm sorry I. No, he reaches up and holds her hand against his face. It's fine. But if the hope I bought turns out to be a lie, I'm not quite sure what I'd do. But your love for me may be tested. In what way? You and the world would see that in every way. I am my mother's son, he says before pulling her into his chest, feeling her both press against him and relax. So I hope that means I can ask about her now. It does, right? You don't have to, I'll tell you everything. And so he did. He told her everything. From his childhood and his parents, to his meeting with Nizu and his contract with Panty. All the way to becoming Horizon and the recent events with Tech. Then finally to the conversation with Star and Stripe that pushed him to open up like this to Ryuko, and truly let her know him. And Ryuko couldn't be any happier staying true to her word. That even if they were the only people in the world, that would be enough for her. End chapter. Chapter 353, Chapter 352, Two-Sided Pillar. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. Shambles. Horizon appears in his living room at Matani Tower, Manhattan. Walking over to the couches, he sees a sea of shopping bags with Ryuko sitting on the floor between them all, sorting as quickly as she can. How'd it go? She asks as he sits on the couch, removing his visor and mask. Annoying, Law says. But, considering the world was almost destroyed, the United Nations unanimously agreed to outlaw the creation of nuclear weapons. So the world is now rid of those. It took a madman trying to use them all against us for people to make this obvious decision, she scoffs, emphasizing the point. Yeah, and a 16-hour meeting, he mutters. I'd ask how your vacation is going, but I think shopping in Manhattan is treating you well. It helps that I don't have to think about prices. But do you think they'll do it? The whole nuclear disarmament vote. The countries, I mean, some of them will surely have secret nuclear weapons somewhere. Yeah, everyone is expecting that, but this is a good show of solidarity for the public. And honestly speaking, I think some countries are concerned about the United States having two mystery-class heroes. The footage of our battle against Tech has reached everyone with a screen by now, and the rumors of me joining America are all but confirmed. It's part of why perfecting the panacea has been such a pain in the ass. Those other countries are worried I'll use their data for something that doesn't benefit them. You could always blackmail them, or maybe give them a discount. Law lays his head back and closes his glowing blue eyes. Nah, good products are free or full price, no discounts. So, how will you get the data you need? I'll let the people handle that for me. After all, politicians are servants of the people. So are pro-heroes, Ryuko says as she sits beside him on the couch, taking his arm and positioning it around her waist. I hope you haven't let that little fact slip your mind. I know, but I'm not a pro-hero, I'm Horizon. To most people, those are the same thing. A shift is happening, especially after Tech. When people hear pro-hero, they used to think of All Might. Now they picture you. Can't blame them. I'm really damn good at it. True, she leans her head against him. But no more of that self-sacrifice nonsense. Law groans, will you never let that go? It was me or the entire world. Come on, cut me some slack. No. Ugh, you're so ridiculous. Really, well I wonder where I learned that from. Law rolls her eyes as his phone beeps a few times. The familiar chime of Team Horizon's group chat. I'm not in the mood to play superhero right now, he says. Ryuko reaches into his jacket pocket and takes out his phone, opening it to see what his friends want. What is it? Are they done with Toga yet, he asks. No, but Mina Ashido rented a beach house and is having a party. They want to know if you're coming. Just tell them I'm busy. Done, she says after sending the message. The place she rented is pretty nice. Law chuckles, I don't get why she rented a beach house. Well, maybe she wanted to reward herself for all the hard work she did over the summer. Plus, your classmates have been working hard all summer. They should try to enjoy the final few weeks a bit more. No, I mean I don't get why she rented it instead of just buying it, Law says. The first thing Ciro did when I gave him one of those cards was buy his dad a new house in Norway and send him to live there. I thought those cards were for team expenses. Well, they can't focus on work if they're worried about their family back home. All those black cards are linked to an account with $250 million because loyalty can't be bought, but I can sure as hell try. I'm pretty sure your team would follow you anyway just because you're Horizon. Tokoyami is still apprehensive about our methods, but he'll come around. This may be difficult for you to believe, but they had normal childhoods, so super violence isn't something they're used to. Two bad pro-heroes are effectively soldiers, so they have to get used to it. Now who's being ridiculous? Yeah, but that's why you love me, Law says. Now, go get dressed. We have to get to the airport. Huh, why? We're going to Italy. I need to handle some business there, then you can go shopping while we make a few stops in Europe. Don't you have to come back to America after? They likely won't need me much. After Tech, most of the villains are keeping their heads down until I leave. And the traitors we were hunting have mostly been caught or surrendered themselves. Scared of what you'll do to them. Scared of what I can get away with after saving the world. Days later, Puntu's office. Give me a full impact report on Laumatani, Puntu commands through her phone while sitting behind her desk. Her hollow, lifeless stare was unmoving. So numbed by what she was seeing, her body dared not twitch, as if hoping it was all a bad dream. On the screen was a video of Laumatani in Italy. Dressed in a black and gold suit, as handsome as always, what truly terrified her was the woman. Ryuko Tsuchikawa was holding onto his arm, wearing a matching dress as they walked into the charity auction. Puntu's mind immediately connected all the dots, and wished more than anything to be wrong. Almost 1 week ago, Horizon called and not so politely asked that she remove the agents who were constantly guarding Ryuko. She was certain he would have noticed, yet she trusted he wouldn't be bothered because of their helpfulness. The call left her with the impression that he and Ryuko had broken up, possibly due to something the woman said or did that he didn't approve of. Puntu has no intention of using Ryuko against Horizon. That could only end badly for everyone else. So she simply recalled her agents. But now, seeing the woman on screen with Laumatani, all the pieces fell into place. Horizon is Laumatani, she realized. Nothing matched up, different quirks, ages, political views, and specializations. They even appear in different places at once. For most, that would be enough to make this impossible. But the fact that she's recently tracked Horizon's provisional hero license going from Japan to America in one step, makes that easy to accomplish. Puntu thinks for a moment, putting aside the new information and working to insulate it. She knew Horizon would expect her to take these steps, that this reveal was a message. A warning that he's here to stay. That he's committed to the pro-hero life, that he enjoys it. The agents who were guarding her can make the connection, but nobody else knows who she is. I even made sure to keep her name hidden from Hawks. Because the last thing I need is Shigaraki trying to kill Horizon's woman. I'll send Hawks to deal with the agents, Puntu decides, knowingly playing into Horizon's hand. Hours later, Puntu receives the impact report for Laumatani. Detailing the projected effect his death or defection can have on Japan, and her blood runs cold. He made himself irreplaceable, she realizes. Only now seeing the lengths he's gone through to position himself above everyone. Japan will fall apart without him, but if he dies, the Matani estate will fall into trusts and operate under a board of directors. So killing him is better than having him defect and pull out of Japan. How do I go about destroying something like that? Yo, boss. Hawks waves at the woman while barging into her office. She instantly activated facade, schooling her expression into a stoic mask. I got your summons. What do you need? I'm sending you a short list of names, internal targets. Oh, is that it? For now, Puntu says. Any updates on Shigaraki? We can't afford to have him do anything to harm Horizon after he's seemingly joined the path to become a true hero. Nope, he lied. Shigaraki's just been keeping his head down, they've mostly just been making connections and boring things like that, but they've kept me out of the loop. I see. Inform me if anything useful presents itself. Will do, he lied. Good, now I need to make an important call, and you have work to do. Yes ma'am, Hawks jokingly salutes before flying out of the room. After making sure he and all of his eavesdropping feathers are out of range, she makes another call. A confidential discussion, involving one of the rare individuals deemed as deadly as Arsenal. I have a job for Lightshot, a challenge he'll surely be interested in. End chapter. Volume complete. Chapter 354, Chapter 353, Four-Sided Chess. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. Billion. With a B. Seriously. Star and Stripe ask as she carefully eyes the vial of glowing blue liquid in her hand. Well, I can't put a price on it, but that's a good guess for total health, right? Horizon asks. They sat atop Lone Star Base's air traffic control tower, eating lunch while several $1 million fighter jets hung upside down above them, noses pointed toward the runway. Right, can't put a price on life. But you said it's incomplete, so why are you giving me this? No, I said it wasn't perfect. It's more than complete. Besides, I made that one specially for you. If you get hurt, drink it, and you'll be healed back to your current form, Horizon says. But it could get weird considering your order that transforms your body. I can't even get sick, much less get hurt. I had to heal you after tech. But I have my quirk awakening now, so that'll never happen again, she says. Just accept the gift before I take it back, he grumbles. Alright, fine, at least if anything happens you won't have to do that sword thing to get back over here. Yeah, that's always a pain in the ass, Horizon mutters. Anyway, I need to go organize some stuff now before I officially return to Japan. Have fun explaining this. Explaining what? Horizon finishes his food and points up at both the fighter jets. And before she can look back at him, he disappears. TCH, Star frowns, already feeling the headache explaining this would cause her. Minutes later, Horizon Tower, Minato, Tokyo. What do you mean it's permanent? Agpar yells, his voice bouncing around the inside of Horizon's visor through the call. Yeah, I figured out how to make it stick, but I can't undo it, so they're just like that now, Horizon says casually as he walks into the living room. Shiro, Shinso, Juzo, and Tokoyami are all there in casual clothes, and he signals to them he's on the phone while taking his seat. That's $80 million of military hardware. Get back here and fix this, now. Just put some paint on it and call it art. You're the only place in the world with 2 permanently floating jets. That's not how Horizon ends the call. All done? Shiro asks. Mostly, now. Are you ready for the plan? Always, but it would be better if you told us the details, Juzo says. There are only 3 steps, Horizon says. Step 1, show off to the media that you all caught Toga. Step 2, show off that she's being locked in Tartarus. And step 3, set the bait. The rest will handle itself. So we don't want them to hit the prisoner transport between here and Tartarus? Tokoyami asks. Everyone thinks you're in America until you announce something different. We could use that. The moment you officially return, the crime rate will plummet back down to 3%, probably lower now. Shinso nods, the government is projecting less than a 0.1% crime rate when you return. Wow, I didn't think I was that inspirational, Horizon chuckles. You're not, Juzo says. But criminals fear what the public will allow you to get away with, considering you didn't really get punished for the Gigantomachi, and now after saving the world. You could probably execute Toga on live TV and nobody would say a word, Shiro says. Well, I'm going to kill her, but if people know then we lose our leverage in the hostage exchange. Hostage exchange? Juzo asks. I feel like we're missing some important information here. You don't need to worry about that right now, Horizon reaches into his jacket and tosses Juzo a vial of green liquid. Juzo casually catches it and raises it to the light, seeing that it's extremely thin, a few steps from being an aerosol. What am I looking at? Trigger, another new strand, Horizon says. New strands have been popping up in labs all over the world these past 3 years, but only the basic strands are on the streets. So they're developing it for a specialized use, Juzo says. Private military or new villain group. Unlikely, every strand gets more lethal than the last to the user. The overdrive it causes kills them by depleting their resources or overloading their nervous system, which fries their brain. Biochemical weapons, Shinso says. Why not just take a walk around Japan and find all of it? Because they aren't making this in Japan. A Canadian lab made this, but all of it is flowing toward Europe. You and Juzo will follow the money trail and uncovering how they ship this stuff. So we aren't on this Toga plan? Juzo asks. Don't need you, because I am here. Hearing those words, Team Horizon smiles, even the ever-dark Tokoyami. Assured that with their boss back in Japan, they were untouchable. Puntu's office, at the same time. So they aren't the same range, Puntu mutters while staring at her screen. Sitting comfortably in her chair, she eyes the map on the screen, seeing the 2 points, Lone Star Base and Horizon Tower. It only took him 1 warp to go from Texas to Tokyo, but he can't actually apply this constantly. So it must be part of his awakening. He's 10 years ahead of our predicted power growth for him. Between that and his first real super move, Divine, challenging him in a direct fight would destroy whatever region it happens in, if not the entire country he fights in. That will have to remain Plan B, first I'll use. Lady Puntu, Dr. Ujiko says as he enters her office. I was surprised to get your call this late at night. I hope I didn't interrupt your work, Doctor. Oh no, I was simply looking over some notes, nothing more, Ujiko says as she directs him to the chairs in front of her desk. What can I help you with? I'd like a direct report on your progress with All for One, Puntu says as the man takes his seat. Well, progress is slow, as always. If I could make some modification to his cell in Tartarus that would help. But without bringing in some custom equipment, I must move extremely slow to avoid giving him leeway to use his quirks. An unfortunate but necessary reality, she says. Will you be able to learn enough to reverse the Nomu process by studying his body? Before he dies, that is. I estimate his body can sustain at least 3 more years in its current state, which should be enough time to study him. However, the detonation quirks in his body still make executing him rather unwise. And moving him would simply bait Shigaraki into rescuing him. Horizon could do it, Ujiko says. He could move and execute All for One at any time. Why not have him do it? The less I have him involved, the better. The stability of Japan is most important, so I'd rather simply have All for One die naturally while being studied. And might I ask, why this waiting game? Puntu reaches into her desk drawer as he continues. What outcome are you waiting for, exactly? In response, she slides a thick folder across the desk, with a large red, top secret stamp across the front. Hard copy only. Dr. Ujiko nods and opens it, amazed by what he's seeing. These documents, you've built a level 10 of Tartarus. I thought there were only 5 levels. There are only 5 levels, she says. Each level is 100 m below the last, with level 1 starting 100 m below sea level. All for One and some other villains live on level 5, and the organization recently finished levels 6 through 9. But they will remain empty aside from housing redundant systems. All for level 10, Dr. Ujiko's eyes widen as he sees the designs. A cell that can run by itself for decades. This says you intend to move All for One here, or change it for Shigaraki's QUIRK. On paper, yes. Those details are for when he eventually uncovers those documents. Who? We both know who, Pontu says, causing the man to shift nervously in his seat. My only question is, can you make a cell to contain something like that? Well, I designed the cell for All for One. Who is barely a fraction as dangerous as Horizon. Dr. Ujiko stops for a moment, considering all sides. My master said this would happen, he thinks. He told me the government would have 2 jobs for me. The first was containing and researching him, this must be the second. How did he know this would happen? Doctor. Pontu snaps him out of his daydream. Can you do it? In theory, it is possible. And what do you need to make that theory a reality? To severely injure him, nearing death but without triggering his QUIRK self-preservation instinct. If that triggers while below Tartarus, he could instinctive warp the entire facility onto the mainland, or countless other disastrous scenarios. All right. All right. That's it. You want a half-dead Horizon, and so you shall have it. Ujiko looks at the woman, trying to understand how she could say such an absurd thing with such confidence. You have a plan for this? Ujiko asks. 2, ideally the first one works, since that is the most precise. But if that fails, I'm sure the second will deliver what we need. I see. Doctor, I have one question for you. Anything. Why are you so willing to help me betray Horizon? Aside from me forcing your hand and implicating you. Part of it is patriotism, he lies. The other part is, I don't want another Gigantomachi to happen, and without Horizon, I'd like to think another won't. He is simply too unstable to have such power. Pontu detects both his lies, but nods anyway. Thank you, Doctor, have a good night. Same to you, Lady Pontu. The man takes the folder and leaves the office, allowing Pontu to plan for the next 2 years in peace. End chapter. And thus the new volume begins. Please leave a review. Thank you. Chapter 355, Chapter 354, Horizon's Era. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. Minato, Tokyo, Matani Plaza. On the roof of a high-rise building, a Japanese man of average build looks through his binoculars, focused on Horizon Tower. Focused on the gathering crowd of people a few blocks away at the front of Horizon Tower. The man enjoys the warm morning sun as he analyzes the situation, seeing hateful words on their posters. People line both sides of the barricaded street as they wait for the armored convoy to arrive. I can see it from here, but where is my backup? The man asks through his phone. This isn't that kind of job, Crater, Shigaraki responds through the line. This isn't a breakout. You're just tying up a well-informed loose end. Crater smiles, thinking about all the dead people he's about to add to his record. Then I'm definitely the right person for the job. I know. I already have an extraction point set up for you. Get back to the safe house when you're done and contact me. I won't have to. You'll see how it goes on the news, the man says as the news helicopters and drones arrive. Late last night, a mysterious source leaked intel that someone captured Himiko Toga yesterday, and that they would transfer her from Horizon Tower to Tartarus via an armored convoy this morning. And now, mere hours later, people have gathered to get a glimpse of this heinous criminal. Many of their posters and signs denounce and wish disaster upon the League of Villains, while others praise Team Horizon for capturing this monster without their boss being in the country. Soon the convoy arrives, a reinforced armored truck preceded and followed by police and SWAT vehicles. Above, Endeavor and Ryukyu fly, the dragon hero carrying Crust and Edgeshot on her back. In the front seat of the armored truck is MT Lady, and standing on top of it is Kamui Woods. Every hero is ready for action, expecting a rescue attempt from Shigaraki. These fools, Endeavor mutters through the comms. All are warnings and they still gathered outside Horizon Tower. This is the first sight of Shigaraki's top commanders in months, Edgeshot says. People have a lot of hate for them, and want a chance to say their piece. Endeavor looks out at the civilians, still annoyed but unsurprised that all these people want to rip the villains apart. We're getting into position now, MT Lady says. Monitor the crowd. If one civilian takes revenge here, we won't be able to interrogate her in Tartarus. Got it, Kamui Wood says as the vehicles turn around and get into position. MT Lady gets out of the truck and stands guard while some of the SWAT officers enter the building, carrying rifles and riot shields. The other heroes take positions above or around, with Ryukyu guarding the skies with Endeavor while the others monitor the crowd. I thought she hated him, Crust mutters to Edgeshot as they wait for Toga. Who? MT Lady, didn't she and Kamui Woods have some big breakup? Edgeshot glances at her, seeing she's not listening to them. The lurkers broke up after the Gigantomachi. After the whole mess, Kamui Woods thought they should keep Horizon. And she thought they should lock him up, right? That's one way of putting it. She had friends in that city, so she won't be letting it go anytime soon. Damn. Yeah. They seem to get along now though. It's a slow process, Edgeshot says. A moment later, the officers exit the building, with a restrained Himiko Toga walking between them. She had scars and bruises all over her face, along with patches of hair missing, having burnt off. Her frail and malnourished body showed sunken, sleep-deprived eyes. She'd obviously been through more than a mere few hours in Horizon Tower, but the government had already decided what story they would tell. At the back of the group, Cellophane and Tsukuyomi strut out of the building, receiving cheers from the crowd. The sound of which makes MT Lady's stomach turn. Knowing the truth about when they captured Toga, she couldn't imagine what they put her through, what the child suffered through. Even now, while looking at the broken and battered girls, part of her still saw a lost 16-year-old girl. When did you get so tall? Kamui Woods asks Cellophane as his former intern walks over to him. It's good to see you too, Cellophane says as he stands beside the men, now much taller. Standing at 6 feet 180 cm to Kamui Woods 5 feet 6 168 cm and having a much more muscular build. No, seriously, you look intense, Kamui Woods says. It comes with the job. Team Horizon can have no weak links. And since I've got the weakest quirk, I have to make up for it somehow, Cellophane shrugs. Oh, that makes SE. Breach. Endeavor yells through the comms as the officers are loading Toga into the truck. They shove her and the guards into the back as Crater breaches the perimeter, glowing purple as he sprints at the truck. He moves with absurd speed, his footfalls causing minor quakes and shattering the street as he rushes toward the middle of the formation. Kamui Woods recognizes what kind of quirk he has, as does everyone else. But Kamui Woods reacts first, rushing toward the attacker and growing his wooden limbs to contain him. MT Lady moves one step behind him, and as he grows his limbs in multiple layers to wrap the villain in a 12-meter-wide ball of reinforced wood, she jumps onto Kamui Woods. Gigantified, she shielded him from the explosion with her body, curling around him as best she could. All the while Tsukuyomi and Cellophane don't bother moving, not at all concerned about this feeble attack. Seconds passed as the crowd, which crouched to take cover, began opening their eyes. MT Lady looks up, seeing the wooden limbs stretching out from below her and the wooden ball beside her, all perfectly fine. Is everyone all right? Did anyone get hurt? She asks while looking around, moving to reveal a perfectly fine Kamui Woods below her. Nothing happened, he says while retracting his limbs, unraveling the sphere to reveal that it's empty. For a moment, the crowd is confused, then the sound of a body hitting the asphalt redirects their attention from Kamui Woods. What the hell, did you, my chest, Crater groans as he lies on his back, with Horizon standing beside him, one foot on his face. It takes a second for the crowd to process what's happening and who they're seeing. And the moment they do, a roar of cheers shakes the entire block. Everyone watching at home in Japan feels a wave of relief flowing through them, as to their knowledge, for the first time in months. Horizon is back in Japan. Back home. Was he the only one? MT Lady asks after the crowd becomes quiet, on account of everyone trying to listen in and record whatever they can. His quirk doesn't exactly scream, teamwork. He gathers and detonates his kinetic energy, Horizon says while stepping off the men, leaving him in pain on the ground. They didn't send him to save her, but to silence her. So they're even killing their friends. Well, I shouldn't be surprised. They are villains, after all. Now that just leaves one thing, Horizon says as he raises his hand, revealing Crater's heart in his hand, still beating. MT Lady takes a horrified step back, and above Ryukyu has to look away. Memories of what he forced her to do to Gentle Criminal, and the people that died, all for him to prove a point. Those memories resurfaced and threatened to bring up her breakfast with them. Bring the restraints, MT Lady orders some officers, and they rush to do the attacker. Don't both, he won't know anything useful, Horizon says as he looks down at the men, raising his heart for everyone to see. And my world doesn't have any place for creatures like this. The man looks up from the ground in horror, desperation in his voice as he begs Horizon to stop, feeling pain in his chest as Horizon's fingers dig into his heart. To her horror, Horizon crushes it in his grasp and drops it onto the man's dying body. All for the world to see, and all in the time it took MT Lady to realize what was happening and lunge forward to grab the heart. Shambles. Horizon swaps his position with hers, only for her to turn on her heel and glare at him. The hate in her eyes was obvious, and Kamui Woods was dreading what would happen next. She lowered her stance, and everyone held their breaths as she clenched her fist, ready to attack Horizon. Horizon looks down at her, an amused smile beneath his visor as he takes one step forward. He looms over her, snuffing out any will to fight she had, as the unimaginable threat stares down at her, daring her to oppose him. So intense she felt as if her throat was swelling shut. Slowly, gently, Horizon reached up with his blood-covered right hand and touched her chin. She flinches, but he continues, cupping her chin, forcing her to look up at him while feeling the warm blood on her face. The defiance in her eyes was constant, even as her body begged her to run away. I know, this isn't what you want heroes to be, I know, he says, so sincerely that she can't help but believe him. I know that while I was away, you worked diligently. Day and night, saving as many people as you can while the crime rate kept rising. But things are different now. I am committed to being a hero, more than ever before. But, things will be a bit more practical. Some villains can be reformed, but others. People like this. People who are willing to bomb civilians. Those people have no place in my world. You're a murderer, she grits out. Yes, I am. But Japan will be safer than ever, because I will deal with problems in the most permanent way. The people will go about their lives, knowing that the worst of the worst monsters are where they're meant to be, in the dirt. And even you won't have to work as hard as you did during the summer. So rejoice, a new era of peace is beginning. Because I am here. Horizon walks away, stepping over the corpse in the road as the crowd cheers for him, leaving MT Lady petrified. When the convoy is ready to transport Toga to Tartarus, she snaps out of her daze and looks around, seeing the people she risked her life to protect day after day. Worshipping the greatest mass murderer in the history of Japan. Kamui Woods then walks over to check on her and gets her to focus on the task at hand. And while the convoy moves out to Tartarus, the entire world sees and hears everything that transpired. And a new era of peace begins within Japan. The era of Horizon has now begun. End chapter. Chapter 356, Chapter 355, 1 down. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. You know, I could have warped her into the cell, Horizon says to President Pontu. Protocol exists for a reason, she says as they watch the guard unload Himiko Toga from the convoy. You're not even supposed to be within 10 miles of Tartarus, let alone overseeing prisoner transport. What, do I make you nervous? Yes, she says as they step aside for the massive elevator to open and the guards to take their positions. She and Horizon step into the elevator after the guards have taken their positions, waiting for Toga to be brought to them. Kamui Woods and MT Lady stand closer as they roll her out of the truck, chained to a trolley and wrapped in restraints. Himiko rattles about feebly against the steel restraints. Quit struggling. You'll only hurt yourself, MT Lady says as they place her in the elevator and step onto it. Toga grumbles and groans, gagged yet trying to speak. She's left with mainly her sense of hearing as the blindfold covers her eyes. Beginning descent, the guard captain says as he inputs the security key to activate the elevator. Descending to level 5. As they descend 600 m below sea level, Toga continues to rattle her restraints, causing MT Lady to ask her once more to stop. She'll be out of them soon enough, Kamui Woods says. It won't matter soon enough, Horizon says, and Toga freezes. Hearing his voice for the first time in a long time. Oh, are you shy around me now, Himiko? She begins violently rattling her restraints, hard enough to bruise her body and even break her skin, drawing blood. MT Lady tries to step forward to stop her, but the guards block her. TAKT. All the restraints freeze in place, even as she crashes against them. MT Lady feels Kamui Woods holding her hand, pulling her focus away from everyone else. Until Horizon takes a casual step forward, warping in front of Toga. Even the strict guards of Tartarus dare not challenge him. You seem scared, are you scared? He asks while using tack to remove the gag from her mouth. Fuck you, she immediately spits blood at him, revealing some of her broken teeth as she does so. Horizon warps the blood away before it touches him. So ambitious. Most girls your age want to do that, but you're at the bottom of the list. Toga bites her lip, hard enough to rip the flesh, you know, one day you'll die too, someone will kill you. I just hope it hurts. Even if you suffered 1% of what you put other people through, it would break you. For that to happen, I'd have to lose. But I cannot lose, because I am Horizon. Toga releases a primal, aggressive groan as she tries and fails to lunge at him. Shigaraki was right. I hope he destroys this entire shitty world. That's what it deserves if it's a world where you're the best hero it can have. Horizon reaches up and removes her blindfold, allowing everyone to see the tears flowing from her eyes. Maybe you're right, he says. But, you know what? They may be cheering for me now, but imagine how hard they'll cheer when I tear out Spinner's heart, the heart that loves you so much, even until his death. Wah, no, that's impossible, she hurts herself more against the restraints. You'll never find them. True, but he'll come to me, because I have you. He just needs to believe I hold the key to you, and he holds the key to me. As Toga considers his words, her tears keep flowing, knowing that if Horizon willed it, the only boy ever to love her would soon be dead. But her mind puts the pieces together, after a lifetime of desperately seeking to understand love. She opens her eyes to see Horizon, and understands him. I get it now, she says. The key to you, the BLO. Horizon grabs her mouth and a sickening crack is heard before her agonized, blood-curdling screams fill the elevator. He then steps away, allowing the guards to place the blindfold on her. Unfortunately, everyone was forced to endure her cries as they couldn't gag her shattered jaw and mouth. The elevator opens and the guards roll her to her cell, leaving MT Lady and Kamui Woods behind as Horizon and Lady Pontu trail behind Toga. She's smarter than you thought, or are you just getting sloppy? Pontu asks Horizon as they follow the guards. No, she shouldn't know about that. Could gentle criminal be more well-connected than we initially believed, possibly linked to the League of Villains? Shigaraki has been going out of his way to avoid you. He wouldn't send someone to attack you, especially not at your home. Well, that's the only way a villain would know about that person. Do you want me to reinstate her security team? Pontu asks. I'll have to assign new people since, well, we cleared out the last set. No, she'll be fine. Just keep your eyes away from her. It's not her that I'm worried about, Pontu says. Horizon stops walking, causing her to stop beside him and the guards to move around them, taking Toga to her cell. What's that supposed to mean? He asks while looking down at her. It means that I thought you were dangerous before, when you had nothing else to lose. But now you're attached to her. And I can't imagine what kind of creature you'd become if you ever lost someone you loved. So I'm just trying to save the world from that version of you. They share a tense moment, then Horizon chuckles and continues walking. Even Horizon couldn't save anyone from that version of me. Moments later they arrive at the solid steel door, 6 inches thick, built into a wall of metal alloy. She's secure, ma'am, the guard captain says to Pontu as he prepares to lock the door. Good, confirm in your files that the prisoner is captive and alive, Pontu says. Horizon, she's all yours. The guards look at Horizon after they lock the door, and he instantly disappears. They recognize what's going on and hear muffled screaming from inside the cell. Then Horizon warps back beside Pontu, rubbing the back of his visor. Damn, that always gives me a headache. Did you get it? Pontu asks. Yeah, I tore everything I could from her brain before it melted, but I got enough. Spinner should have more. As they're speaking, the guard captain opens the cell, seeing Toga's corpse on the floor, her head smoldering, her brain incinerated in her skull. You killed her, he says. But, I don't understand. Tartarus has leaks, Horizon says. We picked all of you for this task because someone who is not part of this group is sharing information with the League of Villains. That's impossible. Or unconscious, Horizon says. Telepathy exists after all. Only one thing matters, Pontu says. You keep her status as alive in your files and to the knowledge of anyone else. Her boyfriend should attempt a hostage exchange for her, but she must remain alive for it. You tell me someone in my compound is a spy and expect me to do nothing about it, seriously? Exactly, Horizon says. Because this is all part of the plan. The men sighed, fine. I'll clean this up afterward. Thank you for your hard work, Horizon says as he begins walking away. Pontu falls into step beside him. So, is Tartarus everything you expected? More boring than I expected. But the new floors look fun. The 10th floor is confidential, Pontu says. I know. I read the confidential files. Moving all for one down there makes sense, but, Shigaraki. What about him? You think I'm going to let him live? Seizing him offers an immense ideological advantage, it sends a global message. Tartarus has enough prisoners. I have no interest in adding to it. Globetrotting won't go as well if you're acting like an assassin. Countries will be much more willing to let you ignore borders if it's to capture, not kill. I have something in mind for that. Once I release my next project, they won't dare question anything I do. What about Dabi? I owe his dad a favor, that's different, Horizon says. As for the rest of them, well. Capture and detainment. Horizon laughs. No prisoners, only trophies, he says as they board the elevator. As they leave, below the ocean in the most secluded corner of Tartarus Level 5, the Demon Lord smiles. Sensing Horizon and Pontu walking by with Toga, then leaving, walking past his cell, casually discussing a hopeful future. Everything's coming together for him. Now he was even more reassured in his bet. That Japan will crumble, and he will rule as the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, seconds later, back in Horizon Tower, Horizon arrives in his living room to see his entire team and Mina Ashido having lunch. How'd it go? Zero asks. She's dead, but I got all the info she had, Horizon says as he sits on the couch, pulling Mina into his lap. Did you buy something sexy for our first date? Mina rolls her eyes at him, but doesn't bother to get up. You're enjoying this a little too much. Learn to enjoy the peaceful moments. We're heroes. It's what we fight for. Doesn't mean you have to put your hand there. Horizon flexes his fingers, tightening the grip on her ass for just a moment. As far as the world will be concerned, it's mine. I'm just playing the part. End chapter. Chapter 357, Chapter 356, For All Mankind. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. September 7th, 8 p.m. Welcome back everyone, Chitose Kazuki says as hundreds of millions of screens tune into her show. They see her seated on one of the two small couches, and the massive screen behind her shows a picture of the globe. Now I know this is what many of you have been waiting for, the special exclusive interview we'll be hosting live, with a certain young hero. The live audience in her studio cheers before falling silent again. That's right, after spending all summer overseas in America, he's back home after saving the world. Bringing with him a record low crime rate, down to 0.02% as of this morning, an almost 17% decrease since he announced his return 2 days ago. Another round of cheers sounds out before Chitose gestures to the seat opposite her. The miracle, Horizon. Shambles. Horizon appears in front of the seat and Chitose stands to greet him as the audience cheers. Thank you so much for agreeing to this, she says. I'm always happy to be on your show, because you always get right to the point. Well, I understand how invaluable your time is, Chitose says as they both take their seats. Now, in the spirit of being efficient, how about we dive right in? That's what I was hoping for. In that case, she takes out a few flashcards. The people want to know, how was your vacation? Horizon chuckles, well, it started as a vacation, but Tech had other plans. Everything before and after him was great. They took great care of me. I had everything I needed and wanted, and training with Star and Stripe was new. I'm not used to having someone who could somewhat keep up with me. Are you saying that you're stronger than her? At the start, I wasn't, but now, he thinks about it. Yeah. I'm the strongest. Well, let's hope she doesn't take that as a challenge, Chitose chuckles. Oh no, we're great friends. She made my stay abroad much more enjoyable and even taught me some things. We're all happy to know you both get along so well. We saw your teamwork and trust on full display against Tech Mystery Class individuals are on another level. Well, I wouldn't say that, he says. Mystery Class isn't an indication of power, but of complexity. We just happen to be complex and powerful. Luckily you're both heroes, each willing to sacrifice yourself to protect us. And for that, we are eternally grateful. It's the job, Horizon says, earning another round of applause. Yes, but if I am being honest. The people of Japan hope you didn't enjoy your trip to the States too much. Is there any chance of you moving abroad after graduating from UA? At the moment, no, he lies. I quite like it here, and without me, the villains would resurface. And I'm sure they'd try to make up for lost time. Chitose frowns. I don't even want to think about this. This summer alone was so chaotic, so many incidents and attacks. Luckily, you don't have to worry about that anymore. Because I am here. Yes, your guardian, our hero, Chitose smiles. Which leads me to the next question the people want to know about your personal life. I think I know where this is going, Horizon sounds amused at her words. Do we have to go over this every time? Chitose raises her hands in surrender. You are the most eligible bachelor in the world, so the women want to know. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I don't have the time for any kind of romance, not to mention, Horizon taps the side of his visor. Horizon reminds everyone that his body is becoming living energy, making intimacy with him impossible. Well, then you have quite a bit of explaining to do, Mr. Chitose says. Because we got some interesting pictures from a baseball game you were at yesterday. Wait, what? Horizon sits up. Pictures. These pictures, Chitose gestures to the massive screen behind them as it switches to a picture of Horizon sitting in a private booth. Someone took the picture from outside the glass wall of the booth, able to peer inside with a high-quality camera to see the people in question. One of which was Horizon, and the other was the woman in his lap. Provisional hero, Pinky, Chitose says as the audience gasps. And your hand is in a more than just friend's place, Mr. Well, Chitose smiles as Horizon is speechless. We're trying something new, but my situation makes things difficult. Not to mention how busy I am, and the 2 projects I'll be starting soon. I'll announce one of those projects before leaving here, by the way. Well done trying to redirect the conversation onto your secret project, but we're all still curious about this one, Chitose says with a smug smile. How long has this been going on, and how heartbroken should the women of the world be? Ah, it's very new, and as for how heartbroken, I don't know how to quantify that. Chitose turns to the camera. You heard him, ladies. It's new, not permanent, so don't give up. You still have a chance. The audience cheers wildly as it is mostly young women, and Horizon groans. I finally got people to stop sending love letters to Horizon Tower. Well, I don't think that's stopping anytime soon, Chitose says. Now, how about I rescue you from this and ask the next question? Yes, please save me. Some people are nervous about the power you so casually use. Is there any justification for their concerns? The room goes silent as the audience remembers that the hero sitting before them, joking with them, is a weapon of mass destruction the likes of which the world couldn't imagine. Well, their feelings are valid, reasonable, and wise, Horizon says. Given my record, it is wise to be cautious regarding me. For this reason, I'm sure our government and many others are planning ways to take me down should I ever turn. That is their responsibility, after all, to protect the people, even from me. As for how necessary this is, well, I quite like being a pro-hero now. I enjoy changing the world around me. And if I ever decide to stop, it would be because I'm tired of all the responsibility and constant pressure. In that case, I wouldn't become a villain. I'd retire and enjoy a quiet life somewhere. Maybe with someone special. I'd like to imagine so, yes. Like Pinky. I never said that. The woman smiles, well, for what it's worth. I hope you never get sick of protecting us. God knows there are great evils out in the world, but they don't come here, not while you're protecting us. True, but they are out there, somewhere. Shigaraki, Chitose frowns. Shigaraki, Chitose frowns, do you plan to hunt him down now that you've captured one of them? Himiko Toga is still being questioned in Tartarus, he lies. Once they pass the information she gives them over to me, only then can I formulate some plans. I see, well we're all waiting anxiously for that announcement, she says. Shigaraki hurt countless people, declaring war on Hero Society by attacking every Hero Corps school in Japan, taking the corpses, and making his army of Nomu. He's a monster. I will put my hands on him eventually, Horizon says. But the only question is what I'll do with him when that time comes. I assumed that part was obvious, considering your last display of intolerance toward villains. All for One is alive in Tartarus because we're studying him to reverse the Nomu process. Shigaraki likely has extra quirks in him by now. Studying him could also be useful. I see, so scientifically keeping him alive is the better choice, she says. And what do you want? Horizon shrugs. He's just another name on my list, prisoner or trophy. It's all the same to me. Well, regardless of what happens to him. People are already calling you our guardian deity, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. Guardian deity, that seems a bit too dramatic. Then what would you call yourself? Well, I'm already so used to people calling me the miracle that feels most familiar. Speaking of miracles, you said you have a big announcement for us. Would you like to share about that? Well, I'd rather start by simply showing you. Horizon raises his hand and warps a vial of the panacea above his palm, keeping it floating with tact. What is that? Chitose asks while leaning toward the glass vial of glowing blue liquid. It looks like your healing energy. That's because it is, Horizon says. She gets to the edge of her seat, at which point he floats it over for her to hold. It's the panacea, the miracle elixir, the cure for everything. Chitose feels a pit in her stomach, realizing how priceless the vial in her hands is, clutching it more carefully as she holds it up for the cameras. The version you're holding is incomplete, Horizon says. It can cure most things. Anything that's not obtrusive to the body. Not obtrusive, she asks. Well, if you have dementia, drinking or infusing that into your body will adjust your DNA. Giving you the gaps in the human genome that are operating incorrectly. It's programmed energy, just like my awakening. I see, Chitose snaps out of her musing for a moment. Wait, you had your quirk awakening. That's a surprise for some other time, but hopefully I never have to use it, Horizon says. But back to the panacea. Right, so it can cure genetic and terminal sickness, and I assume common things as well. Exactly. The only thing it can't do is perform surgery. If you have a tumor in your brain, a doctor still has to take it out. If your arm is broken, a doctor has to set it unless you want it to grow improperly. It's a healing quirk, but it doesn't give full active regeneration. Granted, with enough of it, you could regrow a limb, at least with the completed version. The completed version? Chitose asks. Would that give temporary regeneration? A very minor version, allowing bones and limbs to set themselves. Incredible, this will change the world, save countless lives, Chitose says. And put the healthcare industry out of business. If it could be mass-produced, yes, he says. But there is only one of me, and my quirk is needed to create it, not to mention how much energy it takes. And the cost. What would that be? Well, I was planning to put this up for bidding. Just as I do for my pain medical treatments, but some things got in the way of me completing it. Such as what? Horizon sits up, taking a more serious tone. Some nations don't trust me with the medical data of their population, even after I explain I was using it for this. They fear I would use their data and only make this available to Japan and the USA, a reasonable fear. But wrong. What I do now, I do for the good of all mankind. So, instead of putting orders up for bidding, I will make the panacea free. The audience gasps and then cheers in response. But, there is a catch, the room falls silent. I will provide a certain amount, depending on the population of the requesting country, annually of course. But this is only if the remaining countries give me the information I need. I have listed those countries and politicians that blocked the completion of this project on my social media. Have a look. Let your politicians know what you want. I'm sure they're reasonable people who will adhere to the wills of the people. Chitosa's eyes widen as she realizes what he's just done. You just caused riots and sent millions of people to attack them. Horizon laughs. I did no such thing. I made their objections known to the people, and if the people opposed their rule, then they should step down. After all, politicians are servants of their people, just as I am a servant of the people in my capacity as a hero. If the people willed it, I would gracefully step aside. I only hope these men and women have the honor and integrity to do the same. As the interview continued, two of the viewers had wildly different reactions to the news. In a small fishing boat at the edge of Japan's nautical territory, Spinner sits sharpening his daggers while staring at his laptop. The interview was still rolling, but he paused the screen on his goal. Pinky, the provisional hero sitting on Horizon's lap, his target. If I get Horizon's woman, I can trade her to get Himiko back, he thought. Completely ignoring all the warnings Shigaraki had given him. I'll show them all, he thought. I'll get her back and show them how wrong they are, that they should have believed in me. That even Horizon has a weakness. He stares hatefully at Pinky on the screen, seething at the thought of Horizon enjoying what he and Toga could have had, being rewarded after doing such heinous things. Receiving cheers for executing someone on live TV, all while he's sitting alone in a cold boat trying to save the girl he loves. While Spinner was seething in hate and rage, President Punta wanted to pull her hair out. While the last bits of the interview were playing through her computer, she read the requested impact report on Lomatani, detailing how hurt Japan would be by his sudden withdrawal from their country and economy. His leaving now would cripple us. 1 USD is currently worth 120 yen, all because of Lomatani and Horizon giving other countries and companies the confidence to invest in us. If Lomatani dies or leaves, that will probably go to 160 yen to $1. But Horizon's presence would keep us below 200, manageable. If, when, they both disappear, we'll be at 400, maybe 500. This will be the worst economic event in the history of Japan. Record unemployment, and the treasury doesn't have enough to bail us out after having to do exactly that after All Might's retirement, Shigaraki declaring war on Hero Society, and the Gigantomachi. Millions will starve, tens of millions if I have to use Plan B. Many more so if Horizon doesn't capture the League of Villains before I remove him. President Punta looks at the screen, seeing Horizon laughing and joking with Chitose as she asks a few last questions. He has me in checkmate. That's why he didn't care about me figuring out his identity. He's more clever than I thought. But then again, that shouldn't surprise me. After all, he is Horizon. But for the sake of hundreds of millions, we must remove him, even if that means tens of millions will suffer. End chapter. Chapter 358, Chapter 357, Live Bait. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. I feel like I'm going to be sick, Battle Fist, Itsuka Kendo of Class 2B says while walking through the streets of Kagoshima. In her hand is a cup of ice cream, untouched, and beside her is Pinky. Both girls are enjoying the morning sun as their shopping trip continues. Is it the ice cream? Pinky asks while scrolling through her phone and enjoying her ice cream cone. No, it's you inviting me to a shopping trip, then spending more money than my brain can understand. But look on the bright side. Now you, me, and all the girls have diamond tiaras. We're all a bunch of princesses. While weaving through the lightly crowded streets on their patrol, Kendo eats her ice cream and works up the nerve to ask her friend a potentially rude question. Why do you like him? Pinky almost chokes on her ice cream. What do you mean? You know what I mean, Battle Fist says. Your secret relationship became public 2 days ago and you're already at 100 million followers. Brands want to sponsor you, but you've refused those. Probably because he's giving you an allowance. Pinky glances at her friend from the corner of her eye. What are you trying to say? I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just asking if this is a love thing or a business thing. You think I'm that kind of girl? I think I'm just asking a question because this was kind of a sudden development. Nobody saw it coming. I honestly figured he'd get back with Jiro or Momo. You sound like you're trying to apply. I would, if I didn't know him, Battle Fist says. Effective, but he's a terrible person. It's complicated between us, but everyone will understand after the big announcement. Big announcement. Battle Fist leans over to whisper. Like, I'm pregnant, big. What? Pinky crushes her ice cream cone and nearly drops her phone, drawing the attention of some people around them. No way, we haven't. I mean, we won't even, no. Sorry, I just had to ask. A few minutes later, both provisional heroes have finished their ice cream and washed their hands, now focused on patrolling once more. Ugh, I was hoping for some action today, Battle Fist groans. I got so used to all the villains rampaging during the summer that things are boring now. I like it, gives me more time for shopping. Plus, I get to sleep in, and no alarms going off at the agency. Well, I want to help people and punch villains, but now all we do is walk around. I was kind of hoping Kagoshima would be the major exception. It's so far from Horizon Tower that villains shouldn't be this shy. Well, depending on how badly they rampage they could die, so it's better to just not take the chance. You should learn to relax more, maybe get a motorcycle or something to distract yourself. I can't afford one of those, but that's the dream for Christmas time. Or we could go get you one now. Battle Fist crosses her arms. No way. I'm not having your sugar daddy buy me that. Hey. Battle Fist laughs as Pinky blushes. Besides, it's not like he even looks at that account. His entire team shares it with me, she says while pouting. If you think our shopping today was something, you should see the insane things they buy. This piques Battle Fist's curiosity. Like what? She whispers as they walk through the crowd. Pinky leans closer. Remember that beach house I rented for the summer party? Yeah, that thing was awesome, a mansion on a private beach, we should go back there. Well, you'll have to ask the new owner, because when his team got there and learned that I rented it and didn't buy it, Juzo and Siro played rock paper scissors for it, and Juzo won. Wow. Battle Fist goes wide-eyed as she tries and cannot process the news. I know, right? I didn't think the account had that much in it, so I just rented it, and I even felt bad about spending that much. Damn, maybe you had the right idea making him your sugar daddy. Pinky punches her friend's shoulder. Alright, I'll stop calling him that, Battle Fist laughs. But seriously, never expected the two of you. Figured he'd get back with Jiro or Momo, or Jiro and Momo. You'll understand it all soon enough. Later in the afternoon, after hours of strolling around the city and taking some pictures with Pinky's new fans, the girls are sitting outside a cafe after having a light snack. Hey, do you think May can make reinforced gloves that grow with my hands when I use my quirk? Pinky looks over at Battle Fist. Probably, and she could make them a bit web too, so when you do what whoosh attack it's better. It's air palm, not whoosh. But it goes whoosh, and it sounds better. I'm not taking naming advice from the girl who came up with Pinky. Hey, I like my name. Well, it's certainly appealing to 5-year-olds. Help. Both girls jump out of their seats, bodies moving toward the screaming before they can even consider their actions. Ahead of them, a woman was on the floor, already being helped by another woman as a person in jeans and a black hoodie sprints down the street, holding her purse. We'll get it back. Battle Fist yells as they rush past the woman. Finally, some action. Don't cheer too loudly for a woman getting robbed, Pinky says while releasing a thin layer of acid from the bottom of her boots. Not enough to hurt anyone, but slick enough for her to skate across the sidewalk. Don't go too far ahead. Battle Fist yells as her friend catches up to the criminal. Try to keep up, Pinky skates around a corner, following the men into an alleyway. Drop the purse and surrender. You're cornered. In the alleyway, the man had his back to her, facing a dead end between the two 4-story buildings. The man pauses for a moment, then in one smooth motion turns and throws a knife at her. Pinky thrusts her hand forward, releasing a small blob of acid that melts the knife before it reaches her, dripping onto the ground and melting a small hole in that too. Seriously. Pinky looks up to the men on all fours, climbing the wall, sticking to it, and quickly ascending to the roof. She releases acid from her hands and boots, ready to make hands and footholds to follow him, only for Battle Fist to finally catch up to her. I've got it, she says while enlarging her hand and wrapping it around Pinky. Don't hit the wall. I'll try, Battle Fist yells while throwing her friend. Pinky screams as she goes sailing a few meters above the edge of the roof as the criminal also gets to the roof. Nowhere to run anymore, just give up, the criminal stopped, hearing her behind him and knowing there wasn't any chance of escape. Why would I run? You're why I'm here, the criminal turns around, revealing Spinner's face to the girl. You are Horizon's plaything, right? Pinky takes a fighting stance as he tosses the purse aside and draws 2 combat knives. Seems like you already know the answer. Does he love you, or are you just a smokescreen so they don't realize how big a monster he is? The only monster here is the person who helps create Nomu. I'm used to being called a monster. He throws one knife at her while charging forward. She flattens her hands and presses them together, aiming her fingers at him and firing a high-pressure stream of acid. Acid stream. Spinner stops and deftly avoids the attack as it follows him, drawing smaller throwing knives and throwing them while trying to close the distance. You're not the only one who looks different, who grew up as the freak in their school, she says while taking a step to the side, avoiding a blade thrown at her. The thing is, our quirks don't make us monsters. But your attitude makes you a loser. Shut up. Spinner's anger overcomes him, pushing him through the pain and rushing toward her. The acid hit his shoulder, burning his clothes and skin but not doing severe damage, if only because Pinky is a hero. He slashes wildly with two blades, leaving a gash on her forearm as she releases acid from her boots and slides away. My clothes. Pinky yells while aiming at him again, raising the acidity of her attack. Spinner charges in again, this time the scales on his right arm and shoulder are burned away to reveal the muscle beneath, but he keeps rushing in. He reaches her and slashes her left thigh, breaking her concentration before leaping up and kneeing her in the chin. Pinky almost blacks out as she rolls back, and Spinner finally feels the searing pain ravaging his body. Arg, he grits his teeth and stumbles forward while she forces herself to stand. Whatever, I'll do whatever it takes to get my toga back, and you're the key to making Horizon release her. Hearing that, Pinky chuckles, all of this, risking your life, all for her. He was right. You are the world's biggest loser. Spinner is seething with rage as Pinky takes a combat stance again. I'd kill you for that, but you're no use to me dead, so I'll The concrete roof cracks as Battle Fist slams her enlarged hand down on him, swatting him into the roof. Knocking him out. Pinky sighs in relief, what took you so long? Stares. You're lucky I got here in time. That could have gotten bad. Actually, I was never in any danger. He was just being a jerk, as always. Pinky rolls her eyes. He even let my hero costume get damaged. If you're so whiny about that, you should have fought better. Horizon's voice surprises Battle first, drawing her attention to him, sitting at the edge of the rooftop. She then looks over at where the purse was and sees that it's gone, returned to its owner. Pinky walks up to him and pokes his chest. Most guys wouldn't sit back and watch their girlfriend fight at all. Horizon stands up, looming over her, forcing her to crane her neck to look up at him. Then it's a good thing you're just bait, right? Well, sometimes it's hard to tell. You're pretty handsy with your bait. Horizon chuckles, placing one hand on her waist, pulling her closer to him while healing her, and using his other hand to get a first grip on her ass, causing both girls to blush. Mina keeps staring at his visor, not wanting to give him a reaction. I had to make sure the bait was high quality. It had to be believable, considering my high standards. Nobody would believe it if you weren't worth stealing. Well, what do you think? She asks while leaning into him. He tightens his grip, causing her to quiver. I think it's Battle Fist interrupts him. I think I don't want to see where this is going, so can we please get out of here, or can you two get a room first? Pinky snaps out of her trance and steps away from him. Sorry, method acting. Battle Fist rolls her eyes before they all warp away. End chapter. Chapter 359, Chapter 358, War on Villains. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. Spinner groans as he stirs awake, feeling pain racking his body and dried blood on his face. His right shoulder and arm stung, lingering injuries from his fight were still present. And with each motion, his fractured bones sent jolts of pain through him. He opens his eyes and looks up, seeing the Tokyo skyline below him. Taking in the sunset on the horizon, he finally notices the chatter behind him. Sitting on the ground, thankful that he is unrestrained, he turns to see why they chose not to restrain him. He was in Horizon Tower, at the pool he'd seen on Cellophane's social media. And behind him was Horizon, sitting on a couch with Mina Ashido on his lap. Who Skinner recognized as Pinky but without her mask or jacket. Pacing back and forth behind the couch was Hantashiro, Cellophane, also not wearing his visor. And the last person Skinner glared at, Itsuka Kendo, Battle Fist, also not wearing her mask. Only Horizon seemed to care about keeping his visor on in the present company. What's going on? Spinner asks, drawing their attention to him. Mina, who was sitting on Horizon's lap, finally looked up from her phone. When you make the announcement, my follower count will drop by a lot. The fact that I trusted you to act as bait should help you keep some, Horizon says. Even after Chitose gives the full breakdown of what the plan was. Sitting on a single seat, Kendo sips her drink and nods. I'm sure Chitose will be glad this is over. She's been getting a lot of backlash for intruding on your personal life like that, especially with how adamant you've been about keeping your loved ones safe. Horizon shrugs. I figured some people would figure out it was to trap someone. After all, she is too smart simply to intrude on my personal life like that. You were trying to trap me. Spinner finally realizes, then glares at Mina. You buy. Shambles. Where did you send him? Kendo asks. Shambles. Spinner vomits up salt water as he appears at the poolside in front of them, coughing up his lungs afterward. As Spinner's lungs are burning and he's trying to breathe properly, Zero taps Horizon's shoulder. Do you have any connection Juzo and Shinso can use in Northern Europe? He asks. What country? Some place called Otheon. They tracked a few accounts for the trigger labs there. Otheon, huh? Yeah, check the vault in my room here. There should be some hard copy files on some officials from that country. Zero nods and begins walking toward Horizon's vault. Before the girls could ask questions about that, Spinner finally catches his breath. How? How'd you know it would work? He asks, desperate to make sense of this. Because you're a loser, Horizon says. Losers like you that have never had pussy before will gladly throw their life away for the first girl that likes them. Except he's an even bigger loser than that, Mina laughs, leaning back against Horizon. Cellophane said Toga didn't even say she liked you, so you did all of this just because she's the first girl who didn't directly reject you, so lame. This gets both Kendo and Horizon to laugh as well, leaving Spinner lying on the floor looking up at them. Looking at the same kind of people who have laughed at him his entire life. And you call me the villain, from where I'm sitting, you're the monsters here, you're the monster here, he says to Horizon while forcing himself to sit up. So intense, try smiling for the camera, Mina taps the side of Horizon's visor. It's recording after all. Maybe you should make a love confession for Toga, a proper one. If you behave yourself, we can show her it while you're locked up in Tartarus. You're too soft on him, Horizon says. They're in love. It'd be kind of cute if they weren't, them. Their love is impossible. Toga's dead. Mina turns to look at Horizon. Yeah, those reports about her being locked up, all bullshit. I tore the information I needed out of her brain and left her melted skull on the floor, just like I'm about to do to Spinner. Everyone is stunned to hear that. Tears form in Spinner's eyes as Mina hops off of Horizon's lap. You told me she was in Tartarus, that he was going there too. Yes, and I lied. I knew you were too good. Too painfully heroic, you'd never have helped me if you knew how this would end. You should have been honest with me, she glares at him while Spinner's tears fall to the floor. Would you have helped me? Horizon stands up and walks over to her, reaching out to take her hand. Would you have helped me protect the world from these monsters? Would you have helped me put them down? Mina feels his much larger hand cradle hers, but she keeps looking down at their feet. I don't know. No, I would never help you do this, she lied, which he easily detected via touch. Beneath his visor, Law smiles, releasing her hand to guide her chin gently and make her look up at him. You were wonderful today. Now go enjoy Horizon Tower. I have messy work to do. He nods toward the exit, and Mina begins walking away. But a moment later she rushes back toward him and hugs him, surprising both Horizon and Kendo. Next time just be honest from the start, she says before walking off, with Horizon giving her a not-so-gentle slap. Ouch. Now you're just being dramatic, Horizon says as Kendo falls into step beside Mina. After both girls leave, Horizon looks back at Spinner, seeing the men glaring up at him. Jealous. I hate you. Hate always comes from below. Horizon shrugs and returns to his seat on the couch. What are you waiting for? In response, Horizon waves his hand, and both Hawks and President Pontu appear beside him. Hawks looks around, spots Horizon, and immediately makes some space between them. While President Pontu stares down at her hands, focusing on her body. I can't even feel the warping. Of course not, it's perfect, Horizon says, then he looks at Hawks who is almost 10 feet away. What, nervous? I'm not fond of sharing the same air as you. The feeling is mutual, but you. Focus please, President Pontu says. What's the plan for him? Rip the answers out of him, then act immediately, Horizon says. I can warp to wherever his memory shows Shigaraki is and end this immediately. Won't work, Hawks says. Filthy traitor. Spinner yells. Traitor? Me. Hawks asks playfully. I'd never betray Japan by actually working with you people, he lied, which President Pontu detected. Why won't it work, and can we please gag him? Pontu asks. Horizon waves his hand, and Spinner disappears. Done. Shigaraki assumed they talked, Hawks says. He figured they wouldn't, but to be safe, he acted as if you knew everything they knew. Ugh, I hate when my targets grow a brain. So any progress you made toward finding their primary base is gone. Pretty much, and since you took Kurogiri off the board, they don't have an easy way to move between locations. So everything is through dead drops or quick calls, coded, of course. How long can you wait before informing Shigaraki that we have the information, and updating him on Toga and Spinner? Pontu asks. Anything more than a few hours and he'll be suspicious. I'll be attacking their bases and uploading everything my visor sees, so that'll be too late, Horizon says. But it should be fine. I'm about to raise the stakes for them. They can't afford not to have you on the inside after I make my declaration. And what declaration is that? Hawks asks. You'll see in a minute or two, Horizon waves his hand, sending Hawks back to Pontu's office. Now that only Horizon and Pontu were here, he looked at her. And you're sure this will be enough? You deal with the League of Villains before you graduate UA, and when you graduate, you can move to whatever country you want. With them gone, Japan can stabilize itself without you, and your parting gift, well, we'll give you whatever you want. There are only two things I want. Horizon walks back to where Spinner was while warping the men back to the poolside. Spinner blinks as his eyes painfully adjust to the light. What? Focus on me. I want to know everything you know about the League of Villains. Fuck off. Hey now, no vulgar language on camera. This is all going online later. I told you, I'll never talk. Yeah, I know. But you see, when people think about the secrets they don't want to tell, it brings them to the top of their minds. Horizon grabs Spinner's head with both hands. And that makes it so much easier since I don't have to process your entire worthless brain. Arg. Spinner's blood-curdling scream and convulsing don't bother Pontu in the least as the man bleeds from every orifice. The electricity crackling across Horizon's hands and arms connecting into Spinner's brain and flowing his memories into Horizon, and the cost of melting Spinner's brain. Moments later, Horizon drops the smoldering corpse to the floor and staggers back, holding his head. Damn, he knew a lot more than Toga. Are you alright? I'm still getting used to that backlash, he says. But now I have everything I need to begin. With that, Horizon taps the side of his visor once more, and begins streaming directly to his social media as he reaches his hand out. It's time to end the League of Villains. Shambles. Sunder appears floating before him, and in one smooth motion, Horizon grabs his sword and turns, taking a step to the northwest. Shambles. Everyone watching suddenly has their vision shift, from within a massive luxury pool area within Horizon Tower to the dark and choppy seas between Japan and Korea. Shambles. Horizon appears on the main street of Seoul, surrounded by people who instantly recognize him. As the crowd gathers, he floats above them, looking around at the high-rise buildings. People barely manage to take a few pictures before he takes another step. Shambles. He appears in an empty penthouse overlooking the city, empty and abandoned. They cleared out when Spinner went rogue. Smart. He then turns west and takes another step. Shambies. He appears at the docks, on a large cargo ship stacked with layers of shipping containers. With a wave of his hand, he uses tack to tear apart the containers and hull of the ship, revealing dormant Nomu hidden within. Shambles. He warps the crew into one shipping container, swapping them with scraps and pieces to make things easier. Then he reaches up and closes his fingers into a fist, using dozens of empty containers and crushing them into a ball around the crew. Not hurting them, but sealing them inside a metal sphere with just enough air holes to think about their life choices until he gets back. Next stop, Horizon turns northwest and takes 2 steps before arriving in Beijing. Standing just above the main street, he's once again the center of attention. Hundreds of people in the busy shopping district below take pictures as he pieces together all the memories and new information in his mind. There, he turns to another high-rise penthouse, but this time senses things inside. Shambles. He warps into the mostly empty penthouse to see a Noma standing there. The moment he arrives, it wakes up and lunges at him, sharp claws trying to shred him. Shambles. Horizon warps to the side of it, after it misses a wide slash. And punches it where the liver would be. Gamma strike. He pushes radiation through the Noma's body, causing its DNA to fall apart and the creature to degenerate and die quickly. As it's becoming a mass of irradiated meat on the floor, another Noma barrels through the wall and attacks him, aiming to pierce him with a massive steel drill growing out of the mouth on its stomach. Horizon simply warps Sunder into his hand and, using incision, casually slashes this Nomu in 2, since that's all it takes to handle a low-end Nomu. He then steps over that corpse into the connected room, where a Nomu is sitting on the ground. So massive that even while its obese humanoid form was sitting on the ground, it was taller than All Might. So, what can you do? Horizon asks, and in response, the entire Nomu begins glowing bright red. Shambles. He warps forward, resting a hand on the Nomu. Shambles. Suddenly everyone watching sees the backdrop of the star and the moon above, larger than they've ever seen before, as Horizon is in outer space with the Nomu. With a gentle push, he separates from it as the creature detonates. Shambles. He returns to the penthouse, as above Beijing people can see the bright red explosion that would have killed countless people. Horizon looks down at his hand, which has a thin layer of frost on it, and flexes his fingers, breaking the ice. Okay Shigaraki, just for that, I'm going to make it hurt for you. Horizon then turns southwest and takes 10 steps, all the way to a remote area in Cambodia. Arrived in the front yard of a small warehouse facility that's currently loading dormant Nomu into trucks. Ah, the sun is still out here. How nice, Horizon says, appreciating that Cambodia is 2 hours behind Japan. 3 of the villains see him and draw their weapons, while one tall blonde woman in a gray lab coat rushes toward the dormant Nomu in their incubation tubes. Shambles. Horizon ignores the gunfire and warps past the villains, grabbing the woman by her face and stopping her from activating the dozen Nomu. One villain reveals his right arm, a Nomu arm transplant. He punches forward and his right hand becomes a large whip, with what looks to be a sharp tooth at the end. Horizon glances at him before warping away, dropping the woman on the roof of the warehouse before appearing behind the men. He taps the men on the back, using scan to find exactly where the Nomu and human DNA meet, since they couldn't mix there had to be some cybernetics to contain it to just his arm after all. And seeing it, he simply used one hand to hold the man's left shoulder, while using LASIK to cut his right shoulder off, leaving the Nomu arm to drop to the floor, lifeless. The man screams in pain for a moment before the pain causes him to black out, but by then Horizon had already warped away. One of the other men fired a full magazine of assault rifle rounds at Horizon, operating purely on instinct, as with a clear head. He would have known better. Shambles. All the bullets swap places with pebbles and dirt behind the men, riddling his legs and arms with bullet holes, while Horizon sees the third man flying away with 2 bat wings sprouting out of his lower back. LASIK. Horizon fires 2 beams of blue energy from his eyes and just barely moves his head, cutting the man's wings off along with one arm. The man falls nearly 50 feet into the dry dirt below, likely breaking his legs and many other bones. But Horizon turns to the scientist on the roof. Shambles. She appears in front of him, stumbling backward and almost falling before he grabs her. She panics and begins pleading, in Dutch, non-combatant. Non-combatant. I'm a researcher only. A researcher, he asks, speaking her language perfectly. Then you are the most dangerous of them all, because you create Nomu. No, I only oversee the machinery, keeping them stable, no more. I don't do genetic research. TCH, then you're of no use to me, but wait here until I'm done copying all the data from this place. Yes, yes. I will wait, she nods excitedly. Good, hold this. Hold wa, ahhhhh, she screams as thunder pierces her chest, then he uses the blade to lift her into the air and pins her here there with the floating sword. The blade pierced her chest, through her lung, and out through her back. She feels the burning sensation and desperation of drowning in her blood, while gravity tried its best to pull the naginata through her petite body by ripping apart her chest cavity. Gah, ah, ugh, she can't even form words as blood continuously pours out of her mouth, desperately trying to reach out and grab Horizon as he steps back. I cloaked Sunder in enough energy to keep you alive for a few minutes like that, long enough for me to finish up here, long enough for you to wish you took a different job, Horizon says before walking away. Leaving the villains in so much pain they wish he'd simply killed them. However, because he is trespassing in this country, he cannot simply kill people without some measure of approval from the governing body. Therefore, the only reason they are suffering is because Horizon is following the rules. Because that's what heroes do. End chapter. Chapter 360, Chapter 359, Devils and Details. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. October 17th, 10 p.m. Sitting in a small, dimly lit bedroom, Shigaraki carefully reads from a large stack of notes. He carefully reads and takes notes, highlighting everything he can use while pacing the room. After a few more minutes, he looks up, gazing at the clock before walking to the window and peeking through the curtains. He squints and quickly looks away from the beautiful beach outside, a hallmark of the Ogasawara Islands, sitting just on the edge of Japan's borders to the southeast. Far enough to evade Horizon while hiding under his nose. Stupid bird, always late, Shigaraki grumbles while grabbing some of his notes, files, and laptop. He then walks out of the bedroom into the small living room, sits at the table, and turns on his laptop. It's time to end the League of Villains, he hears Horizon say, then immediately mutes the video. The video shows Spinner's corpse for just a moment, and Shigaraki pauses on that frame. He inspects the image, compares it to his notes, and then continues the video. Observing the 100th time as Horizon warps to Korea. He pauses again, double-checking his notes and quickly doing some math, then continues as Horizon warps about, destroying Nomu and capturing villains. Finally getting to the self-destruction Nomu, and pausing when Horizon warps it into space. He stops and takes a few notes, then opens up a map on his laptop, and takes some more notes. That's a big circle, Shigaraki mutters as the front door finally opens. Yo. Brought food. Hawk says as he walks into the room, holding a bag of boxed lunches. Figured you'd like it since you haven't been in Japan for a while. You're late, Shigaraki says as he continues taking notes, all while Hawk sits in the chair opposite him. It's part of my style. Anyway, I'm late because I got you some intel you'll want to use. How good? Shigaraki looks up as Hawks takes a few files out of his jacket. Hard copy. Handwritten, which was a pain in the ass, but I couldn't exactly go print a copy after stealing from Pontu's office. Shigaraki pushes his computer aside and grabs the notes, excitedly reading them. Yeah, she only has these in hard copy, so I figured putting them on anything connected to the internet would trigger the alarm bells, Hawks says as he eats. Autopsy reports, Shigaraki mutters. Spinner and Toga, but dead, killed by Horizon. They showed Spinner, but Toga. He killed her with, what the hell is bioelectric mimicry? He zaps their brain and copies the patterns or something, downloading their memories, melts the brain through. Yeah, clearly, it is said that the brain was fried in places. That's why I called and told you to bail on whatever plans and safe houses you had. If they knew it, now Horizon does too, Hawk says as Shigaraki keeps rereading the intel. He's not pleasant to be around right now. How bad is it? Shigaraki asks while glancing over at his little Nomu, Shurji, who will alert him of any lies. I fed them some bullshit about you having connections in the Democratic Alliance of North Africa. Horizon and his team have been painting that place red the past 2 weeks. Will they get anything? A new trail heading to South America. I fed Pontu some shitty intel, but it looks authentic enough, and gets him far enough from Japan for you to stay here for a while longer. And what did he learn that made my contacts all turned on me? Wasn't me, Hawks raises his hands in surrender. The intel I give doesn't lead to that, but Team Horizon is a lot more competent than we gave them credit for. Cellophane is taking down entire groups of villains with Horizon's brand of justice, minus the excessive murders. And Simon is collecting intel like crazy. But Mudman, he's the problem. He's a good detective, annoyingly good. He found your supply line and sent word to the villains. Sent them a nice long list and gave them until the first day of next year to hand you in. Otherwise, Horizon would come for all of them. And whoever turns you in, he'll skip. That kid is dangerous and knows how to seed chaos. That's why everyone turned on you so quickly. He isn't much of a fighter, but Tsukimi is always with him, so that hardly matters. Your former intern. Yeah, and he's a lot stronger now. Most pro heroes can't handle him. Why'd you split from him anyway? Horizon and I have some history. I used Tsukimi to get intel from him. Like the kid, but then things got worse and Horizon realized what I was doing. Do you finally trust me enough to tell me why Horizon hates you? Hawks shrugs, bad first impression. He holds grudges. Right, well, that explains why you're helping me bring him down instead of arresting me. You're the lesser evil, Hawks scoffs. Hell, even All for One would be the lesser evil. So now what? We're friends. Until Horizon is dead, then things get difficult. Shigaraki sighs and opens one of the bento boxes. How are the other countries reacting? They aren't, Hawks says as Shigaraki eats. Nobody wants to step on Horizon's toes with the first shipments of Panacea leaving in 3 weeks. But Pontu told him not to kill any villains overseas, and he's been following that order. As much as he complains about it. I'd imagine collecting intel is harder when you can't rip apart someone's brain. At least you don't have to worry about that. She wants you alive. Me. Why? She mentioned it would be a moral victory, but that can't be it. Shigaraki sits back in his chair and thinks about it for a moment, leaving Hawks to eat in silence. Moral victory doesn't make sense, Shigaraki says. Toga, a 16-year-old girl, that would have been a more moral victory, right? Classic victim story. I'm considered beyond saving, so that objective isn't the problem. Then what is? Shigaraki snaps his fingers. The bonus. What? When Horizon captures a villain, the bonus is the intel. So I must know something she doesn't want Horizon to rip out of my brain. Do you? Not that I'm aware of, otherwise I would have used it. But she thinks you know something. No, Shigaraki says. She thinks I know something that I wouldn't tell my friends, otherwise she wouldn't let him tear apart Himiko and Spinner. Hawk stops eating and looks up at Shigaraki, suspiciously. No, there is only one thing I can think of you using that would make Horizon even more dangerous. What is it? Something worth me dying to protect, Hawk says. I'm here to put Horizon down before he cracks the world in half. Giving you that intel, nah, that would break down his kingdom. And the only thing keeping him from flipping the table is the fact that his little pro-hero game is still going. And whatever Pontu promised him. Shigaraki smiles. Good, that means Pontu is serious about not letting him get into my head. That buys me more time. Not much, so, do you have a plan? Did you get what I need? Last page, Hawk says, and Shigaraki flips to the last page of the file and begins reading. Pontu's job is protecting the public from pro-heroes, means she has files about whom to deploy if one of our own goes rogue. And who to deploy depending on the type of quirk the target has. What's your file say? Fire, armor, basic power type quirks, Hawks shrugs. The interesting thing is that Horizon is considered a universal countermeasure. Yeah. And what's in his file? Shigaraki says before getting to the end of the page. Never mind. Seriously. One line. Star and Stripe, Lightshot. Who the hell is Lightshot? Some assassin Pontu thinks can take down Horizon. She assigned a team to make sure she knows where he is at all times, ensuring he was kept away from Horizon at all times, and if he came anywhere near Japan, she'd give Horizon a warning. Never heard of him. Well, the only famous assassin was Arsenal, but most don't treat collateral damage body counts like a high score in a video game, so that makes sense. What can he do? No idea, all I know is they built a deep dark prison in the middle of a mountain to contain him. Okay, I'll make some arrangements to get him here, but the other thing, the window. Hawks nods. What are you planning to do with it? Make a play and lower his guard. How? Depends on how big a window I have to act. You have two options, Hawks says. He spends 2 hours every day in the Panacea facility. During that time he's focused, but it's here in Japan and any play we make will be extra risky. And the second option? I could send him somewhere across the world, give you a bit more time before his phone rings. How far doesn't matter for his response time. But it'll be easier for them to place the signal blocker if he's far away, at least 1,000 kilometers away. Blocker. Signal blocker in UA. Dabi wants Shoto dead. Twice wants to go get Kurogiri, and I'll be sending Compress to capture Nizu. Hawks choked on his food. Nizu, are you crazy? No, and I don't expect him to succeed. I trade twice for Kurogiri, but, in the worst-case scenario. They captured twice, Compress, and Dabi, leaving you as the last man standing. Then what? Then Horizon feels comfortable enough for us to make a play with Lightshot to take him out. After that, we go back to playing our intended roles. I haven't felt like a proper hero in years, but are you capable of sacrificing your friends? Dabi doesn't care about living, just killing the Todorokis. Compress wants the challenge of stealing the most valuable thing, and he figures kidnapping the person Horizon holds most dear would qualify. And Twice doesn't care about anything but hurting the people who killed Toga. So they're all set for a suicide mission. The question is, are you willing to let me attack UA? Hawks thinks about it for a moment, then nods. What you read in those files is nothing compared to what Horizon is doing to people as we speak. He's pissed, like, beyond pissed. Putting him on a wild goose chase was bad, but now that no government in the world will stand up to him. The leverage he has with the Panacea is too much. Do whatever you have to do, because if this is his way of making the world more peaceful. I don't want to see what he's like when playing the hero gets boring. Shigaraki nods in agreement, then turns the laptop for Hawks to see what he was working on, sliding his notes across the table. What the hell is this supposed to be? Hawks asks, seeing lines connecting Japan, Korea, Beijing, and a few other places, with dashes in the lines. His estimated range, assuming Hand of God works how I think it does. And how would that be? Like a big fucking circle, about 1,000 kilometers wide, assuming it forms with him in the middle. Jesus Christ, Hawks looks at the notes in awe. Jesus wouldn't let someone like him have power like this. But I will say, as usual, Horizon was right. About what? Well, if I'm right about the range of his quirk. Then he was just being honest when he said the more you understand his quirk, the more hopeless fighting him seems. End chapter. Happy anniversary. Yesterday, January 21st made it exactly 4 years since I started writing. Look how far we've come. Chapter 361, Chapter 360, Running in Circles. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. Somewhere in northern Africa, October 23, 10 p.m. What are you eating? Simon asked Cellophane while holding a restrained man's head underwater. They strapped the men to a table that tilted slightly, enabling them to submerge his head in the water barrel at will. While the man struggles and all his friends look on, gagged and bound, broken limbs and battered bodies in this abandoned warehouse, Cellophane takes another bite of a tasty treat. They call it, hashi, I think, Cellophane says. You just got back from buying food and you don't remember what it's called? I bought it from a little shop, plus I can't read Arabic. Simon rolls his eyes, then pulls the man out of the water so he can take a breath. Gah, the man desperately gulps down the air. You fucking animals. Doesn't mean much coming from the supervisor of a Noma storage facility. What's the name of that food? What? The man asks, still speaking Arabic, not looking at Simon with a confused expression. That. Simon twists the man's head and points at Cellophane's snack. That's hawashi, it. Great, Simon cuts him off, quickly switching back to Japanese. It's hawashi. That's what the guy said. Cellophane takes another bite. It's like a burger and a taco had a baby, and it's delicious. I feel like every country has one of those foods, anyway. Simon switches back to Arabic and looks to the men again. Where did the equipment and Nomu from this facility get transported to? We know they cleaned it out a few days ago, so tell us where and we won't cut off your legs. I swear, I don't KN. Simon dips the man under the water again and walks away, leaving him to struggle. Did you bring me anything to drink? Simon asks as he walks over to Cellophane, who tosses him a bottle of water. Coconut water. Oh, that's why it costs so much. Simon shakes his head, pointing at the label. Learn to read Arabic, please. You learn to speak Portuguese. We aren't in Brazil, we're in. Did you get anything from them? Horizon asks after suddenly appearing in the room, scaring the criminals. Nope, same story as last time, Simon says. They paid these guys to shuffle the gear between sites and not ask questions. They're playing shell games. Or something worse. What do you think? Cellophane asks Horizon. Worse, for it to be a shell game, the prize has to be in play, otherwise, it's a scam. And if it is a scam? Horizon walks over to the drowning man, who slowly stops struggling and rests his hand on the man's chest, releasing a steady stream of healing energy into the man, causing him to struggle again. If it is a scam, that means Shigaraki knows something we don't. Which would be where he is, Simon says. But that's already established in the game we started playing, so he knows something we don't know that he knows. Like what we know, Cellophane says. So we have a spy in our operation. And I can't rip the answers out of these people to figure it out, not that I'd expect them to know anything since the spy would be on our side. Horizon pulls the man out of the water. The man immediately vomits up all the water from his lungs while Horizon walks away. We have 2 more raids in this city before we move out. You joining us? Simon asks. Nope, Mudman and Tsukuyomi are ready to come home, and I don't want to leave them in Brussels much longer. Are you healing that guy while you're over there? Simon asks. What was his name again, Lightning Wolf? Close enough, Lion Surge. Horizon chuckles. And yeah, I'll be passing by to cure him. They'll be happy to have their number 1 back on his feet. Well, we should be able to hit the next 2 sites tonight. What do you have planned for tomorrow? I'll be back when I'm done and we can hit the last safe house together, then we'll move on to where the next intel drop points us. Hopefully somewhere I can speak the language, Cellophane says as he picks through his food. I don't think I said no sauce properly. Just learn Arabic, Horizon says. Exactly what I said. Look, I already know 5 languages, and that was hard enough. Plus, everyone else on the team speaks it. So I'm covered, Cellophane says before taking a bite of his food. Now, don't you have somewhere to be? Whatever, contact me if anything important happens, Horizon says before warping away. Simon, Cellophane, and all the villains enjoy the silence for a moment after Horizon leaves. Then Simon turns to his friend. Just learn. Shut up. 1 hour later. He's your intern, you handle him, President Pontu says while walking toward her office. Endeavor is behind her, looking annoyed, and Hawks is amused as always. He hasn't been at my hero agency since before the Gigantomachi. You talk to him more than I do since then. Not my problem, Pontu says. My only concern is him not causing an international incident. I bet Fuyumi could make him listen, Hawks says, nudging Endeavor with his elbow. What are you implying? Endeavor's flames grow hotter for a moment. We monitor the phone use of every top pro hero and their family, Pontu says. Fuyumi and Horizon talk every other day or so. We think she likes him. How did she get his number? Burnin, Hawks giggles. That damn girl. Endeavor's flames go blue for a moment before they reach the office door. Horizon seems loose but at least you don't have to worry about her catching a. Hawks shuts up as Endeavor glares at him. I'll stop talking now. Good choice, Pontu says before opening the door and leading them into her office. As the door closes behind them, she turns to see Horizon sitting in her chair with his feet up, typing on her computer. What are you doing? Checking emails. Use your phone. Checking your emails, Horizon says while gesturing for them to sit. Pontu sits across from him in one of the guest's chairs while Endeavor leans against the wall and Hawks hovers in the air. Hacking into my account and reading confidential files could be considered treason. Well then, luckily, I didn't hack into anything. I just used your password. How do you know my password? If you use a keyboard or touch screen, then I know your password, Horizon says. That goes for you and anyone around me while my quirk is active. If I can tell when blades of grass move, I can easily tell where people put their fingers on a screen. And what are you hoping to get? Just some verification, you're clean, he says while waving his hand, and they both swap places. Pontu takes a moment to adjust while Horizon still has his feet up. Well, you're clean enough, or as much as I need you to be. And who do you think isn't, she asks. Someone within the Hero Public Safety Commission advanced team. I'll have to question them personally. Yeah, the only other people who know about my constant whereabouts are my team, Nizu, and Horizon gestures to Endeavor and Hawks. Pontu sighs. Endeavor, Hawks, are either of you helping the villains in any way? No, Endeavor says. No, Hawks lies, unaware of Pontu's quirk. There, now at least you know you can trust us, Pontu says. How do you want to proceed? By cutting anyone who isn't essential out. Hawks brings the data. I act. No alerting foreign governments or internal teams, just data and action. That goes directly against the agreement we have with the other nations. They'll get over it, Horizon says. All that matters is the progress. And keeping to the remaining rules of engagement, you remember those, right? Horizon takes his feet off the desk. Unfortunately, I do. Don't kill any foreign nationals, minimum collateral damage. And that's all, he lies, playfully. No hurting politicians. TCH, stupid rule, Horizon grumbles and folds his arms. Quit pouting. Endeavor yells. Are you dating my daughter? What? No. She keeps annoying me to ask about Shoto. Is that all? Endeavor asks. Do you really think I want to join your chaotic family? Horizon asks. Endeavor just glares at him, but Hawks chuckles, noticing he didn't answer Endeavor's question. Speaking of Endeavor's family, I have a new lead that could lead to Dobby, Hawks says. Where? Somewhere in South America, Hawks says. I'm working on getting more details right now, but Dobby was in charge of a lab in that region. But if we want to catch him, I should keep things between the people in this room, right? Exactly, Horizon says. What are you going to do to him? Endeavor asks. Horizon swivels around in his seat to face him, ignoring the mix of concern and shame on Endeavor's face. Well, what I want to do is rip his head off, but I told you I'd do my best to lock him in a box for you to have a chat. So I'm forced to do that instead. I appreciate it. How much? Enough to have you signed as my intern, even after your court case. Hawks grins, enough to let him date Fuyumi. Endeavor scoffs. She's an adult. She can date whoever she wants. Maybe I should. An intense heat fills the room, stopping Hawks's words. Never mind. Well, as much as I'd love to see you roast Hawks, I have stuff to do. I just got back from Brussels and now I'm heading back to Africa. I'll send you the new data as soon as I get it, Hawks says. Just remember to skip the middleman, Horizon says before warping away. Hawks breathes a sigh of relief. You know, I think he's warming up to me. Ponta looks at him as if he's an idiot. Do you really believe that? Nah, he's waiting for me to drop out of the top 10, then he'll probably kill me. What the hell did you even do to him? Endeavor asks. Nothing personal. I was just doing my job, but maybe I got chatty sometimes. This meeting is over, both of you, out, Ponta says. I have work to do. With that, Endeavor walks out the door, hastily calling Fuyumi to get some answers. While Hawks soars out the window and into the city. Taking out his phone, he connects it to his headset and unmutes his mic. Did you get all of that? Yeah, Shigaraki says through the phone. Give me 2 days and I can set up a better trail. It'll take him from Chile to Canada. He'll find enough to think he's getting closer. That will be their chance to attack UA. MHM. Do you think we need any more modifications to the plan, maybe to better account for his team? I'll call you later. Oh, right. He can probably listen in, or read your lips somehow. We'll talk later. Have fun. I'll update you when things are in place. The most important thing is getting the jammer into Musudafa while he's away, but that should be easy with you inside. End chapter. Chapter 362, Chapter 361, Final Plans. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. Japan, October 25, 10 a.m. Standing in a massive warehouse, Horizon is on the 3rd floor, leaning against the railing. Beside him is President Pontu, and below them is the open floor filled with stacks of reinforced shipping containers. The large doors opened, revealing the runway outside, and a few planes loaded with containers. One of the foreign pro heroes walks around, checking the containers before loading them and leaving Japan. A few others from different countries wait to do the same, feeling the immense pressure and trust their nation has placed on their shoulders by assigning them the task of securing this delivery. How much is all of this worth? Pontu asks. Depends. Each container has enough to cure 200,000 people. How much is that worth? All things considered, not much, she says. That's not the answer you're supposed to say. I'm a security director, not a politician. I make these decisions often. Is this the part where you ask me to charge for the panacea? No, I was merely curious about how much the current supply is worth. But as you said, we can't put a price on human life. True, but the people can decide that for us. We just control the supply and let them bid. And if they break the containers in transit? Pontu asks, noticing how carefully everyone moves the containers. Do you replace them? No, every country gets a set amount, depending on the population. They're responsible for transportation and security. They get one shipment annually. Eventually, one of these countries may attack another for their supply. What then? Then I make an example of them, and they get nothing for 2 years, Horizon says. Examples must be made, and painful lessons are easy to remember. Geopolitical instability is the inevitable outcome. This could be disastrous. Horizon chuckles. An entire world begging for me to help them. What could be bad about that? I'm not even going to humor that question. You're no fun. The bunker has enough for 2 more years after we send out this shipment, but people will want more. Not to mention the headache of distribution to the civilians, the politics of who gets to be first in line for treatment, and a million other things. Yes, I'm aware. She shakes her head. Japan has a relatively unlimited supply and we still have problems deciding who takes the highest priority, and everyone is always upset. Imagine how that'll be when I leave. Is there a version of this where I don't have to? She asks, looking at him. He glances over at her momentarily, then focuses on the crates again. No. Bad memories. And half the population of Japan still hates me. 23%, we take weekly surveys, she says. You dropped a city on itself. After all, killing 500,000 people has negative lasting effects. Yeah, and all it took was me saving the world and making a miracle cure to get it that low, not to mention dropping the national crime rate below 0.2%, ungrateful fucks. No one has ever accused the public of being smart, that's why we decide for them. Whatever, that's not even the worst thing I've done. Really. Don't worry about it. You just deal with the public. That part isn't my job. Technically, it isn't my job either. My job is to manage the pro-heroes of Japan, to manage you. Horizon shakes his head, as if getting an unpleasant taste out of his mouth. It still feels weird when people call me that, he says. Because it's a lie. Because it feels like there is some truth to it. That's new, Pontu thinks as she doesn't detect any lies. Speaking of going to new places, Ryuko. Horizon stiffens for a moment. Be specific. The cat. What about her? She's scheduled to return to Japan in a few days, but someone extended her vacation multiple times beforehand. Just say what you mean. Do you want to dispatch another security team to guard her? No, my people can handle it. Besides, I'd rather not have your people that close to her. I'd never use her against you, Pontu says. You barely have a heart. I don't want to threaten it. I have no intention of experiencing that side of you. Good, because I'm not sure what I'd do if you crossed that line, he says, and she's surprised by the uncertainty in his voice. But it would be historic. We almost had a pleasant conversation, but you just had to ruin it. Well, this is the part where I stop pretending to be pleasant. Horizon leans back against the railing, now facing her. I received the intel from Hawks. And I found the person it points toward, but he's a judge, in Chile. You can't kill a judge. You can't even touch a foreign public official. Cellophane and Simon should be kidnapping him right now. So you aren't asking for permission, but for forgiveness. No, I'm giving you a heads up, because I'm about to do everything within my power to get the answers out of him, without killing him, so you need to get started on the apology letters. For the record, I am ordering you not to kidnap, assault, and torture this man. Yeah, I'll call you before I start any more fires. You should contact Hawks when you arrive. He's still spying on them, and if they see your team take this man, Shigaraki could panic and reveal more information. I'll call him, now, I need to get out of here. They just got him to the safe house. Horizon warps away, leaving Pontu along on the walkway to observe the shipments being loaded. Hopefully, this reveals more of the cards they're playing so I can properly adjust, or perhaps it will outright end the game, Pontu thinks as she hopes for the best. Elsewhere. Sitting on a moldy couch with his feet up in an abandoned airplane hangar, Dabi idly scrolls on his phone while Mr. Compress and Twice, the original body, sit at a small table nearby playing cards. Standing along the opposite wall are 3 Nomu, one of which has a massive antenna protruding from its back. And just outside the hangar is a cargo helicopter, fully stocked and ready for flight. Dabi's phone rings, and he immediately answers, all but leaping out of his seat. Yeah, is it time? He asks. It's time, Shigaraki says, and Dabi waves Twice and Mr. Compress over. How long do we have? Dabi asks while walking toward the helicopter. Twice falls into step beside him while Mr. Compress directs the Nomo to board with them before getting into the pilot's seat. My source says Horizon and his team are all in Chile right now. He'll get enough intel to lead him to Canada next. And we're sure he won't pop back over to Japan for a little checkup. I'm sure, the intel is time sensitive, Shigaraki says as they all strap in. You have as long as you can protect that Nomo. That will be plenty of time. The range on it should allow us to place it within Musurafu and still jam the signals in UA. Good, and remember, I won't be able to contact you until this is over. I know, and I'm not concerned about what happens after. Dabi ends the call as the engines start. So, what did he say? Twice asks. Horizon is far away, so once we block the signals, we've got all the time we need to play. It's a shame we couldn't bring more Nomu, Twice says. Him being able to sense everything is such a jerk move. I thought villains were supposed to have the cheat codes. Haven't you seen the news lately? Mr. Compress asks as they ascend into the air. Horizon is a villain. The only difference is the people cheer for him. Doesn't matter, just stick to the plan, Dabi says, looking directly at Twice. Don't get carried away, got it? Yes sir, Twice salutes him. All I have to do is use my quirk on the attack Nomu to create a distraction, then go find Kurogiri in the main building. That's our escape route, so let nothing distract you, Mr. Compress says. I'll be making a name for myself by stealing the most valuable thing in the world. Principal Nizu, come get me as soon as you're done with Kurogiri. On the roof, right? Twice asks, and Mr. Compress nods. What about you, Dabi? Don't bother coming back for me. Just get out of there. I'm on a different type of mission. With that, Dabi takes out his phone and sets a timer to automatically upload some documents. He then leans back and closes his eyes, smiling, thinking about the aftermath of the pain and death he aims for. End chapter. Currently using feedback to trim some parts of the story. If anyone has more feedback, please let me know. I'm always trying to improve, smiley face. Chapter 363, Chapter 362, Suicide Mission. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. We're approaching Musurafu, everyone ready? Mr. Compress asks from the pilot's seat. In the distance, the port of Musurafu was now visible as they approached from the water. Dabi turned toward the front of the helicopter, barely seeing Yue atop its hill overlooking the city as he stretched his limbs. Most of them should be at lunch right about now, perfect timing, they'll be disorganized, Twice says. Lots of chaos, makes it easier to get to Kurogiri. Whatever, just send one of your doubles to find me if you locate Shoto, Dabi says as he snaps his fingers. The Nomu at the back of the helicopter wakes up and turns to him as they fly above the city. Activate, block all signals, Dabi commands, and the creature obeys. The metal antenna protruding from its back sparks to life and the trio hear static in their ears. Right, now all signals are blocked so nobody, including us, can call for help. There's no going back now. He gets up from his seat and walks to the front of the helicopter, leaning against the back of Mr. Compress's seat. If I get too close they'll probably shoot us down, how do you want to do this? Mr. Compress asks. I need to split off from the two of you to go get Nizu, so where you start, I'll be in the other direction. Take me to the front gate, this is a smash and grab type mission, you keep that stealth crap for yourself. Time for some action. Twice yells. I'm so excited. And so scared. Endeavor, Dad, today you'll suffer, Dabi thinks, narrowing his gaze at Yue. I'll make you watch me kill your precious, perfect Cray. Dabi's eyes widen as the helicopter disappears from around them, leaving them falling through the sky. Dabi manifests blue flames in both hands and spins in the air, looking around for any sign of Horizon while Mr. Compress reaches out to grab Twice. He's not here. Is he at UA? No, Shigaraki said they confirmed he was in Chile. Something is wrong, Dabi thinks as he looks down, seeing that both Mr. Compress and Twice are closer to the ground than he is. They were all directly above the city, hundreds of feet above the ground, so he nosedives toward them, propelled by blue flames. As he does so, Mr. Compress reaches out to grab Twice, trying to make them easier for Dabi to save. But moments before they make contact, both villains disappear. Dabi instantly adjusts his flames and slows his descent to hover in the air. You bastard! Dabi screams, looking around and not seeing Horizon anywhere. Where the he? Dabi is shocked as he suddenly appears atop Yue, standing in front of Horizon. Before he can react, Horizon buries a fist in his gut, knocking the air out of his lungs and almost bringing up his breakfast. Dabi responds by using that massive exhale to release a stream of blue fire, only for his throat to burn as it's suddenly flooded with water. His eyes barely catch any light as he's nearly 10 meters deep in the ocean, cold water all around him quickly flooding his lungs. Dabi shuts his mouth and begins frantically swimming to the surface, desperate to get some air while his head is spinning. But after a few feet, his brain demands air. And his mouth opens. His body instinctively breathes in and his lungs are lit ablaze by salt water flooding it. The pain stalls him for a moment before he pushes through it and fights his way to the surface, his vision darkening, but the pain keeps him awake until he feels air when his hand breaches the surface. Gah! He desperately breathes in as his head gets out of the water. Then immediately vomits up all the salt water in his lungs. He pants a few times before looking around, only seeing open water around him, not even the islands of Japan in sight. Where the he? He suddenly finds himself back at his starting point beneath the water. And for what would certainly not be the last time, the process starts all over again. However, while Dabi is undergoing his torturous loop, in Musudafu Square, Horizon is sitting patiently on a bench with two still beating hearts beside him. On the ground in front of him are Mr. Compress and Twice, both slowly waking up, and at the edges of the plaza are the civilians, watching, and taking pictures and videos of the entire event. When the villains finally wake up, they sit up to see Mudman standing beside Horizon. The Nomu weren't anything special, just some basic ones, Mudman says. I'm guessing their plan was to use Twice and overwhelm us with numbers. Not sure why he had to be here in person though. Probably so he could make a full copy of their target, since he doesn't know anything too specific about Kurogiri. Maybe that was a limiting factor. Ah, that makes sense, Mudman says. Do you need me for anything else? I'd like to get back to Chile now. With that, Horizon waves his hand and Mudman disappears. Japan to Chile? Mr. Compress thinks. No, he would have easily found Horizon by now. Kurogiri might have been turned against us somehow, or we're missing some important details here. Ah, my head hurts, Twice says as he takes in his surroundings. Don't worry, that won't last, Horizon says, pulling their attention onto him. Can we at least stand? Mr. Compress asks. I don't see why not, you can't activate your quirks without these either way, he gestures to their hearts on the bench. Both villains weakly stand and look around, seeing all the people taking pictures of them. What is this? Twice asked. You want us to do a dance for the crowd or something? Why would? Twice begins dancing, surprising Horizon. You could have warped us into a cell, but you didn't, why? Mr. Compress asks. Because I need you to deliver a message to Shigaraki. Huh, what kind of message? Twice asks, only for Horizon to nod toward the cameras. His shoulders slump as realization dawns on him. Oh. You'd do this in front of your sheep? Mr. Compress asks. You'd show them what kind of monster you really are. In all the worst ways, Horizon says. I'm the man who brought peace to Japan and gave the panacea to the world. I can do whatever I want, because the people who hate me also want the treasures I bring, so they're sure as hell not going to try getting rid of me. If you expect us to grovel and beg, then think again. Twice yells. We're the League of Villains, and we'll never surrender or turn on each other. That's right, and we'll go down fighting. Mr. Compress says as they both leap back. They did so the moment Horizon moved a hand, and a second later Sunder appeared. The blade was already free and pointed toward them, the sword floating in the air. Dancing sword. The weapon flies forward and spins, cutting Twice's forearm but narrowly missing Mr. Compress. The man tries to run around it but his mask freezes in place, causing him to effectively ram his face into a solid wall. Ah, he groans before falling backward, his mask remaining in the air. As he gets up, the sword spins and slashes the back of Twice's kneecaps. Ah. Twice screams as he falls onto his back. Horizon reaches forward and seemingly grabs the air, then makes a pulling motion. He uses tact to control Twice's costume and pull the villains toward him, bringing the men to skid to a stop in front of him. Twice is looking up as Horizon leans forward in his seat, looming over him. He tries to move, but he's already lost so much blood and Horizon is controlling every part of his suit, particularly his belt and reinforced gloves, locking him in place. If you want to live, this is your chance, Horizon says. Tell me where Shigaraki is and what he's planning. I'll never tell you anything. Twice yells in his face. I know, Horizon reaches forward and casually takes off Twice's mask. He sees the plain-looking man with a scar in the middle of his head and grabs his face. I know you wouldn't talk. But it's so much easier to get useful information when it's at the top of your mind, like when you're thinking about it. Or thinking about trying to not think about it. With that, he grabs Twice's head with both hands and releases a controlled current. Mr. Compress tries to get up and help his friend, but Sunder stabs him in the shoulder. The massive blade runs him through, all the way to the hilt before raising him off the ground. But he barely even registered the pain, for so overwhelming was the sight of what his friend was suffering. Twice screams for a moment before his voice breaks, the pain having pushed his vocal cords to the point of rupturing in a fraction of a second. Mr. Compress and the onlookers are horrified as Horizon slowly moves his hands away while keeping his palms facing Twice. They see the electricity dancing between his palms and the villain's skull, burning and frying the flesh and hair. Flesh pops and bursts as the body convulses. The ears, nose, eyes, and mouth bleed profusely as massive burns spread across the skull before his eyes popped. The horrific sight along with the scent of burning flesh causes many onlookers to throw up, simply praying for it to end. And moments later, Twice's corpse crumples to the floor. Man, that was annoying. Multiple voices in one head, and he barely knew anything useful. Horizon rubs the back of his visor and leans back into his seat. While holding onto the hilt of Sunder to ease his pain, Mr. Compress snarls at Horizon. What the hell did you do to him? Bioelectric mimicry. It lets me copy the electrical patterns in your brain, and since your brain is like a drop of water compared to the ocean of processing that's mine, I get all the memories at the top of your mind when I do it. All without picking up your personality traits. But I need some more practice before I can perform it without killing my target. I mean, honestly, you should have seen what it did to Spinner and Toga. Their skulls looked like charcoal when I was done. He gestures to Twice's body. This is honestly a big improvement. Mr. Compress winces in pain as Sunder lowers for him to stand. How is that even possible? What kind of thing are you? This kind of thing, Horizon says. And much to the surprise of everyone, he removes his visor, allowing it to collapse into a more compact form before he rests that on the bench. Then he reaches for the mask he always wears beneath it and begins removing that too. End chapter. Chapter 364, Chapter 363, 3 Failed Legacies. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. What the hell are you? Mr. Compress asks, now dropped onto the floor and looking up at Horizon. Power, was Horizon's only response. Taking a relaxed posture in his seat and looking up at the sky. His head was shrouded in thick blue energy vapor, rising high like a flame before dispersing and falling to the ground all around the plaza. The civilians who'd still been shocked from witnessing Twice's death now felt the cool sensation of his healing energy reaching them. All around the plaza the few trees and potted plants grew at a visible rate, drinking in the energy and expanding exponentially until their roots broke their containers and the stone floor. This isn't right, Mr. Compress says as he looks around, clutching his wound that's also rapidly healing. How do you have a quirk like this? A quirk that seems designed to heal the world. And you're just the worst. That same stupid question. People always ask, why are you like this, and what does it take to be Horizon? As if you could ever get it. I became a necessity before I became Horizon. Can't be Horizon if the world can afford to replace you. TCH, so just because they need you, you get to be a piece of shit. Well, from where you're kneeling I see why you'd think that. But I'm just being myself. Horizon laughs loud enough that even the onlookers can hear it. A laugh of arrogance and confidence, absolute certainty in himself. And even his most loyal supporters felt a chill run down their spine. Mr. Compress looks around, taking in all the cameras recording what would surely be his death, and before he could truly wrap his mind around it. This is everything you wanted, right, Atsuhiro Seiko? His attention snaps back to Horizon. I have Twice, Spinner, and Toga's memories. I know you, and I know that you're just some attention-starved street magician trying to pass yourself off as a master thief. Like your grandfather was. Then you know how much our dreams mean to us. How much continuing the legacy of my family means to me, to us. Yeah, but we're all failures in that department. Horizon waves his hand and an unconscious, bone-drenched Dottie appears beside Mr. Compress. Dobby. What did you do to him? Fire users don't do well underwater. Pretty surprising, huh? Why are you doing this? Mr. Compress asks. Just get it over with already. I was just giving my brain a chance to cool down, and sending a little message to Shigaraki. I can't rapidly rip memories out of people one after another because I haven't mastered that technique yet. Mr. Compress looks over at Dobby who is starting to wake up, and can't find a fraction of hope in this situation. I do have to ask one thing, for the official record, Horizon says as he gets up and walks over to the villain. You people attacked UA and declared war on Hero Society before you knew I existed. So, if you had more information, if you knew about me, would you have changed anything? Mr. Compress doesn't have to think about it. Even as Horizon walks beside him and palms his head, the question rings hollow. Because they've been asking themselves this for over a year, and the answer is always the same. No, he says. I would go back and be a hero, because the world doesn't have enough heroes. And I don't think they'll ever have enough for what comes next. Oh, and what's that? Whatever the hell you are, because it's only a matter of time before you cross a line that people can't tolerate. And who will save them from you? Horizon looks down at the villains, and while the people watching live wait for his response. He instead simply rips the memories out of the villain's skull, gruesomely killing him and leaving his corpse beside Twice. Shambles. His mask and visor appear back on his head, sealing away his healing energy from leaking out. He shakes his head a few times and takes a deep breath, allowing people to see him visibly relax, maintaining the illusion. I should leave these two morons here for a while, just to hammer in the message. Horizon thinks while stepping over Mr. Compress's corpse. He walks over to Dobby and flips him over with his foot. The villain begins coughing up even more water. Dobby barely opens his eyes in time to see Horizon's boot rocket toward his face before everything goes black. Minutes later he stirs awake, feeling a numbness in his body and having difficulty breathing. What? He asks while finally taking in his new home. He was lying against a wall with thick steel restraints on his limbs and neck. His shirt had been stripped away to reveal a mess of scars, stitches, and burns all across his body. Everything around him was shiny steel aside from the large glass pane at the far side of the room, showing a viewing area on the other side and another steel wall behind it. A camera and a turret attached to the ceiling were in the corners of the room, aimed directly at him. But most uncomfortably, on his face was an oxygen mask, making it uncomfortable to breathe. Tartarus, Dobby realizes. I'm probably on floor 5, which means All for One is somewhere on this floor. If I can get to him then busting out of here should be EA. Shambles. Horizon suddenly appears a few feet in front of him, standing casually with his arms crossed. Dobby instantly tries to attack by igniting his flames. But the flames he expected didn't even flicker to life. He could feel his quirk, but it was as if the flames couldn't form. The turret immediately fires 30 bullets directly at his chest and head, all of which Horizon stops with tact before they hurt Dobby. That's what happens if you try to use your quirk in here, Horizon says as the bullets drop to the floor. They monitor your brain waves, not that there can be much in there. Dobby narrows his eyes at Horizon. My quirk, my heart, did. This room is starved of oxygen. It's not a vacuum, just oxygen deprived. That's why you need that mask, and since that mask isn't fireproof, I'd recommend against burning it unless you want the supply to stop and the guard to just wait for you to get knocked out from lack of oxygen. After that, they'd just put another mask on you. So you didn't take out my heart, like the others. Horizon sighs. Nah. I figured seeing you like this would already be bad enough. I didn't want you to have a hole in your chest when your dad gets here. My dad. Horizon tilts his head slightly. How did you figure that out? Dobby narrows his eyes at Horizon. I didn't even tell anyone in the League of Villains about that. But you did leave blood samples at a few crime scenes. It was easy enough since, you know, he points at himself. But the Nomo organs in your body are interesting too. Nomo organs. Ah, so you don't know. Well, that's not my concern, and doesn't change my statement. What statement? When whatever little stunt you have about trashing Endeavor goes live, I'll just tell the world All for One took you and did Nomo experiments on you. That's why you're like this, Horizon says, jokingly. No. Dobby bruises himself trying to lunge at Horizon. This isn't because of All for One, it's that piece of shit that made me like this. That whole useless trash family. You can't just shift the blame like that. Well, it's my word against the word of some part Nomo villain. Besides, All for One wants to be the devil. What is the devil good for if not to take the blame for our bad decisions? Dobby cries blood for a minute as they simply stare at each other, then he finally speaks. Does anyone else know? Dobby asks. When my files upload everyone will know, but... Nope, only Endeavor and I. Well, Pontu and Hawks know too, and Nizu, but you probably don't care about them, right? Your other siblings don't know. Hawks, Dobby speaks the name as if it burnt his tongue. I knew he was a damn traitor, that's why our attack didn't work. He told you we were attacking UA. Actually, no. What? Hawks didn't say anything, Horizon says. You aren't important enough for his mission, so I don't care about his reports unless it involves Shigaraki or the Nomo creator. But the last few raids were suspicious, with a trail leading far away from Japan. Shigaraki made it too obvious that he was leading my team and I away so he could make a play here. And Hawks likely knew I'd figure it out and stop it, so he didn't risk his cover by warning me. But most of the credit goes to Nizu on this one. After the tech incident, he set up a system where if the signal ever goes down my phone immediately tells me. So when you blocked all signals, instead of blocking a distress signal they would have sent, we blocked the all clear signal that's always transmitting between you two, damn it. Then it was just a matter of coming here and dealing with all of you. Shigaraki delivered you all to me with his stupid plan of recovering Kurogiri. TCH, whatever, Dobby scoffs. Endeavor knows the truth, so even if you lie to keep the public on his side, he'll know, my family will know what a piece of shit he is. And that pain will never leave him, so I win. Your dad is the #1 hero and you wind up on the opposite side, what a failed legacy. Shambles. Horizon warps away as Endeavor appears in the visitors area, instantly infuriating Dobby. End chapter. Chapter 365, Chapter 364, Game Over. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. November 22nd. Hawks, I really hope you're right about this, Shigaraki thinks as he exits the stairwell, walking onto the roof of a 30-story building. Because if you're not, if he goes against his orders to take me in alive. In the distance he sees UA at the city's edge, sitting atop its forlorn hill. Under the midday sun, he could see balloons and the tops of tents spread across the campus as the UA Culture Festival was underway. Shigaraki rolls his eyes and removes his hoodie, feeling the sun on his skin while stretching his limbs. He then walks to the edge of the roof and leans against the concrete railing. What, are you going to make me wait all day? He asks aloud before looking around, not seeing anyone else on the roof. I'm honestly surprised I was able to get this close to UA, are you that distracted by those sheep? Maybe his guard is already dropped, Shigaraki thinks as he leans against the barrier again. My capture will definitely lower it even more. Then at the Hero Billboard ranking event, light shot. I was just curious about what you were doing. Shigaraki doesn't bother turning around to look at Horizon. He also doesn't respond as the footsteps get closer. I'm surprised nobody recognized me, I took the damn train to get here, Shigaraki says as Horizon stands beside him. Then Horizon confuses him by placing 2 glasses of brown liquor on the railing. What is this, poison? Horizon chuckles. If I kill you, I'd want the credit. This is to celebrate the end of our journey, and to thank you for how much you've helped me. And how exactly did I help you? Shigaraki turns to face him, leaning against the barrier and looking up at the men. Because, without you, there could be no me. The world needed you to justify the existence of me. So that's why you were dragging your feet about capturing me. Using their fear of me to let you get away with whatever you want, because you're the only person who can stop me. Yeah, but I don't need you anymore, so I decided to end this chapter. Horizon hands him one of the glasses. With the panacea complete, they can't afford not to have me. Shigaraki swirls the drink a few times, then turns back to UA. It's underwhelming. Which part? That, he points toward UA with his glass. The place that tamed you, made you into a hero, a more heroic person. You'd expect more from a place that can do the impossible. Shigaraki takes a sip of his drink, and Horizon does the same. If you could do it, you would too. Serve people like that. No, have the freedom to do anything you want, while the world cheers. You felt some of it, the freedom. But how long did it last before the entire world started hunting you? Before you constantly had to look over your shoulder. Before they sent you after me. Thank God I won't have that problem, Horizon downs his drink. But after I stopped hating the hero-villain game, and decided to lean into it. I figured why not be myself and make them love me for it. And I was the controlled opposition to justify your existence. Someone had to be. I'm just glad I didn't have to make it myself, you were much more convenient. Shigaraki chuckles bitterly, finishing his drink and turning to look up at Horizon. What? Did we ever even stand a chance, he asks. I wanted to change things, to destroy the current system and let chaos restructure the world. And I figured we could do it, but then we learned about you and everything went sideways. So when did it happen, when did you truly beat us? That's the thing, I didn't. What? You were playing the hero-villain game, but I was always about more big-picture ideas. Freedom, connections, control. For me, this was just one step along the way, but for you, it was everything. So you're saying I didn't think big enough? That's why I lost. No, I'm saying while you spent all your time focused on me, I didn't think about you at all. You and I weren't playing the same game. I was never your opposition, Nizu was. And somewhere along the way Shigaraki raises a brow at his pause. He what? He got me to give a shit. I guess that's when you lost. Shigaraki leans against the railing, holding the glass in his hand. And slumps his shoulder, letting go of everything he'd been carrying. Doing what billions of others had already done and made peace with. Surrendering to Horizon's power. For a moment he looks at the glass in his hand, holding it with all his fingers would have caused it to disintegrate 2 years ago. But now he can perfectly control his quirk. He's so much stronger and better than before attacking UA. And how he's also tired beyond belief. I think that I'd like to stop playing now, he says while gently placing the glass on the railing. There is one thing I have to ask, before we leave, Horizon rests a hand on the back of Shigaraki's neck. Not applying any force, but making contact to detect any lies. About the Nomu. The doctor hasn't told us his name, or given us any information about his lab or the process. He just has us drop off corpses and he makes Nomu. Really? He says I wouldn't be worthy of the respect he showed all for one until I made this era my own. But that couldn't happen with you here. Horizon withdraws his hand. Well, I'm sure the people in Tartarus will have more questions for you. Best not to keep them waiting. With that he warps them both out of Musutafu, ending the League of Villains' reign. And minutes after that he's sitting in President Pontu's office, feet up on her desk while she types up some documents. And you're sure it was just him? She asks. I'm sure. I sensed him a while ago but figured I'd observe for a while, didn't expect him to be coming directly to me. I can't say I'm entirely surprised. Being pitted against you isn't something I'd wish on anyone. And that's just accounting for what the public knows. MHM, and speaking of the sheep. Civilians. Whatever, what do the ants think about Dobby's scandal? Initial response is as we expected, lots of people calling for him to step down and give up the #1 pro hero spot. And for me to take his place, right? Yes. But your official statement and the medical records showing that Dobby has some partial nomo augmentations from when he was roughly 11 years old proves that All for One was deeply involved. So they bite at stuff about All for One brainwashing and corrupting him. Yes. Since you were the one to release that statement, they believe it, at least enough for Endeavor to receive sympathy instead of hate from them. Framing the entire incident as All for One attacking his family, taking his son, and turning that son into a weapon. That's an easy story to sell. And has All for One given us any info about this whole situation? He's still not responding to any questions from visitors. Would you like to go try? I was just at Tartarus, dropping off Shigaraki. All for One didn't even more when I walked past his cell. He's content. Which is concerning, usually my presence outside his cell usually gets him to smile for some reason. Maybe he'll talk to you. I don't care that much. I have more important things to do. I was hoping you'd keep searching for the person behind the Nomu creating process, Pontu says. Or you could resume your research on reversing it. You can't just pull Frankenstein's monster apart and rebuild the original bodies. I'm a doctor, not some kind of wizard that can resurrect people. Kurogiri can't be reverted, but his brain is still whole, not a mishmash of different people, so that's why he might be able to come back. But the others are dead. Well then, we're done here. When we extract any useful information from him, I'll relay it to you. But until then, I have to finish compiling the results for the next hero ranking ceremony. Oh, that thing. Yes, that thing. And we need you there to show support for Endeavor. We can't afford to show weakness from our official #1 pro hero. Yeah, I owe him anyway, so I'll be there. Horizon warps away, leaving her to continue her work in peace. End chapter. Chapter 366, Chapter 365, Plan B. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. December 11th, HPSC main building. But now everything is so boring, Horizon says while looking down at the ocean of people in the plaza below. Looking through the glass wall on the upper levels of the building, he could see the flashing of cameras as people rushed about preparing for the presentation. Well, you could always start a new project, Ryuko says as he paces back and forth. Her voice reaching him through his visor, more amused than anything else. A new project, huh? Well, you were one, so, is she no single? That's not funny, she all but growls through the phone. But seriously, you always say you'd solve crime, and now you have. You've been busy these past 2 weeks cleaning up Shigaraki's crap around the world. Now it's done, so enjoy the boring. Boring means the heroes won, you won. Yeah, but swimming with no current sucks. Ryuko chuckles. You sound like you're about to switch sides to shake things up. Horizon leans against the glass, staring at the people below. Ah, babe, you're not actually thinking about. No. Oh, that's a relief. But. Horizon chuckles. That's what Mom would like. Should I return to Japan to talk some sense into you? No, I'm just kidding. I've got a few cases ongoing anyway that Juzo's been handling. I'll just join some of those. And you have people in the miracle ward that need healing, so you'll always be busy. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess this is the downside of having the world in your hand, Horizon says. I'll call you later. The event is about to start. Will you be on stage? They can't afford me. Horizon ends the call and warps away. Appearing outside, he stands 5 stories above the crowd. Many cameras shift from the stage to the side of Horizon standing in the air, but moments later the music and lights on stage along with the fireworks above pull their attention back to the show. This is a bigger crowd than usual, Horizon thinks as he warps backstage. He appears standing beside Nizu and Aizawa. What's with the bigger crowd this year? Nizu, sitting on Aizawa's shoulder, looks over at Horizon while they walk to get a better view of the stage. There are rumors you'll be made an official pro hero and join the ranking. I heard as much. Didn't think people believed it. People believe anything the news tells them to, Aizawa says. Did you have any input on the rankings? Horizon chuckles. If I did, I'd put you in the top 10 just to annoy you. Don't even joke about that, Aizawa glances at the sea of spectators and cameras. What a nightmare. It's starting, Nizu says as President Ponta walks onto the stage, mic in hand. Welcome, everyone, to the annual Hero Billboard ranking ceremony, Ponta says in a monotone voice, but even that doesn't dull the crowd's excitement. Should have gotten Mike to present, Horizon mutters. Then the crowd wouldn't have eardrums by the end of it, Aizawa says. After a few minutes of announcement and commendations, mainly focused on some statistics over the last year, the ceremony finally begins. Did you get a medal for getting the crime rate so low? Aizawa asks while Ponta once again explains the importance of heroes. Why would I get a special reward for doing my job? Nizu shakes his head. Most people don't have the base requirement of perfection. Which is why they aren't me. Moments later, President Ponta finally gets to the announcement, and the crowd roars with excitement. Starting with our number 10 pro hero. Breaking multiple records, including the record for being the youngest person to be in the top 10 pro heroes ranking. And the youngest woman to be in the rankings as well. She's also a co-founder of an agency that only formed months ago after graduating from UA. Fireworks erupt as Ponta prepares to announce the name, only for Nijire-chan to fly out of the trapdoor too early, sending the crowd into an uproar. Nijire-chan, Ponta says as the hero flies about waving the crowd. Hi everyone. Nijire-chan yells. Let's do our best together. Ponta gives the people a moment to calm down before she continues. Next is a now familiar face for this stage, moving up in the rankings for her hard work over the summer. Your new number 9 pro hero, MT Lady. MT Lady rises from the stage, posing for the cameras and showing off her new hero equipments. Mainly armored gloves, bracers, and boots. Forgoing her more sleek and thin first hero costume now that she can afford something better. After all, hero costumes for those who can gigantify are particularly expensive. This is just the start. MT Lady says as she flexes for the cameras. I'll work even harder this coming year. Next up, we have someone who is much more used to standing on this stage. Having moved a few times but always holding onto her position in the top 10, Ryukyu. While Ponta gives the crowd more details about Ryukyu, then announces Mirko as number 7, and Kamui Woods as number 6, Aizawa can't help but ask. Why did Ryukyu fire Nijire? She fired her. Horizon asks. I assumed Nijire quit to form that agency with Mirio and Takami. According to what I know, Nizu says. Ryukyu fired her because of their policies against working too closely with Horizon, Nizu says. Horizon sighs. Yeah, that makes sense. Ryukyu can't stand me. How did you go from sleeping together to her hating you? Aizawa asks. What did you do? Why do you assume that I'm the one who ruined things? I've met you. TCH, it's nothing worth mentioning. Just women being dramatic, you know how they are. That's why I stay single. Fuyumi approaches the trio with a drink in her hand, standing beside them. If you agree with Horizon's views on women, yes, please, stay single. Ah, and here I was hoping you and I would be a thing, Horizon says jokingly. Think about how annoyed your dad would be. Fuyumi eyes him up and down, then smiles cutely. Maybe, if you weren't. She gestures to all of him. Aizawa and Nizu laugh as Ponta moves on to the next announcement. After announcing Ryukyu as number 8, Mirko as number 7, and Kamui Woods as number 6, she gets to the announcement that Aizawa and Nizu are most excited about. And now, your new number 6 pro hero. After a perfect first year after graduating and founding a hero agency with his friends, Ponta once again doesn't have time to finish. Lemillion harmlessly shoots through the floor and lands on the stage. And the crowd cheers so loudly it shakes the stage. Even Aizawa smiles as Lemillion waves to the people. So when Endeavor is done, this means UA should hold the top spot, Nizu says. We could hold it forever if. Not gonna happen, Horizon says. You'll have it for the foreseeable future anyway between Endeavor, Lemillion, and Deku. If Barugo gets his personality to be less explosive, he could even add some time to that run. After a few more minutes of announcements, mainly Best against retaining his position at number 4, along with Edge Shot and Hawks at number 3 and number 2 respectively, they finally get to the number 1 pro hero. And finally, the men we've all been waiting for. Even after the news of what villains have done to his family, and to his son. He keeps fighting for us, protecting us. Risking his life and future for us. Endeavor. The man rises onto the stage to reveal his new hero costume, now sporting more heavily armored sections and a utility belt with more compartments. His flames were also flowing from his shoulder down the side of his arms to the back of his hand as he towered over the other pro heroes on stage. As Endeavor addresses the crowd, Fuyumi walks backstage to join Shoto and Natsuo. After the news about Dabi, they'd been asked to go along with the story Ponta and Horizon published. But she could only take so much of their games. After a few more minutes of announcements, Ponta leaves the stage for the pro heroes to take questions from the press. By now Horizon, Natsuo, Shoto, and Fuyumi are standing off to the side of the stage, outside of the press area but visible enough for people to see that they support Endeavor. President Ponta walks over and joins them, not bothering with the pictures being taken. I need to know that you all remember the rules about interacting with the press, she says. Shoto and Fuyumi nod, but Natsuo looks away. I'll stay quiet, that's it. That won't do, Ponto says. You need to give positive answers, not non-answers. You can't force me to lie. I know this isn't fair, or easy. But I'm asking you to put the good of Japan ahead of your feelings. He looks directly at her, narrowing his eyes at the woman. That's all Dad's ever done, and look where it got us. He's right, Horizon says, surprising them. Until he rests a hand on Natsuo's shoulder. But. Hey what? He cuts off Fuyumi's worries. Relax, I'm not going to do anything. So long as he understands that the story we released has my name attached as a witness, and I don't want any nonsense coming out that can make me look foolish. Because I don't take kindly to people attacking me in that way. He won't do anything like that, I promise, Fuyumi says, signaling for a brother to nod along. But Natsuo was too scared to even move until she grabbed his arm to snap him back to reality. Right, yeah, I'll stick with the plan. Promise. Good, Horizon says before turning to President Ponto. Now, how much longer will this thing last? I need to G. Horizon world suddenly goes black, and seconds later Fuyumi's blood-curdling scream draws all attention to them. All the cameras turn to see Horizon and Ponto crumple to the floor. End chapter. Chapter 367, Chapter 366, Deathless. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. Over there. Endeavor yells as he rockets into the sky. The screaming crowd barely registers what he's saying as those in the front row can see the two bodies while the people farther in the back are simply confused at the chaos. Endeavor releases condensed flames and launches himself toward a bright, shining light they can all see on the top floor of a skyscraper. Over 3 miles away. Ryukyu and Nijire-chan are one step behind Endeavor as Hawk spreads his feathers out to check the immediate area around the civilians. This can't be happening. You're supposed to be invincible, Lemillion thinks as he rushes over to Horizon. As he gets closer, 2 security agents begin pulling Ponto away as the cameras turn to them. Showing the entire world that Ponto had a tennis ball-sized hole in her left shoulder, and as for Horizon. He has an identical, perfectly shaped hole in the middle of his skull. The ground behind them also had the same thing, and the sight of it all caused Lemillion to hesitate for just a moment. Lemillion, Aizawa calls out to him. Go support Endeavor. There isn't anything you can do here. Right. Yes, Sensei. Lemillion looks toward Endeavor and takes a deep breath, activating his quirk to become permeable and falling through the ground. As his matter overlaps with the earth, he manipulates his quirk and body to rocket himself hundreds of meters away before he has to surface for air. As he launches out of the road, he sees the light in the distance disappear for a moment before appearing on another building across from its first location. He ignores the traffic he appeared in and takes another deep breath before landing, and sinks into the earth once more. Within 3 breaths he's far ahead of Endeavor, hot on the trail of the men who killed Horizon. While the pro-heroes were giving chase, the entire world was shocked and mortified at what the cameras were showing them. With Ponto sitting up and panacea poured into her mouth, the bleeding stopped, and the flesh and bone visibly regenerated. The emergency medics approached Horizon and were unsure of how to begin. There was standard procedure for regular humans, and for people with strange quirks. But nobody was sure of what to do for Horizon. As his blood pooled around his body they were forced to choose, either remove his visor to force-feed him panacea in hopes of somehow healing him. All at the risk of whatever energy compromised his body leaking out uncontrollably and harming the tens of thousands here. Or to let him die while the world is watching. His lies had compounded to such an extent that saving his life became too high a risk for others to take. Don't take me away, Ponto tells her security team as they put her on a stretcher. She wanted to stay, to see what the result of this would be. Come on, Ponto chants, and in the eerie silence as the crowd holds their breath, it seems like she cheered for him to somehow perform a miracle. People were silently weeping as they watched the large screens above the stage, praying for one thing or the other. Even MT Lady, Horizon's most vocal critic, never wanted to see something like this. Because in this moment she's reminded that for all his power, accomplishments, and arrogance, he's still merely 17 years old. A boy playing God. But before all the memories could rise up, before she could truly regret how she treated him. Before a single tear could form. A geyser of healing energy released from the hole in his skull. Reaching 5 stories tall and scattering with the wind, as like a puppet on strings. Horizon gets up. The crowd cheers, some shed tears, and Ponto keeps facade active to not display her despair to the world. Horizon slams both his hands onto the floor and he weakly drags himself to his knees, then desperately tries to catch his breath. For a moment there, you almost had me worried, Nizu says as Aizawa walks over to Horizon, carrying him on his shoulder. Almost. Horizon forces himself to stand, stumbling slightly before catching himself. Some of the security agents see this and move to help him up, but Aizawa stops them. Don't get too close. We don't know how much of this is him, and how much is instinct. Everyone either instinctively or consciously takes a few steps back. And if it's instinct? Edshot asks. Then it won't be our problem for long, Aizawa says. As the world holds its breath, Horizon reaches up and removes his visor, allowing him to properly breathe as energy vapor pours off his body. Many people throw up at the sight of his injury, a large gaping hole punched cleanly through his skull, healing at an unusually slow pace, for Horizon. Light. Horizon mutters, reaching up to check his injury and wincing when he touches it. Light, won't happen again. He looks over at Pontu, seeing her injury. Won't happen again. He then disappears, leaving everyone present very concerned. While that was happening, Lemillion had finally caught up to his target. The men launched a series of ziplines to reach the train station before the pro-heroes could catch him, but thanks to both quirk and mastery, Lemillion was able to predict this and cut him off. Taking a deep breath, he sank into the earth into the basement of a skyscraper before launching himself upward. Timing his permeation perfectly as he phased through the floors and objects to constantly repel himself upward, toward the roof of the skyscraper. Gotcha. Lemillion arrives through the floor of this roof, as the man does the same. The man panics and launches his zipline at the next building, directly at Lemillion. But the hero spins in midair and kicks the man, phasing his foot through the zipline and making it solid just before contact with the man's face. Hitting him so hard that he sent tumbling backward, giving Lemillion a chance to land and observe the man's glowing right eye. Why did you attack Horizon? Lemillion asks. Instead of attacking, the man raises his hands in surrender, surprising the hero. I'm unarmed, my quirk took 6 weeks to charge that shot, no need to hurt me, the man says, in French. Lemillion looks slightly confused, unable to understand the man. So instead he just points at him, and says, stay there, in English, then repeats it in Japanese. The man complies, which he's happy to see. Lemillion doesn't take his eyes off the man, considering the situation very carefully. That attack was instant, or damn near instant. If Horizon could detect it, then it must have been some sort of hard light attack, moving at almost light speed to catch him off guard. This guy's eye is glowing and the right side of his face has burns, so it must be an accumulation and release type quirk like airy and fat gum. He won't be using it again for a while. No wonder he surrendered so easily. If he had conventional weapons, Horizon would have detected him, but detecting light must be tough, or saturate his senses too much. So this guy is fine with surrendering since the job is already done. Too bad for him. He won't be enjoying whatever money he got for killing Horizon after we lock him up in Tartarus. Lemillion. Endeavor calls out, his voice a moment ahead of the searing heat that announces his arrival. Landing on the roof, he lowers his flames, seeing the villain already cornered. What happened? Nothing, he just surrendered. How is Horizon? A minute ago they said he started moving, but I haven't heard anything since, Endeavor says while taking out a pair of handcuffs. What do we know about this villain's quirk? Well, I know he speaks French and his quirk is likely a light accumulation type with a massive cooldown after use, but be careful. Alwa, then both freeze as between them and the villain, Horizon suddenly appears. Standing there, staring down at the men while energy vapor pours off his body. They both instinctively step back, having noticed the gaping hole in his head. The villain also falls backward, trying to scurry away. But with a thought his clothes move, dragging him along toward Horizon. Ryukyu and Nijire-chan arrive at the rooftop just in time to see Horizon grab the man's head and use bioelectric mimicry to rip all the information he can out of him. In the moment they couldn't decide what to be more horrified by, the sight of Horizon's gaping injury. The blood-curdling screams of the villain. Or the villain's face and head all but melting into sludge between Horizon's palms. Nijire-chan looks away and Ryukyu moves to block her with her wings. As the screaming stops they see Horizon stumble backward and bump into Endeavor. The man helps him stand for a moment, until Horizon gathers his thoughts. Shigaraki, he says as Ryukyu and Nijire land with the others. Once again he disappears. This time he appears before Shigaraki in Tartarus. Shigaraki was confined to a steel room with thick glass for visitors to speak to him, with a distinct square mission from his chest. While sitting against the far wall he sees Horizon appear. What the hell? Your plan, light shot, targeting me, targeting Pontu. It worked, Horizon says as he places his visor in front of the glass. The visor was in its full form, allowing Shigaraki to see the hole punched through it, matching the one still healing in Horizon's head. Very well played, Horizon says. Lowering my guard by surrendering and using my one weakness against me. Not good enough. You lived. Yes, but against anyone else, you'd win, Horizon says. It's just unfortunate that your opponent was me. With those words, the last words they would share. He warps away, eager to return to Horizon Tower and sleep off his injuries. And a few cells away, deeper in the depths of Floor 5, the Demon Lord hears everything, knows everything, and smiles. All his pieces were falling into place, as while everyone else was playing chess. He was stacking them like dominoes, and now. It's almost time to push them all over, just one last piece to line up. End chapter. Chapter 368, Chapter 367, to the new year. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. The Matani Estate, December 31st 11 p.m. I think they're almost done with Endeavor, Ryuko says while watching the TV. She sits on Law's couch in his beachside mansion, sipping champagne wearing only a pair of panties while he's only wearing short pants, lying across the couch with his head on her lap. His eyes are closed as he enjoys her playing with his hair. He doesn't even have his quirk active. Committing, albeit with some resistance, to taking the night off. Does this mean I'm technically rank 0? Law asks. That's not a thing. They've been reviewing the top 20 ranked pro heroes all night, and since I'm unranked, and they're saving me for last. They're saving you for last because your Horizon, rank 0 doesn't exist. It's the same thing. After all, it can only exist for me. Ugh, you're so full of yourself, she rolls her eyes. Jealous. Don't tease me about that, jerk. Right, projects for Law, ouch. Law winces as she pinches him. Projects. Ryuko scoffs. Don't call OU. It's starting. They both focus on the large TV as Chitos is on screen again. Welcome back everyone, and as we enter the final stretch before the New Year's countdown, we can get to the recap of the star of this year. It's no secret that Japan, and much of the world at that, has been enamored with Horizon. He's had a busy career since his debut 2 years ago, and this past year in particular has been filled with feats and controversy alike. As well as some changes that not everyone is supportive of. So now we're going to recap it all from the beginning of the year, and let everyone know what they can expect from the next year. This should be fun, Law says. Lots of people hated me until tech. Starting with Horizon's apprehension of the League of Villains member, Kurogiri. This case arose suddenly while Horizon was already hard at work in the Miracle Ward. The Miracle Ward is his section of Tokyo General Hospital where he treats specific patients throughout the year. He has a very clear and admitted bias toward prioritizing the health of children over adults, so most of his patients who receive free and direct treatment are transferred from children's hospitals across Japan. This is a practice he has kept up so long as he is in Japan, and he has no desire to change it in the foreseeable future. Ryuko smiles before taking another sip of her drink. Almost makes your ego tolerable, almost. Law closes his eyes and listens. And a few minutes later as he's falling asleep, Ryuko pinches him. Ouch. He sits up, and turns to see her with her arms crossed, glaring at him. What the hell? You didn't tell me you had a thing with Star and Stripe. What? Law sees the reporter on TV questioning his relationship with the USA's #1 pro hero. Ugh, she's like an annoying older sister. You're the only sexy blonde in my life. She relents and leans forward, kissing him. I'm in the mood for ice cream. Want some, or will brain freeze cripple you? Law lays back on the couch and rolls his eyes. My brain was healed within hours, stop worrying. That's a tall task after seeing a hole in your head. Yeah, well, my quirk factor isn't actually in that part of my brain, I kind of got lucky. And it will never happen again, right? I can more easily differentiate between natural and altered light, no more blind spots, Law says as she hops off the couch. Good, because I'd hate to have to go back to actually paying my own bills, Ryuko laughs as she struts into the kitchen. A few minutes later she walks back to the couch with a bowl of ice cream. Leaning against Law she glances at her phone, Shino is here. She's at the gate. Does that mean we have to get dressed, or is she getting naked too? Ryuko sighs. Do you plan to sleep with my entire team? Well, not Tiger. She elbows him in the side. Alright, I'll bring her in. Might as well get this conversation out of the way. Law's eyes glow blue as he activates his quirk. Room. Hours later. Slowly descending and landing on top of a Manhattan skyscraper, on the western side of Central Park, Star and Stripe sees Horizon dangling a man over the side of the building. Seriously, she asks while strolling over to him. When they said your USA Hero ID was pinged in Manhattan, I hoped you were just here to watch the New Year's fireworks. They already did that in Japan a few hours ago, well, technically a few hours ahead of here. Well, you traveled 14 hours into the past, might as well celebrate again, she says. The show will start in a few minutes. Busy, Horizon drops the man, who falls all of 2 stories before disappearing. You can't kill him. This isn't Japan and he isn't a Japanese citizen, be gentle. I'm always gentle, Horizon turns to look at her. Shouldn't you be getting ready to fly between some fighter jets? That's Independence Day, this is just the New Year. Right, not nationalist enough. I don't want to hear that from a Japanese. Half Japanese. Whatever, she stands at the edge of the building with him, looking down at the streets far below. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at home being someone else's problem? My house was fun for a few hours, then it just got chatty. So you pop over here to torture someone? No, I got a message from Mudman. One of his sources gave up this guy's name. And he had this in his lab. Horizon hands her a small vial of dark green liquid. Trigger. She scrutinizes it. Since when is a shot of some quirk enhancer worth your attention? Since if you crack that it becomes a gas, instead of needing to be injected as a liquid. So a group dose. Yeah, not much in that version. But the problem is removes the balancing chemicals from it and cranked it up to 1,000,000. So it makes people overdose. And makes their quirk overload, and since most people have a drawback that affects them physically, their quirk will kill them before the trigger fries their brain. Star carefully hands him the vial. So they made it into a biochemical weapon. Yeah. Mudman has been working on this since he joined my team. At first, we thought it was all about some labs trying to make a stronger version, but each version we uncovered became less stable. More power, but more harm to the user. Then he found some lethal versions. So there are multiple versions. Damn near every trigger lab in the world has been competing, so whoever is bankrolling this can afford a very high bid for the winning formula. And the prime suspect is now in Tartarus. Do we have any other leads? Somewhere in Europe maybe, a lot of traffic for this is flowing there. Aside from that, we're at a loss. It's hard to get intel when nobody you question knows any details in the first place. What about Nizu? Can't he just hack into some systems? Tried that, but there isn't anything about this anywhere, Horizon says. They're playing the game very well. We have some telepaths that are trained for this kind of thing, send that guy to the holding cells near the Pentagon. Horizon nods, done. Star then calls them to begin the interrogation process, and after a few minutes, she ends the call. So, why are you dealing with low-level people like this yourself, instead of sending your lackeys? Not lackeys, and they're busy. Too busy for you. I didn't know that was a thing people could be. It's winter break, they're back home with their families. Everyone is. MHM, except us, she says. But someone has to keep the world spinning, right? Exactly. And I'm sure you've been bored without me, figured you could use the visit. Star laughs, yeah, right. After you left, villains started showing up again, so now I have to work for a living. I can't wait for you to just graduate and move to America, that'll make my life so much easier. You sound like you're counting the days. No, but I'm counting the months. 15 to go. Yeah, well, one thing at a time. And first I have to make a lot more panacea. That's my top priority right now. I doubt you'll ever be able to match the demand for that. Everyone wants it, and it's impossible to decide who deserves it more. Which is why I left that problem for the governments to solve, so I can't be blamed for it. Maybe it would have been better if you chose the recipients yourself, she says. People attack suspected storage facilities when they're denied. Politicians get attacked now too. But if the person making the choice was you, nobody would try that crap. Ha. I kill people, but I'm not dirty enough to be a politician. I'm honest about what I do, Horizon says as he warps Sunder from its resting place nearby. Now, I'm heading back to Japan. Sorry I can't stay for the fireworks, but I have an exciting lunch waiting at home. Have fun, and try to visit more often. You could always come to Japan. And have the entire government yell at me. No thanks. Horizon shakes his head, then turns to leave. But stops and looks back at her. You know, people have been bugging me for the past 3 weeks about how I'm feeling. Ever since Lightshot. I guess having a large hole in your head raises some concerns. But you never did, never asked how I was, never even called. She raises a brow at him. Why would I do something stupid like that? You're Horizon, you're invincible, even against me. Horizon laughs. See, this is why we're friends, you just get it. He says before leaving the rooftop. End chapter. Chapter 369, Chapter 368, The Pure. U.2 but Keanu Eugene. Chapter start. Walking through the halls of Humarai's HQ in Otheon, Felk carefully reads the medical reports on his clipboard. The man was 200 centimeters 6 feet 8, with a slim build, wearing a white lab coat while speaking with his assistant. His sister, a Caucasian woman with dark black hair, matching his, but a petite figure beside his tall form. Is this the last set? He asks as they walk down the hallway. Yes. If it works on them, then we know it works on almost every type of quirk. And the simulation? He asks. Any improvement on the expected effects of mystery-class quirks? Still inconclusive. The few drops of blood we tested from Horizon were strange. How strange, he asks as they reach the viewing glass. On the other side of the glass were a dozen children, each wearing medical robes and believing the promise that this facility would help them control their quirks. The blood red as quirkless, she says. We assume he has some protocol or trick to make identifying or studying him difficult without his permission. Well, we're never asking for his permission. In fact, I don't want us ever interacting with that thing. But if we move forward with the plan and he isn't affected by the agent, we have to assume he will eventually find us. It won't matter, the great work would have already begun. More believers will take up the task after I'm gone, Fleck Turn says as he reaches up to his earpiece. Begin test on chamber 91. Shortly after, while some children are in bed, others are having breakfast and a few are playing with toys, joyfully chatting. A dark green gas begins pouring in from the ceiling. Fleck Turn and his sister watch as the children panic, inhaling the gas, then begin convulsing in pain. Their screams are muted by the perfectly sealed room, but they see their quirks running rampant. Two of the children, previously able to create small flames that would also burn their bodies, twins, only able to make a candle-sized flame, burst into balls of fire. While they quickly cremate themselves, a girl at the other end of the room clutches her head, bleeding from her eyes, nose, and ears as her telekinetic quirk pushes against everything around her, including her friend who was on the floor beside her. His quirk which allowed him to glow was pushed into overdrive, burning away his skin, at least until she slammed him into the wall hard enough for him to become paste. A few other children around her suffered the same fate before her brain became mush from the strain. Across the room, a boy with the creation quirk, after inhaling the gas, was unable to stop himself from creating chunks of metal. Creating so much that all the fat on his body was used up and his quirk broke the natural, intuitive safety people are usually born with. Drawing on other energy sources until his body became a husk on the floor, surrounded by rough chunks of iron. Not far from him, a little girl, no older than 4 years old, was screaming as her eyes burned out, firing her heat vision directly at a reinforced wall until her body dried up and her solar battery cracked. Her skin and blood boiled before she collapsed onto the floor, instinctively trying to cover her eyes, only for her damaged skin to no longer protect her from her quirk. The result being, her heat vision easily burns through both her hands, causing yet another wave of pain to rack her body. She rolls and cuts another little boy in half before her entire body begins glowing. Then, boom. The entire room is flooded with bright red heat and pushes the air away. Fleck Turn and his sister get away from the window before the glass explodes outward, and the scent of scorched air fills the hallway. Another success, Fleck Turn says while helping her to stand. Now we can move forward with distribution and preparation. She dusts herself off as the green gas fills the hallway, the sickeningly sweet scent flooding her senses with each breath. If we move forward with this, you have to be sure that this is what you want. I have never been more sure of anything in my life. He takes a deep breath, inhaling the gas. We made it. The ultimate tool to purify the world. To set things right again. We, the quirkless, are family that cannot develop quirks. We are the only true humans. Everyone is some heinous abomination. A result of human perversion, I'm sure. And now, with this variation of trigger, those with quirks will be twisted by those very quirks. Their sins will overload them and harm people who would call them friends, family. People who deserve to burn alongside them. And we, the pure, the just, the few made in the image of God, made with the blueprint recorded in the Holy Bible, in the image of Adam and Eve, the true humans of this will. We will rebuild it all. In the image of the one, true, God. The image he intended for humanity. Hearing her brother's words, she smiles. Good, I just wanted to make sure you're aware of how much work is ahead of us. It won't be easy rebuilding the world with 95% of it dead. With that, she turns and begins walking toward the elevators. Luckily I am not alone, he says while walking beside her. Noah had his family, and I have you. Noah also didn't have to do this much work. Building an ark is much easier than creating the storm. Yes, but I cannot be angry at God for abandoning us. If I created such perfect beings as humans, only to have it warped and perverted by quirks, I too would shun it. All the more reason for us to restore the natural order of things, she says. They both enter the elevator and begin the ride up to his office. Now we have to solve the difficult part. Spending 10 years to perfect this formula was the difficult part, she says just before the doors open to his office. They step into his office to see the gorgeous capital city of Otheon below, with her eyes being in the exact middle of it. Yes, it was. But things have changed now. He walks to the glass wall and stares out at the sunset. 3 years ago, this would have been a simple matter. Bombs in cities, that would have been enough. But now, if we do that, Horizon will sense them, warping them away. And what about Star and Stripe? Inconsequential. She doesn't have his range, his reach, his control, his influence, his perception. He is a perverse parody of what God should be. And the fact that these disgusting things worship him as such is all the more reason to purge them all. Will we start here, she asks, joining him to look at the city below. No, we will attack everywhere at once. This city will be cleansed to avoid suspicion, but it won't be first, and certainly won't be spared. Simultaneously, countless major cities at once, that alone is difficult. But we also have to be sure to hit Horizon with the attack. It would be disastrous if the pretender god was allowed to roam freely. The people will rally to him. It won't matter. Even he can't be everywhere at once. After all, he is not God. Obviously. And how do we hit every target at once? Or at least every target we can manufacture enough trigger to hit. Fleck taps his chin a few times, pondering this dilemma, as now his initial plan of using bombs was worthless. Staring out at the city, he averts his gaze upward, at the orange clouds in the sky. Then looked down at the suspension bridge connecting both halves of the city. And the large river below it glimmered under the setting sun. We do exactly what you said earlier. What's that? We create a storm, he says. Do we have any guaranteed location for Horizon in the future? The annual Billboard Hero Ranking event will be at the end of this year. Aside from that, I don't believe so. He barely spends any time at UA. Most of his time is in the Miracle Ward in Tokyo, or Horizon Tower. No, there is one place they always parade him around for the worms to cheer, Fleck says. We will launch our attack during the UA Sports Festival. That's in April. Which only gives us 2 months to prepare. More than enough time. My plan doesn't involve creating anything intricate, just tapping into the vast logistical net this word so desperately relies on. She sees him looking up and follows his gaze to see 2 large passenger planes soaring above the city. We will bring the sky crashing down onto them. End chapter.